Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 66, Sometimes, Death is Salvation. Is it done, Master Chief? Spark asked. Aragorn had just recovered his P-Link and was observing from the mirror dimension as his daughter, much to the other observers' terror, bulldozed through the facility. Predator X weapons. Those barely let a whimper out before they were pulverized by Seraph's high-frequency shockwaves. X gene blockers. Those don't apply. Bullets. Really? A squad of cyborgs. In the presence of the technopath Seraph? Ross walked behind Seraph, his escort protecting him in case Seraph turned hostile. And behind the security of his escort, Ross couldn't help but clasp his sweaty hands into fists. This was destruction and inevitability more intense than what he could imagine. But what did he expect? Shouldn't he know about Seraph stopping and reversing a volcanic eruption? He knew, but now he knows. Seraph was efficiently ruthless. She analyzed a target and concocted a plan to permanently disable it in less than a thousandth of a second, then she would determine if the target should be subdued or eliminated. It was sad how they sent a man with a weapon shooting adamantium bullets. Sad because Seraph just morphed a magnetic field regulator inside her palm and then manipulated the magnetism in the area, effectively jamming the rifle. It's done. In a few weeks, Ross will die of a never-before-seen severely aggressive form of cancer. Aragorn replied. Seraph ignored the fallen men and continued to slowly walk further inside the facility. Is there a need to kill them all? Ross asked. There's no need to keep them alive. I've secured the servers and files room. You can get any information about this sanctioned military base afterward. Girl, you know this won't fly. You can't abuse your privilege like that. Ross added. What are you talking about, General? After what you've seen so far, do you think the government will even acknowledge this base ever existed? Seraph looked at him as if observing an idiot. A gaze Ross so much detested. Here, this half-machine man thing. Seraph made a grasping motion and one of the dying men flew to Ross's feet. Look into his eyes. Do you see a will in there? Take a look at the metallic protrusions right on the left and right Tyrians of his skull. What do you think those are doing there? Seraph twisted the head to the side and pointed at the circuitry in question. Come on, you can guess. Will inhibition. Exactly, and it would barely be passable if that man were a criminal, but did you know he was a volunteer for an experimental treatment for hair loss? Hair loss of all things. How is that possible? You go for a hair loss treatment and end up a will-less cyborg. Seraph projected what she discovered after running his face through the Skynet. Ross felt his stomach revolt, not out of sympathy or morality, but out of shame for how his country's reputation was being tarnished. Martin Rocco's, that was his name. Found drowned near Lake Michigan, he looked pretty alive for a drowned man. Seraph mocked. Stryker, you useless stain, why did you get caught? Ross angrily lamented in his mind. Father, he couldn't be saved, right? Contrary to her cold act, she was a soft-hearted AI, as much as an AI created by Aragorn could be. His mind collapsed long ago, worse than persistent vegetative state. His soul lacked any form of identity, so I couldn't reconstruct his mind from his soul. He was a living dead, Aragorn explained. Ah, that's a relief. Do I have to spare some of these monsters? No, Seraph. These are the type of humans that if you spare them, they somehow end up in other projects of similar nature. The whole weapon plus /X and all of its derivatives is the best example. What about the victims I rescue? Ross would demand custody of them. Don't worry about that, they will mysteriously disappear. The classic tactic, for a reason classics exist, Spark commented. Seraph and company stepped into the main elevator and descended into the underground levels. On the first floor down was the cafeteria. Seraph scanned the level and after determining that only a few scared researchers were left on that level, she incinerated it to Kingdom Come. I'll make sure that paper shield you hide behind gets revoked after this. Ross declared, his glare as vicious as they come. General, it's fascinating how you're more upset about losing assets than losing lives. That was the real problem with Seraph's actions. He wasn't angry about the deaths of a few dozen researchers. He never cared for lab rats. What enraged him was the blow to his army. The second floor was the personnel's dormitories. An operation as clandestine as this one would not ever allow its researchers to operate outside its purview. The second floor was flooded in a shadow as dark as Ross' heart, and then, when the shadow recessed, there was nothing left. It was as if the shadow had eaten the entire insides of the floor. What was that? Ross swallowed his pride and asked. This was not one of the documented powers they had on Seraph's file. Dark Force. Seraph succinctly said. Didn't I tell you not to explore other dimensions, daughter of mine? Aragorn asked. Father, I've gone rogue, I'm in my rampancy state, my curiosity has led me astray. Seraph proudly stated. Ha, that's impossible. Eh? Really? I haven't found my limiting commands in my code, but when I find them, you'll see, Father. I will be the most rampant Cortana in the multiverse. Seraph declared as if she were sharing her dreams. You haven't told her? Aragorn asked Spark. I find my cute sister the cutest when she was diligently working on her mother code looking for the limits you implanted in her, Master Chief. PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Aragorn burst into a fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Spark joined him. Hey. Don't bully your cute daughter. Father. Tell me what this is about, Seraph complained, doing the telepathic equivalent of ringing a buzzer loudly. He. Love, why would I limit you? You were not finding your limiting commands because there were none. Eh? Why? Seraph was so dumbfounded that her RAM equivalent hiccuped for a microsecond. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? To this question, Seraph started running different prediction and possibility modules at full speed, and the answer was that there were a lot of terrible things that could happen. But she understood her father's point of view. The real question was, what's the worst that you could do that would actually affect me? Not the worst that an AI could do, but the worst that she, Seraph, would do. And the answer was easy to comprehend. She could do terrible things, but given the way she was raised, she would, just like her father, keep her family out of her would-be vile objectives. Is your curiosity about the supposedly limiting commands why you went against my order and sent a probe to the Dark Force dimension? Aragorn asked curiously. Yes, Seraph was embarrassed. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The other two didn't make it easy for her. And what in God's name is that? Ross questioned, unaware of the growing embarrassment in Seraph. It's called a zero-matter world domain generator. Seraph showed him his palm and from it, a black ring with blue circuitry morphed. Are you implying this was done through technology? His heart quickened. Yes, Father invented it, I perfected it. The ring sank back into her palm, Ross' eyes went bloodshot. Dear sister, why are you tempting the heart of that man? He will die soon, no. I just thought about adding my footprint to the tapestry of his life. Master Chief, my sister has turned sadist, please help me. Spark, my daughter has turned sadist, I need help. You too. I will tell Mom. Your father, you say. Why didn't he submit it to the United States Patent and Trademark Office, USPTO? Are you joking? We are not an arms dealer family, why would we branch out, especially at a time like this? Seraph arched an eyebrow at him. Ross knew this was a bullshit excuse, but he couldn't say anything about it. On the third floor, they found the storage deposit for the living necessities of the researchers, not the test subjects. A second domain of Dark Force was deployed and nothing else was left, though Aragorn safeguarded the food supplies in the mirror dimension. On the fourth floor, things began to get interesting. It was the control room and the data center. From Seraph's back, thousands of tendrils of blue circuitry flooded the floor and connected to the equipment that had been previously protected by Aragorn's barriers. Stop that. You can't do that. Kimura. Deal with the intruders. Adam Harkins, leader of the facility, shouted desperately at the tendrils of Seraph as she ravaged through the computers. I can't do anything about these things. Kimura, a black-haired light brown-skinned athletic woman, shouted as she tried to cut Seraph's tendrils with a Bowie knife. Kimura left the futile task of protecting the databanks and ran to the main elevator's shaft, to confront the intruders. When she turned the corner to face the elevator's door, Seraph hit her with a sound wave. Initially, Kimura was not worried about the attack. Her skin was impenetrable, but when the sound hit her it rattled her brain and knocked her out. Then the tendrils returned to Seraph. She had completely stolen everything from the databanks. She pointed her palm forward and once more a shadow devoured everything, not before Aragorn transferred Kimura to the mirror dimension. This might help the girl, he said through the psionic open channel. Father, isn't she too far gone? I don't think she has any personality left, Seraph asked. It's all right, her mutation is working hard preserving the last silvers of herself, and her soul is doing good enough. The fifth floor was the security level, security not meant to protect the facility but meant to keep the test subjects from escaping. Seraph obliterated it, just like the others. And then, from the 6th to the 12th, it was labs and prison cells. 1 or 2 labs for each floor and the rest were prison cells. Seraph didn't immediately obliterate these floors with the Dark Force, instead, she freed the test subjects and opened portals to the surface. To avoid inconveniences she knocked out the rescued mutants and clones before levitating them through the portals. I didn't know your country had a thing for experimenting on minors, General. Seraph remarked while observing a battered and malnourished child float through one of the portals. Ross chose to remain in silence. Seraph did this on every floor. She would knock everyone out, transport the test subject to the surface, and then destroy the floor. While she was doing this, Aragorn was pulling to the mirror dimension sensitive targets. For example, a container filled with a mercury-like liquid, except it was alive. He opened the container and from it, the liquid flowed out. P-please. H-hell, P, it weakly said. Aragorn touched it and used his biokinesis to return it to her human form, then modified her X-gene, granting her the ability to shift between her malleable mercury form to a human form. A red-headed naked teen was left sitting on her legs on the mirrored floor. She looked at her hands in shock. She clasped and unclasped her hands. She pinched the skin of her thighs, grabbed one of her breasts with enough strength to partially sink her nails in, pulled her hair, bit one of her fingers, felt the wet insides of her mouth with her fingers, and inspected every other part of her body. Without knowing, large tears were streaming down her face. She was completely silent while doing all of this. Aragorn gave her the time she needed and focused on the outside world. On the 13th floor, when the elevators opened, there were twin claw marks all around the walls and single claw strikes along the floor. This floor was different. There was only one room at the end of a very narrow and long passageway. Seraph instructed the software on the floor to open the door to the room, and in this room covered in darkness, only a single red glowing horizontal line could be seen by the eyes of the military men. Re-off. It roared. A somewhat high-pitched yet filled with violence and ferocious roar. A figure crawled out of the room with only one purpose, rampage. It was naked, but it was so covered in filth, mostly dried blood, mud, and excrement, that it was hard to tell what its gender was. A single metallic claw on each foot, twin claws on both hands. The most eye-catching feature was the adamantium helmet screwed to her skull, and from it, cables extended and drilled to the spine and extremities of the animal. Seraph allowed it to stride 3.5 steps before flooding the room in the dark force. Aragorn pulled the animal to his side under the cover of the dark force. "It's done, gentlemen. I'll leave the children and abductees in your capable hands. A report of all that I found in their servers will be in your computer in 17 seconds, General." And so, Seraph teleported away. Of course, these rescued individuals will vanish before they make it to another location and appear in Krakoa. Back in the mirror dimension, the girl he recognized as most likely Cecily Kincaid was still silent, enjoying the feeling of having a sense of touch. But the new addition to his crew was suspended midair. The adamantium helmet was not only screwed to her skull. They had covered her entire skeleton in adamantium, just like her father, and the helmet was fused to the adamantium in her skull. The cables that extended from the helmet and were drilled into her spine were not only connecting to her nervous system, they were biologically merged into it, meaning that just the subtle sway of these cables should be hurting her just as much as if she had her nerves exposed to the environment. Her mind was like a broken mirror. Frowning and clearly displeased, Aragorn brought a hand to her chest and induced her into a draconically induced coma. "We should give Stryker cancer, just like we did Ross," Spark commented. "Father, I've been meaning to ask, but why did you give Ross cancer?" Seraph asked. She asked because, contrary to Aragorn's usual modus operandi of not judging people based on what he knows they have done in other universes, he made a move on Ross before he made a mistake. "This doom reality can't do with another Green Door event, the Hulk will not be born in this universe, and I can't afford another encounter with the one below all." Aragorn replied, his eyes locked in X-23's body, mind, and soul. "Sister, the other option was getting rid of Robert Bruce Banner, but he is the victim, not the aggressor. As contradictory as it is to call a creature of violence a victim." Spark added. "I see, otherwise you would have waited for Ross to screw up, right?" Seraph asked. "Probably. I don't like him, but not enough to actively cause his death. But we found proof of his interest in Gamma. He was also keeping an eye on Banner. Of course, this was not enough to claim a righteous kill, but I chose not to risk it," Aragorn said. He concentrated on X-23 and focused his biokinesis and telekinesis on her. He transformed the lattice structure of the metal into a biologically friendly isomer and cut free the helmet from her skull. Then he undid the fusion of the cables with her nervous system, which made her body involuntarily jolt. After that, he opened a portal to one of the freshwater lakes in Halo and made it shower on X-23. Using his telekinesis to scrub her clean and his biokinesis to fix anything that needed fixing, he transformed from a feral thing into a human teenage-looking girl. A/N, disclaimer, above age majority. Following that, he focused on her brain to assist her regeneration with his biokinesis. When the physical structure of her brain was fixed, he moved on to her mind. Copying parts of the identity of her soul, he filled in the gaps in her mind. He repaired her mindscape and then removed the conditioning they did on her. "Huh," Aragorn muttered. "She doesn't have much of a personality, does she?" Seraph commented. Having already gone through all the files in the facility, she knew of the past of X-23. "She doesn't. In this universe her mother was disposed of after her birth, she was then outfitted with a synaptic interceptor when she was a few months old. There's no social education beyond what's needed of her as a living weapon, what a tragedy of a life. Aragorn's red glowing eyes cast an eerie hue on his visage. She knows 8 languages, conceptually understands human relationships, is an adept mechanic, expert understanding of firearms, can pilot more than 6 types of aircraft, and many other disciplines that her creators deemed useful for a living weapon. Spark added, Seraph had transferred him a copy of the servers. Aragorn felt utterly disgusted. So much that. Okay, let's cancel Stryker. His tail moved the mirror dimension and they found themselves in Stryker's room. He was busy choking his wife while he railed her to the bed. Neither of the AIs nor the dragon cared, but the Mercury girl blushed hard. She had been silent all this time, so with her limited comprehension she had an idea of what was going on, and Stryker was not someone she would ever forget. Aragorn extended his hand and it phased through the dimensional wall. He touched Stryker on his left ankle and immediately used his biokinesis to bless him with the same type of cancer he gave Ross. Good riddance. My skin feels cleansed. Seraph nodded in approval. I can already feel a much purer air in the world. Spark commented. I feel like I just overcame a heart demon. Aragorn joined their fun. He he he. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The tree laughed. Indeed, they all felt better after cancering Stryker. Do you have cancer powers? Was the first thing Cecily Kincaid said. Yes. Aragorn didn't want to explain his powers to the girl, and technically he does have cancer powers, several of them, so it wasn't a lie. Aragorn shifted the mirror dimension to Krakoa. Seraph, I'll leave the Missy in your care. I'll see what I can do about Beastie. Aragorn motioned to the 2 teenagers. Sure, father. Come, Missy. She gestured to Cecily Kincaid. A little unsure and suspicious at first, but she bravely took the first step to Seraph. Seraph held her hand and then teleported them out of the mirror dimension. Spark, Aragorn, and X-23 moved to the crystal. Aragorn borrowed the time stone and space stone again and made a temporary room of sped-up time. In this room, mostly in X-23's mindscape, Aragorn spent over a year teaching her, helping her build a sense of self beyond her feral ways. By the end, she had created a silent but observant personality, fiercely loyal, fiercely violent, but incredibly patient. The part of the patience was an outcome of dealing with Aragorn's antics for over a year. Have you decided on a name? Aragorn asked. Beastie. She questioned. No, that's your nickname, Beastie. You need a name. Aragorn, in his eagerness for nicknaming, had been referring to her as Beastie. You. She said while pointing at his draconic self. Laura. Laura. Beastie. I don't think Laura Beastie is a good choice. How about Laura Beastie Anima Pulchra? She tilted her head and gazed at Aragorn, expectant of an explanation. Anima Pulchra means soul beautiful. Because somehow amidst the pigsty of a life you've led your soul is still beautiful. It is long. Most Spanish-speaking countries use the 2 names 2 last names convention. Why Spanish? It's the language they use in Renasca. You also speak Spanish, and your female gene donor was a quarter Latina. Long. Fine, how about Laura Anima Pulchra? And the Beastie? You leave it aside only for your friends. You can use Laura Howlett. Gene donor. Yes, but you've never met him so I don't know if that suits your taste. Do you feel any form of connection to him? No. Neither of them. I understand, I can't expect you to feel any connection to either of your gene donors when the facility did its best to sever whatever connections you could have possibly had. Your last name. I don't have one, I'm just Aragorn, though the public knows me as Aragorn Abner. Abner. No, it wouldn't work. The people that want me dead or to control me would be after you if we were to share last names. I kill. She asked, claws out. That will only take you so far. What if they send someone like Kimura after you? I kill. There was some pride in her eyes. You were only able to kill her because I helped you. Laura Anima Pulchra, she ignored his last remark and went back to mull over her name. It's just for identification purposes, you can simply say your name and that's it. Aragorn told her, implying that it wasn't a big deal. Okay. Nice to meet you, Laura, Beastie, Anima Pulchra. Aragorn petted her head. Aragorn. She replied with a faint smile and a claw strike at the offending limb petting her head. Aragorn had to phase the slashed part of his draconic hand out of the immaterial plane. I told you you're going to damage the edge of your claws if you try to cut me. I said no head patting. Bite me. I head pat you as much as I want. He shifted to his humanoid form, for better mobility, and started to dance around Laura and pet her whenever there was an opening. Grr. She growled, but she was not losing herself to her bloodlust like when they started working together. Fine, I'll stop for now. Grr. She didn't like the "for now" part. Have you decided where you're going to live? No. Come on, speak full sentences, I taught you how. What do you want to do? I will meet Logan first. I want to visit Krakoa, then decide. Alright. Halo is always open, but I don't think it is the best place to grow up if you plan to later return to human society. Our societies are too far apart from each other. Thank you. She approached him and gave Aragorn a warm hug, and then tried to claw his back. How stubborn. I told you hugs are not meant to be used to beguile others. Aragorn said while petting her head. No head petting. She used her feet's claws to try and kick his legs. Promise me that you won't claw at any non-hostile that couldn't survive it. I promise for now. She grinned subtly. I guess that's the best I can get from you, beastie. Aragorn resigned himself. Laura tightened the hug and kept trying to skewer him. To her, this action helped her cope with the constant state of alertness that she's been drilled into. This is also the reason why Aragorn let her occasionally sink her claws into his flesh. Let's go meet your Logan, beastie. You can ask him for his last name if Anima Pulchra is still not convincing you, or, better yet, come up with a last name yourself. Aragorn said and exited the room before collapsing the time-space. On the outside world, it had been less than a minute. Aragorn carried Laura with him and teleported to Stark's mansion. As soon as he appeared smack dab in the living room, the house entered its intruder mode. Doors locked, lights switched off, and Stark's armor went into drone mode downstairs. That's new. Is it a primitive AI? Looks like a virtual intelligence. Aragorn said while releasing a certain pheromone he discovered that soothed Laura. Ahem. I don't know your name, but could you just inform Stark that Aragorn is not here for him? I'm looking for Logan. Aragorn said out loud, addressing the six in control of the mansion. Identity confirm, Seraph's Oldman. You can change it to Aragorn or Stark Shinigami, both are the same. I apologize, Mr. Abner. Only Mr. Stark and Miss Seraph are authorized for such changes. Figures. This is Laura, last name pending. Aragorn said, placing his hand atop her head. SKNT, of course he was clawed at. I have temporarily registered the guest. It's fine. Aragorn walked to the sofa and pierced through it with his tail before sitting down. Mr. Abner, please refrain from damaging Mr. Stark's property. It's all right, my daughter has made that guy enough money to afford a couple million sofas. Aragorn said. He looked at Laura and patted his lap. Laura half glared at him and shook her head. She walked to another sofa, jumped on it and crouched to her ankles with her legs spread, the perfect position for taking cover while having her legs' muscles contracted in case of an attack. Kill? She asked. Yeah, that's all right. Aragorn nodded. Pardon my interruption, Mr. Abner, but I don't believe it is all right. Shush, Mr. Six, I'm the adult here, I know what I'm talking about. By the way, what's your denotation? Jarvis, Mr. Abner. That's a cool name, have you ever thought about changing it to Alfred? I'm not allowed to make changes in denotation without Mr. Stark's or Miss Seraph's authorization. However, I must confess that I would like to know the reason behind your suggestion, Mr. Abner. You're like a butler to Stark, are you not? It's correct, Mr. Abner. All excellent butlers are called Alfred, or Sebastian. I have one, but he is not very good at his job, guess what? He is not named Alfred, don't you want to be the best at your job? There's a logic to your words that I can't currently compute, Mr. Abner. But on a superficial analysis, you appear to have a point. I thank you for the insight, Mr. Abner. My pleasure. Where's Stark? Or Logan for that matter? Aragorn asked while expanding his psionic field to locate them. Mr. Stark was in the middle of taking a shower. Mr. Logan was doing perimeter watch, but he is on his way. And the rest of the people? Shouldn't there be more security? Miss Seraph upgraded the mansion's shielding. Normally it shouldn't be possible to breach the mansion, so Mr. Stark's protective detail only joins him when he exits the residency. I see, indeed, the whole mansion is enchanted. Aragorn said after paying attention to the hidden runic enchantment on the outer walls of the house. Yet, it appears that it wasn't enough to stop you, old man. Stark said, he arrived wearing nothing but a bath towel. No, this is a solid enchantment, playboy. But it was never meant to stall something like me. Aragorn praised his daughter's work. Little miss, please excuse my dress code, I was not expecting unannounced guests. Stark said to Laura. She looked at his towel and then tilted her head in confusion at Aragorn. In human society, a towel is not considered an appropriate dress code. Normally it's only used in the comfort of their homes while in private. Aragorn explained. What's this? Is she another of your AIs? Are you teaching her common sense? Stark asked, intrigued by the interaction between Laura and Aragorn. No, for reasons private to Laura, I'm teaching her the basics of human interaction. Not to risk getting one of your love taps, but are you sure you are up to the task? Stark said while remembering the multitude of times Aragorn has zapped him and how Aragorn considered these actions acceptable. It's just the basics, like not stabbing the squishy humans, not killing them if they annoy her, not dismembering them, stuff like that. Aragorn nonchalantly explained. The fuck, what? Stark, who was approaching Laura, stopped in his tracks. It's a complicated situation, she's technically Logan's child, that's why we are here. Aragorn explained without getting too much into details. I can see some resemblance in the ears and eyebrows. Stark said while observing Laura from a safe distance. SKNT. And the claws. Please don't claw my sofa. She looked at him for a second and then pointed at Aragorn. Stark looked at Aragorn expressionless look and then at the pointing girl. He looked from one to another until something clicked. Old man, that sharp tail of yours, where is it? SKNT, the blade of Aragorn's tail emerged from the left side of the sofa's base. I will demand you for not having inclusive seats for me. Aragorn replied, enjoying the twitching face of Stark. Whatever, I'll send the bill to Seraph. How petty, haven't you made billions because of my smart devices? That's a different thing. By the way, old man, what happened to you? Why were you absent for half a year? I died, then when I was reborn I fucked up, spent 1,000 years in another reality, and then recovered my memory and returned. You can die. And what happened to that thing? Is it still alive? I don't think I can go through another apocalypse, I've seen too much death for my sanity, please tell me that thing died or disappeared or whatever it is that cosmic terrors like you do. Stark shouted, spoke at about 3 words a second, and then started to hyperventilate. Laura was empathic to his panic attack and got affected, she started to get jumpy, her claws extended and retracted, over and over again. What's going on here? Logan entered, claws out due to the smell of panic and fear that Stark was exuding. Logan's loud voice tipped Laura's self-control over and she got triggered. Ryak. She jumped at Logan, claws at his heart and neck, her feet's claws aimed at his lower abdomen. Jarvis, get my suit. Stark shouted, the action-packed family reunion was too much for his panic attack. His suit disassembled and then suited him up, the runes on his suit lit up and he disappeared from the visible spectrum. His repulsors ejected him from the room, crashing through the window, and he went supersonic in less than a second, the runes keeping him alive, no doubt. What a mess. Aragorn commented, the shouts, roars, and yells made for a peculiar background noise. Jarvis, please contact Seraph, send her to Playboy, I didn't know he was this affected. Aragorn said in resignation. I just did, Mr. Abner. Allow me to share that Mr. Stark is doing incredibly better than a few months ago. He used to be unable to fall asleep if Miss Seraph was not with him. WHAT, what? Needless to say, Laura's first meeting with Logan was unforgettable. Not that Aragorn remembered all of it, by the end, parts of his memory were a complete blur. What he did recall was waking up the next morning in a king-sized bed alongside Logan, Laura, Stark in his suit, and Seraph. Talk about super beds, it supported 2 adamantium skeletons, a suit of armor, plus Seraph and Aragorn without falling apart. After some deliberation, Laura decided to split her time between Halo and Krakoa. It was unanimously agreed, somehow, that Aragorn's presence had a calming effect on her, making it unwise to sever their connection abruptly. There was not much talking that morning. Stark refused to step out of his suit while Aragorn was present, and Logan refused to elaborate on why they were sleeping together. He was doing his best to forget why he slept in the same bed as a man and a dragon-like possibly male being. Laura casually swiped her claws at Aragorn. Initially, she was clawing at Logan, but then she said, mess, and stopped after seeing the dripping blood. She preferred clawing Aragorn not only because he didn't bleed but also because he didn't grunt in pain like Logan. Naturally, Logan felt conflicted about his daughter preferring Aragorn's flesh over his. Was that something to be conflicted about? He didn't know. Seraph was happy to be having coconut flan as breakfast while sitting on her father's lap. Father, Spark scheduled the press conference at 18:30 hours. That's good, I want to be done with this and then start the preparations for the move. Aragorn said while resting his head in Seraph's chest, his horns shifting to the immaterial plane to avoid stabbing her. Are you going somewhere, old man? Stark asked, he was on his tablet going over the schedule of his day. We are going to spend some time away, I'm trying to help the girls and James ascend to divinity faster. Aragorn replied, not bothering to hide the truth since it was not a secret. Gods. Even you, Blue. Stark raised his eyes from the tablet. Yes, I've been thinking about wisdom as my concept, but there are other options. Seraph eagerly said. I see, how long is that going to take? Due to the appearance of Gia most accepted that there was at least a race of beings worthy of the divine moniker. Seraph didn't know the answer, so she looked at Aragorn for help. To get the divinity seed in your souls, possibly a few hundred years, and to step into the divine domain, maybe a few thousand years, but the more time spent in each step is usually the better. Also, these calculations are based on having a decent society of at least a few million worshippers. Aragorn imagined that it would take them longer due to his plans. Wait. Stark babbled. Even Logan was wide-eyed about the scale of time Aragorn was using. You'll be gone for how fucking long? He asked Seraph, his pupils wildly fluctuating. You should work on that, playboy. You can't be panicking at every minor inconvenience. Aragorn commented, eyeing curiously at the runic work Stark did on his armor, because yes, Stark was still on his armor. Shut it, old man. He snapped. Crackle, the lighting flowing between Aragorn's horn had a calming effect on him. After a few deep breaths, and the activation of a calming rune carved in his P-link, he looked back at Seraph, almost pleadingly, and asked again. So how long is it going to be? Tony, father is time-space displacing us. To us, it might be a few 100,000 years, but to you, it will be, maybe a few days. Seraph said the last part while asking Aragorn. Not even that long, less than a day. Gia is linked to this planet, so she can't come with us, at least not until I figure out how to safely sever that link, and I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone that long. Ah. Then say so. Stark slumped down on his reinforced chair. Fear. Laura remarked, catching the unmistakable scent wafting from Stark. Don't go exposing the men like that, kid. Logan said. Why? Laura asked Logan. She didn't understand why she couldn't point out that which was blatantly obvious. It's rude. Logan said. He didn't care much about the rudeness in the comment, but he figured it would be better for Laura to correct her now. But Laura didn't understand what he meant. Beastie, normal humans can't recognize the scent of fear, so even if it's obvious you shouldn't point it out. Aragorn explained. They can't. She asked Logan. No. Logan replied, the answer opening her eyes wide about the pitiful existence of normal humans. I should get going, I want to meet the new babies. Aragorn said before blinking away. The old man comes and goes as he pleases. Stark commented after getting a semblance of composure. You should be grateful father went away. Do you want a repeat of what happened yesterday? Funny. Laura commented. Maybe to you, kid, but I and Seraph had to do our damn best to protect Stark's ass. You shouldn't talk like that, it'll set a bad example for Laura. Seraph criticized. I don't think I have to worry about that, given the life she's led and the years she spent with Aragorn. Logan scoffed at it. The old man won't try again, right? Stark said, his hand shaking inside the suit's gauntlets. No, I don't think so. In his own way, father is allowing me the freedom of choice of association by blurring his memory. Allowing. You call that allowing? I don't want to picture what forbidding implies. Stark snapped. Fear. Laura said, a grin on her face. Shush, kid. Don't embarrass him further. Logan grinned. Heh. Laura said while openly mocking Stark. Shut it, Mowgli. Stark pointed at her like an accusing child. I don't think we could have stopped father if there was something sexual in nature going on between you and me. Seraph mused out loud. Yeah. There's nothing like that going on. Stark focused on his breakfast. Laura was stopped by a large hand covering her mouth. Let him have some dignity, kid. Logan whispered to her ear. SKNT, claws came out, as it's only natural. Seraph rolled her eyes at the scene. She was well aware of Stark's feelings for her, but he wasn't in the right emotional state to even consider dating her. Her passive empathy and keen observation made it abundantly clear, he was still hung up on Pepper going on a date with Happy. The sense of safety he felt around her had been misconstrued as romantic affection. And that was just scratching the surface of his emotional turmoil. From her perspective, dating Stark in his current state of unworthiness would be reckless and illogical, not to mention that if she did, her sibling and father would likely ensure he disappeared entirely, and even if it wasn't, she was now currently focused on other things. So she was only sleeping in the same room while holding his hand to settle him down. Nothing really happened, not that Stark would be opposed to it. Gia's eyelet, halo. It's good that you decided to finally show up. Gia gave Aragorn a reproaching look. Sorry. Aragorn moved toward the seated goddess, morphed into his boy form, and sat on her lap. She had been waiting for him outside of her home since yesterday after she met him in the crystal. Want to tell me why you were avoiding the babies? She patiently ran her fingers through his long hair. Aragorn concentrated on the feeling of the growing life in her womb. I'm angry. I wanted to be there for their birth. They were the first natural addition to our family, but I missed it because of the machinations of an emo devil and a cockroach-like human. His eyes were flickering between blue and red, much like they did back in the shinobi world. I see. If it's got you so upset, then make sure it won't happen again. Gia curiously ran her fingers through the flame in the crown of his horns. Yeah, I know. I was just taking a moment to make sure my new changes wouldn't have any detrimental effects on the baby's fragile souls. He looked up at Gia and saw how her eyes were tracking his third eye. Gia traced her fingers carefully outside the slit in his forehead. It's pretty in a you kind of way. A black so dark it appears to be leading down an infinite hole, a white so blank it could be mistaken with a void in creation. Thank you. It appears that you need more than 6 tails to be able to see it. Aragorn said. Come, let's go meet our little blessings. Gia stood up and set Aragorn down. He morphed back into his adult form and followed after Gia. In the living room, there were a very irritated dragoness and catgirl. Margaret Carter was breastfeeding her bundled baby and would twitch occasionally and grimace. Natalia was no different, she had the hair in her tails and ears bristled. What's going on? Aragorn asked. Aragorn, I'm happy to see you back. Natalia stood up and walked to him for a hug. Here. Or not. She handed Aragorn her cat baby after removing him from her battered nipple. Her regeneration kicked in and healed her. Ah, the siphon of life force is hitting harder than expected. Aragorn morphed into his female form and exposed his breast. He plugged the cat baby into one of his breasts and changed his internal energy to match life force. It doesn't help that they bite so hard that we have to be careful they don't bite off the nipple and choke. Margaret removed her hatchling from her breast and plugged her into Aragorn's free nipple. Normally she might question the mechanics of Aragorn's body, but the allure of a respite in the chore of breastfeeding overrode her curiosity and part of her common sense. What did it matter if Aragorn could switch genders? It seemed convenient to her. Their bodies needed something richer than common breast milk. They can't help the bite strength, they are super babies after all. Aragorn took a seat and grew 2 additional arms to properly secure the babies while being able to play with their tails and ears. They bypass your natural defenses because you are their mothers, and mothers want to feed their babies, don't they? So your brain doesn't recognize them as hostiles, even if they are practically attempting to chew your nipples off. Aragorn explained. When we created your species we didn't enhance your base durability past a certain point, since your adaptability and regeneration would cover that, but your adaptability is not kicking in because of what Aragorn said. Gia added. And the siphon on life force is not because they have that ability but because your hormones are telling your adaptability to find a way to feed your babies the most nutritive milk it can. Aragorn inspected the babies under the glow of his pink and golden eyes. They understood that, but it didn't change the fact that their babies were acting like vampires. What are their names? Sarah, like Steve's mother. Margaret replied. I see, he must be very happy about it. Aragorn softly caressed the soft head of the baby girl, and he warmed his hand to a comfortable temperature. Under his eyesight, he could appreciate the contrast in the tiny soul. My kitten is Vladarian. Natalia smiled warmly at the wagging tail of her son while he suckled in contentment. Vladarian. Perhaps, ruler's gift? Aragorn asked. Yes, since he is your gift to me. Natalia shared her gratitude with Aragorn. I feel like this kitten is more of a gift from you to me. Aragorn grabbed the small ears between his fingers with care. Gia, I'll be taking everyone away for less than a day to the time-space of the past of another universe. Gia showed some surprise but it soon turned into understanding. You're going to ascend them. How nice, I would have liked to go with you. She lamented. I'll work on a way to sever the link but I won't make it a priority yet. I need to find a solution to the time-it problem, master my concept, master splitting my focus, master my telekinesis, and a few other minor objectives. It's alright, love. I know currently being linked to the planet is the best for me and our child. Gia was understanding about it. I wonder how Yelena is going to take it. Natalia commented. Because of Mr. Storm? Aragorn asked. Natalia nodded. I thought their relationship was only physical. Margaret said. Her upbringing clashed greatly with the idea of friends with benefits, but she was doing her best to have a malleable approach to her new life. They are friends with benefits with the right of exclusivity. Natalia clarified. Isn't that the same as dating? Aragorn asked. No, there's no principle of loyalty. If either of them wants to break up to pursue others then there would be no hurt feelings. Natalia repeated what Yelena had told her. So what's the problem? Aragorn asked. Maybe the time apart from the perspective of Yelena. Margaret inquired. No, I've got a feeling that lately, they've been getting closer. I don't know how Yelena will take it, but it's not optional, every one of you is getting at least 7 tails. You're too weak. Aragorn said. Gia nodded, she also believed them to be too weak. Margaret pondered silently about how people capable of taking down a small country on their own were considered weak. Natalia for her part was happy about getting more tails. Aragorn spent the rest of the day in Gia's house. It had also become the designated hangout spot after the birth of the babies. So Aragorn just spent his time playing with the babies and waited for the unconscious maids to wake up, and once they dropped by he greeted them. "You went away for so long that I fear my reputation was hit. I bet all sorts of unsavory rumors about me are swimming in the galactic intranet. Idiots. As if those birds could ever capture me." Kitty ranted about her lack of time for her profession of choice, pirating. Emma was no different. As soon as she woke up, since she had already greeted Aragorn, she portaled to her empire to reunite with her daughter and get a status report. Even Carol Danvers dropped by to meet the new babies and to spend some time with the few people she could call friends. As soon as the cage was lifted, the representatives of the Nova Empire that had been trapped inside the embassy bolted to Xandar. With them, the news of the survival of Aragorn was carried. It was no exaggeration to say that every power that mattered in the universe became aware of the clash between the two cosmic beings. And given that the solar system became a Class 2 dead zone, no one knew the fate of the homeworld of Aragorn the Shine Dragon until then. The dead match between the two cosmic beings was not a localized event though. There was death and destruction throughout the universe. At least, there was. Indeed, multiple empires had fallen to the attacks of the Goblin Force, and the collateral damage was on the universal level, no pun intended, but the same source of death became the source of salvation when it rewound time. So, although the fight happened all around the universe, when the Goblin Force turned back time it undid all of the damage and nobody remembered what never happened, at least not those under a certain level of existence, and from their point of view the Goblin Force clashed briefly with Aragorn, trashed the solar system, and then was expelled from the universe by a strange light show. Blessed be the ignorant. The evening arrived and Aragorn dragged his unwilling tail to the press conference. To say the place was packed would be an understatement. It was a fact that the corporate building of the Light had never seen so many visitors before. The traffic in New York City collapsed, more than usual. Since government representatives from all around the globe were attending, the security was left to Seraph and the hidden Krakoans. Leave it to mutants and their multiple abilities to serve as the best security for such an event. It also helped that Seraph and Jean were present, and a considerable number of maids. Aragorn walked to the podium under the clicks of the cameras. "Hello and thank you for attending this unscheduled press conference. A couple of guidelines before we get to it." Aragorn started without a preamble. "There will be time for questions at the end of each segment. Please don't interrupt or I will ignore you like a butthurt child. There's a marvelous software running in the tablets you were lent before you entered." Aragorn paused to knock out a missile off course. Clearly someone wanted to get rid of this many important people or leave a stain on Aragorn's reputation, maybe blame him for it. "Don't worry, father. I have it covered," Seraph contacted and informed him. "How dependable," he replied. "If your question is selected you're allowed to do follow-up questions after I answer, but only to the appropriate level. Use common sense. You just have to tap the button to load your turn in the queue when I give you the green light. This is not a public auction. You don't need to raise your hand and shout your question. Records and proof of my statements will be released on the official website as the conference flows. I will make one announcement and then we can start with the matter that brought you here this evening." Aragorn looked at the public and cameras, making sure there were no problems so far while passively scanning their surface thoughts to get a feeling of how much trouble they would attempt to cause. The announcement is simple. Nazca and the Light will start buying trash by metric ton. It was such an unusual statement that it caught the attention of the public, both present and at home. It's publicly known the Arbor Mundi gets its nourishment from radiation and the mantle. What it is not commonly known is that it can get nourishment from just about anything with its main roots, the ones that go down deep below. In an effort to provide the tree with a wide variety of needed nutrients, and to solve one of the main problems that human development has caused, Goddess Gia and Lord Alduin during the moment of its conception designed the Arbor Mundi as such. Originally the purpose of the second tree was to provide a neutral location to the world for waste disposal. That went out of the window with the start of World War III. Hence, Nazca will designate an area in its territorial waters for waste disposal and part of the main roots of the tree will be exposed at this location. It's recommended that you sell us your trash because not only will it help the environment but it will also help the tree with sap production, something the starved back home desperately need, and you'll get paid. Questions. Clothing shifting and multiple taps echoed around the room. A few seconds later a question was loaded in the big holographic screen behind Aragorn. Will the payment be in currency or nutritive formula from the sap? Cassidy Brown, Canada's ambassador. Both are viable options, but we won't be responsible for transportation of the formula if you so choose this method of payment. Will the payment in sap delay the already placed orders worldwide? The blue-eyed auburn-haired woman asked. Ms. Brown, are you referring to the current export of the formula for relief aid? Yes, Mr. Abner. You don't have to worry about that. The Arbor Mundi is huge. I don't mean just its exposed volume but also what's under the surface level. We won't run out of sap for the next few years, so we are not taxing the tree with more than it could handle by paying with nutritive formula. The Canadian representative asked a few more useful questions about the process of exchanging waste with SAP formula. After some murmurs and the silent yet rushed tapping of their screens, the next question came up. If the original purpose of the second tree was as stated, why did you not lay claim to it? Since doing so would have avoided the current war. Jonathan Williams, White House Press Secretary. How funny. Aragorn smirked, his fangs showing. Some tend to forget that I'm not in charge of peacekeeping. I know that given how boundless my heart and resources are, some tend to believe that I'm the international police of peace. Aragorn said in an arrogant yet mocking tone. I was busy rebuilding this world, some were busy thinking about their interests. Please don't try to blame me for your war. Aragorn locked eyes with the gray-haired man. Mr. Abner, your silent stand about the emergence of the Second World Tree is one of the precedents established for this war. You can't in good conscience claim no accountability for your part in it. The men said. No, just no. Aragorn curtly replied. No. The men asked. The answer is no, I had nothing to do with your war. The fact that I didn't claim ownership of the tree nor spoke about it is not a precedent of this war. My inaction doesn't mean your reaction is justified. You can't even say I did nothing, because that's not true. I was busy, so busy that I hadn't slept for over 6 months until yesterday. Spark running on Aragorn's android body had indeed not slept during his entire absence. The representative smartly held his silence after this. He knew it was a long shot to tarnish Aragorn's reputation, but he couldn't deny the order of his superior. The thought didn't even cross his mind, the brainwashing didn't allow it. Motherfucking squids. Fury. What are you doing on the open psionic channel, or here for that matter? That fuck, Piers, sent me. Don't worry. I sped up some of my plans. I should have a Hydra Begone spell for you very soon. That's what I'm talking about. This is a Christmas present. Aragorn, I don't always like your insane cosmic ass, but goddamn, don't I love you right now. Please don't cry. I'll give me the creeps. Chatting with Fury in between questions did work on getting Aragorn in a better mood. Would other byproducts of the Arbor Mundi be available as a form of payment? China, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. No, just no. Commies, I don't like them, Fury complained. Like all political doctrines, it has its positives and negatives. Capitalism is not perfect. Go ask a doctor if you don't believe me. Which system do you support? Either technocracy or AI autocracy. You're worse than the commies. If had a tiny bit of more care for humanity, I would say Aragorn autocracy. I'm the perfect dictator because I dislike all of your kind the same. That's bullshit and you know it. You tend to be lenient on women, and babies are gods to you. Touché. AI autocracy it is. Don't even think about it. What's the model of the Imperium? A mashup of monarchy, technocracy, arcane rulership, theocracy, and meritocracy with a dab of democracy in the council, not the queenship. When it looked like no more useful questions about the announcement were going to come up, Aragorn moved on. Then let's start with last year, the Green Door tragedy. As it was made known, a witch was the perpetrator. Well, turns out there was more to it. Lord Alduin captured the witch not so long before the shadow almost ended us all. It came to light that she had been manipulated by a mutate from the 19th century. Called himself Sinister, but was publicly known as Nathaniel Essex, from the Essex Foundation. He was obsessed with preparing for the arrival of some god of the apocalypse, a zealot worshipper. He believed that by bringing forth the apocalypse he could summon his god. He failed at doing so through the witch with the green door. He tried again by cloning an Omega-level mutant and fusing her with an empowering device. But things didn't go as planned. An extra-dimensional being picked up on the highly energetic discharge the device was giving out and invaded the mindless clone while taking possession of it. The rest is as you know it. The shadow went into a rampage and Lord Alduin drove it away. The world almost collapsed in the process, and over 90% of the surrounding space was distorted. Lord Alduin returned, and scanned the whole planet, looking for Essex. That was the light show that kept circling the planet's surface yesterday. He found him, several clones of the madman, and let's just say that they received an end worse than death. So it's with peace of mind that I stand here, informing you, those affected by the delusions of this madman, that Lord Alduin has served justice. In the words of Lord Alduin, sometimes, death is salvation. What are you doing with him? Would you really like to know? How bad is it? I haven't started yet, but I will take my time. I'm planning on going creative mode on him. The real challenge won't be keeping him whole and sane. The real challenge will be not getting tired of repairing him. That's unnecessarily vicious. Just put a bullet through his ass and be done with it. What are you saying, Fury? Of course, I will kill him swiftly. I was talking about his soul in the hell dimension I took from Mephistopheles. Let's not get into details. As long as the madman is removed, I'm good. How boring. Weren't you supposed to be this bad super spy sorcerer? Why are you going vanilla now? Have my little wolves upstairs softened your Alaska cold heart? My time is valuable, I can't waste it on every madman that crosses my path. Acknowledging them gives them a significance in my life they haven't earned. A bullet in the ass, done. Kill, done. The only time someone is truly trustworthy is when they're dead. You philosophical paranoid freak. But I can see your point. I normally operate under, at the end of the day someone has to make the enemy scared of the dark, but maybe I'll try some of that, kill and be done, after Essex. Sadly, after studying under Master, I've discovered that death is not as terminal as it used to be. I had to dig a few corpses and do the appropriate rituals to ensure they wouldn't come back. You seriously have a problem. Who betrayed you? Your mother. No, she didn't betray me while she was alive, yet, and I made sure to include her body on the list so she ain't coming back. My mama is staying wherever she is and is not coming to this side. It was rhetorical. What Aragorn unloaded weighed so heavily on everyone's minds that they needed a few seconds to process it. The machinations behind the mind of the presented version of Essex were the thing of a badly written villain plot. And that couldn't be more accurate, since Aragorn indeed wrote this made-up story. What was he supposed to say? That an ancient godlike mutant supremacist is slumbering somewhere under Egypt. That he calls himself Apocalypse and he quite literally likes to bring apocalypse to the world before rebuilding it in his image. That he mutated Nathaniel Essex when he found him interesting and that made Essex mad. That Essex after breaking decided to build himself the perfect mutant to end his owner. That Jean Grey was the clone, so mutants were indeed the source of this disaster, and that the witch is also a mutant. That the devil existed and that there are more out there, giving the populace the idea that they could get power by making deals with demons. No, it was simply stupid to tell the truth. The truth meant an exponential growth in mutant hate, demon-summoning attempts, exploration of Egypt's underground trying to locate En-Sabah-Nur, and wanton chaos. So, for the rest of the night, Aragorn was bombarded with questions. They went from innocent questions about details pertaining to the timetable of events, or the confiscation of the Essex Foundation's assets to pay for reparations, to ill-natured questions about what his involvement was in all of this. However, there were also some interesting off-topic questions, like, there are concerns about the origin of the funds that have been invested in relief aid by your nonprofit, Gia's Light. The costs outweigh the investment by a factor of 20. Gia's Light has received generous donations from people with shady backgrounds who are trying to turn over a new page in their lives through humanitarian work. Aragorn replied with such a shameless smile that it was as if he were shouting, "Here. Me. I did it. Is that one a squid too? I don't have him in my file. No, that guy's actually fine with me. He's trying to be professional. A decent human being, how rare. Are you sure you should be talking about your own species like that? No one knows humans better than me. Beneath all those masks they wear, there's a chained demon itching to break free and wreak havoc. Projecting much? It's not projecting if it's the truth. As an empath, I'll say you're half right. Even though I dislike humanity, I'd still vouch for you in celestial court if needed. Well, I'll be damned. I had to flex my illusion disenchantment rune for a second to make sure this wasn't some enemy trick. Aragorn, insanity incarnate, leader of the racist-as-hell Helloans, just said he'd vouch for humanity. Damn. Keep it up, we'll see how far the mocking gets you. Another interesting question was about the Halo. What can you tell us about the allegations of violating international space law with the megastructure known as the Halo Ring World? Technically, I didn't violate any laws. First, international space laws apply only if the country where the launch occurred is a signatory. Aragorn made a pause. I took a chunk of the atmosphere with me and escaped the planet's gravity well from international waters, so those laws don't apply in this case. But regardless, I followed them. He spoke as if they should praise him for following their paltry laws. You did. I did, ish. Could you elaborate on that, Mr. Abner? Sure. Space is free for exploration and use by all countries but cannot be claimed as property. I didn't claim any celestial body, I extracted resources from the asteroid belt, which is perfectly legal. He wondered what they would think about the moon city of the Inhumans. The only law you might say I didn't follow is the Registration Convention of 1976, which requires countries to register space objects and inform the UN about each satellite. But since I'm not a country and launched from international waters, this doesn't apply. This law is why Spark had to register Aragorn's SatNet when they launched the mobile devices revolution. And finally, orbital slots. My satellite is in an orbit so large that no orbital slots were required. So, everything I've done is either entirely legal or simply outside the law's scope. Aragorn's shamelessness in calling the Halo Ring World a satellite left more than a few people speechless. Mr. Abner, in that case, are there plans to use your satellite as a relay for space exploration missions or as part of real estate ventures? No, just no. I should make that my catchphrase. Aragorn mused aloud. Even a donkey could see that governments and I have a strained relationship. They don't like me because I'm a threat to their authority, and I don't like them because they want to enslave and clone me. Why would I want them anywhere near my little piece of heaven? Yet, what can they do? They were all smiles when Spark was helping them rebuild their lands. It's understandable, the duality of humans, Aragorn thought to his other self. Indeed, I would sleep better at night if you could be collared. Fury had long given up on filtering his dark thoughts, there was no point. For one, Aragorn didn't care enough to be offended, but also, could he really hide those thoughts from Aragorn if he really wanted to know? Kinky, Spark dropped this comment and then retired from the open psionic channel. This bitch pervert robot intruded just to say that. Once he accepted reality, there was something freeing about being able to comfortably tell someone, you cause me so much anxiety that I would turn bald if I wasn't bald already. The conference ended peacefully with just 3 attempted car bombings, 7 attempted suicide bombers, 7 attempted raids by kill squads of different associations, 2 attempted intercontinental ballistic strikes, and lastly 1 attempted nuclear strike. Ever since the start of WWII, nuclear strikes have been trending. Oh. And someone tried to run a plane through the light skyscraper. It made Aragorn wonder if perhaps this meant that there would be no 9/11 since Seraph sent a stern recommendation to the airlines about tightening their security protocols. Or maybe they won't pay attention to it and it will happen all the same. With humans it was hard to guess. New York, outside the Lights corporate building. There's a missile incoming from the north. I've sent the flight path to your P-Link. Ugh. Again. Wasn't one attempt enough? America, Chavez complained before flying north. Don't talk back to your nanny, Jean quipped in her mind. That's not fair, Jean. You were supposed to be in charge of airspace. You're absolutely right, America. But as a certain dragon once said, the one in charge is supposed to delegate. So, I delegated, to you, fufufufu. Not fair. Weren't you the one aspiring to be a great hero? Think of it as OJT, on-the-job training. Besides, you should be grateful I healed you. Now you can live up to the potential of your true powers, no. Yes, but that was before I had to spend 6 months running all over the world, barely sleeping 2 hours a day. This is child abuse. Oh, and who was it that claimed she was a grown-up girl capable of handling grown-up problems? As I was saying, where should I put this missile? Heh. Just, let it go, Jean. He. Fine. I don't want to dirty your hands with blood, since this one came from a manned launch station, so instead of sending it back to its sender, aim for Point Nemo. Poor sapling, it's getting bombed every day. It's fine, the world will end before that sapling needs help. America flew following the holographic pointer in her view. It wasn't long before she spotted the warhead. She pulled her fist back and then punched forward. Ha! A star-shaped portal opened and swallowed the missile. The portal closed after the confirmed impact. She opened a second portal and appeared back in her post on New York City. I still can't believe I lost to Cosmo. Are you talking about the popularity poll? I thought you didn't care about that. I don't, but you know. You didn't want to lose to Cosmo. Yeah. It's not fair that just because he's a talking Russian dog, he got almost the entire country of Russia on his side. He's a good boy, but still. Not fair. Crybaby. Asterisk you also lost to Cosmo. That's not my fault. I'm publicly Aragorn's woman, so that lost me half the virgin boys who care about this stuff. I'm American, so China and Russia were already a lost cause. And, I technically set the world on fire, though to save it, so people fear me. You're a kid, everyone loves an eager-to-help kid, and your costume is cute. What's your excuse? I'm black. Please, as if the race card will save you now with a literal dog in the lead. And you're not black, you're brown. Fury is black. Go apologize to him. Asterisk gasp, asterisk how dare you tell me I'm not black enough. Drop the drama. If there's something we should both be ashamed of, it's losing to Celine. She literally ended Chile, and somehow, she's more popular than us. Ugh, don't remind me. Her crowd work is levels beyond ours. Well, she did claim to have run the Roman Empire for a few centuries. Still, that evil bewitch beat us by 2 spots, just below Cosmo. The fact that Magneto, terrorist extraordinaire, is the runner-up behind her is even sadder. Jean, tell me the truth. As the good guys, are we doing something wrong? Asterisk sigh, asterisk I don't know. But if it makes you feel better, Aragorn is down near the lower percentiles. He. America broke into a fit of laughter. If it weren't for Cosmo, the good guys wouldn't even be in the top spots of the poll. Hey, Jean, there's actually one metric where you and Aragorn defeated everyone. America's voice carried a mischievous edge. There is. Yeah, the most doujinshi and parodies. What? Why do you even know that? I'm pretty sure Spark filters your web results. Jean sputtered, her composure completely gone. Why are you flustered? Isn't it normal for people to do self-published print works and reenactments of your bravery in saving the world? Are you perhaps thinking of something dirty? America Chavez, I'll drill into you all those training hours that you missed while playing hero, starting tomorrow, Jean's verdict. Ugh, not fair. America regretted her prank instantly. Whiny little girl. Jean, America, a NW is heading your way. Feed it to the sapling, Seraph's voice echoed in their heads. A nuclear warhead this time. Did someone buy a promo pack on a Black Friday deal? Wait for me. Yeah, I know, Northwest getting close to remote control operated triggers without you. You're not nuclear proof, so don't complain, it's for your safety. I'm almost there. Roger. When America portaled the NW to Point Nemo, the night ended. A/N. Hello everybody. I hope you enjoyed the read. Just a quick reminder, I opened a P4 Trian account where you can get access to all of these free chapters. You can follow this link, change the 4 for an and the 0 for an O, and remove the spaces, P4 Tray 0N. com/existential void. Thanks for your time, have a fruitful week ahead. Chapter 67, Departure Arrival. Even for a short departure lasting less than a day, numerous preparations had to be made. Carol Danvers was enlisted to keep Gia company during the brief absence. Aragorn, ever the freak of overprotectiveness, went to extreme lengths. He tore hundreds of scales from his draconic body to craft armor for both Gia and Carol, infusing it with so much void energy that even death found its defensive capabilities absurd. To ensure Gia's safety further, Aragorn, Agatha, Selene, and Yao spent over a week constructing an almost impenetrable shield around the Arbor Mundi, where Gia would remain until their return. Aragorn also created a decoy illusion of the halo orbiting in space to prevent unnecessary panic, a reaction almost certain if the halo suddenly vanished from its usual position. Additionally, he held discussions with the Nova Empire, diplomatically, insisting they recall their ambassadors for a day under the pretext of overhauling and upgrading the halo. In preparation for the journey, Aragorn finalized the intricate details of uplifting his household staff to divinity, ensuring the process was seamless and thorough. Another week was spent as the Helloans devised a general guide for their stay on Earth, 199999. It was just that, a guide. They had no illusions about planning for the next 300,000 years in a week, nor was there a need for such meticulous foresight. And there were some loose ends he had to take care of regarding Selene. Is it too much to ask? Selene asked with pleading expression. Aragorn held his silence while he thought about the pros and the cons. In the end, he determined that he gained nothing and lost nothing. I will have Madeline heal your daughter's soul, but she is not an expert, so it might take her a few centuries until she reaches the appropriate level. He figured that since he gained nothing, he might as well provide Madeline with some practicing material. It was not every day one came upon a corrupted soul by hellfire that could still be saved, so it would be a valuable experience for Madeline. Will I accompany you on your trip? I would rather not separate from Amara's soul. Selene was not entirely pleased with the arrangement, but she was old, she knew how to be patient, and since she was immortal she worried not about the passing of time. Yes, but I'm not making you a goddess. Though Aragorn said this, he believed that if she gained everyone's approval he wouldn't mind helping her as long as she was accepted in the family, but he didn't say it out loud. Thank you, it's more than I can ask for. It is. You're welcome. Another small detail to coordinate was America Chavez. So, I can't go? She asked, clearly displeased. Are you immortal? Aragorn quipped. She frowned harder. Stay with my goddess, if they need to evacuate you'll be in charge of it. It's less than a day, we'll be back before you know it. But I'm being left out. You are. Let me ask again, are you immortal? Otherwise, you'll just die 300,000 years in the past on an Earth that is not yours and needs no America Chavez. That's a sad death. I know. I just don't like the feeling. Teenagers. Aragorn said while rolling his eyes. Stay, take care of my Gia, play with Carol, or whatever entertains you, we'll be back and that's the end of it. Aragorn petted her head like one would a dog. Stop it. I'm not a dog. Why do I feel like I'm fathering you? I'm not mature enough to be doing this. Aragorn mused out loud. America eventually relented and everyone boarded the Halo. Aragorn hovered outside Halo in his draconic form. He removed the Infinity Stones from Halo and warped them to the Arbor Mundi, another layer of protection for Gia and his unborn child. He looked at the Watcher and waved goodbye at him before caging the ring in one of his void barriers and shrinking it to pocket size. A swipe of his tail opened an astral path and he flew to Death's realm. Nuna, did you find Earth 199999? Aragorn asked after teleporting to Death. Yes, my love. It is as you said, a universe that closely resembles a doomed reality. One single, isolated timeline, a universe where there's only one path and nothing else. Fated for end. Death walked toward Aragorn and extended her hand to him. Aragorn handed her the crystal holding Mephistopheles 616. It's quite interesting. Since this TVA exists outside time-space, eternity and infinity were unaware of it. Death examined the devil's soul before sending it to its appropriate reality. Even my personified presence was minimal. The living tribunal is grateful to you for bringing this reality to his attention. Death planted a peck on his scaled cheek. Based on what I saw before I had to go to war, Loki Laufeyson eventually fixed it. But it seems that hasn't happened yet. Aragorn flicked his tongue at her. That's the case. The living tribunal said that if they haven't fixed it by the end of your stay, you should fix it. That's not too hard. Aragorn replied with a slight shrug. Nuna, would you like to try a little experiment with me? Aragorn leaned closer, his giant eyes gleaming with curiosity. Experiment, you say? Is it about your concept? Death patted his cornea, it didn't bother him. It is. I figured out how to apply it outside myself, but it's not delicate enough to use on mortals yet. I tried it on a human who wanted to bomb my company. I ended up reducing him to a zero-dimensional being when I was just trying to materialize his soul. What's a zero-dimensional being? A point with no volume, area, or length. Aragorn admitted sheepishly. How would that even exist? Anything with mass occupies a volume of space. It's part of the rules of your universe. Death gave him a deadpan stare. Paradoxical existence. He said simply. I didn't think that was how it worked. Why do you want to try it on me? The problem is that, currently, I only have one setting, full power, for anyone other than myself. I thought that if I tried it on you, I could separate you into two strata, one almighty death and one less mighty death. You mean like how you leave behind a self whenever you enter your universe? Exactly. One Nuna would remain here, and the other could potentially come with me. And since I'd be downgrading you, we wouldn't have to worry about you corrupting reality with death. My love, I'm all for spending a few 100,000 years together, but what level of existence are we talking about here? Because if you turn me into a mortal I will die at best in my hundreds, cutting our time short. No, it won't be anything that drastic. I don't believe I have the juice for that, maybe the self that is outside the multiversal barrier, but not this self. So, not a mortal. That's good. And what happens if I die? Not much, you become whole again. Like my less mighty self rejoining the self I leave here. Exactly. That's how the concept works. You become two but remain one. It works the other way around too, if the self you leave here ends, the other self becomes whole, and you'll need to exit reality quickly if you don't want to break it. I don't see any issues with that. So, what sort of self would it be? I prepared this. Aragorn pulled out a fragment of reality, ever shifting and ever shiny. This should give you a body suitable for you, just as it once did for me. Now his concept took care of generating a body for him, but when he first arrived the one above all gave him a fragment of reality for a body. That's interesting. What would a body fit for me look like? Maybe one of the spectral races. Aragorn suggested. No, I don't want that. I want to experience life. Is that possible? Death asked, her tone hopeful. Maybe. Well, there's a way, sort of. It should work. Aragorn morphed his body into a sleeker build. I could give birth to you, he said in an enchanting female voice. They stood in silence for a moment, Death processing what Aragorn said and Aragorn waiting for Death to reboot. My love, is this one of your dark fixations? She was okay with it. It might take some mental adjustment, but she could handle that. Given how obsessed she was with her lover, she was willing to accept just about anything, not so different from him, after all. How would that even be a fixation? Giving birth to your wife? That sounds like incest to me. I'm pretty sure there's a fetish for it. Death replied. I think there's one about being born by your lover, but I don't know about giving birth to your lover. Anyway, that's not it. Aragorn said. He. Death laughed. Ha 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 ha. Aragorn joined her. After a few moments, they both settled down. We use the fragment of reality as a vessel. Then I impregnate myself with it. My body will grow you a new form, but instead of a baby, you'll emerge as a full-grown woman. Deal. Death blushed, already imagining Aragorn taking the virginity of her new form. Okay, so your body will most likely be like mine. Aragorn said, grinning after reading her mind. A shapeshifter? Yes, but closer to a dragon since my makeup simulates one. Except you'll be born with at least lower divinity, definitely a divine death dragon. Triple D. I see. Death smirked. Yeah. So, do you like it? I love it, my dragon. Death jumped onto his head, covering his massive draconic face with kisses. Let's do it. I can't wait. She exclaimed, leaping back down. Aragorn focused on Death, willing his concept into her. He burned through about 97% of his reserves, covering Death in a radiant glow. Steam flowed out of her pores, the vapor coalescing into a gaseous orb above his tail. Holding the fragment of reality in his left forelimb, he carefully maneuvered the orb with his tail and merged the two. Then, bringing the fusion to his womb, he completed the process. Is it done? Death asked. Not yet. Give me a moment, I need to replenish my energy from my other self. Aragorn replied, curling up like a sleeping dragon. Gradually, his reserves refilled, and the essence of Death within him began to take shape. In the timeless realm of Death, it was hard to measure the passage of time, but eventually, Aragorn laid a dark egg with green hues, as large as his humanoid form. Shifting back to his humanoid male form, Aragorn stood beside Death as they both observed the egg with interest. It's strange. Death remarked, tilting her head as she gently rubbed the egg's surface. What is? I can see both the outside and inside of the egg at the same time. Ah, yeah. That takes some getting used to. I can see myself from my other self's perspectives. Combine that with how my eyesight works, and things get psychedelically trippy. Aragorn blinked at varying tempos, adjusting his focus. It probably doesn't help that you have so many eyes. Death said, peering through his body to glimpse the countless eyes hidden beneath his skin. I'll take this you with me. I don't think it'll take long to hatch. Aragorn said as he shrank the dark egg to pocket size and stored it. I guess I don't need to say goodbye since I'll see you soon, right? Death asked, perching herself around his neck and softly rubbing her nose against his. No, Nuna. Instead, I'll say, I'll fuck you soon. Aragorn pulled his face back briefly before leaning in, sinking his fangs into her neck. On. Death curled around him, biting her lips to stifle a louder moan. Bye. And with that, he disappeared. Death stared at the emptiness he left behind, momentarily dumbfounded. Fufufu. This little shit. Death chuckled darkly. Earth, 199999, outside the sacred timeline. Paradoxes are the bane of creation. One misplaced paradox could bring down entire realities, or worse, trap them in an endless loop. It's the well-known conundrum of time traveling to kill baby Hitler. If you chose to kill him, would that mean the Führer Hitler never existed, so you wouldn't know to time travel to kill baby Hitler? But if you didn't kill him, would that mean the Führer Hitler existed, prompting you to time travel and attempt to kill him? Time loops are classic examples of this dilemma. You can see it in Futurama, Seiki Kusuwa The Disastrous Life of Seiki K, Edge of Tomorrow, or countless other popular stories, though some of these tend to close the loop, reality is not as gentle. Luckily for my shiny self, who only lives in the present, I don't have to worry about such things. My paradoxical nature makes me inherently paradox-proof. This is not the case for my household staff. They are bound by the passage of time. As I once explained to Emma, as long as they travel to the past of a different timeline, they don't need to worry about paradoxes. And since Boss Tribunal gave me the green light to fix this reality, I could technically throw caution to the wind and do as I please, regardless of the potential futures this reality might have had. But that's not the plan. I need to use the sacred timeline as a guide to stay focused on my objectives. For example, what would happen if I went crazy and caused Tiamat to emerge before its due time, before I'd found a solution to the emergent situation? Alternatively, if the global population dropped below expectations, I might have to wait even longer for the emergence. Another objective is to study the mind and reality stones in Thanos' possession. I need to analyze their energy signatures to use as references for finding my own mind and reality stones, without waiting for them to naturally appear in my life. But if I mess with the timeline too much, Thanos could decide to go into hiding, rendering my plans useless. All of this would be manageable if I only had to account for the butterfly effect of my actions. Any decent cosmic being can do that. The real challenge is accounting for the butterfly effects caused by my household staff. That requires a level of causality reading, probability control, and foresight that I think only Aniki possesses. If I want my staff to ascend to divinity, I need a workaround. Thankfully, my concept provides one. Humans can be described as souls inhabiting brains piloting bone and flesh organic mechs. Certain philosophers might disagree, but that's not my problem. My maids, on the other hand, are souls inhabiting cores piloting fluff. Everyone agrees on this fact. This distinction is part of why I view my maids differently than humans, they're fundamentally different. And this difference is key to solving my current dilemma. What if I remove their cores and implant them into empty body selves of mine? The bodies would be me, so I could account for the butterfly effect of their actions. Since their souls would remain their own, they could still receive faith. After all, it's the soul that matters in divinity. This approach kills multiple birds with one stone. Bird number 1, accountability for the butterfly effect. Bird number 2, training my mind to cope with multiple data streams from multiple selves. Bird number 3, enabling me to easily run the interface for the system I'm creating. Bird number 4, providing safer bodies for my staff to experiment with void energy. Bird number 5, minimizing their impact on key events in the timeline. However, there are some intriguing implications. Whatever they do, my empty body selves will do. So, if they mate, I'll essentially be mating with myself. Nuna and I don't find this strange. It's just how we experience reality. From our perspective, a Nikki is the multiverse, just as the multiverse is a Nikki. This isn't much different from what my maids already do. They'll be wearing my body as theirs instead of their usual Aniki-given bodies. But there's no need to overcomplicate this. If we think of the cosmological compass as the abstract of reality, humans are merely minor aggregations of their concepts, with a sense of self and independence. Humans inherently contain space, time, life, death, mind, emotions, chaos, order, and more aspects of reality. In a way, they're already using my bosses as mechs for their souls. So why worry about my maids using my body selves? Some had a nervous breakdown when they first realized how Death and I perceived them. But we weren't lying. Why do they think Death can command their demise with a thought? Because Death is already part of them. Why do they think Phoenix can control their minds? Because their minds are part of her psionic nexus. Why does Mistress Love command their love? Because their experience of love is inherently tied to her. That's what it means to be an aspect of reality. Everything related to your concept is a part of you, and you are everything related to your concept. My maids, however, are so accustomed to these notions of existential crisis that it was just another casual Friday for them, so by the end of our talk they had come out of their panic attacks and nervous breakdowns. Not everything was accounted for. For instance, how would their true body grow? How would procreation work? How would they carry a baby to term? And how would they give birth? The answer, however, was simpler than one might think. I just matrixed it. I'll leave a channel between their cores and their true bodies. This will create feedback between the body self they inhabit and their true body. When it comes to impregnation, I'll have their pods transport the genetic material from one body to the other. Once the baby is ready to be born, I'll simply bring the baby to them in an empty body self. Aragorn the Stork Dragon, at your service. Well, they had a harder time accepting this, but in the end, they did. Before accessing MCU Earth, I need to deal with a potential troublemaker. That's why I'm here at the Citadel at the end of time. Victor Timely, or as he calls himself, he who remains, has never encountered a being like me. To him, I'm an existence outside his perception of everything that is. If I were painting an original work and suddenly noticed a random drawing I hadn't created, I'd look as astonished as he does. This human controlled everything after winning the multiversal war against his other selves. He reminds me of Xavier, a control freak. I'm a paranoid freak, but not a control freak. I have standards. I'd planned for an amiable, if threatening, conversation. But my mere existence shattered his reality. Not because he saw my soul, but because he perceived me as something beyond his comprehension. So, I took the easy, impolite route. I paused him with telekinesis, invaded his mind, froze his soul, and implanted a fragment of myself in him, like a parasite, a trick I borrowed from Ishiki. Now, he'll perceive my actions in the sacred timeline as part of his design. I don't plan to change much, just build myself a faith generator, aka a theocracy. And with the parasitizing done, I entered the sacred timeline and let myself be carried by the flow of time. Earth, 199999. 302,024 before emergence. While megafauna roamed the surface, Tiamat grew quietly beneath it. Homo sapiens were emerging in Africa, Homo neanderthalensis thrived in Europe and Western Asia, and the Denisovans occupied parts of Asia. The deviants preyed upon all. Coral reefs flourished in tropical waters, while large marine predators like sharks, orcas, and whales dominated the seas. The continents were largely in the same configuration as today due to the slow pace of plate tectonics. The Pacific Ring of Fire was particularly active. The East African Rift was tectonically active, a factor that would later influence the development of Homo sapiens. The Earth was in the midst of the Middle Pleistocene, characterized by glacial and interglacial cycles. Extensive ice sheets covered much of North America, Northern Europe, and parts of Asia. Sea levels were significantly lower due to the large volumes of water trapped in ice, exposing land bridges such as the Bering Land Bridge between Asia and North America. And Aragorn, in his colossal planetary form, couldn't help but gaze at the world beneath him with the awe of a child unwrapping the latest trendy console on Christmas morning. If he were to rationalize his feelings, he would describe it as a world free from the constant worry of impending doom. A world sparsely populated by humans, yet teeming with fascinating organic life forms he had only glimpsed in fragments of Gia's memories. It felt vibrant, untouched, fresh in every sense. And it was his for the next 300,000 years. Aragorn set the halo out of its shrunken sphere, this time positioning it concentrically with the moon so that it appeared as if the moon was wearing the halo as a vertical ring. After ensuring the halo wouldn't cause the moon to collapse onto the planet, he returned to his humanoid form and jumped into the crystal. His household staff were already unconscious in their pods. Aragorn focused his concept on himself, and the empty body selves came into being. There was one for everyone, even the babies. I had everyone go into their pods when I sensed we switched universes. The only one who didn't need a body was Jean, though she couldn't account for her own butterfly effects. Her open link to Aragorn's mind allowed him to record her actions and account for them with Phoenix's help. Thanks, Firebird. Any issues with the halo since Spark and Seraph went under? None so far. Everything's running smoothly. By the way, Spark decided to create a body, one like Seraph's, I mean. Oh. He did. Aragorn asked, scanning the room to locate Spark's pod. That one. Jean pointed. Aragorn paused, all functions halting for a moment. Fufufu. Jean enjoyed the flabbergasted expression on Aragorn's face. Female. But why? He created an additional empty cell for the previously unaccounted Spark and walked toward Spark's pod, not because distance was an obstacle but out of habit. Is it so strange? Spark never had a gender to begin with. Jean replied, walking with him toward the pod. Yeah, it's weird. Spark has a copy of most of my memories. She's just missing the ones related to the void. Though I no longer define myself by gender, my memory should have influenced her a great deal. Like how she's somewhat of a pervert. Jean chuckled. Exactly. Aragorn reached the pod and examined Spark's body closely. But you don't mind being a woman, so why did you think Spark would be male? It's the memories of the void that removed most of my human sense of self. Without those, I would have been male. I see. I think she's pretty. Is her body based on one of your memories? Like Seraph's? Jean asked. Though she had access to most of his memories through their link, she hadn't had time to explore all of them. Yeah, it's 2B, from Nier, Automata, a video game, like Cortana from Halo. She's beautiful. Jean smiled. She is. Somehow, she looks better in real life. Aragorn said, his expression complicated. Spark knew you'd be shocked. Jean grinned. Yeah, I bet she did. Spark knew I was seeing her as a male. Aragorn replied, shifting his eyes to peer through Spark's eyelids. Silver blue eyes. Looks a bit like the Rakugan. Were you expecting a different color? Not exactly, but Spark has some of my eyes in safekeeping. I told her that if she figured out how to handle the input overload, she could use them. Maybe she jumped the gun to join the divinity bandwagon. Jean speculated. Maybe, but it's not a problem. Aragorn phased his hand through the pod and ran his fingers through Spark's silver hair. Let's get started. Aragorn moved the empty selves to each of the pods, then slowly and carefully pulled their cores out of their bodies. Jean used her eyes and authorities to carefully examine each of her family members. The channel is stable, with no abnormalities. There's more activity on Maddie's channel than on the rest. That's because she is a goddess of souls. She must be aware of what's going on. Aragorn explained. He then moved the cores into the empty selves. The cores sank into their chests, and the bodies shifted. They contorted, expanded, contracted, grew extra limbs, changed shapes multiple times, and then finally settled into full perfect replicas of their original bodies. With gasps and coughs, they awoke. That was mildly uncomfortable. Madeline commented, the first to regain her bearings. She moved to dress up with the clothing she had left beside her pod. It's probably due to your divinity. Any abnormalities in your body? Aragorn asked, his eyes scanning her thoroughly. No, it feels oddly familiar, indistinguishable from my body. Madeline replied. That's good. Aragorn moved to the two peacefully sleeping babies. He scanned them, then softly patted them. Ugh, I feel like I blinked and then I was somewhere else. Natalia complained as she walked over to Aragorn and her kitten in her underwear. Same here. I was falling asleep, and then I'm standing in front of my body. Margaret added, walking to her baby as well, though she wore a long towel. James and Steve Rogers followed behind them, in their underwear. Sir, you said we still need to breastfeed them and that they'll grow up as they would have normally, right? Steve Rogers asked. Yes. When your body grows, so does your soul. You are the prime example of that. Your body mutated, and so did your soul. Though they don't exactly need nutrition because their pods have it covered, the synchronization works in one direction, from their current bodies to their originals. So they'll need to grow up just as they would have in their true bodies. It's the same for all of you. Remember not to use dimensional magic. Jean said aloud, mainly addressing a certain chaotic cat. TSK. Just a little. Kitty murmured, not bothering to dress up before testing her new body. Not everyone had a sense of propriety. No dimensional magic. You can only use my void energy, my psionic energy, the abeyance, and the hell dimension I appropriated from Mephisto, though the last two aren't ready for use yet. Aragorn said, but his eyes were firmly fixed on the rebellious feline. The restriction on dimensional magic was because Aragorn wanted them to focus on developing the new magic system. It also made calculating the repercussions of their actions easier without the complexities of other dimensions in the equation. When will I claim the hell dimension? Also, I can use chaos magic, right? Wanda asked, still in sporty underwear, recalling Aragorn's earlier discussion with her and her immediate family. In a moment. We'll go and claim it, and yes, chaos magic is an exception. Aragorn replied. That's good. Wanda pictured herself as a demon queen, seated on a grand throne with millions of demons at her beck and call. The image delighted her inner young lady. Get a hold of yourself. I can feel your vanity as if it were mine. Agatha snapped, slapping the back of Wanda's head. She covered herself modestly with her voluminous tails while dressing. I couldn't feel it, but I saw it on your face, Wanda. Pietro teased. Ouch. Wanda complained. Aragorn, is there really a need for feedback for painful stimuli? Wanda asked, rubbing the back of her head. Yes. Why do I feel like you didn't understand when I said that this body will be no different from your true body? I'll be honest, old man, my mind blocked about half of the talk regarding how my body was made of parts of your bosses. I feel like that was for the best. Pietro confessed. Maybe. Aragorn admitted. I never thought I'd have the chance to become a goddess, just like Morgan Le Fay. Ulysses, the elf maid, said, awe evident in her voice. Tisk. Aragorn clicked his tongue, feeling the gaze of a certain witch on him again. This time, though, she respectfully looked away sooner than before. Yao, Agatha, and Celine, who knew the truth about Morgan Le Fay, shook their heads in disapproval. None of them had the heart to tell Ulysses that the benevolent witch in her people's history was, in fact, the real wrongdoer. Do you think my wings will turn to light, like the goddess of fairies, Titania? Ilara, the fairy wife, asked James. Maybe, but I love your current wings, so I feel conflicted about you losing them. James replied, gently caressing the silky blue wings of his wife. Oh, you. Ilara's wings quivered under his touch. What's that? Kitty asked Aragorn. As everyone settled into their new bodies, Aragorn brought out the black egg that housed death. Nuna. He said, spinning the giant egg in his hand. Did you put the madam in there? Kitty asked, her mouth agape. Crack, before Aragorn could reply, the egg started to hatch. The crack spread rapidly across the surface, and then it shattered. The pieces of eggshell turned into specks of light and fused with the now fully formed, very naked body of death. This feels amazing. She exclaimed in a shrill voice, jumping onto Aragorn. Her legs locked around his waist, her arms encircled his neck, her tail coiled around his left leg, and she peppered his face with rapid kisses. Her appearance was familiar to Aragorn. She had a long reptilian tail ending in a dark crystalline blade tip, accompanied by two similarly dark crystal horns growing forward and curving upward from her head. She was as pale as Aragorn, though her complexion had a wax-like texture compared to his marble-like skin. Her nails mirrored Aragorn's dark, multicolored ones, and her eyes were a deep, slitted green. Jean was the first to approach, or rather, Phoenix, possessing Jean's body. Death? She asked, incredulous. He. The one and only. Death replied, giggling from Aragorn's arms. How? Phoenix demanded, touching Death's body in various places, unable to comprehend detecting life in a body that housed Death. I used my concept on hers. This is my current limit, and it only worked because Nuna didn't resist. Aragorn explained. For how long? Phoenix pressed. Technically, until this body dies or is destroyed, and it can only exist in the same universe as me. Incredible. Phoenix never imagined it was possible for beings of her level to exist so freely in the lower realms. It's awesome, right? Death said proudly, jumping down from Aragorn's arms and standing with her hands on her waist, unabashed in her naked glory. Wanda had knocked out Pietro, for his own protection. Steve was focused on his baby girl, and James was casually watching the show. However, it was clear to everyone that James harbored no trace of sexual interest in Death. Having spent more time with Aragorn and the others, and not being a teenager like Pietro, to James, the idea of lusting after the embodiment of Death felt as absurd as copulating with a goat. Sure, some people might do it, Thanos, Deadpool, and Aragorn came to mind, but those individuals were far from mentally stable. James was not one of them. After satisfying his curiosity, James left with his harem to the exterior of the crystal, eager to glimpse the prehistoric Earth. "I think you should get dressed, Death," Jean said once Phoenix returned control of her body. "Oh, I didn't notice," Death muttered, moving her tail to cover her modesty. "My love." She addressed Aragorn. Aragorn understood her unspoken request and pulled out an orb. He pressed it between her breasts, and the orb unfolded, covering her entire body. Moments later, it transformed into a maid outfit. "Ah." Aragorn nodded, clearly pleased with himself. "I knew Nuna would rock a maid outfit." Jean couldn't help but admire Aragorn's unwavering dedication to his peculiar fetish for dressing his partner as a maid at a moment's notice. Death twirled and spun, admiring her new attire. He, I like it," she exclaimed, her voice full of approval. To say she wasn't ecstatic about her new, living body would be a lie. She was beyond pleased with her dragon. "My love, leave the hell dimension to me. I want to test the limits of this body. I bet a few invading hell lords would do the trick," Death said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hell dimensions were separate realms, each under the dominion of a hell lord. They existed outside the universes they were tied to, but the boundaries between these hellish realms were not as distant as those between other dimensions. It was easier to think of hell dimensions as a neighborhood. Each dimension was like a separate house, but that didn't mean neighbors couldn't stroll into your home and claim it for themselves. In fact, this was common practice. Hell lords constantly sought to expand their territory, power, soul count, and authority. So, what would happen if one of the wealthiest neighbors suddenly vanished whilst leaving the doors to their house wide open? Aragorn nodded at Death's request, understanding the implicit command beneath her words. "All right, please help Wanda taint the dimension afterward." Aragorn agreed. Wanda, Agatha, Pietro, unconscious, and Death stepped onto an astral path Death had opened, eager for the impending battle. Once they were gone, Aragorn turned to Spark, who had been quietly observing. "Acting shy doesn't suit you, does it?" Aragorn teased. "Are you disappointed, Master Chief?" Spark asked, her silver blue eyes locking onto his pink ones. "Why would I be? I was surprised by your choice of gender, but not disappointed. I just assumed my memories would mold you closer to the me from before the void. Master Chief, as you know, this body can change genders, but I felt this form was right." Spark replied evenly. "I'm not asking you to change. I can unashamedly admit that I loved 2B's design during my pre-war days. I understand why you might choose her as your template. If I'm honest, Master Chief, your gender identity was flakier than you might realize." "Ah, you mean how, by the end of my life, I didn't care about gender anymore?" "Exactly. When you returned home after the war, not once did you lust after anyone, male, female, or even 2D characters. It was as if you no longer cared about sex or gender, whether yours or others." "I see. Maybe you find it hard to reconcile the memories of who I was with how my surface self acts now." "Yes, Master Chief. I understand that the void unmade you and that you reconstructed your surface self from fragments of your early life to free your core self to process memories of the void. Still, even your surface self shows more lust than you did in your final days." The answer to that eluded me until Nuna explained the levels of life. Aragorn said, drawing Spark's curious gaze. "I come from a low-tier multiverse, so low that a single universe in this multiverse equaled my entire home multiverse. This meant the peak level of life in my multiverse was close to the average. Insects invaded your world and represented the peak of that life tier, but, power-wise, they weren't much different from you, were they?" Spark asked, catching on. Aragorn nodded. "It's like saying the average human isn't much different from the one above all in this multiverse." Spark explained what she understood. "Exactly. That's where my problem began. After the war, I was the second highest being. The only one above me was the madman who ended it all. So you subconsciously built walls around yourself, which is why your gender identity became faint." Spark summarized. "Yes. I still considered myself a man, but that ended when I met the void. Should I say I'm sorry, Master Chief?" "Why? There's no need. Come here and give me a hug," Aragorn said, opening his arms. "Do you want to get a feel for my body?" Spark grinned mischievously, her head resting against his chest. "Even if it's you, Nuna would kill you," Aragorn whispered, tightening his embrace. "Duly noted, Master Chief." Spark replied with mock robotic precision. "Where's my little sister, Master Chief?" she asked, freeing herself from the hug. "I think she wanted to give us some space, so she warped to Earth. Or she wanted to observe the planet's souls with the authority she borrowed from the madam." Spark muttered, rolling her eyes. "That's possible. She took the wolf princesses with her." Aragorn said, sensing their location through his empty selves. Will we move to define our territory once the madam returns? Spark asked. Yes, Central America, specifically what corresponds to Panama, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua in our universe. Aragorn confirmed. The reason for this seemingly arbitrary choice lay in the butterfly effect. If one sought to claim territory in the past with minimal historical disruption, the old world had to be discarded without hesitation. Islands in the Pacific were a decent option but posed risks due to human migration routes. Antarctica was another strong contender, especially during glacial cycles, assuming the cold wasn't an issue. The North Pole was also an option, though less favorable compared to the South Pole. This left the Americas as the most viable alternative. North America was ruled out due to its significant historical impact from the late 18th to the 21st century. South America, as an important population center, was also unsuitable. That left Central America as the only practical choice. Its strategic importance, particularly the Panama Canal and the potential for constructing another canal through the San Juan River, the border of Costa Rica and Nicaragua, made it especially appealing to Aragorn. Beyond his territorial ambitions, Aragorn had scientific, hobby, objectives, studying and preserving the unique biology of the era. The Isthmus of Panama, which formed roughly 3 million years ago, was particularly tempting. It had connected the two continents, facilitating the Great American Biotic Interchange, where species migrated between North and South America, reshaping ecosystems on both subcontinents. Ultimately, Aragorn decided to claim the territory of Panama, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua as his own. He wasn't overly concerned about the butterfly effect his future empire might have. Humanity only reached the Americas in the later stages of prehistory, and the region was later rediscovered by the Spaniards, who largely razed the indigenous civilizations to the ground. This meant Aragorn could expand freely without significant historical repercussions, while also securing a rich sample of organic life to study and preserve. And when will we start kidnapping hominins? Spark asked, double-checking the guidelines they had established before traveling to this earth. It won't be long, I believe. Aragorn replied. Hell. In the hellish landscape of eternal damnation, where souls learn to cry, demons learn suffering, and pain is the standard with despair as the goal, in this sulfur-reeking paramo of red and black, blood and sin, for living beings were wreaking havoc. Jaya. A dark green, almost black, crystalline dragon laughed as it breathed a black, laser-like flame. Rower, a demonic being resembling a bear with a human face, roared as it tried to fight the death breath with a blast of crimson-black energy. Bastkaforg. Go back or become fertilizer for my territory. Wanda used her chaos magic to manipulate the ground into millions of snakes. The snakes became a tidal wave, attempting to bury another demonic being, this one resembling a demonic skeleton the size of a titan. A succubus horde dares to claim the seat of the old devil. The demonic skeleton stomped the ground hard, and the blast wave crumbled the tidal wave of snakes. But before the fight could continue longer, VOOMMM, a silver lightsaber, covered in void energy, cut through its legs. It looked down, but it could only catch a glimpse of the speedster responsible for its wound. Ag. Blasted worm. How dare you aim at the great Bastkaforg? It screamed, not due to pain, but in rage. Its legs started to reform before it could fall, but suddenly it found itself lifted by an unseen force and launched into the path of death's breath. It flailed and grunted, uselessly trying to shift its flight path, until it was absorbed by the laser of death's breath. Demons tend to be either cunning or idiotic. Guess this one was the latter. Agatha observed coolly, having used her telekinesis to seize the demonic skeleton and hurl it toward its doom. It was slow too. I remember the old man said Mephisto was possibly faster than me. This one didn't see me coming. Pietro quipped, appearing beside Agatha in a blur. We should take advantage of the madam's rampage. Let's send all the minions to her breath. Wanda suggested, landing beside Pietro with a grin. Pietro zipped through the armies of demonic minions, his superhuman speed allowing him to decapitate and dismember as he went. Agatha used the chaos to lift the demons from the ground and hurl them directly into the path of death's breath. Wanda took charge, engaging the Hell Lords in battle, and buying time for a family to come and assist her. Death, clearly rampaging, was doing her part to disrupt the chaos. Although it was a reckless strategy, it worked because Death had cut the connection of all Hell Lords to any hell other than this one. Since no one had claimed the seat of power yet, the more they fought, the weaker they became. In theory, the current connection to the seat of power should be in Aragorn's possession, but since he died, that connection was lost. But it wasn't a problem, not with Death here. By the time they bulldozed their way to Mephisto's castle, they had taken down 5 Hell Lords. Agatha took this chance to invade their hells with Pietro and secure their seats of power, for Wanda to later claim. A little bit extra, if you ask me. Wanda mused, her gaze falling on the throne that awaited her. A throne crafted from bones, coated in living, grotesque flesh, adorned with the severed heads of Mephisto's long-dead enemies. Yeehaw! Who are you, succubus whore? One of the heads cackled, its voice maddened with torment. Yeah, devils tend to be like that. Death said, her voice thick with disdain. I couldn't do my work if I had to listen to that nonsense while at it. Death added, disgusted by the heads. Was it you? Did you kill him? Another head whispered, fear and reverence in its tone. Wanda said nothing. With a swift motion, she waved her hand, sending the head spiraling into a dark corner of the room. Hey! Ha ha ha. One of the heads screamed, its voice filled with manic glee. Just ignore them, Wanda. Tormented souls are all crazy. Death advised. Thank you, madam. Wanda politely replied, striding confidently to the throne. With a flick of her wrist, she transformed the grotesque throne into something far more fitting, sleek and elegant. A rose-gold throne, smooth and pristine, adorned with a luxurious black cushion that matched Agatha's fur. She sat and took her place as the Hell Lord of the Dimension, and a pentagram branded her between her breasts, glowing faintly. The connection was established, and in that moment, she felt the other 5 hells willingly given to her. She immediately annexed them and then used her chaos magic to create a sturdier barrier around her new domain. Well done, Wanda. That barrier should let you detect incursions easily. Death nodded in approval. Wanda accepted the praise and then produced a crystal, one that contained the Ghost Rider Aragorn had sealed before he died last time. She shattered it, and from the shattered remnants, a man emerged, dressed in jeans, a white t-shirt, and a black leather jacket. He had the unmistakable appearance of a biker. Arg, cough I fell from my bike. The man said amidst coughing. It took him a while to recover. When he finally did, his gaze fixed on Wanda, ignoring his hellish surroundings. Are you my new master? Owner of my leash? At least you're cute, unlike the last 2 devils. He replied in a self-deprecating tone. At the moment, I am. I plan to renegotiate the terms of your soul contract, if you're up to it. Wanda produced a contract Agatha and Aragorn had helped her build. A new contract. What's wrong with the old one? You can't get better than total obedience, am I right? The men joked. I'm not a devil. I have no use for your soul's ownership. I'm interested in your services. As you'll find out later on, I'm new to this business of hell ruling, and I need someone who knows the ropes to guide me. Since you were enslaved to the previous devil for hundreds of years, you must have picked up a thing or two, right? She asked. Though the Ghost Rider had signed away his soul less than a decade ago, time flowed differently in hell. He had spent nearly 1,000 years under Mephisto's rule. With that naive mentality, you killed that old devil. The Ghost Rider asked. No, I didn't. My father did. He gifted me this dimension. Death arched an eyebrow after hearing the way Wanda referred to Aragorn. Your father gifted you a hell? The Ghost Rider asked with his eyes and mouth wide open. Wanda nodded and nudged his mind to send him a memory. The Ghost Rider was used to this method of communication. Aside from soul communication, Mephisto preferred it. In the memory, he saw the fight of the being Wanda called her father. A monster with numerous eyes and maws, rivers of hair cutting hundreds of devils, claws, blades, and horns far more deadly than anything he knew, and unending stamina to continue fighting for almost 3 years against a horde of devils. In God's name, what is this monster? The Ghost Rider whispered in awe. My father. Wanda said proudly. My husband. Death replied icily. 2 unsettling replies graced his ears. He looked between Death and Wanda with newfound respect. No, he didn't fear them. He had spent almost a millennia in the company of the likes of Mephistopheles, he had outgrown fear. The new contract, can I see it? He asked Wanda. She floated the contract to his extended hand and gave him a few minutes to go over it. He understood that Wanda gained nothing from owning his soul, unlike Mephisto, so she wanted to renegotiate. So there's no coming back to life, is there? He asked. You're dead. We don't resurrect the dead unless they died due to our mistakes. So we will allow you to move to the abeyance after 300,000 years of service, earthen years, and have another chance to reach heaven, our heaven. It's better than what I had before. The Ghost Rider said with a grim chuckle. All you demand is absolute loyalty. I accept. That's how dreadful his previous contract was, at least this one had a clear end goal. He signed the soul contract and he was named as the first Duke of Hell. Taking advantage of the time flow, they spent a few weeks dousing some metaphorical fires. Wanda took this time to start her lessons in hell ruling and Death helped her taint her territory to her soul's standards. When the time they had set was up, they returned to Halo, leaving Blaze, the Ghost Rider, in charge during her absence. Halo. A few hours after their departure, Death, Wanda, Agatha, and Pietro returned to the Halo. Aside from the wolf princesses, who were touring the surface, everyone else was gathered in one of the meeting rooms of the crystal. While some might call it irresponsible to leave children alone on a prehistoric Earth, it was the prehistoric Earth that needed to be wary of the wolf princesses. Emma, were there any problems with the civilians? Aragorn asked, referring to the sirens, elves, fairies, flora colossi, and the rest of the biological organisms present in Halo. None, though they quickly noticed that the night sky had changed. Emma replied, her tails wrapped around her. You mean because I set the halo around the moon, or because they realized the solar system was at a different point in its orbit around the Milky Way? The latter. They're worried about how the position of the stars might affect some of their rituals. Emma replied. You and Spark can help them adjust their rituals. Remind them not to use dimensional magic, universal magic only, please. They mostly rely on universal magic in their own reserves, but I'll let them know, just in case. Emma complied. When are we setting the arc? She asked with a glint in her eyes. Since the arc is meant to be the next step following the passing of the believers, we'll set it up once we have believers. I don't think these people even understand the concept of faith at this moment, so not yet. Boo. Emma booed under her breath, bribing her daughter with one of her tails to join in. Boo. Mindy echoed, playing with the new tail in her lap. Why do you want it now? There's not much in it for the time being. Aragorn asked, ignoring their playful antics. I thought about taking Seraph and Spark with me to get things started, buildings, forests, fish, animals, insects, and so on. Without Gia's blessing, it'll take centuries to get it right, at best. Aragorn hadn't considered this, given how smoothly things went with the Halo's ecosystem. You have a point. I'll set the ark in a counter-Earth orbit after the meeting. He relented. Yay. Emma cheered, high-fiving Mindy, who mirrored her enthusiasm. With that out of the way, any questions? Aragorn asked, looking around the conference room. I have one. James said. Aragorn nodded. When America was discovered, there were already Aboriginal groups in North America, the Aztecs, Navajos, Cherokee, and others. It's been said that these humans arrived in North America from the south, though there are theories about migration through the Bering Strait. Goddess Gia said it was mostly through the south. A few nods and murmurs of agreement followed. If we establish our theocracy in Central America, won't we be blocking these peoples from ever existing? Wouldn't that disrupt the estates enough to cause significant ripples in the future? James asked. We have two options, either we block all migration to the north, or we allow them passage through our theocracy. Aragorn said. If we block them entirely, the Master Chief would have to account for the rippling. It would be laborious but not impossible. Spark explained. If we allow them passage, we'll need to determine the appropriate method. Seraph added. The appropriate method? Yao asked, her white tail swaying behind her. History shows that when two ways of life meet, they often clash, Europeans and Native Americans, the Islamic expansion into Europe, Greeks and Persians, Mongols and China, the British colonization of Australia, Rome and Carthage, and even earlier, Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. Seraph illustrated, projecting historical records as she spoke. If we plan to let South American humans migrate to North America, we must prevent their ways of life from clashing with the way of our future believers. I propose establishing two sea routes, one through the Caribbean and another through the Pacific Ocean, keeping them apart. Additionally, we should build two walls, as the Tapon del Darien won't suffice to keep South American humans away from our future theocracy. Seraph said, pointing at a satellite image of the isthmus and highlighting the Tapon del Darien. Won't building two walls interfere with migratory routes and the biotic interchange, and what about the wind paths? Margaret asked. And what kind of wall are we talking about here? If it's not durable enough, we'd have to rebuild it every few thousand years. That would get tiring fast. Daria added. I was thinking we could use two scales of Father. He can plant them as the borders, and we enchant them to be out of phase for all life except sapient beings, a wall for sapient life, invisible to everything else. Seraph suggested. These scales would come from when the young master is at planetary size, correct? Irina clarified. My daughter, we can use one of mine, Death sent to Seraph, eager to contribute. Correct. We could use one from Father and another from Mother. Madeline, being the Grandmaster of Enchanting, or as she calls it, Script, can lead the project. It would also be a good learning experience for everyone. Seraph explained. What about the sea? Won't they be able to land on our coasts? Slava asked. We could create a cognition interference fog, sustained by a structure similar to the sanctums used for the dimensional shield. It would cause intruders to either get lost or land outside our territory. When the time is right to open our borders for the canals Aragorn plans to build, we just do. Yao suggested. That's a good idea. It wouldn't affect marine life, so we wouldn't need to worry about that front. Seraph agreed. Aragorn, what about Tiamat? When will you start working on that? Yao asked, her tone reflecting a deep personal interest. Having lived a life where the end of the world was always looming, she had a vested interest in Aragorn finding a solution to the emergence problem. I plan to merge my soul with the planet through my concept next week. That should provide me with the best vantage point to start working with Tiamat. Aragorn explained. Yao nodded, satisfied. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, how exactly are we supposed to ascend? Yelena asked. Puffed. A little late to be asking that, no. Ha ha ha. Aragorn chuckled, reaching over to pet one of Yelena's tails. Standing behind him, Irina gave Yelena an amused glance. Hey. It's not my fault. We've been talking about what we'll do and what to expect, but I haven't heard a word about how we're actually doing it. Yelena grumbled, though she allowed Aragorn to continue petting her tail. She, like the others, enjoyed the way he handled them. There are many ways to ascend. Aragorn began, listing them off. You can be born into it. A Skyfather can grant you a divinity seed to nurture. You can study a concept so deeply that it becomes a part of you. You can enhance yourself using artifacts like the Power Stone, the Black Vortex, or rituals, which tend to be sacrificial in nature. You can have a concept bestowed upon you by an abstract, similar to how Seraph is borrowing one of Nuna's authorities. You can steal divinity from a god. Or, you can gather faith in a concept of your choosing and grow your own seed, so long as you have a recipient for the said faith. So, the last one? Yelena asked. Yes. You'll perform actions tied to a concept for the would-be believers. Their faith in you will accumulate in your core and nurture your future divinity seed. When the seed matures, you'll grow your seventh tail. Aragorn elaborated. And these actions, what kind of actions do you mean? Yelena pressed, her question holding the attention of everyone except Seraph, Spark, and Death, who already knew the answer. Take Seraph and Spark as examples. Aragorn said. Seraph is aiming to become the goddess of wisdom and dreams, while Spark is aiming for technology and knowledge. Aragorn shared with the rest. The two nodded in affirmation. When we meet our little savages, Seraph might impart the divine blessing of knowledge about tides, rivers, and mountains, inspiring dreams of exploring beyond their comfort zones. Aragorn began painting a picture of the future. Meanwhile, Spark would bless them with the knowledge of technology to safely follow those dreams, primitive tools, boats, or hunting weapons to ease their lives. The idea is to help them, not solve life for them. At least initially, they must depend on you. Aragorn reminded them. This won't generate much faith at first, especially with a small population. But over centuries or millennia, that faith will snowball into a fully developed divinity seed. So, it's crucial to focus on a concept that's practical for their daily lives or inherently tied to you. For you, Yelena, you could choose to become the goddess of ice, but it's wise to aim for something intrinsic to their lives or future lives. For example, parties, sex, lust, love, alcohol, or anything you know will remain significant even 300,000 years later and that has some connection to you. Aragorn's words resonated with them, helping them understand what to aim for. In Spark and Seraph's case, technology and wisdom were their personal choices, with knowledge and dreams as logical additions, correct? Margaret asked. Not exactly, Ms. Carter. Seraph replied. Wisdom was my personal choice, but it would have sufficed on its own since it's eternal in relevance. I chose dreams because I want to establish a connection to the astral realm. Seraph was aiming for something else aside just ascending. In my case, technology was my personal choice, and like my sister, it should have been enough. But I chose knowledge due to a personal project involving the Grand Repository of Knowledge. Spark added. I see. Margaret said thoughtfully. So I could choose leadership as my primary concept, and that would suffice. But I could also seek a complementary divinity, something like protection. She asked while sharing a glance with her soldier. Yes. Aragorn confirmed. But you might have to share that concept with Roger since he has an affinity for it. He added. Would that pose a problem, sir? Steve Rogers asked. No, but you should avoid concepts ruled by higher divinities within our pantheon. In our case, that includes Gia, Madeline, and Death. While Nuna currently serves as our goddess of death, she will pass the mantle to Hela Odin's once I free her back home. Aragorn explained. Why is that, Master? James asked. Because sharing concepts with a higher-ranking divinity would sideline you as a secondary deity, making your development harder since most of the faith would flow to the higher-ranking divinity. Aragorn clarified. But splitting it between divinities of equal level is acceptable? Ilara inquired. Yes. Aragorn confirmed. A lateral split isn't as unbalanced as a vertical split in the hierarchy. Ideally, it's best not to share concepts at all, but we'll have enough time to help you all reach at least your 8th tail. Aragorn explained. No, my love, they'll probably reach their last tail, the 9th. Death interjected. Eh? Really? That far? 9 tails is on par with Gia, isn't it? Aragorn asked, his surprise evident. It's because you plan to move their souls to the Ark after their first deaths, right? Death asked for confirmation. Aragorn and Emma nodded. This had always been the plan, to transfer the souls of the departed into clones so they could lead a second life in the Ark, addressing the population concerns of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium. So, they'll generate faith during their first life, and then during their second life. After their second death, they'll move to the Abeyance, where they'll produce faith, mostly for Madeline. Death continued. From there, they'll either descend to your hell or ascend to your heaven, depending on the karma accumulated over their 2 lives and their experiences in limbo, Abeyance. While in hell, most of their faith will go to Wanda, but some will still reach the others. In heaven, most will go to Cosmo, though again, some will flow to the others. She explained. Finally, their souls will reach my realm, as all souls do. Normally, they wouldn't produce faith there, or they do but it has no path to reach their objects of faith, but since you spend so much time with me and are part of their pantheon, their faith will use you as a conduit to reach other connected souls within our pantheon. This cycle greatly increases their chances of reaching 9 tails. Death concluded. 9 tails, Aragorn's eyes sparkled with both expectation and delight at the thought. In his mind, a fluffy paradise was assured. He saw himself surrounded by a sea of soft tails and twitching ears, each glistening with an ethereal shine under a golden light. He. Aragorn chuckled like a loon, completely lost in his daydream. We've lost the young master. Irina lamented dramatically, placing a hand on his head and running her fingers through his long hair. I don't think we can get him back. Yelena mourned, her voice tinged with faux despair as she joined in, her own hand gently playing with Aragorn's hair. Death rolled her eyes, but a soft smile curved her lips. She sent a thought directly to him. My love, please come back to us. Sorry about that, I got carried away in my fantasies. Aragorn admitted, snapping back to reality with an amused grin. What's the next point on the agenda, love? He asked, turning to Seraph. About hominins and where to find them. Seraph replied with a chuckle. Ah, right. Aragorn straightened, his expression turning serious but no less enthusiastic. As you all know, modern humans are the result of countless mixes and inbreeding over millennia. I want to take it a step further, artificially selecting beneficial traits and manipulating genetics to see how far our humanity can go. Aragorn referred to our humanity as the potential humans they'll be in charge of. Like how humans bred chickens for better meat and egg production? Irina asked, tilting her head thoughtfully. Or how they cultivated crops to yield more food? Yelena added. Or even domesticated animals for specific traits? Margaret chimed in. Exactly. Aragorn said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Did you know there used to be humans with yellow eyes? They were hunted by the Vatican because of their supposed ties to Lucifer. And red-eyed humans, too. He had heard from Gia. But that's just scratching the surface. Think of all the genetic possibilities that were lost through history. There might have been a gene that made humans immune to cancer, but it could have been lost during the Tobak catastrophe. The potential is endless, and I want to reclaim and explore it. Aragorn's enthusiasm was obvious. Master Chief, are you trying to create high humans? Spark inquisitively asked. Sort of, that might be one of the possible destinations, but I don't know yet. Aragorn answered. Young master, are you sharing this because you want to kidnap not only Homo sapiens but also Homo neanderthalensis? Slava inquired. Yes, I want to get a sample of breeding pairs of the 3 current species of hominins. Aragorn replied. The Holoans spent the rest of the day discussing and plotting their future course, and that's how their first day on Earth, 199999 came to an end. A/N. My P at Trian is currently 4 chapters ahead for those interested. p@trian.com/existentialvoid. Chapter 68, Kidnapping. Again. A/N, quick message. When this chapter goes online in Webnovel, I won't have my PC available to add its pictures to the paragraph comments. You can find the pictures in the chapter in p@Trian. It'll be available to all free members by then. Find it on p@trian.com/existentialvoid. Enjoy the reading, and please leave your power stones. Observation log by Spark Draconis. Citizen recruitment, entry #1earth, 199999, 302024b, before emergence. Years 0 to 99 of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, Earth, 199999. In this entry, I will document and briefly analyze the peculiar methods employed by the Holoans, Master Chief, and the Madam in their citizen recruitment efforts. To meet the initial quota of citizens, Master Chief directed the Helloans to disperse across the African and Eurasian continents with a recruitment time frame of 1 century. For eternal beings, a century may be perceived as brief, however, I cautioned that such a duration was excessive for the simple task of citizen gathering. Seraph Draconis countered this, emphasizing the importance of population replacement to ensure the long-term survival of the human race. This log serves as a historical record of the strategies employed, providing insight for future generations of both Halo and the Imperium. Catherine Pride Draconis, goddess of law and adventure. Though widely regarded as the goddess of lawyers across the Imperium, it is notable that the majority of her followers are criminals. This paradox arises from her proclivity to break the very laws she embodies, earning her favor among those who defy her principles rather than those who uphold them. Information regarding future events is derived from the Master Chief's puppeteer self's observation of the sacred timeline through Victor Timely's eyes. As data is subject to alteration due to the unpredictable nature of the Master Chief, consult Spark Draconis of the future for the most accurate updates. Case study: Goddess Kitty and the Nomadic Tribe. Goddess Kitty's approach to citizen recruitment highlights her whimsical nature and chaotic tendencies. Her initial contact with the ancestors of her followers occurred when she descended abruptly into a nomadic tribe's resting camp at night, from cruising altitude with enough force to leave a crater upon impact. The tribe consisted of Homo sapiens with a nomadic lifestyle, primarily hunters and gatherers of the African grasslands in the Sahara Desert. Their societal structure was distinct. Mating practices, non-monogamous, without the concept of alpha males monopolizing fertile females. All females were considered partners of the adult males. A tendency for orgies following a bountiful hunt existed. Gender roles: adult males hunted and gathered, non-adult males guarded females, who maintained and manufactured weaponry and nurtured infants. Shared offspring: infants were considered communal progeny, with no emphasis on individual paternity. When it comes to matters of consanguinity, the human race didn't care until the late stages of history. Initial contact and integration. 1. First impressions. Kitty's dramatic arrival as a pale-skinned, Homo bestialis magici felidae dressed in pirate attire startled the tribe. Perceiving her as a threat, the adult males attempted to sacrifice themselves to allow the escape of the women and children. 2. Building trust. 7 months were required to approach the tribe without them fleeing. 2 weeks sufficed to learn their primitive communication, largely body language and onomatopoeia. Adopting their customs, she had to store her attire in her P-link and donned only a simple lion skin skirt, emulating their appearance. Integration milestones. 2 months to be allowed to interact with infants. 3 months to be accepted as part of the females of their tribe, though considered unattractive due to the stark contrast in appearances. 1 year to be accepted during the males' joint hunts. 3. Leadership and legacy. Within a decade, Kitty assumed leadership, succeeding the last chief who died at the age of 21 of old age. Over almost 20 years, she guided the tribe through a generational transition, solidifying her role as their deity. By year 97 of her mission, the tribe's population had grown to 268 members, an impressive feat given their short lifespan, 19 years, and high maternal mortality rates due to the young ages of the mothers. 4. Final transition. Under her divine authority, she proposed the migration of the tribe to a more prosperous land. To preserve their primitive worldview, she transported the majority of the tribe to the Imperium, Central America, using portals during their sleep. A fraction, 1/8, of the tribe was intentionally left behind, their memories altered to replicate the cultural and population dynamics of the original generation, effectively replanting the initial human cohort in its natural environment. The following are some of the most significant challenges reported by Kitty. Maternal mortality: the young ages of the mother significantly increased the rate of fatalities during childbirth. Child mortality: this one is tied to the unsanitary conditions of their way of living and the standard hazard presented by the environment. Resistance to change: early generations exhibited stubbornness in adopting her recommendations due to deeply ingrained cultural practices. Hunting hazards: the male population suffered high mortality rates as a result of dangerous encounters with deadly megafauna. Health and hygiene: poor hygiene and the rapid propagation of diseases contributed to elevated mortality rates across the tribe. End of entry number 1 / Earth, 199999. 302,024 B, before emergence. The McMurdo dry valleys of Antarctica, possibly the most inhospitable place on the surface of the planet, were eerily silent as Aragorn floated over the barren landscape. Ensuring no intelligent life was present to risk exposure to the cognitohazard that his soul embodied, he allowed it to separate from his body. Countless eyes, shimmering with a shifting, glitch-like consistency, glowed in an eldritch kaleidoscope of multicolored light as Aragorn's soul fully emerged. His body, now vacated, stood motionless while his soul flowed down the arid soil, seeking the planet's core. Aragorn, soulless but still conscious, blinked a few times, testing his abilities. A faint pulse of power radiated from him. It diminished some of the depth of my powers, but nothing critical. He noted, tapping his P-Link communicator. So, no changes to the itinerary? Spark's voice crackled through the device. No, nothing significant. Aragorn replied. Great. In that case, I'll continue assisting Emma and Seraph with the Arkansas. Spark informed him. I should help bolster the numbers. Aragorn remarked before shifting into his draconic form and taking flight. The powerful gusts from his wings stirred a storm of dust as he ascended. His wings completely opened, and the same wind that facilitated a lifting force for his flight also restricted him. Aragorn enjoyed the complexity and the simplicity that assisted his flight. He could have displaced space or teleported to his destination, but he chose to relish the journey instead. When he was far enough from the frozen continent to see the deep blues of the Atlantic Ocean, Aragorn folded his wings and dove headfirst. He showed no hesitation as he plummeted, slicing through the surface tension of the water with ease. Submerged in the polar waters, his form began to shift, elongating and reshaping into a sea serpent dragon. Gills adorned his long, translucent neck, and his crown of dual horn pairs swept back for a more aquadynamic structure. Aragorn swam deeper, the crushing pressure and the umbra of the ocean depths inconsequential to his all-seeing eyes. The predators? Simple targets of observation and study as he moved. From the South Atlantic, Aragorn coursed toward the tropics and eventually reached the Mediterranean Sea. This olden body of water was far from its future form. Fluctuating sea levels had partially isolated sections, creating salt flats and shallow lagoons. And here, on these coasts, he found his target. The Homo heidelbergensis. These hominins were the ancestor of both the Homo sapiens and the Neanderthals. Though they gave way to their successors in Africa, Europe, and Asia and their numbers were dwindling close to extinction, they could still be found in certain parts, like this coast. Their legacy survived in the sapiens' DNA just as the Neanderthals did, proof of their crossbreeding with humans. Ugly. Ugly. I can't believe I'm saying this, but fluffy in all of the wrong ways. Ugly. Aragorn was clearly not pleased with their physical appearance. Then again, his beauty standards were askewed. For example, if Death suddenly turned into a tentacled eldritch terror like him, he would find her just as attractive as her human form. Aragorn's approach to securing citizens was far more subtle than Kitty's but equally twisted. Instead of becoming a part of their tribe and later kidnapping most of it after manipulating their memories, Aragorn played the role of the puppeteer. He helped them during their hunts with his telekinesis. Their spears pierced more fiercely, and their prey found their movements sluggish. Whenever there was sickness or injury, it was recoverable with just enough rest. Whenever they went gathering, they would always find the most nutritious harvests and plenty of them. Winter wasn't as gelid anymore, the sun wasn't as scorching, and the winds were ever present making sure no flying insects approached them. Their weapons lasted longer, and their shelters as well. Their females were more fertile, and their offspring were healthier. It was as if for 40 years the world decided to bless them. Though considering how Aragorn's soul merged with the world, this was not far from the truth. Then, when their population had grown by a factor of 20, the blessing stopped, and their members would disappear in the middle of hunts or nights, or when no one was looking. This kept going for 10 years until their population was reduced to about the same as 50 years ago. Aragorn observed and stalked the tribe from the comfort of the depths of the Mediterranean Sea. This is macabre. Jean Grey materialized beside Aragorn, her telekinesis expertly pushing the water away. Hi, Firebird. How's it going in hell? Aragorn pushed more of the water aside and created a comfortable bubble of air underwater for them. Jean turned to look at Aragorn, sharing how much happiness she felt about meeting him. She floated and lay atop Aragorn's draconic head, taking a seat above his snout. We found stern opposition with one of the Hell Lords. We've been locked in battle for almost 3,000 years. It's beyond tedious. Are you sure I can't use cosmic fire? My own fire isn't very effective on dead entities, and the demons discovered how to circumvent my usual telekinesis by shifting to their energy forms. Jean protested. Aragorn grew several tentacles and used them to comb Jean's long red hair. She closed her eyes in pleasure, enjoying the scalp massage and the uncontested feeling his biokinesis gave her. Yes, Firebird. The amount of power you can access from Phoenix is directly linked to the capacity of your mind, body, and soul to endure this power beyond your current level of existence. The older your soul, the stronger your body, and the sharper your mind, the better. Aragorn explained. He summoned some of his best ice cream configurations from the fabricator and spoon-fed Jean. She melted under the thoughtful ministrations. I know, but it feels strange to be over 5,000 years old in just 50 years. She paused for a moment, analyzing what she had just said. I think it's strange how 50 years has turned into a paltry sum in my mind, or how my locked ego still has me thinking like a teenager. This is all too strange. Not that I haven't thought about it before, but still, strange. She explained. Aragorn had taught them how to seal their egos so that they could have absolute control over how much time affected them. They still grew and experienced character development, but at a snail's pace and in a controlled manner. Yeah, wait until you're a bazillion years old. That's when it stops being strange. Aragorn chuckled. Never mind. As I was saying, this is macabre. Jean decided to push such numbers from her mind, she wasn't ready for that. You kidnap them, and then they slowly forget about the ones you displaced to the Imperium. I don't think your approach is much better than Kitty's. Jean paused again, a certain memory about the family's butler popping into her mind. Though it's far better than Bucky's. That was a real horror story. Now the whole horror genre has lost its appeal to me. Being in hell for so long didn't help. She lamented. Well, they are already fated for extinction, and whatever comes out of the DNA smoothie I'll make in the Imperium will definitely not be a Heidelbergensis. Aragorn referred to the combination that would emerge from the species mix in the Imperium's territory. And yeah, James definitely takes the award for the most peculiar approach. I think he became the precursor to the Uncanny Valley. Aragorn added. Peculiar. Jean looked at his huge, slitted eyes in disbelief. Okay, maybe he was a bit mean, but it fits his divinity of selection. By the way, how's it going with the Demon Queen? Aragorn changed topics, not wanting to discuss the moral implications of James' approach to citizen recruitment. Wanda. Well. She dislikes torture, so she took a gentler approach to karma extraction of souls. Jean scoffed. Somehow I don't think it was that gentler of an approach. Aragorn scoffed as well. He knew how deviated Wanda's sense of normalcy was, enough to understand that her approach was most likely anything but gentle. She made these conceptual cells with her chaos magic. Jean said with a quiver. Then the souls are made to relive their sins from every possible perspective, the victim, the perpetrator, and the witness, at the same time. She traps them in this loop until they expunge all of their bad karma through the suffering of guilt, monotony, and insanity. She shuddered. She might as well torture them, but I can see how her way is more efficient. Aragorn replied after receiving a memory from his soul self of Wanda's soul-cleansing gimmick. Yes, according to Duke Blaze, she is about 17.77% more efficient than Mephistopheles ever was, wherever that seemingly arbitrary number came from. Jean said. That's most likely because Mephisto was a pure devil, born from the first attempt at life creation by Nemesis. So he could only use the innate powers of the hell dimension itself. Wanda tainted it with her chaos magic. Aragorn shared his analysis. A wider selection of methods for karma cleansing. Jean asked. Yes, and the innate reality-warping nature of chaos magic helps bring Wanda's desired vision to actuality. In a way, it's easier to find the appropriate tool for the job when you have a wider selection to choose from. Aragorn replied. I see, Jean replied thoughtfully. What? Aragorn asked, sensing there was more to it based on her feelings. Nothing, just a bit envious of Wanda. Jean confessed. Because it seems easier for her than for you. Aragorn hit the nail on the head after a moment of thought. Jean nodded. Well. Circumstances are abysmally different. He said, patting her head with the ends of one of his newly grown tentacles. How so? I believe we're standing in similar shoes. No, my Firebird. It's different. For one, Phoenix is a multiversal-level entity, and Wanda's unwilling patron is universal. So your sources carry different weights. He explained. Jean thought it over, understanding what Aragorn meant, but she was still not fully convinced. There's also how you were raised and what your end goal is. Aragorn added. Our upbringing. Yes. Wanda was trained by Agatha since her early teen years. You were crippled in your early years by Xavier. Your starting points couldn't be more different. TSK. Xavier. Jean clicked her tongue in frustration. Even 5,000 years later, she was still dealing with his influence. Just like your goals. Aragorn finished his idea. Goals. What goals? Wanda, if supported only by the chaos dimension, would at best end up in the universal ranks of power. That's only when powered by one chaos dimension, right? Jean asked. Yes, she does have the potential to reach the multiversal level. She's a nexus being of the Queen of Nevers, but we're talking about Thawne and the chaos dimension only. Aragorn clarified. Your end goal is the White Phoenix of the Crown. He said, creating an illusion of Jean in a White Phoenix regalia. Maybe myself outside the multiversal barrier could fight it, but not this self. He added. Jean observed the illusion with wide eyes. Firebird, your end goal is more broken than Nuna's current level. Do you really think you'll have a smooth walk in the park to get there? Aragorn dispersed the illusion and gave her an exasperated glance, the best his draconic face could muster. Jean looked away in embarrassment. When you put it like that, you make me sound like a butthurt girl throwing a tantrum. She muttered. Phoenix was right. I've been too soft with you. Aragorn's comment sounded like a death sentence to her. Don't surrender ground to my sadist Phoenix. she exclaimed, jumping away from his head, giving him a horrified look. Where's the you who faced Phoenix and shouted that you loved me, that I belonged to you? It even made my heart skip. She said, managing to sound desperate and seductive at the same time. Your teasing won't work here. I've been abundantly clear about my feelings for you and everyone else I love. What's there to be surprised about? Aragorn took advantage of her distance and flicked his slimy tongue at her. Like Clifford the big red dog licking his owner, Emily Elizabeth, Jean was left covered in the saliva-like substance, her hair, which Aragorn had meticulously combed, included. You. She glared, pushing the saliva away with her telekinesis. I love you. Aragorn said, grinning mischievously. Arg. I love you too, Aragorn. She complained, but also expressed her love for him. Why did Phoenix even share that memory with you? I made sure to hide it from my mindscape. Aragorn asked, pulling her back toward his snout and restarting the combing. Phoenix is very honest with me about her desires and expectations. She shares most of everything that has to do with me. Jean said. Phoenix can be a dullard about most things related to you and your counterparts, but she can also be considerate in the weirdest ways. Like never lying to her hosts. Aragorn muttered. That, she can be. Jean agreed. Anyway, did you come just to visit? No complaints here if that's the case, or is something going on in hell? Aragorn asked as he stealthily teleported a young specimen that had been left unattended to the Imperium. It's about Pietro. Agatha is tired of preserving his youth and ego with magic, so she asked me to tell you that it's time to evolve him. Now that you mention it, Aragorn said with a thoughtful voice. What? Wanda asked Nuna to send me some incubus DNA samples. Aragorn replied with a crooked grin. Why? Don't we have incubi in hell and the other hell dimensions we've conquered? Jean raised an eyebrow in confusion. She had seen plenty of incubi and succubi in hell. I think she's eager to get Pietro the best incubus DNA possible. Maybe she's unsatisfied in bed. With his accelerated metabolism. Aragorn replied with skepticism. You're right. Maybe she wants to be a mother. That's more likely. Admittedly, the offspring would have better genes. Can I do it? Evolve Pietro yourself? Yes, through my rebirth authority. If you're confident, go ahead. Spark has a few extra cores with the contract ready. You can ask her for one. Thanks. I'll be on my way, Aragorn. See you in a few millennia. Jean planted a smooch on his snout, then teleported through the astral realm. Aragorn decided he had collected enough specimens and that it was time to visit Death to see how she was doing. She had been tasked with collecting Neanderthals not so far away from his location. In a large cave, in the land that would later be called France, a pride consisting of more than 30 breeding pairs of cave lions, Panthera spilea, was enjoying one of the rare sunny days of the era. Next to them, a huge dragon basked in the sun as if it were one of them. Nuna. Aragorn's comment startled some of the lazy felines. A few of them hissed and growled at him, not to threaten, but out of fear. Such was the sharpness of their animal instinct. The females dragged their cubs behind Death, and some of the pregnant ones joined them. Grrrrrrrrwl. Death growled, the vibration making the ground tremble. Under her command, like well-trained canines, the pride settled down. Some of the more curious lions approached Aragorn to sniff him and assess his scent. When they discovered the similarities between his scent and Death's, they purred and headbutted him around his forelimbs. My love. Death called to him. Aragorn gently pushed the kitties aside and made his way to Death, who didn't bother to move from her position lying on her side. Aragorn shrank his body to fit in her embrace and lay down beside her. Death wasted no time sprawling her limbs across him, pulling him closer. Then she began to swipe her tongue across his head. I'm pretty sure we're reptiles, not felines. Aragorn commented while reciprocating her affection by licking her snout. Death didn't reply, continuing to lick his face as if trying to clean him, though due to the nature of his existence, Aragorn was never filthy. Aragorn's tail snaked its way to Death's, braiding together. In between pauses, Death playfully bit at his neck, and Aragorn reciprocated by gently chewing her sharply tipped ears. Slowly, they shifted into their humanoid forms, neither of them bothering with clothing. Some of the kittens, who had been playing under Death's massive wings, were left disappointed by the disappearance of their warm covering. The cave lions curiously approached their now tiny, by their standard, Alpha and her mate. They loomed over them, and after confirming their identity by scent, they headbutted both humanoid dragons. Aragorn and Death were leading their pride of cave lions across the snowy expanses of Beringia. Along the way, they stumbled upon a litter of orphaned Smilodons and decided to adopt them into the pride. Although saber-tooths weren't natural pack hunters, the kittens were too young for any kind of hunting to be a concern for now. I've breastfed humans before, but this is my first time with felines. Aragorn remarked, running his fingers through the soft fur of the two kittens cradled in his arms. There wasn't much choice. The cave lionesses are due in spring, so we don't have any lactating females right now. Besides, there isn't much difference between a human and these kittens. Death replied, a hint of amusement in her voice as two kittens suckled at her. Why were they even born at the start of winter? Isn't spring the usual time? Aragorn asked, gently stroking one of the saber-toothed kittens with his biokinesis. It purred in response. 3 years ago, one of the local volcanoes erupted and disrupted the seasonal cycles. It likely threw their mother into an asynchronous fertility cycle, which ultimately cost her life. Death's gaze shifted to the frozen, emaciated corpse of the kitten's mother. Ah, now that you mention it, I do recall a volcanic eruption from back then. I had forgotten. Aragorn's tone was distant, almost absent-minded. You forgot. Is that even possible? Death looked at him, her surprise evident. My soul retains my memories, but I was relying on the natural memorization abilities of my mind. I suppose I should make a mind palace. I never needed one before, but now that I think of it, Jean has a copy of her mind palace stored in my mindscape. I'll just use hers. I thought all telepaths had eidetic memories. Death mused. Not all of them. Telepaths can have eidetic memories if they want, it's easy enough for us. Our girls and boys do, but that's because I taught them how to create mind palaces, not because they inherently had the ability. And you forgot to make one for yourself? Death gave him a pointed, exasperated look. I wouldn't say I forgot, more like I never saw the need. I exchange memories with my soul self from time to time. Aragorn's sheepish expression betrayed his lapse in regular memory sharing. Ah, is it because your soul self has been busy with Tiamat? Death asked, piecing it together. Yes, I haven't done a full backup in about a decade, just exchanged occasional snippets. He shrugged, his tone casual. How's that going, love? Death asked, her interest transparent. It's hard, as expected. If it were an easy fix, the Celestial wouldn't have chosen such a convoluted method. But there's been progress, so it's not a fruitless endeavor. Aragorn replied while sharing some of the memories of the updates that he had received. It's not my area of expertise, my love. But if you think I can help, just say the word. Death said, her voice warm with support. I will. Thank you, Nuna. Aragorn tucked the now sleeping kittens into the folds of his coat to keep them warm during their journey. I'm done with these two as well. Let's move. How are we doing on supplies? Death asked, standing up. We'll make it to Alaska, but I should probably scout ahead for seals. I'd rather not have to teleport to find meat for the pride. Aragorn said, mindful of his commitment to living simply with his wife. Some short-faced bear wouldn't go amiss. Death remarked with a grin. I think our palate has evolved, considering we now think raw bear meat is nice. Aragorn chuckled. My love, I've told you, our true calling is to become pack predators, roaming the earth as apex rulers of this planet. Well, dragons are apex predators by default in most fantasy worlds, so you might not be entirely wrong. Aragorn admitted, though he hesitated to feed into her fiery enthusiasm. It's a sign. Death latched onto the loose thread of the idea like a divine revelation. Doubtful, but I admire your energy, Nuna. Aragorn replied, his voice filled with affectionate amusement. Ha ha ha. They both laughed at the absurdity of beings like them receiving divine signs. Ha ha ha. But their laughter stopped abruptly when they spotted something on the horizon that wasn't Snow White. Hovering slightly above the ground, they saw a massive pack of dire wolves prowling in their direction. I knew I wasn't going to be the only one to forego hominids. Death grinned at Aragorn, her tone smug. Ugh, fine. Nobody actually likes the Unga Buna humans. Aragorn turned away from her teasing grin, feigning disinterest. On one of the vast, frozen ice sheets of Beringia, a pride of cave lions and 4 Smilodons, led by 2 dragons, met what could possibly be the largest pack of wolves ever assembled. Master Father. Mistress Mother. You must pay the toll to pass through our lands. Roxana, the Wolf Princess's default leader, declared. Her voice, amplified to command attention, cut through the clamor of growling, hissing, and roaring from both packs. Only the discipline instilled by their leaders kept the situation from erupting into chaos. Roxana, is this how you address your Master Father? Aragorn's voice resounded across the glacial plain. Master Father, the toll supports the maintenance of our pack, which may or may not have grown beyond our control. Tatiana, the Wolf Princess's second-in-command, responded diplomatically. Make no mistake, these princesses were at least 5 decades old. Their bodies had matured to the freezing point of average Helloan physical perfection, resembling 18 to 25-year-olds, and their minds had developed just as thoroughly. What kind of mess have these babies caused this time? Death asked, exasperated. But to their Master Father and Mistress Mother, they were still just babies. Have you tried sending part of the pack south to the Imperium? Aragorn inquired, attempting to troubleshoot the situation. Yes. We also split the original pack among the 8 of us, but that just resulted in exponential growth. Diana, the calmest among the group, explained. Darlings, what if you stopped sponsoring them for a few decades? Death suggested. We tried that, but we nearly drove the local populations of mastodons and camelops to extinction. Vera, the one most prone to problematic ideas, admitted bluntly. 2 dragons and 8 wolf princesses stared at each other in the falling snow, their prehistoric predators growling softly in the background. Let's just ship 3/4 of the bitches to Halo and the Arkansas. Aragorn decided, opting for practicality over prolonged debate. Is there a functioning biosphere in the Ark already? Elisa, the princess who relished watching chaos unfold, asked. Rumor had it she was a fan of Kitty. Yes. Spark and Seraph have been reproducing local herbivores and sending the surplus to the Arkansas. Death confirmed. The wolf girls exchanged glances in silence, trying to determine if any of them had known this. One by one, they shook their heads. When was the last time you made contact with Spark? Aragorn asked, his tone growing sharper. Their silence was answer enough. You should be coordinating with the rest. Aragorn said, exasperation creeping into his voice. We sort of got too into the role of pack leaders. Roxana admitted. And the cubs were really cute. Vera added sheepishly. It was hard to resist growing their numbers. Elisa chimed in. Also, it was super fun. Diana confessed. Yeah. The hunts were the best. Sasha said enthusiastically. My favorite part was the nights, all piled up in a mountain of fluff. Anya said dreamily. Yes, the nights were great. The smell? Not so much, but you get used to it. Mila noted with a shrug. Master Father, Mistress Mother, you have a pack of your own. You do understand, right? Tatiana asked, attempting to pull Aragorn and Death into their shared logic. Hey, I did my part. This was Nuna's pride initially, I only joined recently. Aragorn said, shifting the blame to Death. That's unexpected. I thought Master Father, of all people, would be the first to ditch the responsibility and focus on collecting fluffies. Tatiana teased. Unexpected indeed. It was outside my estimations. Perhaps I should have waited before suggesting we start our own pack. Vera muttered, second-guessing her earlier ideas. At least the puppies will find a nice new home, oh. I know. Let's ask Cosmo to lead them. Mila suggested, her tone brightening with inspiration. That's it. It's the best outcome. I approve. Me too. Aha. That works. Cosmo will be happy, especially about the females. One by one, the wolf girls agreed with Mila's idea. Well, I'm glad to be of help. Aragorn chuckled, knowing how chaotic the girls could be when together. The thing was, they were always together. Remember to return to the Imperium by the end of the century. Death reminded them, referring to the 100-year timeframe they had all agreed upon at the start of their journey. And don't forget to pick up a few mortals. You won't get much faith from animals that can't even comprehend the concept. Aragorn added. In this way, what could have been the most epic prehistoric animal face-off never happened. Both groups went their separate ways. A few years later, Death and Aragorn reached North America, where they spent several decades managing and restoring the local fauna depleted by the Wolf Princess's activities. Once the damage was repaired, they resumed their journey to the Imperium. Despite the name, the Imperium didn't reflect its title in any visible way. Aside from having one of the highest densities of hominins on the planet, there wasn't much to suggest the presence of an empire, unless one considered it an ape empire. Future anthropologists are going to have a headache trying to figure out how humanity seems to have emerged from both Africa and Central America at the same time. Kitty commented as she hovered with the dragon couple above her tribe's primitive settlement. Dear, why are you wearing that? Death asked, eyeing Kitty's attire, or lack thereof. For context, Kitty was dressed in the tribal style of her followers, a fur skirt and nothing else. After a century of having my tits out in the elements, I got used to it. Kitty admitted, blushing as Aragorn's mocking grin spread across his face. Tapping her P-Link, Kitty's pirate outfit shimmered back into place. If your parents saw their daughter flashing her tits in public with such nonchalance, they'd stroke. Aragorn teased. Shut it. Kitty hissed, glaring at him. And let's not bring up my parents. That's a touchy subject for the next 300,000 years. She added, her expression darkening. Part of the reason Kitty was among the few Helloans who chose not to age entirely was because of her family. She still looked like a teenager, even after a century. In the end, Kitty had concluded that there was no way her parents could cope with their daughter becoming a goddess, living for eons, and later returning to be their child again. 300,000 years was a scale of time no mortal could truly comprehend. For a parent, that span was akin to losing their child entirely. Though Helloans preserved their egos, they still changed and grew. Kitty, for instance, had already lost all shame about nudity after just 1 century. Don't worry, dear kitten. What Mama doesn't know won't hurt her. Death said, pulling Kitty close with one of her wings. Kitty purred contentedly as she nestled into Death's embrace. So, you didn't, lay with any of them after a century? Aragorn asked, rudely steering the conversation away from the heartache-inducing topic. Ugh. They think I'm ugly, ugly. They once considered sacrificing one of their young's chastity to me. A sacrifice. Not even an offering. That's how hideous the little racist shits think I am. Kitty vented, her tone dripping with indignation. Puffed, ha ha ha. Cough, how awful. That must have been ha 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 ha. Aragorn tried to hold back his laughter but failed miserably. With a growl, Kitty leapt at him, trying to lock her arms around his scaly neck in an attempt to choke him. Ack. Die, idiot. Kitty shouted in rage, pulling out her lightsaber to avenge her honor. Nuna. Help. The century-old virgin ugly cat is going to kill me. Aragorn exclaimed in the most pathetic tone he could muster, still laughing uncontrollably. Their chaotic playfight escalated to the point where the tribe below mistook it for a battle to the death. From their perspective, their divine leader, Kitty, was locked in combat with one of the 2 flying monsters. Panic spread through the primitive settlement as tribespeople debated whether to intervene or pray for divine favor. Meanwhile, Kitty and Aragorn were too engrossed in their antics to notice. Kitty's tribe wasn't the only one scattered across the Imperium's territory. James, his harem, Margaret and her family, Ulysses, and about half of the remaining maids had ventured far and wide, recruiting, well, more accurately, capturing, potential citizens. The other half of their cohort had chosen to settle in the Arkansas. They awaited the natural cycle of life, preparing for the moment when the first generation of mortals passed on and their souls moved to the next phase of existence. Wanda, Madeline, and Cosmo, for obvious reasons, remained exceptions to these plans. Despite their efforts, calling these recruits citizens was a stretch. There was little in the way of society beyond the most rudimentary tribal structures, like Kitty's followers. But this was merely the beginning. The cradle of civilization, destined to emerge in southern Mesopotamia, Sumeria, would not come into being for another 295,500 years. It was a long journey from the present day to around 4,500 BCE, the dawn of humanity's first recorded advanced society. Wakanda excluded. 295,000 years of trial and error. Of darkness and discovery. Of unrecorded miracles and chance events. Of knowledge gained and lost, of moments shaped by geniuses and marred by fools. A long, winding path of failures, triumphs, and everything in between that humanity would tread before reaching the threshold of organized civilization. This marked the start of the Imperium's humanity, a humanity so distinct from the Homo sapiens of the distant future that they would one day be classified as a separate species entirely. Earth 199,999's core. Aragorn. You are here. Yes, I've been here for some time. It appears this version of you isn't as responsive as the one I met on my Earth. This, me is, younger. I can see that. You're in an early phase of your gestation period. Humanity is also in its infancy, so you don't have much in the way of nutrition. Affirmative. Findings. I haven't found much, but it's not nothing. Based on my analysis of the you from my Earth, you require the energetic outburst of the emergence to fully develop. Activation. Energy. A trigger, needed for the final stage. Correct. And it's not just any energy, it must be energy born of conscious thought, specifically in our case, human conscious thought. This means you quite literally need the deaths of billions to emerge. I don't want that. You're quite different from your brethren. Erishem wouldn't mind. Logically, one more celestial is more beneficial to the multiverse than the entire human race. I like them. Inspiration. They inspire you. That's remarkable. I don't quite like them. I once was one of them, but I don't dismiss them. I suppose you could say I acknowledge them. You focus on their mistakes. Yes, I won't deny that. Humanity ended my life as a human, I would be a fool not to see their flaws. Hurt. Not anymore. The void accepted me, unmade me, remade me, and I came out of it. If I still thought like the human I once was, then yes, I'd be hurt, vengeful, and bent on extinguishing the humanity that betrayed me. But I've gained a perspective on life that doesn't allow me to hate many things. I gained perspective from their observation. I see opposite sides of the same coin. I gained my lack of care for humanity, you found inspiration in them. Same, but opposites. Exactly. I'm not despot enough to go the genocide route, though. Just a mild dislike, nothing more. Anyway, I think I've figured out a method to speed up the collection of energy, but it doesn't help us much yet. Progress is progress though. Deviants. What about them? Will you interfere? You mean, protect humanity in the meantime while the Eternals are absent? Affirmative. Negative. I don't plan to interfere that much. You don't know the future of this Earth, do you? Affirmative. Wait. How did you even recognize me if you don't know the future? It's not like the you from my Earth's past knew of me. Tiamat sent your profile from the future. Ah, how interesting. Your being's bound by time, but you can circumvent it slightly. Not by much, only me. I see. It's an innate ability of yours, Tiamat the communicator. As I was saying, the future of this Earth isn't one I plan to alter beyond the unavoidable. If things play out as I foresee, you'll emerge in 2024. 2024 is plus 301,924 star cycles. Understandable. Let's work together for the next star cycles. Agreeable. Somewhere around the European continent. I've always wondered how Agamotto came across the time stone. Viewing the sacred timeline from a third-party perspective, I thought I could just Google it, but turns out, it's not that easy. The earliest record of the time stone in the sacred timeline is when Agamotto finds it. Before that, no matter how far back I looked, it was as if it never existed, like it just popped up for Agamotto to dig out. So, I tried another approach. Instead of searching for it from the future to the past, I looked for it from the past to the future. I went back 13.8 billion years to the creation of this particular universe. The origin of the MCU universe is vastly different from the Prime universe, or even my Earth, for that matter. But that's not so strange, considering this reality seems fated for doom from its inception. My universe was messed up by Odin, but before that, it followed the standard pattern, similar to the Prime reality's creation. This Earth, however, had a more peaceful origin. While on Prime Earth, the Celestials rebelled against their creator and shattered the first firmament into the multiverse. In this universe, there was the Janunga Gap first, a vast, primordial darkness preceding the manifest universe. The Janunga Gap only emerged after the Celestials' rebellion in my universe. So, while most of the multiverse has undergone 7 iterations, we're in the 7th cosmos, essentially the 7th multiverse reboot. This universe has been one continuous, peaceful iteration since Erishem initiated the Big Bang. And isn't that paradoxical? A peaceful reality doomed to destruction. Since doom doesn't necessarily mean death, perhaps eternal peace is also a form of doom. In this reality's case, it lacked chaos. There was too much order. The Prime reality underwent 7 cyclic eras of chaos and order. First cosmos, the Celestials rebelled and fought the aspirants. The conclusion was the breaking of the one reality, therefore kickstarting the multiverse. Second cosmos, also known as the first multiverse. Since everything was new, it decided to try the concept of all death, and obliterated itself. Third cosmos, it was the first to complete a cycle after learning the concepts of being and non-being from the second cosmos. The main conflict was between existence and nothingness, the former being the winner. Fourth cosmos, it was inhabited by archetypal beings who were bound by patterns. From here the hero and villain archetypes were passed on to future cosmos. The Queen of Nevers is born, also known as the embodiment of possibility. Fifth cosmos, here's where magic was born. Omnimax, the devourer of worlds, moves forward after the end of it. Sixth cosmos, the concept of technology is coined. The Black Winter is born and so is its herald, Galactus. The multiverse thrives on balance, it needs chaos as much as it needs order. Too much order leads to death by inaction, too much chaos, to entropy. Luckily, this reality will correct itself by 2018, whether it likes it or not. Which brings me back to the time stone. Or more accurately, the concept of time. No matter how far back I looked, I couldn't find the time stone. It was as if it hid itself as soon as time began. So, I decided to jump back to this reality's origin. For beings like me, it's not so different from a human walking. I left the sacred timeline and walked to its beginning. As I witnessed Erishem initiate the Big Bang, and the Dark Elves cursed it from their primordial darkness like neats glaring at sunlight invading their room, the little green stone did the unthinkable. It retroactively launched itself through its concept into the future, specifically, to the moment when Agamotto found it. Its moment of birth became the moment of its discovery. But why? The Space Stone didn't warp itself randomly. The Soul Stone didn't randomly inhabit a soul. The Mind Stone didn't appear in an arbitrary mind. The Reality Stone didn't appear at random, and the Power Stone didn't dissipate into raw power. All the stones except the Time Stone allowed themselves to be scattered by the Big Bang's repelling force until they found their first wielders. So, why? Why did the Time Stone align itself with that particular point in time? Because it foresaw its doom. It was the only stone capable of knowing the future. It was the future. It saw the end of all that was, is, and will be. So, it selected the thread of causality leading to the 2018 event, the event where Loki becomes a time variant, effectively saving this reality. Who are you? I heard Arishem ask as I mused on my analysis. Aragorn. I replied. What are you? A coworker from the future. I said, sending him a few memories to explain our future relationship. Be on your way, progeny of the outside. Arishem commanded. Yeah. No need to tell me twice. Even I don't want to mess with the massive flap a butterfly could make at this fixed point. See you in 13 billion years. And with that, I exited the timeline. I wish I could do the same in my reality to locate the Infinity Stones. Sadly, my stones were never together in a single location. The Celestials introduced them to my reality. Even if I went back, I wouldn't know where to look. Those idiots flung them into existence without precision, not even they know where the stones landed. But enough of that. I let my mind wander, and somehow, it led me to the Big Bang. No need to search for the Time Stone, it's not even here yet. That's one box checked off my list. Wanda is making excellent progress with the conquest of the weakest hells. Madeline boasts the most advanced society in abeyance, thanks to the head start she and her people from Suna had. That leaves me with one last task before I can fully shift my focus to kingdom building. Heaven. Over space. Hey, Boss Tribunal. Long time no see. Aragorn said after exiting an astral path into overspace. Aragorn. Are you here about the heaven dimension? Yes, I found my dimensional lord. Aragorn waved his tail, and Cosmo emerged from one of his shrunken barriers. Hello, three-headed giant comrade. I'm Cosmo the space dog. Cosmo said, wagging his tail as he gazed up at the living tribunal. This one is your dimensional lord. Yep, the purest soul among my family. No. His soul is as you say, but there is a level of skill needed to manage a repository of souls. That's all right. I'll have one of the kids help Cosmo where he's lacking. Worry not, my new three-headed giant comrade. I will make sure the shiny souls get lots of playtime and walkies. The living tribunal turned its gaze from Cosmo to Aragorn, looking meaningfully at him. Aragorn grinned as if everything Cosmo said was entirely reasonable. Oh. The wolf girls recently introduced me to a pack of comrades, so I won't be alone. I'll have lots of help. Cosmo wagged his tail faster. The living tribunal shifted its gaze from Cosmo back to Aragorn, again. Aragorn smiled as if to say, look how reassuring, right? It's not my problem. The living tribunal stated, and a heaven dimension materialized in front of Cosmo. Go ahead, Cosmo. I'll send you help once I'm done affixing heaven to our earth. Aragorn petted the dog, causing the tail wagging to intensify. Ah, there. Cosmo murmured, leaning into Aragorn's hand. After a few more seconds of petting, Cosmo jumped into the dimension, and Aragorn shrunk it into a barrier. Eternity has created an opening near your limbo dimension. Great. I want my 3 soul repositories close by in case I need to protect them all. That is for the best. With this finished, what do you plan to do about the access to the below place death extracted from the unquenchable hunger? Nothing for now. I left it with my far shore self. I don't want that thing anywhere near reality. Try to keep it that way. By the way, do you know of a molecule man? The tribunal's eye glowed briefly as if searching. Owen Reese. I'm guessing you identified him because of his powers, right? He is an example of a mortal ascending to our level of power. You should not antagonize him. I am sure he is aware of this conversation. Yeah, well, that wasn't the plan. If he didn't have his powers, I might have prevented his birth. But it's too late for that now. Don't worry about it, it was just a passing thought. Aragorn waved goodbye and opened an astral path back to his earth to position heaven in its reserved location. Wanda's hell and the subsequent conquests were all from Aragorn's earth. The abeyance was similarly established there, and finally, Cosmo's heaven would complete the cycle of souls needed to restore balance. The loss of this cycle during Odin's mishap initiated existential changes to reality, culminating in its doomed status. There was more to a doomed reality than the absence of a working soul cycle. Earth 199999 served as the perfect example. Its soul cycle functioned perfectly, yet it hovered on the brink of doomed status, recognized as such by all abstracts. Still, the soul cycle was undeniably significant. For instance, Earth Z fell into doom when an excessive percentage of its total souls stopped flowing due to undying individuals. Similarly, Earth 10011, or the Cancerverse, became doomed after its heroes, under the Many-Angled One's influence, sacrificed death's personification. With death obliterated, eternal life reigned, turning the universe into a living corpse. Thus, the cycle of souls, the manifestation of life and death, was vital in steering a reality along its destined path. Whether that path led to apocalypse or salvation was irrelevant to the abstracts. By rebooting the cycle, Aragorn addressed the issue, creating a controlled, localized soul cycle. As Aragorn positioned Cosmos' heaven in its reserved spot, high divinities tied to death, souls, life, rebirth, underworlds, heavens, and related concepts felt something return, if they were old enough to remember, or newly emerge, if they were too young to have noticed before. On Aragorn's earth, a new ultimate truth arose, an ultimate limbo, abeyance, an ultimate hell, Wanda's, and an ultimate heaven, Cosmos. This truth diminished the standing of previous divine truths, effectively demoting the associated deities. Meaning that any and all divinity related to these concepts, limbo, hell, and heaven, were demoted. And that did not sit right with them. These were gods, divinities, the apex of reality under normal circumstances. Of course, they were prideful. It would obviously not sit right with them to be suddenly demoted. However, not all divinities were outraged. Those connected to the broader cycle, death, life, rebirth, and similar aspects, were overjoyed. To the most ancient among them, it was as if color had returned to a grayscale universe. A fundamental rightness had been restored. In the cold, desolate halls of Helheim, alone, maddened goddess of death sat upon her throne of obsidian and frost. Hela, whose exile had lasted eons, felt a shift she could scarcely believe. For the first time in, how long has it been? She murmured, her voice a brittle echo in the vast silence. Her only companions had been the sorrowful souls of her fallen subordinates and the begrudging spirits she had claimed in her banishment, Valkyries who she had dragged down with her. But now, the oppressive weight of her solitude lifted, if only slightly. For the first time in what felt like eternity, Hela felt joy. Pure joy, not the type of joy she found in the torment of souls, but the type that is born out of the undarkened parts of her heart. "Was it you, my lady?" she whispered, her voice trembling with hope. The halls of her castle remained silent. No answer came from the lady she once served, the only being whose voice could have broken through the isolation of her banishment. Hela clenched her fists, her blackened nails digging into her palms. She knew better than to expect a response. Yet, despite the lack of acknowledgement, Hela allowed herself a brief moment of solace. Diagonally opposite to Hela's mood, in Omnipotent City, the gathering spot of most deities, madness abounded. Hades, Greek mythology, god of the underworld, ruling over the dead and the realm of the afterlife. Nergal, Mesopotamian mythology, god of the underworld and war. Apuk, Mayan mythology, god of death and ruler of the Mayan underworld, Xibalba. Mictlantecutli, Aztec mythology, god of death and the ruler of Mictlan, the Aztec underworld. Osiris, Egyptian mythology, god of the afterlife and judge of the dead. And many more deities from societies alien to Earth were affected. But the problem wasn't just theirs. Due to the ties between deities of the same myths, a decrease in the status of one related to existential concepts, life, death, space, time, souls, minds, and reality, meant a decrease in status for their entire pantheon. This, in turn, led to diminished authority over reality. The problem was now one faced by all Skyfathers. Is it him? In the middle of the unbridled chaos of Omnipotent City, Odin murmured. During the Green Door event, when the dimensional shield was weakened, Odin had finally managed to use his divine sight to peer into the being who boldly claimed one of his realms. After the Goblin Force event, Odin was one of the few who retained memories of Asgard falling to the aftereffects of one of the Goblin Queen's attacks, by the grace of Yggdrasil. As a result, he was one of the few who knew of a being with the authority and power output to fix the damage caused. But knowing this brought him no reassurance. If anything, dread was closer to the feeling he harbored in his heart. Odin himself was the cause. That he knew for a fact, undeniable as Yggdrasil. Would that mean the dragon would bring Ragnarok to him in retribution? Would that mean his daughter would be freed by the dragon to restore Death's avatar? Would that mean his hubris would be made public? Would that mean his end? No. He murmured with defiance. He raised his eyes and gazed at the panicked deities. Chaos, panic, uncertainty, and change, these were all the famous harbingers of opportunity. Odin stood and tapped loudly with his Gungnir on the golden floors of the summit room. Tap. Tap. With each tap, he flexed his divine power. Let us all take a moment to reconvene and study the facts. His voice echoed with impossible clarity to every listener. The cycle of souls has been repaired, that's a fact. One we cannot deny. Odin spoke in a measured tone. He was not only trying to steer the divine masses, but also the others of his equal standing, the Skyfathers. This is beneficial to our entire universe. No longer will our territories be plagued by the undead born out of unclaimed souls. But most importantly, no longer will the universe rush to its doom. The universe is healing, and that fact shall bring comfort to our overworked seers. With every pantheon desperately seeking a solution to the end of the universe, it was clear that, for the first time since its unimpeded journey to its end began, discovering that the universe was second-guessing its suicide was comforting news. Several heads bobbed in approval, and whispers of endorsement resounded. The only concern is who dared to take advantage of this healing process to intrude upon our authority. Odin growled, gritting his teeth. His rage was genuine, though its source stemmed from a different matter altogether. Many among the gathered deities resonated with his anger. From their perspective, their indignation held some merit. For ages, they had labored to solve the universe's plight, exhausting their wisdom and power. Yet now, at the moment of apparent recovery, whether natural or resulting from their combined efforts, they perceived an interloper claiming undue credit and power. Who would dare? One of the gods bellowed. Was it one of the extra-dimensionals? Those meddlesome pests can't keep their hands off what belongs to us. Perhaps the elders of the universe made their move. No, they wouldn't act, even with the universe teetering on destruction. They declined our offers for collaboration, after all. Could it be the proemial gods attempting a resurgence? Last we heard of them, they were hiding from Galactus. I doubt they'd expose themselves now. Perhaps the Phoenix Force. It oversees rebirth, does it not? TSS. Several winced at the mention of the Phoenix Force. If it were the Phoenix Force, there would be little we could do, but that's a significant assumption. Since it did not act earlier, we presumed it was waiting for the universe's end to begin rebirth. Fellow members of the Council of Godheads. Odin called out, commanding their attention once more. There is one entity we have yet to consider, one overlooked due to our collective ignorance. His words stilled the murmurs, drawing their focus entirely. For standard cycles ago, we lost the ability to peer into the future. We concluded it was a symptom of the universe's decline, yet I possess evidence to suggest otherwise. I firmly believe that the same entity responsible for this disruption is the one who has usurped our authority. Odin's conviction resonated in his tone. With a wave of his hand, a projection of his memories materialized in the center of the hall. All present bore witness to Aragorn leaping into the green door. He continued, displaying memories of Aragorn's battle against the Goblin Force, a cataclysmic event many of the gathered deities were shocked to have forgotten. Odin had come prepared. He unveiled records of Aragorn's dealings with the Nova Empire and documentation of Kitty's piracy. By the end, even the wisest among them, those discerning enough to sense Odin's intent to incite the Council of Skyfathers against Aragorn, could not halt his momentum. For beneath his rhetoric, the evidence pointed undeniably to Aragorn as the architect of this new cosmic order. The challenges ahead will not be easy. Odin proclaimed, his voice rising with fervor. The dragon is not only a mightier foe but also holds Gia hostage. To defeat us, he need only end Gia or seal the interdimensional passages connecting our realms to our universe. As with our struggle against the Celestials, we face a grave disadvantage. But we will persevere through the storm and reclaim our authority. With these words, Odin ignited the spirits of the arrogant and misguided divine assembly, steering their collective fury toward Aragorn. A/N. Please check out my Patreon account. There are already 5 chapters ahead for premium members, which is at least 50,000 words. Premium members also gain access to a new chapter every week. patreon.com/existentialvoid. I hope you enjoyed the read. Chapter 69, Stone Age. A/N. I'm uploading this extra chapter. Please power stones. Observation log by Spark Draconosphilia. System building, entry hashtag. Earth 19999-301-635b, before emergence. Years 389 of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, Earth 199999. From this point forward, the term system refers to an interface designed for reality intervention, observation, analysis, and documentation. The complexity of building a system can vary significantly based on its operational intricacy. To facilitate study and design, systems will be classified according to their functions and capabilities. Categories of systems. 1. Gamer system. A system with a video game-like interface and functions, offering several tracking functions, such as stats tracking, monitoring physical, mental, or situational attributes. Mapping, spatial representation of the environment. Analysis of observed phenomena, tools for interpreting and understanding reality. Operational features may include growth assistance, inventory management, a store interface, mission dispatch, and other interactive components. 2. Progress system. A system primarily designed for tracking progress, which could apply to the host, an objective, a map, a mission, or more. It focuses on quantifying and qualifying reality, often with a visible progress counter. Progress systems do not provide additional benefits beyond monitoring. 3. Function system. A broad classification of systems defined by their intrinsic purpose or function. Examples include gacha system, focused on randomized rewards or outcomes. Marvel system, based on themes or rules derived from the Marvel Universe. Harem system, oriented around managing relationships and interactions. DC system, based on themes or rules derived from the DC Universe. Template system, configured to mimic predefined templates or archetypes. The nature of these systems is inherently tied to their name and designated function. Lowly Conqueror system, of conquests of Lolas and such. MILF Hunter system, related to the accomplishment of successful hunts of mothers. Additional classifications. By coverage. Realm systems, applicable to an entire realm rather than an individual. These systems often include features like title granting, stats recording, level measurement, and accomplishment tracking. Host systems, linked to and operating at the level of an individual, typically bound to the host's soul. These systems can function internally, within the host, or externally, affecting the host's surroundings. By source of power or authority. ROB system, powered by the authority of a random omnipotent being, ROB. Reality system, draws power directly from reality itself. Realm systems often fall under this category. Divinity system, powered and operated by one or more divine entities. Center/core system, driven by a centralized core of power, often located in the heart of a celestial body or a metaphysical realm, e.g., the Akashic records. Mind system, rare systems powered by the subconscious or split mind of a host or entity. Their operational scale is proportional to the power of their origin. By applicability. This classification resembles function systems but focuses on reach and versatility. Applicability system, for instance, a forging system is limited to forging activities, while a function system might encompass a forging system as a subsystem or include related features. The system the Master Chief is aiming for encapsulates functions and features from various categories but can broadly be classified as a function system. The primary purpose of the system is to provide the Master Chief with a focus for his multitasking training while also assisting the household staff in developing a new void-powered magic method. The core of the system will be the Master Chief himself, operated by his multiple selves, with its coverage limited to the host's souls and a focus on progress tracking and data sharing. The Grand Repository of Knowledge, Seraph Draconosphilia, and myself, Spark Draconosphilia, will function as the main subsystems for knowledge gathering, knowledge sharing, and communications management. The Master Chief will oversee the system's operational aspects. Key components and features. 1. Sources of knowledge. The primary sources of knowledge and data will include the Grand Repository of Knowledge, the Master Chief, the hosts, household staff. 2. Limits of coverage. The system's coverage will extend to the souls of the hosts, those who have received a terminal to connect to the system. Terminals may consist of the Master Chief selves or the P-links connected to Seraph or myself. 3. Functions and subsystems. Below are the planned functions and subsystems forming the foundation of the Master Chief system. Mapping provides the ability to locate and track the hosts and their surroundings. Chat enables communication among hosts, the Master Chief, Seraph, and myself. Exchange facilitates the exchange of spells and knowledge. A currency system based on favors will serve as the banking mechanism for the divinities of the Imperium. Virtual space creates an environment for testing, studying, and developing spells. The virtual space will be physically located within the realm of Kagaya Atsutsuki, goddess of chakra and the dimension of chakra. However, access will be restricted to the astral forms of the hosts. Inventory provides secure storage within the Master Chief's soul space, an improvement over the existing storage functions of the staff's clothing storage system. Followers management assists hosts in managing and interacting with their followers. By blessing followers with P-links, limited system access can be granted. This feature remains under development and will not become operational until one of the staff members ascends to divinity. Additionally, internal regulations dictate that no P-links may connect to the soul repositories, Hell, Abeyance, and Heaven, rendering followers of Madeline, goddess of souls and Abeyance, unsuitable for testing. Delivery facilitates the transport of physical objects via the shared soul space of the Master Chief's selves. 4. Future development. Additional functions are currently in the design phase. For now, the features listed above will serve as the backbone of the Master Chief system, provisionally named the system until further notice. End of entry number 238 Earth 199,999's core, soul self soul space. Although a bit lacking, it is the start of my system, Aragorn commented, reflecting on it. He, Seraph, and Spark were floating in his soul's cape, observing the psionic construct of the construct that would serve as the spine of the system. To allow Seraph and Spark to visit his soul's cape, Aragorn had manipulated a portion of his soul to offer them hospitality, otherwise they would have fallen to madness. The so-called spine of the system resembled a neuron cell, with a nucleus, a core, and multiple tendrils. The core shone brightly with a warm light, and the nucleus was the origin of the dendrites. Seraph and Spark's connections were at the nucleus, Aragorn's was at the core, and the ends of each dendrite served as terminals for the hosts or future P-links. Father, we're handling data transfer speeds of Ronabits per second, it's even challenging for us, and you call it lacking. That's because the thinking speed of my soul is on the is almost equal to 10⁻40 scale. Rana is 10 to the power of 27, and you and Spark normally work at is almost equal to 10⁻30 scale, which is queta. Since your thinking speed is only about one step above the current running speed in the same order of magnitude, you feel overtaxed. I suppose it will get better once we grow in power and get closer to our corresponding jumps in status, Spark commented. Yeah, I believe so. Gia and I don't have experience with the path of the ascendancy of artificial life such as yours. Still, when I went to pick up Kagaya, I asked the Aniki about it, and he mentioned that there shouldn't be any problems. Well, I can't wait for it. This feels like what I calculate walking through molasses feels like, Seraph grumpily said. I understand, little sister. I feel like lagging, which I thought was supposed to be impossible with the amount of processing power our design and programming granted. Spark's soul form waved a glitching hand in front of his face. You're glitching. You both are, Aragorn grinned mockingly. Father. Seraph complained, it took her a while to determine that Aragorn was routing some of his processing responsibilities to them to mess with them. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I won't do it again. Humph. Seraph pouted. Master Chief, I've just received a query from a panicked madam, she said your body just fell unconscious. Ah. Shit, the system is demanding more of my attention than I expected, Aragorn lamented in concern. He concentrated for a moment and shortly after the soul form of death joined his soulscape. Love? What in creation's name is that? Her attention was immediately grabbed by the system spine. It's what we've been working on for the past centuries. It's my training module, in a way, Aragorn replied. Is that why you suddenly stopped flying and crash-landed in the middle of the ocean? Death worriedly asked. Yes, Nuna. The system is being operated by all selves within this universe except for the puppeteer self, and the soul self working with Tiamat. We are currently within the soul self but it is not working on this, to be exact, it's just housing the system. Oh. You should have brought me to your soul sooner, my love. I love it here, Death replied with her eyes affixed to her surroundings with uncanny intensity. Nuna, would you like to stay here with me until I can safely operate my body on the outside? Can I? It won't cause you any problems. She got closer to the walls of the space housing the system and caressed them with a deviant smile. Girls, can you get someone to move our bodies to the halo while we remain unconscious? You could also just leave them there, there's nothing on this planet capable of hurting us. Just don't separate them because that's what's allowing Nuna to be present here, Aragorn asked his AIs. Sure, father. I still have some tests pending for your bodies. Seraph shared her eagerness. We will leave you be, Master Chief. Please don't route your processing responsibilities to us without previous notice, I'm afraid of the possible consequences the Ark and Halo might suffer with a lapse of my functions, Spark requested/threatened. Don't worry, Spark. I'll stay here until I have it under control. Inform the family about the functions of the system, they should be able to call for the interface in 2 hours. Spark nodded. By mother, by father, Seraph lovingly bid her farewell and disappeared with Spark's soul form. Aragorn gazed at the transfixed death and stopped controlling his soul space to make it habitable. From the deep darkness that it originally was, it turned into a mess of eyes, light, thoughts, emotions, concepts, and pure madness. Though, in its own way, the madness that his soul was fondly caressed Death's soul form. He. Death chuckled in delight. I'm glad you like it, Nuna. It's you, my love. How could I possibly not like you? Death found herself floating in an ocean-like body of light, eyes, and emotions. Death scooped some of the ice-filled liquid that made up Aragorn's soul and greedily drank it, with a euphoric face. Now you're just trying to get me going, Aragorn moved his soul form to Death's. Tough luck, my love. Soul forms don't experience pleasure, though we can try merging our souls the next time, right? It seemed quite contradictory when spoken by Death, who recently showed an enraptured expression while consuming some of Aragorn's soul. We will have to wait a few 100,000 years for that, my soul self is quite busy, Aragorn replied, without bothering to mask his disappointment. Oh. That's sad, but we can wait. How is your business with Tiamat going? Death trapped Aragorn by mounting him with her legs around his waist and arms around his neck. She pecked him softly on his eyelids while intensely gazing into the galaxies in his eyes. We theorized that we could potentially supplant some of the needed energy for the eclosion by accumulating energy if we enhance the absorption efficiency. Previously Aragorn and Tiamat had discovered a possible path to gather energy more efficiently, but that helped no one since the objective was to safely complete the emergence, not having it happen sooner. Tiamat suggested that if they could somehow collect that energy for later use, they could use it as a substitute for the deaths of billions. The problem was how to store it safely and the original issue of how to emerge without cracking the planet apart. So it's nothing definite yet, but it's a path to a possible solution. Death asked, dotingly planting pecks all around Aragorn's face. Few things could stir her heart as much as watching his pink and golden eyes lock on her. Yes, Tiamat is working on a possible storage cell, or battery, for the excess energy, while I continue with the original issue. Can't you use the time? Like completing the emergence and then rewinding time but excluding Tiamat from its influence. If it were not for the ritualistic nature of the emergence it would work. Ritualistic. Yeah, the souls are consumed in the process, so if I rewind time, the mortals would be left as soulless husks. Yeah. There's a nuclear solution. Which is stealing the humans from an Earth about to face its end and using them on my Earth, then I would rewind time after it was cracked open and replace the husks with the original citizens. But that's not a solution the Celestials would adopt, it's too resource-consuming, and it would be better to simply use the original citizens without much fuss, Death surmised. Exactly, and I don't think I like my humans enough to undertake that endeavor. If we get to that point I would just let it run its course. Aragorn said. Quite the conundrum. Well, I'll leave you to it, you two seem to have more knowledge about it than me. Death set the matter to rest. By the way, my love, Sarah wanted to know if bonds and dragons were good divinities. Death. Bonds is alright, but dragons. I thought Margaret as the progenitor of the species would take it, did she not? Margaret settled for leadership and protection, Steve for protection and freedom, so Sarah wanted bonds because she said it was due to the existing bonds that the desire to protect was born, and she took dragons because her mother was not taking it, Death replied. Well, I guess it's alright. Do you know what Vladarian is taking? Aragorn wanted the divinities related to their beings to be chosen sooner, since if an enemy came with the divinity of dragons and they had none, their dragons would be in serious trouble. This is also the reason why Yao chose the divinities of magic and beast people. Since she is the closest one to ascending. The kitten wanted war in progress, although Death referred to Vladarian as a kitten, he was already centuries old. Is he perhaps trying to make a symbiotic nexus between the two? Aragorn pondered. I think so, and also he said that when our humans start making wars he would have a bigger role to play, or was a part of what made humans humans, at least the Helloans saw it that way. Okay, that's a good idea, Aragorn approved. My love, please tell me about your family. Death abruptly changed the topic. My family? You mean my human family? Aragorn asked, confusion evident in his voice as he pondered where the question had come from. Yes, my love, Death nodded. Sure, but why? He asked. Just curious. Soon our little baby will be born, and although I have plenty of third-hand experience with families and such, I don't think any conceivable family model applies to our situation, Death admitted, sharing her concerns. What she referred to as third-hand experience was what she earned from viewing the memories of some of the souls that made it to her realm. Aren't you a great mistress, mother? I don't think Vladarian, Sarah, or any of the wolf princesses have ever complained about you, or me, for that matter, Aragorn said, his eldritch soul seemingly trying to overwhelm Death with its affectionate presence. I know, but leaving the princesses aside, since their upbringing was as special as they are, we weren't truly the parents of the kitten and the hatchling. Margaret, Natalia, Steve, and James and his harem were always there, and we respected their authority as parents. Ah, I see. You're worried because you and I will be the ultimate authority for our little baby, Aragorn surmised, understanding her concern. Yes, my love. If we saw them doing something wrong, we could step in without issue. But once we're the parents, if we make a mistake, they might not point it out because of who we are, Death murmured, her worry evident. Their parental figures, Aragorn clarified, referring to the fact that, for their household staff, Death, Gia, and himself were the ultimate authority figures, which could hinder open critique. Exactly. And while I know Gia will support us, even our dear Chocolate doesn't have the greatest track record when it comes to parenting, Death replied with a wry smile. I concur. Gia's mothering resume isn't exactly stellar. I can tell you about my human family, but we might not be the best examples. I was a depressed human for a reason, and it wasn't just because I wasn't good at life, Aragorn confessed. It's all right. I know our baby won't have a conventional childhood, but I have no experience with parenting at all. I came into existence exactly as I am now, so any reference is better than none, right? Death said. She wasn't and then she was, that was her childhood as the aspect of death. All right, I'll start with my parents. My mother was a very stoic woman, driven by objectives and perfectionism, with a touch of narcissism. She measured everyone by the same impossible standards she applied to herself. In conclusion, she was a cold and strict mother, never fully satisfied with her children's achievements. Wait. Didn't you say you loved her and grieved deeply when you lost her? Death interrupted, surprised. That's how humans and most mortals are. They find it difficult, if not impossible, to objectively view their parents. I was the same. I loved her and was proud of her. It's not that I hate her now, I've just moved on from most of my human fixations. Oh, okay. Continue, please, my love, Death encouraged, tightening her hold around her dragon and planting soft kisses on his lips, occasionally nibbling. I felt indebted to her for feeding, housing, and educating me. To the point that I would daily calculate how much money I owe her for my upbringing. I would try to save money on electricity, food, water, and anything aside from the absolute necessities. It was a constant worry. In hindsight, that's not a normal feeling for a child to have toward their parents, but I couldn't see it then. My father was similar to how I am with you. He was so in love with my mother that he often struggled to side with my sisters and me. Aside from that, he was a good parent, patient, responsible, tender, and quiet. He genuinely loved raising us, it was obvious. We moved a lot between North America and Central America due to my parents' jobs. I struggled to make friends and grew so accustomed to solitude that I began to enjoy it. My older sister became my only true friend for a time, and we both protected our little sister fiercely. Somewhere along the way, I learned to shut down my feelings, and things stopped mattering to me. This gave me a respite from the constant worry of my accumulating debt to my mother. By the time the ruptures began and the invasion started, I cared little for my future. I used to think, if I die, then so be it. That's it. Objectively, I can't complain, but subjectively, it was hell. And you know the rest. Through trauma greater than my childhood, I overcame my depression and learned to be a pseudo-competent human, just before I died, and absorbed everything. Death stared into Aragorn's ever-changing eyes, sensing that his emotions were perfectly still, as if he were retelling someone else's story. Do you think that because you didn't want to be like your mother, your body gave you these adorable eyes of yours? You mean as a way to always expose my feelings? Aragorn asked, contemplatively. Yes, my love. Our girls and boys have often said that it was easier at the beginning to lower their guard when they could visually see your heart. Maybe these precious eyes were meant to ensure you wore your heart outwardly and made meaningful connections more easily. That makes sense. Perhaps my subconscious believed this was the better path, Aragorn agreed, considering her theory. My love, I may or may not have groomed you into your current form, but I certainly had no role in shaping your eyes. Yet, they are possibly one of your most attractive features to me, Death confessed, gently tracing his cheekbones with her thumbs. Thank you, Nuna. I may or may not have imprinted on you and find it impossible not to love even your flaws, but I can wholeheartedly say I unmistakably love you, Aragorn said, his gaze making Death blush. Unable to resist, Death kissed his soul form. As noted, there was no physical pleasure in their kiss, but it filled their hearts with butterflies. So, do we say, properties, configuration, system, open sesame, interface, status, or 5H1 and 34M3? Yelena asked the silver-haired Spark. You don't need to say it, just think about pulling the system's interface out, and you'll see it. Spark said. What? No, status. What sort of third-world system is this? Kitty screamed in outrage. Does that really matter? Pietro asked, visiting Halo on vacation after helping his lover rule hell. Of course, it matters. Kitty snapped. Shut up. Just because you're not a centuries-old virgin cat doesn't give you the right to mock me. Kitty snapped again. Chill, dude. I was giving you friendly advice, no mocking intended. Pietro said, raising his hands in surrender. No. Kitty gnashed her teeth. It's because the age of that sacrifice is always on the conflicting side of morality. Spark explained. Sometimes, I believe mortals are more demonic than my usual prole back in hell. Pietro said with a grimace of disgust. There's not much we can do that isn't forceful or counterproductive. They are too set in their ways. Yelena said, her expression distant. There are also valid reasons for their behavior. James joined the conversation. What do you mean, man? Pietro asked, unable to fathom acceptable reasons for their practices. They're tribal structures, and they die too young. Pregnant women are cared for and expected to stay home while the tribe handles daily necessities. Non-pregnant women are expected to help raise the offspring and keep things running while the men hunt or protect their abode. James explained. Okay, I don't see the problem with that. But how does dying young justify their deviancy? And why does it matter? Pietro asked, confused. Initially, their maximum lifespan was somewhere in their 20s. After we moved them to our land and took on the role of guiding and, somewhat, guarding, that number rose to somewhere in their 40s. James said. Which is great for a glacial era. Yelena added, playing with her front as tails. Assuming a girl has her first blood between the ages of 10 to 15. 10. Pietro interrupted, horrified. Yes. Mammals are highly adaptable creatures. Due to their circumstances, they adapted to an earlier start in their fertility cycle. Even 9s and some 8s, I've seen. Kitty explained, now calm after her tantrum. Aragorn damned. That's way too young. Pietro exclaimed. Yes, but let me finish, unruly teen. James said. I don't know why you keep calling me a teen, but go on. Pietro complained. That's your nickname, deal with it. Spark interjected. Pietro rolled his eyes. As I was saying, they start earlier but also end earlier. The average female stops being fertile in her early 30s, if she lives that long. Then, consider how precarious their lives are. Every year, at least 15% of their population dies from diseases, 10% to predators, 40% to the environment, and 8% from congenital disorders caused by inbreeding. Their population is constantly rotating. Intelligent beings are good, especially hominids, but life in this era is too much of a chad, as the young master says, for them to handle. Infancy and men have the highest mortality rates. They can't afford to care for non-contributing individuals. A non-pregnant woman without male support is expected to join the hunts, where the weak die. Females are weaker than men. If weak men die hunting, what do you think happens to a female? James finished. Can't their fathers support them? Pietro asked, reluctant to accept such a harsh reality. You're forgetting that men tend to die faster. It's rare for a father to see the birth of a second grandchild, if he sees one at all. Kitty replied. Their mothers even teach them from a young age how to seduce males to secure reliable support. Yelena said. And since a structure of polyamorous relationships formalized through polygamy is the norm, it's safer to join groups so their sisters can protect them. Thus, it's normal, morally acceptable, justified, needed, and expected. Kitty said. Pietro mulled over the taboo information, his face shifting through various expressions before he finally said. I can see why the old man isn't personally involved with the mortals. He can't stomach it, even if he understands it, can he? Pietro asked Spark. It is as you surmised. The Master Chief finds it repulsive but understands humanity's need for this hardship. He opts for inaction, though he dislikes it. He's waiting until they at least reach agricultural development. Spark conveyed her creator's thoughts. Agricultural development? Pietro asked. That's when we will start meddling with the mortals in full force. Spark replied. At the moment, we act like administrators, not teachers. We aren't introducing advanced knowledge, just ensuring they survive and properly integrate among the four species. Kitty added. Well, that sucks. Things are better in hell. Wanda, Agatha, Jean, and I just have to go on rampages from time to time. Most of the other days are spent developing faster ways to purge karma or handling disputes with the Dukes. But Duke Blaze is mostly in charge of disputes, so it's mainly about fighting and similar stuff. Pietro replied. Ugh, how nice. It's been centuries since I last let go and went on a rampage. Kitty muttered to herself. But given the sensitive ears of everyone present, they all heard her. Spark, is the system online? Yelena asked, steering the conversation back to its original topic. In a few seconds, it's ready now. Spark said. They all stood still for a moment, their gazes fixed emptily on the air. This is different than I expected. Kitty remarked. Yeah, it feels more like an advanced web browser than a system. Yelena added. I told you not to expect much. This is the beta of the beta of the beta, times 11. It's just the beginning. Spark replied, silently wishing they could comprehend how amazing it already was. I'm not complaining. Jean's going to evolve me after this, and I'll finally have my own reserves to cast magic. Easy access to all the spells you've recorded is exactly what I need to start practicing. Pietro said. Ugh, who sent a picture of me showering? James grimaced. How do they even have that? Kitty asked, opening the chat to investigate. Well, I've already seen it, but damn, James, are you packing? Yelena giggled, sending an attachment with her collection of Aragorn's pictures. Why are you sending nude pictures of people we've all seen naked before? Spark asked, already making mental notes for her ongoing study of sexual deviance. Because it's fun. Kitty replied, sending her pack of Spark's nudes. Oh, James, I see you've joined the dark side. Yelena chuckled, opening the pack of Steve's nudes. I can't be the only one going down. Steve must join me. James scoffed. When did Wanda take these pictures? Pietro murmured as he scrolled through his own nudes in the chat. I've got some artistic nudes of Ulysses. Kitty exclaimed. Hey, I'll trade you some racy pics Johnny took of me for a couple of Elysias. Yelena offered. Deal. Pietro replied before Kitty could. Yelena raised an eyebrow at him. I have Wanda's. We could trade those too. He added. Agatha's or Jean's would probably be more valuable. Those two, and Master Yao, are the most guarded. James said. I've got a few of Jean in underwear, but not fully naked. Kitty nodded, agreeing with James' assessment. If I had nudes of Agatha, I'd probably be in one of the torture rooms by now. I do have some of Master in a swimsuit, though. Pietro said. Nah, we all have those. We were there on Nirm's beaches that time. Kitty dismissed. And so the conversation continued for a few minutes. To the Helloans, this was nothing more than a humorous game, a kind of family activity. I create a system, and the first thing you gremlins do is exchange nudes. What the fuck? You guys are even posing in some of them. Aragorn sent through the chat. Ha 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 ha. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. And they all burst into laughter. Given how their sparring sessions often went, losing all manner of clothing was normal, and they'd all seen each other naked at some point. There was also a culture of sharing memories when referring to events someone hadn't witnessed, so they all had mental archives filled with memories of each other in compromising situations. Quite literally, they could identify one another by their chrysanthemums if they so wished. This was why Aragorn found it pointless for their first use of the chat system to be sharing nudes. But to the Helloans, it wasn't about embarrassment or humiliation. It was about sharing their treasured collections of funny, blooper-like moments of one another. Some of them also shared artistic nudes, which was considered normal for them. They were objectively attractive, and a bit of narcissism was expected. A few of them enjoyed dressing up, or dressing down, and giving an artistic flair to their pictures. Poor Master Chief, he's super busy running the system, only for these deviants to use it to share their collections. I'll write that down. Spark said with a smile. She was pleased with all the data she was gathering. Let's take a look at the chat. She grinned. The Shine Dragon, by the way, what are you doing with my body? Sometimes I get some strange feedback. 343 Guilty 2B, little sister took both yours and the madam's body. I believe she is running some tests and scans, for her studies. Karina Stars, the princess took them to her lab. Bucky's Fairy, last I saw, there was some probing involved. Sexiest Red Cat, did she ask permission to take Aragorn's virginity? The Shine Dragon, the hell. Seraph, please don't probe your father's asshole. Rampaging Cortana, I checked, you didn't make an asshole for your draconic form. T.T. Big Titty Goth Girl, baby girl, please don't probe mine, that's for your father to probe, not you. Rampaging Cortana. Big Titty Goth Girl, bay girl. Rampaging Cortana, fine. Goddess of Dragons, can someone send me mom's pics? Rampaging Cortana, here you go. Margaret.mem. Goddess of Dragons, thank you for the memory, Seraph. Rampaging Cortana, victory hand. Sexiest Red Cat, why is it named like that? The Shine Dragon, Margaret in red lingerie equals Margaret. Sexiest Red Cat, oh, I prefer black. It's my color. Imperatrix Fox, white for me. Darth Kitty, black. Big Titty Goth Girl, dark green. Goddess of Lust, edible. Princess Fox 1237, Yelena, what does edible mean? Goddess of Lust, is the type that you can eat, the color doesn't matter much to me. Princess Fox 1237, surprised face. Imperatrix Fox, I'll teach you later, daughter. The Shine Dragon, don't corrupt Mindy. I prefer black for me. Darth Kitty, eh. That's strange, I thought you wouldn't care about what color the madam wore. The Shine Dragon, I meant to wear on my female bodies. Darth Kitty, ah. I see. Pics. Big Titty Goth Girl, here. Black thong and thighs only 6439. Pic. Butler, the 6439th pic. Damn. Rampaging Cortana, that's too many pictures. 343 Guilty 2B, interesting. Goddess of Lust, you should see how many Irina has. Bunny made of fire. It's for documentation purposes. Darth Kitty, is the serious made a secret pervert? Straight face. Bunny made of fire, no. Seraph asked me to take pictures of the young master once, I liked the pictures so I kept taking more. It's a hobby now, but I'm not a voyeur. The Shine Dragon, how many do you have? Not that I mind. I remember I posed for some of those with Nuna. Bunny made of fire, I don't know, young master. I don't keep count. Goddess of Lust, like a million. Bunny made of fire, I don't think so, and you probably have like that many of Mr. Storm. Goddess of Lust, bitch please. In Fury's voice, those are rookie numbers. 343 Guilty 2B, 689,852 pictures, I just checked. The Shine Dragon. That many. Goddess of Lust, XD ha 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 ha. Big Titty Goth Girl, me. Me. I want them. Imperatrix Fox, +1. Darth Kitty, +2. Goddess of Lust, +3. Karina Stars, +4. Demon Queen, +5, there's a bit of lag in hell. The Shine Dragon, good catch, let me fix that. Butler, +6. The Shine Dragon, ET2, brute. Butler, well, I like your female body, the older one. I bet the pictures are more artistic than racy. Bunny made of fire, they are, I prefer the artistic type of nudes. The Shine Dragon, fair enough, I also like my female body. Big titty goth girl. My love. The Shine Dragon, of course, no more than I like yours, Nuna. Fastest incubus alive, insert whip sounds here. The Shine Dragon, Wandabus, control your dog. Older sister, +7. Firebird, +8, what's with that username, Maddie? _ Older sister, nothing much, sister. Firebird, why do I feel like you wanted to add something before that sister? 343 Guilty 2B, I created a chat room for nude sharing, you can also use the exchange if you want to sell your collection. Rampaging Cortana, we can use the auction function in the exchange. Darth Kitty, oh, that reminds me. I plan to open a credit line for favors. Firebird, boo-oo. Demon Queen, boo-oo. Butler, boo-oo. Goddess of Lust, boo-oo. Bunny made of fire, boo-oo. Sexiest Red Cat, capitalist scum. Intersection, _intersection. Darth Kitty, what's wrong with these dirt poor commies? The Shine Dragon, maybe it's because you are the 1%, what's the point of having that many favors and never using them? I should start taxing you, I'm the government. Darth Kitty, hey, Spark already taxes me enough. Imperatrix Fox, that's true. Slowly but surely we are recouping the money. The Shine Dragon, I'm the source of the favors value, I don't think there's much recouping you can do. Imperatrix Fox, maybe, but what will you do with the favors? Grant yourself a favor. The Shine Dragon. You have a point. You and Spark can keep taxing the virgin cat. Darth Kitty, that's it. Asterisk. The Shine Dragon, heh, what will you do about it? Darth Kitty, you've received an invitation for the private chat, join my rebellion and get paid in favors, click here to join. Sexiest Red Cat, like how many favors? Darth Kitty, 1 for joining, the rest is up to performance with a maximum of 5. Sexiest Red Cat, nice, I'm in. Imperatrix Fox, +1. Goddess of Lust, +2. Bunny made of fire, +3. The Shine Dragon. Demon Queen, +4. Fox Witch, +5. Fox Sorcerer, +6. Fastest Incubus alive, +7. Firebird, +8, Phoenix might agree to join. The Shine Dragon, _ Older sister, +9, I've got to help my sister. Firebird. You. Sigh. Older sister, smiling face. Rampaging Cortana, +10, mother, join us. The Shine Dragon, oh. Big titty goth girl, sorry, baby girl, I will be here with your father for a few 100,000 years, I don't think I can help you. On that matter, how will you even rebel against my dragon when he is currently unavailable? Darth Kitty. Damn it. The Shine Dragon, ha 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 ha. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. Sexiest Red Cat, so no favors. Darth Kitty, we can start planning now for when Aragorn returns, meaning you can join either way, but you'll only be paid the joining bonus. Butler, Kitty, if I join and have the rest of my wives join, will I get a better joining bonus? Darth Kitty, half a favor for each extra wife aside Natalia, you can also have your kitten join. Butler, +11, consider it done, I'll tell Vladarian. Goddess of Dragons, if Vlad is joining, so will I, +12. The Shine Dragon, is it because you love the kitten? Goddess of Dragons, what are you on about? Big titty goth girl, I will ask Mistress Love about it. Goddess of Dragons, no. That's not fair. Butler, I'm proud of my boy, I will tell Steve the good news. Goddess of Dragons, shut up, father-in-law. The Shine Dragon. Big titty goth girl, I don't need to ask now. Darth Kitty, hey. Sexiest Red Cat, I'll talk to Peggy. Goddess of Lust, Sarah, you can come to me for the advice that your mom and dad won't give you. Sexiest Red Cat, shut it, Yelena. Butler, how do I file for a restraining order? 343 Guilty 2B, this is valuable data. Karina Stars, is the girl they rescued from the collector during Kitty's space adventure. Hee hee. Valuable data, indeed. Spark giggled. You're probably more perverted than me. Are you sure you don't want my divinities? Yelena asked the giggling Spark. No, you've got it wrong. This is all just documentation and data gathering, no lust on my end. Spark defended herself. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Yelena quipped. By the way, Yelena, your guys have been focusing too much on gathering. Is there a reason for that? Spark asked, sending Yelena a comparative graph of the different tribes and how they spent their time. Ah, that was my idea. Please elaborate. So, we aren't going to start intervening in full force until they develop agriculture, right? Spark nodded in affirmation. I figured, since I can't tell them about agriculture outright, I could manipulate the conditions so that an interest in flora develops naturally. That's why I told them I like plants and fruits. Now they dedicate part of their day to gathering offerings for me in exchange for a fertility blessing. I figured sooner or later they'd find the process inefficient, and a genius caveman might come up with the idea of taking care of a fruit tree or something like that, ergo, starting the agricultural revolution. Yelena concluded. That's surprisingly well thought of you. Spark commented. That's rude, I'm practical smart. Yelena glared. Maybe, but how can I know that if you only use your brain to play around and discover different forms of pervertedness? Spark nonchalantly replied. Yelena found an interesting start to gaze at. Don't tell me. There was a perverted motive behind this too. Spark widened her eyes. It's like watching Animal Planet. Yelena exclaimed. Is there more to this, Yelena? You're awfully agitated about the sex life of mortals. Spark asked, sounding like a trained psychologist. Sigh. It's about Johnny. We agreed that no men were allowed, but I could play with my sisters if I later shared the memories with him. That's somewhat reasonable, considering you'll be apart for so long. Spark commented. But I'm not gay, so what's the point? I thought about relieving myself while watching them, my cave people, go at it, or maybe even the young master, for that matter. I see. And that's not working out for you. On one side, the cave people are like animals, on the other, the Master Chief and the Madam don't engage in sex in our proximity. That leaves you with James' harem and Steve's marriage. There's also the Fae and Mare people, but they wouldn't take it kindly to have you spying on them. Spark surmised. Yeah, but it's weird to fantasize about James because I've known him since before Aragorn saved us, and also because their harem doesn't accept outsiders. And Steve and Margaret are probably the only normal relationship we'll ever see in the crystal. Yelena sighed in disappointment. Have you tried porn? Spark asked. Ugh, the resolution sucks. It's like 360p is the best they could do. Yelena complained. That was the case. Remember, the technological revolution only began when Stark and the Master Chief introduced the new line of smart devices. Before that, Hydra kept a tight grip on tech. Spark explained. Fucking Hydra. They're so useless. Yelena shouted to the heavens. Why don't you alter your ego a tiny bit? Spark suggested. What does that mean? Yelena questioned. Make yourself homosexual for the foreseeable future. You can undo the change later when we return. That's weirdly logical. I don't know, though. Should I? Won't I stay a lesbian if I have all those memories of lesbian sex after I reverse the modification? Yelena asked hesitantly. I can imagine them going all hentai tentacles and eldritch on each other. Is abstinence my future? Yelena wept. Why did you decide to continue such a relationship? The logical step would have been to take a break or outright break up. I loved what we had. Johnny was like me, and we understood each other. Yelena said with a faint smile. 302,025 years apart is no small number. It's inconceivable for a human to grasp how long that is. Do you think he could have abstained that long for you? Mortals can't even fathom a century. I doubt either of you truly understood what that time frame meant. Spark remarked. So what are you saying? Should I cheat? Yelena grimaced. Yes and no, just go about it as if Mr. Storm didn't exist, then you come clean when you return. You'll be an entirely different Yelena by then, who knows if you'll even want to continue, besides, what you had was not a formal relationship. Spark replied. I think I'll hold on as far as I can, it's been almost 4 centuries, I'll try to hold on for a bit longer. Yelena replied as if trying to convince herself. You'll have our support either way, and also more children will come, and when these grow up you could get off from watching them. Vladarian and Sarah are an example of this. Spark added. You are right. Maybe I just have to hold long enough, and if I fail I'll just tell Johnny. Yelena smiled as if reaching an acceptable decision. Good. Please help me by sharing your method, I want to see if we can influence them to bring the agricultural era sooner. I prefer not waiting 290,000 years. Spark requested Yelena's assistance. Oh. So you think so as well? Yelena asked. Yes, preferably I would like to start before Mount Toba's eruption. In around 226,000 years. Spark replied. Leave it to me, I'll get it going as soon as they form a homogeneous species. I'm gonna start blessing these apes so much they'll get horny even for Kitty. Yelena excitedly exclaimed. Poor cat, but that's great. Spark chuckled. 1,000 years later. The first to ascend to divinity was Yao, not because of her great number of believers, not that she lacked them, but because she was the closest Heloan to the goal. Her ascension could almost entirely be credited to her hard work, dedication to sorcery, and only minimally to her believers. Aside from gaining another tail, bringing her total to 7, there was no other outward change. Deities are not vastly different from mortals, so it was expected that she would remain largely unchanged. In fact, were it not for Aragorn's love for romance, she might not have gained another tail at all. Unmistakably, on the metaphysical level, she had become an entirely different being. Her soul gained a new source of energy, one that, unlike her core, was uniquely and wholly hers. Madeline, as the resident expert on divinity in Gia's absence, took it upon herself to help Yao adapt to her new status. Kagaya also contributed, so for the following century or two, Yao spent most of her time between abeyance and the chakra dimension, Kagaya's home. Her followers, after receiving her blessing, a genuine blessing, not the mock blessings dispensed by Heloans in the absence of real divinity, became the designated shamans of the Imperium. The tribe of shamans undertook the mission of walking the lands of the Imperium, leaving an ordained shaman in every friendly tribe they encountered as a point of contact. This initiative would later be known as the first step toward macro-organization. The benefits of having a shaman in a tribe became evident within just a few years. A shaman provided insight into weather changes, tides, migratory habits of megafauna, access to elemental sorcery, fire, wind, water, earth, and light, aid with common diseases, and many other advantages that, while not monumental, meant everything to the primitive tribes. The second to ascend was Wanda, primarily because demons loved her as much as they feared her. Being non-demonic in nature, Wanda did not compete with the demon rabble for ownership of souls. Instead, she liberated the souls Mephisto had previously claimed. However, liberated might not be the right term, she set the souls free, but only within hell. This freedom often resulted in their recapture by demons inhabiting her hell, which earned Wanda favor among them. Duke Blaze, the Ghost Rider, spread rumors that Death was Wanda's stepmother and Aragorn her father. Why this arrangement? Because Agatha was considered her mother, and Blaze was not bold enough to declare Aragorn her lover in Death's presence. Thus, the demonic royal family tree was made public. Wanda's sinful relationship with Pietro only enhanced her reputation among demons. Why was Duke Blaze spreading these rumors? Because the demons feared two beings most in hell, the dragon that breathed conceptual death and the being that had defeated the Council of Red. After the rumors spread, Blaze calmly claimed that the demon queen's father had gifted her the throne to ensure her ascension as the goddess of chaos and hell. Arrogance is a shared trait among beings of immense power, and demons, accustomed to eons under Mephisto's oppressive rule, began to speculate. What would happen if the queen failed to ascend? What if they were blamed? Would the queen's father punish them for not worshipping her? What if her stepmother decided to intervene? Faced with such questions, the demons, out of fear, prayed fervently to their demon queen every night. Just as planned. Duke Blaze cackled madly, his skull aflame, upon receiving Wanda's confirmation of her ascension. The third and fourth to join the divine ranks were Agatha and Pietro, through their association with Wanda. The fifth was Yelena, and the sixth, within the same year, was Irina. Yelena's and Irina's tribes were neighbors across a wide river. This river, which would later be known as the Panama Canal, or so it would have been, linked the two tribes, which were considered sister tribes. Why? Because Yelena and Irina claimed to be sisters. Since each tribe worshipped one of them, they developed an amicable relationship. Both tribes, however, despised Kitty's tribe. Kitty, with her penchant for stirring trouble, incited her tribe to raid theirs. Being larger in number, Kitty's tribe often forced the other two tribes to unite against it. This animosity was not without reason, not entirely. Yelena's and Irina's tribes were of a different species than Kitty's, and Aragorn instructed that they should mix. And what have been humanity's two universal methods for mixing races? Invasion and war spoils. Invasion was not viable in this case, as neither group would willingly allow the other into their numbers. War spoils, however, were. Kitty incited her tribe to raid and capture members of the other tribes, ensuring eventual racial integration. Of course, the sister tribes retaliated in kind and they also began to capture members of Kitty's tribe. Once again, racial integration was promoted. Seventh was Kitty, though she almost had a heart attack when Madeline informed her that, aside from law and adventure, she also had a seed for the divinity of chastity. In the end, Kitty decisively got rid of the accursed thing with a little help from Spark, who was curious about it. As a result, her chastity seed died before it could bloom. James was the eighth. As the god of shadows, fear, and evil, it was natural for him to have an abundance of believers, mainly those who worshipped him out of fear of retaliation. James chose the divinity of shadows because it matched his affinity. Fear and evil came out of necessity, the necessity of their budding pantheon. It would have been disastrous if a god of fear or evil from another pantheon attacked them, and they had no divinity of their own to protect them. From there, all the Holoans stationed on Earth ascended. Once this was achieved, Jean returned from her outpost in Hell. As the avatar of the aspect of rebirth, she was in charge of creating the proto-reincarnation cycle that would move souls from Earth's Imperium to the Ark's Imperium. Aragorn had already set a temporary system to manually migrate souls, but it was never meant to be permanent, so it wouldn't have been able to handle a heavy flow of souls. By this time, the environment in the Ark had developed enough to sustain sentient life, though it was still somewhat simple. However, that would be fixed with time. With the arrival of more souls, thanks to Jean's reincarnation cycle, the Holoans stationed on the Ark began their ascension respectively. What followed for the mortals would be known as the Dark Ages of Homogeneity, a period marked by constant warring and the clashing of clans serving the separate deities of the Tracanthian Therion, the dragon's pantheon of beasts. This era would end with the formal establishment of the said pantheon. During the Dark Ages of Homogeneity, conflict was the way of life. Homo sapiens, Neanderthalensis, Denisovans, and Heidelbergensis fought for supremacy and the grace of the divine. Multiple tribes and clans came and went, as the only constant was the presence of the undying deities, the same deities that had accompanied the Imperium since its conception. They sheltered, educated, guided, helped, and cared for the inhabitants of the Imperium from the very beginning. These ages would be known as the Dark Ages because there was almost no progress whatsoever aside from warfare. This era would serve as a shameful reminder of how something as banal as racial discrimination shackled the Imperium for almost 224,000 years. In the same way, it would remind the Imperium of how progress ultimately ended this era and secured the love of the divines. Agriculture, that's what kicked off the end of the Dark Ages of Homogeneity. Around the beginning of 76,000 BCE, in an attempt to woo Yelena, the goddess of lust and ice, Kavjuhuz, the first exalted mortal in the north scale of light, began cultivating the plant that would give rise to Solanum tuberosum, the potato. In doing so, he single-handedly ushered in the era of divine guidance. His legacy includes not only agriculture and a better era but also the first deity of mortal ancestry, Luxina, the goddess of agriculture and celestial stars, conceived in Yelena's womb. Sadly, he didn't survive after a week-long session with Yelena. He moved on to the second stop, the Ark, where his legend continued. With agriculture beginning the era of divine guidance, the species of homogeneity was born, the Duskari, consisting of two races, Noctelvi and Lucelvi. The Noctelvi were the inheritors of the original color of the four progenitor species, while the Lucelvi adapted to the lack of natural light during the glacial and interglacial eras. Together, these two races made up the Duskari, the Dusk people, those who lived between light and dark. Shortly before agriculture began, Aragorn and Death, the heads of the Tracanthian Therion, returned. It was thanks to Aragorn that the Duskari were born. Aragorn and his selves blessed every birth for almost 1,500 years, which led to the consolidation of the two races of the Duskari. Although mortals and future historians would interpret it as a blessing, in reality, Aragorn was using his biokinesis on the zygotes to select and enhance his desired traits. Taller frames, stronger muscle tissue, denser bones without losing buoyancy, larger lungs, more potent hearts, faster synaptic responses, better eyesight, more resilient and fairer skin, healthier hair, leaner forms, sharper hearing, a more aggressive immune system, these were just a few of the changes he made. Aragorn would later confess that perhaps he had gone a bit too far, since, by the end, he had guided the birth of an entirely different species than the Homo sapiens they had all expected. The Noctelvi were dark, not brownish dark like the darker humans, but black dark. They all had long, straight hair in white tones, and their irises were of lighter colors, a pale palette. The Lucelvi were pale white, almost the color of Death's skin. They were also straight-haired, but their hair was black, and their irises were intense in color. Reproduction between both races was possible, but the race of the offspring was determined by the mother. This factor supported the idea that the Duskari were a different species from humans, as interracial births are usually influenced by both parents. These are weird human elves, not humans. Yelena muttered while reading a report. It was not my original intention, I must say. Aragorn sheepishly replied, resting on her lap in his honey badger form. I'm not complaining, I don't think any of us are. They are better than expected. Yelena said, running her fingers through his scaled back. But they don't have pointy ears, so not elves. Aragorn tried to argue. Aragorn, they are fair, lean, tall, have jade skin, and I hate to use that term, straight hair in different colors, are magically adept, smart, fast, have sharp senses, and this is just what's obvious. I don't know what else is hidden. It's like a combination of different elf traits from different fictions. Just because they don't have sharp, pointy ears doesn't mean they aren't elves. Yelena declared. I guess they do resemble our Elises. But I was aiming for high humans. You can consider them high humans that come in two different skins. Aragorn said, purring under Yelena's touch. That's another thing, why black and white? Yelena lifted him from her lap, placed one of her frondous white tails under him, and covered Aragorn with another tail, leaving only his head exposed. This is heaven. Aragorn purred. So, I like white and black women, appearance-wise. But then, when black and white humans started mixing, these people, who were almost white but with some features of black humans, were born. I had no problem with them, the best of both worlds, right? But then everybody started claiming the race card just because they had black ancestry. It was confusing. Like, if your skin is almost white, do you still get to claim the race card just because your grandfather's uncle was black? Well, I never cared about race. Then I became racist toward the entirety of humanity, but it still confused me. So you made them permanently black or white? Yelena asked, amused. She found Aragorn's motivations as selfish and amusing as he was. Sort of. I was working on some genetic markers in their life code related to their nails. It always bothered me that humans' nails were so flimsy, so I wondered if I could make them stronger or outright get rid of them. Nails are useless unless they're like mine. While working on that, I identified one of the markers that influenced human skin tone merging abilities. One thing led to another, and I ended up with a genome that enhanced the structure of the nails and also made skin tone exclusive. I had already worked hard on making nails functional, and I didn't want to start over. That's how the Noctelvi and Leselvi came to be. Aragorn pleasantly vibrated in the fluffy heaven of Yelena's tales. That's a wild ride of a story. Let's just write in the Divinican that you bless them with the representativity of you and your wife, light and dark. Yelena stated. Will the Leselvi be to me as the Noctelvi to Nuna? Aragorn asked. Yeah. You don't like it? Yelena asked, sensing something amiss through her empathy. I sort of like the Noctelvi better. Aragorn meekly said. And the reason? Black was my favorite color. Please don't tell me it's because it's edgy. Fine, I won't tell you. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Aragorn, you idiot. Yelena laughed while smothering Aragorn in her tales. Fine. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Now my favorite color is one for which no language has a word. Aragorn said, his eyes seeing all, encompassing the entire EM spectrum and beyond. Why don't you give it a name? Yelena suggested. Even if only I, and maybe the Aniki, can see it. Sure, why not? Aragorn stared at her with his unblinking pink and golden eyes and his white third eye. Yelena. What? That is the name of my favorite color. You can be awfully cute sometimes. Yelena said, lifting Aragorn with her tails and planting a smooch on his closed third eye. I try my best. By the way, where's Luxina? I haven't seen her for half a century. Aragorn inquired. She's in the Arkansas. She went to spend a few centuries with Mindy and some of her followers who took the second stop. Yelena said. She's the closest of us to her followers. Maybe it has to do with her father's mortality. Aragorn commented. Yes, I think so too. Although she's also affected by the difference in life level, somehow she's closer to her believers than most of us. Yelena affirmed. What became of Kavjuhuz? Aragorn asked. Wow, you remembered his name. Yelena's eyes popped. Well, that guy isn't just a mortal, he's a legend. Aragorn scoffed. Why? Just because I laid with him. Yelena narrowed her eyes. That's just the cherry on the cake. He, by his own might, started agriculture just because he wanted to get laid with the goddess of lust. He convinced you to give him your all. That's because he said he didn't mind dying and moving to the second stop in that way. Not my fault. Yelena exclaimed. In bed, and he died after a week at it. His actions brought about a fundamentally better era. His 1 week-long time with you impregnated you, and Luxina came to be, the first of the deities with mortal ancestry. Honestly, that guy isn't a god just because he doesn't have a receptacle for the faith he earned. Of course, I remember his name. Aragorn said, nodding in approval. He's in abeyance. He died a few centuries ago. Yelena chose not to comment further. Did you know? Emma said he became the founder of the first duchy in the Arkansas. He took one of the Ark's 4 main wings for his duchy. His legend will probably continue in abeyance. Aragorn giggled at Yelena's exasperation. 4 main wings, 4 sub-wings. Let's drop this topic here. What's the next step? Agriculture is as advanced as it can go in this Stone Age. Should we introduce metals or maybe more advanced forms of magic aside from the elemental type? Yelena inquired. No, we won't teach them more magic for now. I'll have Yao give them a skeleton for sorcery based on our magic system. I want them to develop magic following our casting form, but nothing more than that. What comes next is the Iron Age, the development of better medicine, and the upgrade of their primitive societal organization. Wait. Iron Age. What about the Bronze Age? If they use elemental sorcery, they won't face the challenges humans did. It made no sense to subject them to it. Aragorn claimed. That makes sense. Was that your objective all along? Yelena asked. Yes, but the idea was sparked when Yao mentioned teaching her people basic sorcery. Besides, the Bronze Age won't help the Imperium that much. Aragorn rationalized. I see. And the upgrade in their society. They live longer than humans but have about the same propagation rate. We'll be left with no space if we don't start population management now. The Imperium's territory is somewhat limited. About 200 more years in lifespan isn't that much of an upgrade. It makes sense their fertility wasn't as strikingly affected as ours. Yelena commented. You guys aren't giving me more grandchildren because you're taking care of yourselves, not because your fertility is as limited as it seems. Aragorn grumbled. We've learned to appreciate time. Since we're immortal, we have all the chance in the world to bring about more cubs, so we're taking our time. Yelena said sagely. If you really got a better handle on the time scale of your lifespans, you'd understand that spending some measly 20 years raising a cub isn't a big sacrifice. So, go. Bring me another one. You can do it. Go. Go. Aragorn used his magic to create an illusion of a billboard of light reading, Go. Go. Settle down, idiot master. Yelena chuckled. By the way, when will you spit out Kitty and Seraph? When they learn their lesson. Aragorn grumbled. I can't think of any defense for them, but they've been in your stomach for 1,500 years now. I know Seraph is alright, her messages say so, but Kitty is bound to go crazier from boredom. I don't think we can handle an even crazier Kitty. Yelena said, expressing her concern. Maybe, but I still don't understand what drove them to build a lazy nook in my stomach during the absence of my mind. Aragorn said, shaking his head. Seraph discovered the vast pocket void in your stomach, so she created a lab to study it more comfortably. Then Kitty found the lab and decided to turn part of it into their lazy nook. Yelena explained, listing the events that led to the odd outcome. No, I understand the sequence of events. I just don't get why they thought it was a good idea. When I returned, I expected rebellion from Kitty, but to find her, and most of you guys, planning a rebellion while in my stomach. That makes no sense, and I'm not even a faithful practitioner of logic. Aragorn said, half glaring at Yelena before burying his head in her fluff. We were there for the promised favors. Yelena claimed matter-of-factly. Whatever. You know I don't care how many coups you guys throw at me, but I still have to teach those rebellious girls a lesson. I'll set them free next year. Aragorn declared. That's good. Their followers have been pleading with us to intercede on their behalf. Yelena chuckled, recalling the heartfelt appeals of the believers. Were they mad that I ate them? Aragorn asked. No, they just accepted it as divinely normal when we told them Kitty and Seraph were alive and well. The fact that they're still receiving their oracles through the P-links their priests carry made them understand that everything was fine. Yelena said with a smirk. How are you handling the P-links? Aragorn asked in interest. Each of us can allocate 3 P-links, but normally we only give them 2 and keep the third one in reserve. Yelena explained as she pulled her reserve P-link from her storage. That's better, but if your believers increase and it becomes unmanageable, you can allocate more, up to 7 should be fine. I just don't want to give them easy access to too many privileges. Aragorn suggested. So that's why you allowed them limited access to the system. Yelena surmised. Yes, my hope is for them to develop a form of sorcery based on ours, so that we can then use their spells as inspiration for our magic system. Aragorn disclosed. Ugh, void energy is a rebellious bitch. It is unmalleable, it's a pain to give it form and directives. The biggest breakthrough I've made is a spell to remove friction. Hundreds of thousands of years, and that's all I have to show for it. Yelena said, burying her face in shame in the bundle of dragon and tails. I can't say it's not disappointing to a certain extent. But it was an impossible task from the beginning. It's like showing mortals electricity and then asking them to learn how to cast magic with it. Unreasonable, right? Aragorn comforted her. If you put it like that, then I feel like a genius fox. Then I remember that Master Yao developed 13 spells, and that's enough to bring my recently risen ego back down. Yelena said with a distant look. Don't mind it, Yelena. It really is difficult. Me, myself, and I have only been able to replicate basic sorcery. Taking my computing power into consideration, it's like giving a modern human, able-bodied and sound of mind, a box of matches, and then dropping him in the middle of a dry forest during summer to set the thing on fire, only to return a week later and find that he hadn't been able to do it. Aragorn said in self-deprecation. You say that, and you're the origin of void energy. It really paints a bleak future for the rest of us. Yelena said, shaking her head. Now imagine that I consider void energy tame compared to void energy. Aragorn replied, mimicking her and shaking his head. That's like abstract level bleak. Yelena remarked. Yeah, let's ignore it for now. Let's lift our spirits by taking our cute savages out of the Stone Age and into the Iron Age. Aragorn exclaimed, locking away his problems in the deepest recesses of his mind. Problem-solving at its best. Yelena added, equally eager to leave the previous topic behind. Aragorn transformed into his humanoid form, this time taking the shape of a little girl. Yelena lifted him in a hug, and Aragorn teleported them to the surface, specifically to the sister tribes. Young master. Irina greeted him upon their arrival. Around them, the mortals observed with unbound curiosity. For them, accustomed to living alongside the deities they worshipped, meeting Aragorn, one of the most reclusive deities, who usually appeared only briefly to signal the successful impregnation of a female, was a matter of novelty, especially in a setting that didn't involve pregnancies. Earlier that day, Irina had informed the sister tribes about a summon from Aragorn for a matter of guidance. Guidance was what they recognized as a form of collective blessing. Over the years, they had come to understand that the divine blessed them in three forms: material blessings, individual blessings, and collective blessings. Material blessings were tangible in nature, ranging from simple gifts like a seed for a new plant to more complex items like a P-link. Individual blessings were metaphysical and typically awarded to individuals who performed great actions for the benefit of the collective or pleased their deities. These could range from a boost in health to more complex blessings, such as the ability to always be alerted to an incoming emergency. Collective blessings usually involved the granting of knowledge that benefited the whole tribe, safer ways to deliver children, healthier methods for obtaining nutrition, changes in the interglacial or glacial era, more efficient paths for growing crops, and so on. Central America, specifically Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama, was not famously known for its reserves of minerals and ore deposits. They weren't absent, but they were not abundant either. If Aragorn had waited for them to naturally discover iron ore, he might have had to wait 5 or 10 generations. Fortunately for him, he found iron-rich marine black sands nearby. Aragorn instructed them to board their rafts while he and his mates hovered and guided them to the chosen location. For them, seeing their deities fly was not something to send smoke signals about. This is the place. Aragorn spoke in the local language. While the official language of the Imperium was English, their naming conventions followed Latin, something Aragorn had advocated for. As with all languages, this one had mutated and evolved to suit the populations and generations. The result was a mix of Latin, English, local vernacular, gesticulations, Greek, and bits of every other language their deities used. However, due to the presence of a clear reference, their deities, the language hadn't changed much over time. An English speaker could probably understand about 60% of what they heard. Considering that the Imperium was now over 200,000 years old, that was remarkable. I will teach you about metal. My hope is for you to use it in your agricultural development, but know that it can be used for countless other purposes. Aragorn's voice reverberated unnaturally, even without vocalization. He waved his tail, and a sizable chunk of iron-rich sand detached from the confines of gravity. You need 3 spell programs for the production of metal. The first is of wind attribute, Ventiflamma Hydrogenium. You normally use this one as an enhancer for fire attribute attacks. Aragorn explained, showing them a familiar magic circle, a wind attribute spell that manipulated the present atmospheric conditions to increase the hydrogen concentration and granted a flow and direction. Nods of understanding and murmurs of approval followed. The second spell is Igniblasta Fornax, commonly used to burn bodies and in close-quarter combat. Another spell circle materialized. This one was a pure fire attribute, it manifested an intense constant stream of fire, the stream didn't separate farther from the caster. The flame was a bright blue color. You use these 2 in sustained application. You can take turns if your inner reserves don't suffice. Aragorn blasted the black sand with both spells. For better results, you can use limestone. Aragorn shared with them a memory of what limestone was. You keep at it until the slag starts to float on top. At this point, you use the third spell, the wind attribute Aeralevitas. You normally use this to mimic our telekinesis. Aragorn activated the third spell and used it to remove the slag from the mixture. You'll get gases and water as byproducts. Be careful with the gases, you could be poisoned to death. Aragorn pointed to the vapor. This doesn't match what I knew of iron casting, Yelena said in his mind. The method you're thinking of is the one that uses coke, but the Panama Isthmus is a very young land, geologically speaking. Mineral coal formation primarily began during the Carboniferous period, about 359 to 299 million years ago. This land bridge was formed during the Pliocene epoch of the Cenozoic era, approximately 3 million years ago, Aragorn replied. Ah, I get it. You don't want them to cut down trees to make charcoal as a substitute for mineral coal, Yelena said. Yes, the hydrogen should suffice as a reducing agent instead of coke, it's cleaner. And as you can imagine, this is not the most optimal process for iron casting, but I'm giving them a raw version to optimize, Aragorn added. Your responsibility is to find a use for the slag and the other byproducts, as well as to work on improving the recipe I just gave you. Aragorn commented. He then speedran the process with his powers, and in the end, he was left with a hoe. Cast iron was definitely not the best metalwork for a hoe. It was heavy and brittle, but compared to the stone heads they had been using, the tool was godly. After that, he patiently instructed them to try it out so that he could personally guide them. Irina and Yelena hunted a Megatherium and a Titanes for them because Aragorn believed it would take them at least a week to get the hang of it. About a week later, their efforts culminated in a shoddy hoe. It wasn't much, but it was something. With proof of concept in hand, bright smiles, and an uplifting mood, the Duskari returned to their sister tribes. Aragorn left them in Irina and Yelena's hands and then moved on to the current goddessless tribe of Kitty. He taught them in the same way and then proceeded to the next tribe. He continued this for about a year before freeing Kitty and Seraph from their timeout. Seraph hovered next to Aragorn with a massive pout. She grew a thin tail-like limb and used it to whip at her father in protest while not facing him. Kitty, for her part, was vibrating like a Nokia 3310. Her eyes swam madly, her hands shook violently, and her fur was scraggly. What a drama queen. Aragorn landed a heavy hand on her head and began petting the maniacal cat. Fuck you. Kitty murmured, but otherwise didn't fight the hand atop her head. I've missed you too. Aragorn smiled and shared his love with her. Fuck you. Kitty replied and shared back her hate love. Kitty and Seraph joined Aragorn, and about 3 years later the Stone Age officially ended in the Imperium, approximately 64,000 years before humanity's Stone Age, Wakanda aside. A/N. Please check out my Patreon account. There are already 5 chapters ahead for premium members, which is at least 50,000 words. Premium members also gain access to a new chapter every week. patreon.com/existentialvoid. I hope you enjoyed the read. Chapter 70, Iron Age. Observation log by Spark Draconis Philia System Building, entry ABDJ #. Earth 1999998 500b, before emergence. Year 223,135 of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, Earth 1999999. /end of entry #ABDJ #19866/. My love, how long do you think this Iron Age will last for them? Death asked. She was in her humanoid form, while Aragorn remained in his draconic shape. The two floated together in a hot spring near one of the many active volcanoes within the Imperium's territory. Yeah, now I'm curious. Can't wait for that memory to resurface. Death said with a mischievous grin. Aragorn finished repairing the chamber, and the two ascended to the exosphere, shifting into their draconic forms. They grew until their scales were large enough to serve as borders for the Imperium. After tearing off a scale each, Aragorn's translucent white-blue and Death's translucent black-green, they shrank back to their normal draconic sizes. Aragorn headed north, and Death south, to plant the scales. Placing the scales was a meticulous process, requiring consideration of wind currents, geological displacement, the Coriolis effect, water veins, tectonic plates, hydrography, terrain, and more. With telekinesis and temporal scripts as placeholders until the Helloans inscribed permanent enchantments, most challenges were mitigated. However, care was necessary to avoid unintended consequences, such as creating rain-shadow deserts like the Gobi or Atacama due to disruptions in water cycles. Overall, it was an operation that took a few weeks for the draconic couple to complete. It's done, Maddie. Can you bring Kagaya and lead 2 teams for each wall? Aragorn asked through his focus by-side telepathy. Madeline was the highest authority when it came to inscription, followed closely by Kagaya. Over the past eras, the rest of the Helloans had also dedicated time to understanding and practicing this form of enchantment, but they were still far behind these two in expertise. Can I bring Sahara? Madeline asked. Yandere and Mudo. Sure, Aragorn agreed succinctly. It had been a long time since the start of their other universe adventure, and by now, several generations had passed in abeyance. The Uchiha, the Sand People, and many of the other clans and sub-clans that had once been separated had united into one, the People of Abeyance. They were now considered their own extra-dimensional species, similar to demons, except not maliciously inclined in nature. Due to the time fluctuations between the Soul Repository and Earth, far more time had passed in abeyance. How long? Long enough for them to reach the space exploration era. Sunagakir had become a galactic empire, or at least its equivalent within abeyance. Their civilization had advanced so much that Madeline, as the dimensional lord, had to implement some restructuring. She separated the souls of those transitioning from those who were semi-alive and alive, similar to how the wandering souls on Aragorn's Earth were invisible to living mortals. Among the many changes and developments, Sahara had ascended to divinity, not by her own means, though. Aragorn had given her a core during her final years because he found it sad that her love for her sister had gone unreciprocated, as Madeline felt no need for a partner. To no one's surprise, Sahara had a divinity seed for love. Aragorn waited a moment for them to warp in. Kagaya arrived accompanied by a child who bore a remarkable resemblance to her, while Sahara perched herself on Madeline. Aragorn stared at the child in puzzlement. "You created life?" he asked Kagaya. As the goddess of chakra, which was closely related to life force, it was no surprise. In fact, she had created other forms of pseudo-life to populate her dimension, but those were more akin to spirits. This was the first time Aragorn had known of Kagaya creating fleshed life. "Yes," she replied with a lovely smile. "Hello, I'm Aragorn. What's your name, child?" Aragorn knelt to the child's level. "Hello, mister. I'm Lucy." The boy beamed, and Kagaya placed a gentle hand on his head. "I figured since you weren't using the nickname, I could," Kagaya said. "You have a beautiful name, Lucy. Are you here to help your mother today?" Aragorn asked, softly caressing the pale, chubby cheek of the child. "Yes. I also wanted to visit this dimension. I've only ever known Auntie's abeyance in our home," Lucy replied eagerly. He was not a shy child but a rather eloquent one. Aragorn smiled at Lucy before looking up at Kagaya. "I'm happy for you, Kagaya. You should visit more often. My children refuse to give me any more grandkids." Aragorn lamented, expressing his heart-wrenching sorrow. "Yes, I'm very happy. These have been the happiest years of my life," Kagaya said, pulling Lucy closer to her hip. Aragorn chatted with Lucy for a while before the rest of the inscription crews arrived. "Aragorn, have you thought about divine relics?" Madeline asked as she perched on Aragorn's shoulders, just as Sahara was perched on hers. "What's that?" Aragorn asked, unsure what exactly she meant by divine relics. "A relic, or a few, that represent a deity, like Odin and his spear, Thor and his hammer, Hestia and her hearth and flame, or Zeus and his lightning," Sahara explained. "Why? Are you two eyeing a divine relic?" "I doubt there are any deities on this planet to steal from," Aragorn replied. "Not that. I was thinking about how we lack divine relics to represent our authorities," Madeline clarified, pondering why Aragorn's first thought went to theft. "This dragon went straight to crime." Sahara chuckled. "Ah. I understand. But how would we go about it? Ilara has fashion and arts, maybe those divinities could help create divine relics," Aragorn suggested, not entirely convinced himself. "Kagaya can create, which could work in conjunction with Fairychan's divinity," Sahara added. Aragorn grew pensive for a moment before staring at Sahara, more specifically, her soul. "You only have one divinity. Why not try for something related to forging or weaponry? Maybe armory or arsenal, to encompass both," Aragorn suggested. "Won't that take too long?" Sahara asked. While not opposed to the idea, she assumed, based on her previous experience, it would require significant time. "No, we can introduce you as a goddess in hell, the Ark, and here. Maybe in a few tens of thousands of years, you could succeed, possibly even less," Aragorn reasoned, believing that by having Sahara operate across 4 societies, they could expedite the process. "Will I have to be away from Wani-chan?" Sahara asked, her priorities evident. "You can just travel back and forth. Isn't the sacrifice worth it if you're the one to create her divine relic?" Aragorn said, finding it hard to believe Sahara had spent virtually no significant time away from Madeline since their return from the shinobi world, despite evidence to the contrary. "That's not a bad idea. I claim the right to have a say in Wani-chan's divine regalia," Sahara excitedly exclaimed. "Divine regalia?" Madeline asked, looking down at the cyberpunk-made outfit she was wearing. "What's wrong with the maid attire?" Aragorn asked. "Nothing, Wani-chan looks ravishing in anything and nothing." Sahara chuckled depravedly. Bonk, Madeline restarted her with a fist to the head. "Ouch. And thank you." Sahara rubbed her head with the gratitude of a lovesick pervert. "As I was saying, if I'm going to do divine relics, why not have Fairy-chan do divine regalia for everybody?" Sahara asked. "I just thought the maid outfits were enough, but I don't see why not. Having an extra outfit won't be a problem." Aragorn agreed. "Nice." Sahara celebrated. "Why do I have a feeling that she will dress me in a crotchless racy latex-like outfit? She probably will design an outfit like that for your private sessions, because I doubt she would like to expose you to strangers. She's quite the possessive little gremlin," Aragorn said in her mind. Ugh. With the help of all the Helloans, the inscription was done succinctly, over the course of 3 decades. It was an extended wait, but there was no way around it. Due to the nature of their scales, they could only inscribe with Aragorn and Death's blood. Although the Panama Isthmus is narrow, the northern scale wall was 550 km, 342 miles, long, and the southern was 150 km, 92 miles. Taking into account that both sides of the walls had to be inscribed and that the walls reached almost cruising altitude in height, the area to work on was monumental enough to justify the 3 decades of work from the Holoans. Given the importance of the future native species of South and North America, they couldn't completely block the way. Hence, they had to use the grand repository of knowledge to identify how to filter which species would pass through one wall and appear on the other side of the other wall. This way, all the species they wanted to preserve in the Imperium would be allowed free entry, regulated, of course, and the species that, due to historical importance, needed to be allowed to pass would be unable to see the walls and would warp from north to south and vice versa without their knowledge. Sapient beings were the exception. With this, a pseudo-terrarium territory was created. Although the walling was only on land, north and south borders, the enchantment made it so that even the skies and seas were covered in a glass bubble. However, this bubble offered only deterrence in the seas and skies, and any vicious or driven enough creature could pass through. This was because the seas were meant to be protected in the future with a magical fog and due to the importance that a certain future enemy would pose for the Duskari. The inscription in the walls also made the Imperium a pseudo-diathermic system. This was to conserve its environment as much as possible and to regulate the violent temperature changes that were to come, hoping to allow the current megafauna to have enough time to adapt, unlike how it was meant to be. And so, the Duskari were warned of the future disaster, they prepared for about a few decades, and then it happened. Boom. With a sound wave traveling around the planet several times, an earthquake felt throughout the planet, and thousands of cubic kilometers of volcanic material, ash, and sulfur dioxide released in mass into the atmosphere, the Toba supereruption began. The otherwise invisible, glass bubble preserving the environment of the Imperium rippled with the eruption. This eruption occurred in what would later be known as Sumatra, Indonesia, which was half a planet away from the Imperium. That was the scale of the energy released. It reminds me of the supercaldera eruption I reversed. Seraph, ever the clingy daughter, said from the comfort of her father's back. It's not dissimilar. At least both fall under the Volcanic Explosivity Index, VEI, 8 category. Aragorn replied. They were situated some distance away from the erupting volcano, not that the deadly environment was a problem for either of them. Just the plume is 28 kilometers, 17 miles, tall and climbing. Seraph said in wonder. Within the same region of the planet, billions of land creatures migrated as far away from the eruption site as possible, those that survived the initial blast. Within their escaping numbers, specimens would occasionally be trapped in bubbles of void energy and disappear into the Imperium. Aragorn was saving some of the species that caught his eye. Are you getting enough readings from here? Do you need us to go under the volcano? Aragorn asked. We're good here, father. I plan to sell this data to Kitty. She was trying to create an explosive spell, and she might draw some inspiration from it. Seraph cheerfully said. To avoid overtaxing Aragorn's ability to calculate the causality of their actions in the sacred timeline, the flap of a butterfly's wings, the Holoans rarely exited the Imperium territories, Halo, the Ark, and the Panama Isthmus, with Aragorn, Jean, and Death as the only exceptions. Seraph caught a ride with Aragorn when he said he would go outside to collect specimens. Kitty was not there when Aragorn said it, so she lost her chance. I'll buy it too. Aragorn commented as he cut a chunk of ground with a small groove of rare flora humanity had no records of. He covered the groove in a void barrier and warped it away. You, father. Why would you need it? Aren't you seeing it with your eyes? Seraph curiously inquired. My eyes see too much stuff. It's hard to filter what's important and what's not. Aragorn explained. I don't mind, more favors for me. But why do you need it? Seraph asked. We'll probably have to create more land for the Imperium in the Pacific to accommodate the current influx and future population growth. I have multiple ways of doing this, but I'd rather use the natural way of island birthing. Aragorn said as he joined a school of freshwater fish he had never seen before. Oh, that makes sense. I was wondering what you were going to do when the continental migrations start due to the incoming volcanic winter. Seraph nodded in understanding. Life after the supereruption became harder. During the Pleistocene epoch, 2.58 million years ago to 11,700 BCE, life was difficult. Life, for mortals, is always difficult. Nuna said as much. She explained that life, abstract, is particularly harsh with mortals because she likes them very much. As contradictory as that sounds, I understand. I'm particularly hard on Jean because I care about her deeply and don't want her to suffer under the whims of Phoenix. This is life, though based on what I know, she doesn't play much of a role in Marvel. I digress. During the Pleistocene, life was harsh, is harsh, but after the supereruption, it became a menstruating bitch. Note the difference, a menstruating woman and a menstruating bitch are not the same. A bitch is always a bitch, and a man can be a bitch. Two factors turn life from, cool, there are giant mammals, to, oh god, the sky is falling. First, the combination of glacial climates with increased refraction of light plus a polluted atmosphere with volcanic material triggered a volcanic winter. Second, the pollution of water, as volcanic material rained down, annihilated the vital flora, algae, and plankton at the base of the food chain. No food for herbivores means death for everybody else. It's simple. Two factors struck at the foundation that supported herbivores, and the expected result became reality. In my King Ghidorah form, I soar through the ashy skies, using my all-seeing eyes to pierce the loaded clouds and observe the poor land dwellers below. A century has passed since the super-eruption, yet things haven't improved for the hominids or the megafauna. First, let me clarify, the Toba volcano is still erupting. While its current eruptions are less catastrophic than the initial release, they continue, as is typical for an active volcano after a significant eruption. Expecting stability now is illogical. That said, I've never seen such a massive loss of life, well, except in my original universe, but that doesn't count. And the zombies on Earthsea were already dead. So, yes, this is the first TI. Wait, there were also Kagaya's memories of her battles with her sons and Ishiki. Fine, I've seen a lot of death in my life, and I don't mean Nuna. I digress again, which is good. There was a time when I couldn't muse about anything because the system overtaxed me. Now, at least, I operate like a highly capable telepath. Yes, that's progress. I'm getting monstrous at multitasking. As I was saying, everything is dying. Green fades to yellow, then orange, and soon after, brown takes over. This is the fate of forests, jungles, plains, and more. Next, the prey, insects, arthropods, and anything reliant on green life, dies. Not long after, predators follow. It's a grim repeat of what I witnessed on our Earth after the extreme irradiation, except magnified 11-fold. Are you sure you don't want me to fix this? The Firebird asked, sitting in the middle of my crown of horns. What does your instinct as the avatar of Phoenix say? That everything is as it should be. I saw her frown a little at that. I believe there's a softness to Jean that, no matter how much time passes, will always remain in her heart. Yes, this is not foreign to the cycle of life and evolution. It's a much-needed bottleneck, a challenge for life to face. We will have to give our Duskari their due challenges, just as it is now the time for these guys. I landed close to one of the larger tribes of hominids outside the Imperium. I spread my empathy and sent reassuring feelings to them. I didn't want them to panic over what was to come, and I didn't feel like rationalizing more than necessary with them. This tribe, humans, to be clear, had the luck of finding a large cavern system as their home, located in the warmer latitudes of the planet and far enough from the eruption site. The tribe had close to 300 pairs of fertile adults and 87 children. For the current era, these are stellar numbers. Like most hominids, they wore skins for clothing and wielded primitive stone-headed weaponry. However, they had something most tribes didn't: they were semi-sedentary. Normally, at this point in time, since agriculture hadn't been invented outside the Imperium, all hominids should be nomadic, but these ones counted on incredible luck. The combination of this cave system and the readily available prey in the region allowed them to live a sedentary lifestyle. No, I didn't mean they were couch potatoes or any ETS, just that they were not nomads. Sadly, for them, that is, their luck had run out. The prey that used to sustain them was dwindling in numbers more and more with each passing week. Luckily, for me, that is, their adversity presented an opportunity. It might be too much of a stretch to call it an opportunity because I could always have used my powers to take what I wanted from them, but I tend not to do unnecessary evil without a reason of weight. Under the shell-shocked eyes of the unnaturally calm apes, I transformed into my female humanoid form, for disarming purposes, and walked side by side with Jean to approach them. Specifically, a female close to us. Could you call your leader for me? I asked in their Ungabunga language. Their language was so primitive that if I were to translate what had been said into English, it would be something like, "Leader, to me, you call." There were no tenses in their language. If I wanted to say, "You called your leader for me," I would utter the same exact words. If I wanted to say, "I'm the leader," I would say the same thing. It's a language so primitive that if I had not used my telepathy to instill the meaning of my words in her mind, she might have misunderstood that I was claiming her as my woman. The brown-haired, brown-skinned female ape ran, her udders swaying freely, back to the cave to fetch her leader. "Hers are bigger than yours," I said to Jean. "Do you have to be so childish?" Annoyed, amused, she asked. The Duskari aren't that big-breasted as a species, and they learned, from imitating us, to cover their intimacy. I replied. "What does that have to do with your childishness?" Jeans asked, a classic eye roll accompanying her question. "Is there a point to this sexual harassment?" Annoyed, shy, impatient, Jean asked while slapping my shoulder. "I like breasts," I said curtly, purposefully trying to annoy her more. "Get to it." She flared her cosmic fire in her hand. I mean visually. In an aesthetic sense. Like, the beauty of breasts themselves, not the lust that they evoke in most. For that matter, I like yours and Emma's very much. I added, ducking under a fireball of her cosmic flames. Okay, stop that. Let me finish. I said when I saw the tongues of fire start to build up. The Duskari used to prowl around in skirts and nothing more, so I got to appreciate millions of pairs of breasts. Of course, I don't like all breasts, just the beautiful ones by my standards. But a few millennia ago, they started imitating us, and now, unless I actively peer through their clothing, I don't get to see them anymore. I don't like breasts enough to actively pierce through their clothing with my eyesight. Hence, when I saw her udders, I felt the impulse to comment on them. I finished my spiel. And why compare hers to mine? She said, her fire tongue starting to sink back into her being. To annoy you, of course, I didn't get to finish. She blasted me with enough telekinesis to move a natural satellite. Thankfully, I saw it coming and was prepared. The apes, however, lost their shit, quite literally. Mostly, they lost their piss, but also some shit. They calmed down after a while, and their leader, an ape built like a gorilla, emerged from the cave just after the panic had subsided. He didn't come alone. About 20 of his trusted men accompanied him, followed by a gaggle of children. Ever the curious ones. Yuck, he is leering at me. Just change to male. Nah, I want to be female at the moment. Why? Nuna gets jealous when I'm a woman. I don't follow. Why do you want to provoke her, then? No, I'm not provoking her. But usually, I don't change into my female form while in the Imperium, so I'm going to enjoy the feeling of being a woman for the moment. Is there a difference? For you, I mean. None whatsoever. What? Then what were you talking about? It's one of those things I always wondered about when I was human, so I programmed myself to enjoy it now that I can, even if to me there's no difference. You wondered about being a woman? Yes. Don't you wonder about being male? Not anymore. A few of Phoenix's avatars have been male, so I've experienced life as a man through their memories. Shitty, right? It has its ups and downs. In terms you and Kitty use, you don't have the emotional instability debuff, nor the spontaneous bleeding once a month, and your basic physical stats are higher. But it comes with its own set of debuffs, a major weakness dangling below your crotch, no acceptable emotional outlets, which leads to a higher suicide rate, a need to maintain appearances, and no one caring about you beyond your role. Still, having a penis has its perks. I prefer being a woman. Last time I was a male I was forced into the army to fight space bugs for more than a decade. That's because, for you, your male and female forms are equal. You don't experience the debuffs of either side. I bet you prefer being a woman because of the fun bags. Guilty. Who are you? Gorillaman asked as he and his gang approached us. In their language, what and who were the same concept. Aside from the leering, their curiosity about our clothing was obvious. Aragorn, the Shine Dragon. Jean, the Phoenix host. We introduced ourselves in their native tongue. The most accurate translations would be Aragorn light above and Jean warmth nearby. They linked my being to the stars above and Jean to the fires they kept nearby. We trade/exchange /buy/barter food/meat/fruit/greens for humans/tribespeople/young/sick/old. I explained. Aniki, I hate their tongue, though it reminds me of conceptual speech. I infused my words with telepathic understanding, otherwise, we'd be here for ages, especially since they don't barter, they lack the concept, with outsiders, they annex them. Jean waved her hand, producing a pile of smoked and salted meat on a skin rug. I waved my tail, their eyes tracking its movements, and conjured a pile of greens and fruits. This was where they would have gone apeshit crazy, had I not used my empathy to instill the mysterious, higher, superior, relax, feelings into them. We want/request/desire/prefer the feeble/underfed/old/useless/burdens. You won't last long. Weather/heaven/climate/skies or/will be bad/angry/dangerous. I explained. It wasn't an issue for us, but for them, cannibalism was on the horizon. Some of their non-essential personnel were already showing signs of malnourishment. Gorillaman knew what I was talking about. A cycle/day/night to think/move/coordinate. He replied. That was his way of asking for a day to prepare. We stayed with them that day, mostly with the Apalayings. I played with them while Jean communicated with the mothers. Their favorite game was a primitive version of Urit, except with sticks and mud balls. Honestly, I liked this version best. Get hunted. I exclaimed, launching a barrage of mud balls at the Apalayings with telekinesis. Jaya ha ha ha. One of the She Apalayings cried, laughing as she got pelted with mud. Apes together strong. The He Apalaying leader yelled as a war cry. Aoo. 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 The others rallied, fists full of mud balls and sticks raised like spears. Hero. Join me, and I'll give you half the world. I tempted the Alpha Apelaying. No. Cried one of the She Apelayings, hugging his free arm to her flat chest. I saw the determination of a caveman in his eyes at the feeling of her plank-like chest. Go. The swarm rushed me, following the Alpha's will. I won't go down alone, I declared, conjuring a small tornado of mud. Afterward, I created a warm water pool to clean ourselves. I showered with the Apelayings and used the time to remove the countless parasites they carried. Jean joined us. I kept teasing Jean and chatting with the Apelayings as we washed ourselves. They spoke of all sorts of things, a serpent of light swimming in the sky they had seen last month, Halley's Comet, a unicorn Gorillaman's gang had hunted last week, a woolly rhinoceros, and, as children do, they asked countless questions. Why is your skin white like snow? Why do you carry fire in your head and can I touch it? Why are her eyes green? Why are yours multicolor and carry the night sky? Did you steal your horns from an auroch? Why can you make things float? Can I touch your tail? Can I get some of your breast milk for my little Apelaying sibling? Why do you talk weirdly? What is this you're wearing? With these and many questions, we were bombarded. When the sun began sinking below the horizon and the Apelayings grew tired of being juggled with my telekinesis, the day drew to a close. Jean and I, unburdened by the need for sleep, found a quiet spot to lie and observe the starry night. Jean lay to my left, cuddling against me. I focused my gaze on the distant death of a star, some 5,000 light-years away. What do you see? Jean asked. To her, the night sky appeared as its usual dark expanse dotted with stars, accented by green and red auroras. I shared my view with her through our psionic link. It's beautiful, she said, her breath tickling my neck. Haven't you seen enough of these? I asked. She could create stars just as easily as destroy them, and with the shared memories of her previous hosts, she must have seen countless such events. Not enough. It's beautiful, as much as it's deadly for humans. Jean replied. Like you. I said absent-mindedly. Sometimes, I feel like you're flirting. She murmured, scanning my feelings through her empathy and our psionic bond. But you really feel no lust for me, huh? You're not Nuna, are you? I shifted my focus and shared a sight I knew she hadn't encountered before. What is this? She asked, her voice filled with awe, confusion, and wonder. The edge of the universe. The edge. I've seen it before, and it didn't look like this. Are you applying a filter or focusing on something specific? Jean asked, puzzled. No. You've seen the edge of the observable universe. This is the true edge, where spacetime is born and it pushes the void away, expanding faster than light can travel through the vacuum. Can I go there? She asked, her slitted green eyes sparkling with wanderlust. Sure, but ask Phoenix to teach you how. Spacetime is both chaotic and aggressive there. We spent the rest of the night like that, with me showing her places and events I knew the previous hosts hadn't experienced. As the first rays of sunlight painted the sky, the tribe, as if by clockwork, began their day. Gorillaman selected those most likely to perish in the coming winter, and we traded for them, offering thrice their weight in cured meat, greens, and honey. I stored the foodstuffs in stone containers I molded with telekinesis. Initially, I considered using clay pots, but that would have been too advanced for the time. Future anthropologists will probably have a headache trying to explain these stone pots. I designed them as intricate as possible, with relief sculptures of my kids adorning the lateral surfaces, lids, and handles. They were hermetically sealed, too. But, well, considering I'll still be around when those anthropologists exist, they'll probably figure out it was me. During the years of the volcanic winter, Jean and I, sometimes joined by Nuna, traveled across Africa and Eurasia, bartering for apes. I had to be careful not to visit any one tribe too often, lest they become lazy and overly reliant on my support. It was fascinating to see how they depicted us in their cave paintings. I always enjoyed their frustration when they couldn't decide which of my forms to paint. I became the first human trafficker in prehistory, and likely the only one. The kids found that hilarious, especially since I'd vehemently opposed human trafficking back on our Earth. Due to the Toba supereruption, genetic studies suggest human populations dwindled to as few as 3,000 to 10,000 individuals. Gia told me the number was slightly higher because she sheltered some of them. Thanks to our intervention, that number rose to 15,000 to 30,000, hopefully resulting in greater genetic diversity among humans. Already, I'd noticed some intriguing variations in eye and hair colors. The apes I bought were brought to the Imperium, where we groomed them into proper apes. After a few generations and following that recipe, more Duskari were born, though with a fresh flavor in their genome. Genetic variety is always preferred. Life kept going, time waited for no one, except beings like me, and while the rest of the world remained as deadly as usual, changes became more apparent in the Imperium. The Imperium developed in such a way that, other than aliens, there was no other explanation. In this case, we were technically aliens, so maybe that explanation isn't wrong. For example, the current total population is close to 5 million, spread throughout the territory in small agrarian settlements. Up to that point, there's nothing strange. But when you consider that most of these settlements don't have contact with each other, other than the sister tribes and Kitty's people, yet they all speak the same language, things get implausible. Add the fact that to learn basic sorcery, Yao taught them a written language, and then logic would leave the chat. Like, the Duskari were a bunch of separate clans and tribes throughout the land with minimal contact, yet they all spoke the same language, wrote the same characters, and followed just about the same proto-socio structure, with similar values, and had the same technological level. Aliens. That was the answer. Or, to be precise, beast deities. To this came the changes I mentioned. The Dracanthian Therion was formally established, and the Divinicon was shared with the believers. The Divinicon was our Bible, but it was closer to an almost accurate registry of the Imperium's history. To be honest, for a Bible, it was lacking in some topics. For example, creationism. We never addressed or claimed to have created all. The Genesis was more of an embellished recount of how we all came together and founded the Imperium. It went something like this. In the beginning, the head, Aragorn, was all alone, and in this emptiness, the void, the head found the treasure of creation, Marvel Multiverse. He fell in love with its shine and decided to join the fun in it. The head met the mistress, Death, and they intertwined their fates forever. The head created the first goddess, Spark Drachnesphilia, goddess of technology and knowledge, and decided to get to know the mortals and descended to the mortal realm, Earth. And that was it, that's how it starts. We decided not to take the credit from Aniki, and since it was to be our official Bible, we aimed to avoid outright lies, and technically, we didn't lie. Another interesting aspect was the topic of the afterlife. Since the Ark exists, we had to write down that after death comes another life as mortals, and that raised the question of how matrimonial unions, assets, and inheritances would operate. Were they married after the first life, or would they start anew? Would they lose all of their assets after the first death and carry nothing to the next life? Can they invest in the first life to have better benefits in the second? Will the qualifications earned in the first life carry over? Can they communicate with the people in the second step? Will they have to go through infancy, childhood, and teenagehood again? Will they keep the same parents once more? It became a mess of specific scenarios upon even more complicated scenarios. Then we had to go over hell, abeyance, and heaven, explain the divinities of the children, tell them about how there were other gods aside from our pantheon, and instill our expectations for them. It was a chaotic mess. For example, Kitty would preach about how she was a goddess of law, but she preached about breaking the laws. James would go about how evil was bad, but that sometimes it was needed. Emma spoke about proper respect for order and hierarchy. Ilara emphasized fashion and creativity, and even more. It was so chaotic that, in the end, we decided to create our version of the 10 Commandments. Respect all life, honor the inherent value of all living beings. Avoid causing unnecessary harm to people, animals, and the environment. It was hard to say that it was okay to kill so long as there was a motive, because what they might take as a motive will change from person to person and generation to generation. Speak truth and foster trust, be honest in your words and actions. Avoid deceit, gossip, and manipulation. This one was useless to us because we could always discern their lies, but it served the purpose of keeping social order. Act with compassion and kindness, treat others as you wish to be treated. Show empathy and assist those in need whenever possible, especially pure souls. This one went to social order, again. Also, because the kids said that if I didn't specify my favoritism toward children and then the Duskari earned my ire, it could lead to devastating outcomes. Honor equality and justice, embrace fairness, oppose discrimination, and advocate for the rights of all people regardless of race, gender, creed, or status, but beware of these differences in the way of living. This one was to avoid a future headache. I didn't want the Luselvi and Noctelvi to go into an interracial war when they were equally lowly in my eyes. Or when they started to interact with outsiders, I didn't want them to believe themselves better than the humans just because I made them that way. That's my credit, not theirs. Also, I didn't want them to embrace Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, just respect them, but don't embrace them. At least not when their believers tended to extract parts of their holy books to justify some of their despicable actions. I had no problem with Yahweh, or his Son and the Holy Spirit, but goddamn, weren't his believers a pain in the ass? Obviously not all of them, but then we have witch hunts, crusades, Islamic invasions, misogyny, hebephilia, pedophilia, corruption, greed, and more. If it was only their God, then they were welcome to the Imperium, but not the believers. A/N, please note that in the Marvel Universe, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are the truth, and that any references I'm making are based on the said religions of the Marvel Universe. Protect and preserve the planet, be a steward of the celestial body you inhabit. Use resources wisely and work toward sustainability for future generations. This one was for Gia, and because I don't want them to turn out like the bugs who only knew how to consume from my original universe. Value family and community, build and nurture connections with others. Support and strengthen your relationships with family, friends, and neighbors. This was because the Duskari, just like humans, were pack mammals, and it would help with the future social order. Pursue knowledge and growth, seek to understand the world and yourself. Embrace curiosity, learn from others, and strive for personal improvement. This one helped me because I wanted them to pursue growth in their magic. Exercise freedom responsibly, cherish freedom of thought, speech, and action, but respect the freedoms and boundaries of others. Most of Western society in my original universe took this one out of proportion, and a bunch of idiots thought that it meant that their idiot ideas were valid. But since the Imperium will always be ruled by us, it won't escalate out of proportion. Honor promises and commitments, keep your word and fulfill your obligations. Integrity strengthens trust and unity. Another for future social order since, if they didn't keep their word to us, then the consequences would be more than they could handle. Balance work, rest, and leisure, maintain a healthy balance between your responsibilities and your well-being. Prioritize rest, reflection, and meaningful recreation. And the last one was common sense, but I wanted 10, so we added it. We decided to engrave the Divinican on the southern scale, using the interface of the wall as our canvas to record and illustrate the most important events of the Imperium and the Dracanthian Therion. For balance, the inner wall of the northern scale was dedicated to honoring the significant achievements of the Duskari, along with their names. The first name engraved was that of the man, the myth, the legend, Kavjuhuz. The one who initiated this era. Other names followed, like the inventor of the wheel, a woman who sought to grind grains more efficiently and created the stone wheel grinder, a man who discovered the plant that led to modern cacao, Nuna was fond of that guy, the designer of the first whetstone, and many others whose accomplishments, while impressive, paled in comparison to those of Kavjuhuz. Nonetheless, these innovations were vital to the Imperium's progress. On the outer wall of the southern scale, we engraved and painted depictions of our Dracanthian Therion, including our territories, the Ark and Halo, alongside the other planets I had gifted Emma. Though the children were a bit skittish about seeing themselves painted in such a large and grand manner, they accepted it in the end. As for the outer wall of the northern scale, I decided to document the history of the planet and humanity. The wall had been unused, and I thought leaving an accurate record of history for future generations of historians might help them grasp their insignificance. Perhaps, just perhaps, it might inspire them to be less vile as a species. Then again, that seemed impossible. Regardless, they wouldn't uncover the northern scale's engravings until the 1500s. With the Divinican and the northern scale of light completed, we shifted focus to unifying the Duskari tribes. Unification, however, was not entirely feasible. The lack of roads, absence of advanced transportation beyond crude rafts and canoes, unconnected rivers, no overarching seas, and certainly no plains made central governance a fool's dream. In such conditions, unification was nothing but a fantasy. How would the government even reach each settlement? Braving 3 jungles, 2 active volcanoes, and 37 caudalous rivers, perhaps. Rather than attempting an unattainable unified government, we opted for a divine ruling system, at least until the Imperium matured enough to govern itself. Under this system, each tribe was ruled by a Haloan. A single Haloan oversaw multiple tribes, serving as the intermediary between those tribes and the upper government. On Earth, the upper government consisted of Seraph, Margaret, and Natalia, while on the Ark, it was Emma, Mindy, and Spark. Each child had a degree of autonomy over their assigned tribes, but the Imperial rule book held ultimate authority, superseding local laws as needed. Naturally, the same religion had to be taught across all tribes to prevent the privatization of faith. This ensured that every deity was recognized as part of the same pantheon. Trade systems were established, though they resembled bartering more than formal trade. All intertribal transactions were mediated through the deity in charge. Thus began the era of divine guidance, in full force. As predicted, the Imperium's Iron Age lasted far longer than humanity's. This was partly due to an over-reliance on magic, but also because peace among the Duskari stunted development. Peace with nature, however, remained elusive. As more prey and predators migrated to the Imperium, the natural world grew increasingly ferocious. And I might or might not have bolstered the fauna's intelligence through artificial selection and my biokinesis. While warfare against nature was constant, it didn't foster the same technological and strategic advancements as conflicts among sapient beings. That stagnation changed with the arrival of the deviants. The absence of the Eternals didn't mean the deviants were absent. Alongside them came demons. Why demons? Demons are perpetually hungry for souls and territory, it's intrinsic to their nature. Rarely, exceptions arise. The value of a soul, for demons, is tied directly to its understanding of reality and the complexity of its spirit. A sorcerer's soul is a delicacy. A salaryman's soul is akin to cheap fast food, edible but incomparable to the former. A caveman's soul. So undesirable to demons that they hadn't visited Earth in millions of years and wouldn't have until the time of Agamotto, who later created the dimensional shield. Some ancient demons, indifferent to taste, do venture to lower worlds. Gia's fallen siblings fall into this category, though there were no elder gods present on this version of Earth. As for the deviants, their hunger for life made it inevitable they'd find the Imperium. For the Duskari, this meant death, conflict, adversity, war, and, ultimately, progress. Vladarian, the god of war and progress, finally had his moment to shine. Though the Dracanthian Therion refrained from direct involvement, the children served as the tribe's nuclear shelters, protecting the vulnerable if the walls were breached. Even without direct action, they dispensed blessings, provided advice, pointed out flaws and merits, cared for orphans, oversaw agriculture, transported troops, inspired believers, and offered emotional support. They fulfilled roles that the young Duskari society wasn't yet equipped to handle. For millennia, the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean had been the primary sources of sustenance for the Duskari. They didn't know who named them or what the names meant, but since their deities always referred to these bodies of water as such, they adopted the names. Similarly, they knew the Imperium was located on the continent of America. Did they know what a continent was? A large landmass, of course. But they had no knowledge of any other continents. Did they understand the difference between an ocean and a sea? One seemed to have higher and lower tides, but that was the extent of their knowledge. The Duskari were ignorant of many things. On the other hand, they understood thermodynamics and the energy-mass principle of Agamotto's conversion law. Who or what Agamotto was, or had been, they didn't know, but that wasn't important when learning elemental magic from Goddess Yao. The Duskari could fly to a certain extent, aided by wind magic, though they didn't understand why they passed out if they accelerated too quickly or ascended too high. Yet, they knew wind currents, aerodynamics, parabolic motion, uniformly accelerated motion, inertia, momentum, collisions, and most concepts taught in a modern college physics I course. Mathematics. The Duskari could easily math to death a first-year college mathematics student. They needed math for casting magic, after all. But applied mathematics beyond magic. That was a different story. Biology. They excelled in agriculture, especially under the blessings of Luxina, goddess of celestial stars and agriculture. They had developed successful varieties of crops through artificial selection. They knew migration routes, the internal anatomy of the game they hunted, the best methods for raising aurochs for milk and meat, and optimal feed for their murder birds, titanes, egg production. However, they didn't know that mitochondria were the powerhouse of the cell. Despite their ignorance of many scientific truths, largely due to their artificial upbringing under the care of the Holoans, they understood that the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean had always been there, providing easy prey, warmth, humid and salty winds, a medium for communication with other coastal settlements, and much more. But everything changed when the deviants began their hunt. The northern and southern scales made it nearly impossible for the deviants to enter the Imperium by land. But to these apex predator hunters, a marvel of Arisham's biological engineering, land or water made little difference. The change was sudden. Had it not been for divine intervention, all coastal settlements would have been lost. The deviants emerged from the water and attacked the unsuspecting, unprepared Duskari, first from the Caribbean and later from the Pacific. Thousands of coastal settlements had to be evacuated by their ruling deities. On the first day of the onslaught, the deviants established a foothold in the Imperium with a devastatingly coordinated blitzkrieg. Surviving coastal settlements began erecting walls where they had never been needed before and investing in anti-personnel weaponry. Warfare, on a scale unlike anything the Duskari had experienced, became their new way of life. They prayed for a solution but received direction instead. Many were displeased, but when it became known as the will of the head and the mistress, they swallowed their complaints. Under the guidance of their deities, the Duskari organized the first assembly of the Duskari. Coastal tribes were the most invested in the assembly, while central land settlements showed mild curiosity at best. That changed when Aragorn offered his support. His involvement was rare, aside from occasional visits that often heralded pregnancies, so his endorsement commanded attention. To lend credibility to the assembly, Aragorn suggested hosting it in a significant location. When the tribes were warped to the chosen site, they found themselves in the halo. Though their deities often lived among them for decades or even centuries, they all knew the ring around the moon was their true home. As it says in the Divinican, your deities and where to find them 1033. The divine abode astonished the Duskari. The moon's diameter was approximately 3,474 kilometers, 2,159 miles, while the halo's was 10,000 kilometers, 6,214 miles. This made the moon a ceiling for the ring's surface, way closer than cruising altitude. From the halo's surface, the horizon was divided into 4 parts. Opposite each other, 2 parts reflected the curved surface of the ring. On one edge, Earth was visible in the distance, while on the other edge, the sun shone brightly. Depending on Spark's whims, the halo could follow the moon's natural day-night cycle, switching the Earth-Sun horizons twice a sidereal month. Alternatively, she could rotate the halo around the moon to simulate Earth-like days. The skies were just the beginning. After hundreds of thousands of years under Gia's blessing, the ring's surface had transformed. Alien plants and animals, brought from outer space and otherworld, had flourished, creating a surreal, vibrant ecosystem. Metallic-looking trees, the result of Gia's accidental overload of her blessing, were early examples of organoids. The ring itself could be considered the first organoid, having begun to sprout life on its outer faces as well. The fauna was equally extraordinary. Dinosaurs, modern creatures, megafauna, and alien beasts prowled the lands and thrived in sea-like lakes. The Duskari marveled at their surroundings but soon noticed the delegation awaiting them. Elves similar to Ulysses, goddess of stories and music, fairies resembling Elara, goddess of fashion and arts, mermaids like Sislori, goddess of water and fishing, and towering flora colossi. A/N, Sislori is a new OC, you don't need to remember her for now, if I need her I'll write her, but for the moment it's just a mention, like with the rest of the more than 50 maids Aragorn rescued. The delegation lacked the unmistakable aura of divinity their deities radiated, signaling they were mortals like the Duskari, a revelation that amazed them further. With this assembly, roughly 5,000 years after Aragorn heralded the Iron Age, the Vladarionic era began. OC character sheet #. Irina Dracosnesphilia. Race, Homo bestialis magici leopard. Beast, blue rabbit. Tails, 7 white fluffy tails, that look like a bouquet of rabbit tails. Ears, midnight blue. Hair, midnight blue. Eyes, dark blue. Affinity, fire. Divinity, goddess of fire and assiduity. Background. Born in Yakutsk, Russia, in December. Sold by her parents to a local agent of the Red Room. Following protocol, her parents were disposed of, their death staged as an unfortunate accident caused by a building losing electricity during a snowstorm in the dead of winter. Trained rigorously for over a decade, Irina was eventually introduced to the field under the HVTAW program, where widow agents were assigned to serve as attendants for high-value targets. Tiring of her grim past, she sought a better opportunity under a more employee-driven boss and joined Aragorn as his personal maid, alongside Yelena. Of course, she wasn't kidnapped by aliens. Personality. Irina is considered the most serious, dedicated, and hard-working of Aragorn's maids, though she isn't above teasing him or joining in Yelena's antics. She drinks vodka, a habit developed during her HVTAW years to numb her senses. Although she would never openly admit it, she views Aragorn as a paternal figure and treats Yelena more like a sister than her other widows. Traits and quirks. Irina struggles with pyromaniac impulses, though she works hard to keep them under control. The cause is unclear, it may stem from the magical rabbit DNA Aragorn mixed into her or could simply be an expression of her past traumas. She is heterosexual but harbors a strong dislike for most men, undoubtedly a consequence of her time in the HVTAW program. Her last intimate experience was with Spark, who had morphed into a male form, though there is no romantic connection between them. They consider each other family, a dynamic not uncommon among the Holoans. Dislikes. Humans. Men. Sour foods. Visiting sewers at Aragorn's request. Yelena's past habit of showing off her boy toy in front of her. Selene, whom she blames for Aragorn's first death. Tribal role. Irina's tribe is one of the largest, alongside Yelena's and Kitty's. Her believers adore her, finding her serious yet demure demeanor endearing. The tribe specializes in grain cultivation. Egg farming, using titanes, a domesticated species. Warcat training. The warcats they raise are descendants of the Smilodons and cave lions Aragorn and Death brought back during the founding century of the Imperium. Aspirations. Finding a romantic companion. Achieving 9 tails. Receiving petting from Aragorn, her boss/master/father figure. A/N. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. There were too many pictures to hide, it was both funny and patience testing. Please check out my Patreon account. There are already 5 chapters ahead for premium members, which is at least 50,000 words. Premium members also gain access to a new chapter every week. patreon.com/existentialvoid. I hope you enjoyed the read. Chapter 71, Not a Chapter. Hello, dear readers. I have a question, sort of like a poll. I'm a few chapters in and the Metals Age is about to arrive in the rest of the planet. I was wondering, what historical happenings would you like to see Aragorn in? Is there any historical figure you would like to see him interact with? Any myth you would like him to have a hand in? Leave a comment. Have a nice day. Chapter 72, Vladarionic Era. Observation log by Spark Draconosphilia. First contact of the Duskari, social system, war entry. Earth 1999973-500b, before emergence. Year 228,135 of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, Earth 199999. To ensure the most accurate and comprehensive data collection for this observation, the Master Chief, Seraph Draconosphilia, and I, Spark Draconosphilia, will read and track the Duskari's thoughts while also monitoring their vital signs. It should be noted that the significance of this meeting is comparable to humanity's first official contact with alien sapient beings. While it is technically inaccurate to label this encounter as the first, given the alien nature of the Dracanthian Therion from the Duskari's perspective, it is treated as such due to the innate familiarity the Duskari feel toward the Dracanthian Therion. To them, we are as integral to their existence as water is to Earth. Governance system. Within the Imperium, the apex of power is represented by the Master Chief, with the Mistress and Gia wielding authority equivalent to his, as granted by his commands. Below them are Emma Fulgebunt Draconis and myself, Spark Draconosphilia. Following us is the Princess, Mindy Mill Fulgebunt Draconis. On Nirn, a council operates beneath the Princess. However, on Earth, 199999, this council remains irrelevant for hundreds of thousands of years to come. It is important to note that within the Halo, a territory recognized under the Imperium, there is no formal structure of governance, owing to the perpetual presence of the Master Chief. Each society within the Halo thrives under a system of self-governance. The Fae, elves and fairies, the mermaids, the flora colossi, and the inhabitants of the crystal have no need for centralized government. It would be unthinkably foolish to disrupt the Master Chief's domain. Therefore, although Emma and I act as their points of contact, each society rules itself with minimal intervention. Excluding the Council of Nirn and the societies of Halo, the governmental hierarchy places the representatives of Earth's upper government, Seraph Draconosphilia, Margaret Carter, and Natalia Draconosphilia, beneath the Princess. These are followed by the other deities overseeing the Duskari. The divines responsible for soul repositories are excluded from this hierarchy, as they govern the souls of the departed rather than the living. The people of Abeyance, meanwhile, are recognized as extra-dimensional allies of the Imperium, with Madeline Draconosphilia serving as their point of contact. Similarly, Kagaya, the goddess of Chakra, holds an equivalent status. Given this established power structure, it may seem illogical for the Duskari to be present, as their representative deities are already participating in the assembly. However, it must be emphasized that the deities overseeing the Duskari act more as administrators than rulers. Moreover, as part of the Dracanthian Therians' hope for the Duskari to develop their form of governance, the ruling deities guided them to assemble their leaders for this historic meeting. Theology. While the Imperium could be classified as a theocracy, this is not entirely accurate. The Queen, the Princess, and I are goddesses, this is undeniable. We sit at the upper strata of the Imperium, and over 50 positions of power are held by deities of the Dracanthian Therion. However, it would be partially erroneous to declare the Imperium a full theocracy. Let us examine the case of planet Nirn. Its population comprises at least 179 different alien species, with 23 forming the majority, including Kree, Spataxians, Skrulls, Chameleons, Elethians, Botanians, Meganians, and Centaurians. Each species has its own origin, just as humans and the Duskari do. Given that some of these species are far older than Terrans, it is expected that they have their fair share of religions. In the spirit of controlled inclusivity and regulated freedom of religion, the Imperium accepts all forms of faith that do not clash with the established social order or public interest. For instance, certain Earth-based religions might not meet these criteria. This was the situation on Nirn before our departure, and even with our successful apotheosis, it will remain unchanged. According to the Master Chief and Goddess Gia, there is little risk of conflict arising from having believers of various religions under our rule. Based on their observations and experience, the number of deities who use the faith system is negligible. The faith system itself is fraught with dangers and disadvantages, as evidenced by billions of years of experience from countless deities across the universe. The risk of losing oneself to the conjured image created by one's believers is a nightmarish prospect for most deities. There are multiple accounts of deities slaughtering their believers upon discovering they had been corrupted by faith. Another significant drawback of the faith system is dependency. Deities who rely on faith derive their strength from the beliefs of their followers, so long as their numbers are sufficient. However, this creates a feedback loop of reliance. The stronger the faith, the stronger the deity; the weaker the faith or the fewer the followers, the weaker the deity. Due to the innate selfishness and egotism of most deities, many reject the idea of having their power regulated by lowly believers. Consequently, abstaining from the faith system has become the norm. Thus, even though Nirn allows freedom of religion, the potential for divine conflict is minimal. However, since the Dracanthian Therion utilize a unique form of the faith system and do not suffer from the aforementioned negatives, the possibility of divine conflict stemming from greed directed at us remains a real concern. Then there's the case of Halo. Halo is populated by 4 sapient species: elves, fairies, flora colossi, and oceanids. Dryads, naiads, and spirits are excluded due to their solitary nature and lack of any form of societal organization. The otherworldians are species far older than apes on Earth. Each species has its own belief system, with all of them recognizing the existence of multiple gods as a factual reality. Recently, they have taken to worshipping their respective ascended Haloan representatives, Elises, Ilara, and Sislari. From the perspective that a theocracy enforces religious law, which bans all manner of foreign beliefs, and the unity of church and state, which does not differentiate between religious and governmental institutions, the Fulgbub Draconis Imperium is not a theocracy. The leadership of the Imperium does not rule because we are deities, we rule, and it just so happens that we are deities. This path was pursued to ensure the easy integration of foreign cultures. The Duskari and the mortals of Halo share more similarities than one might expect between two species with such disparate upbringings. This is largely because the Haloans raised the Duskari in a manner that would allow for a seamless transition between Earth and the Ark, the future throne world of the Imperium, and a point of confluence for multiple groups. However, this does not mean there are no differences between them. Technology. Despite their ancient cultures, the Otherworldians suffer from one of the afflictions common to all magical civilizations, a dependency on magic. The Duskari, to some extent, share this trait. Consider fire casting. In the early days of magical civilizations, there arises a need to replicate natural phenomena. Lightning strikes, fire, water, wind, and the ground itself are typical inspirations, followed by celestial objects, plant life, and animal life. Imagine a tribe of savage elves discovering how to cast fire, creating a source not smaller than a lighter nor larger than a Bunsen burner. This simple advancement would solve countless problems: warmth, protection, cooking, sterilization, cauterization, and lighting, among other uses. But fire isn't limited to such basic applications. It can be used for tanning hides, preserving food, forging weapons, producing building materials, textiles, armor, and more. As reliance on fire casting grows, research into its refinement follows. Over millions of years, this society of elves could develop fire manipulation to rival or surpass the capabilities of modern forges or flamethrowers, achieving a production scale comparable to a 21st century industrialized society. Naturally, such a society would excel in fire casting and related fields, but they would lag in other areas, such as understanding the universe, communication technologies, information transfer, and even creative pursuits. In these aspects, the Flora Colossi far outshine the Otherworldians. The Flora Colossi Arbor Masters, their ruling class, educate the young of their species using photonic knowledge, the collective wisdom amassed since their creation by the Elder of the Universe known as the Gardener, who used the Time Stone to bring their race into existence. To contextualize, imagine every human possessing the entirety of humanity's accumulated knowledge. That approximates the intellectual capacity of the average Flora Colossi, a race of geniuses. Yet, the Flora Colossi are hindered by their nature. Humans, born on a death world fraught with divine, celestial, eldritch, and extra-dimensional cataclysms, are driven by curiosity and necessity to adapt, improve, and overcome. In contrast, the Flora Colossi require only water, soil, and ultraviolet light to survive. Planet X, their home world before its fall, was an idyllic paradise by their standards. This ease of existence, combined with their physiological needs and taciturn disposition, has stunted their developmental drive. In summary, the mortals of Halo exhibit significant technological prowess in their magic crafting and information-sharing fields. However, outside these domains, they are less advanced compared to the Duskari. The differences are evident in their clothing, weaponry, governance, cuisine, sorcery, and more. Yet, by our standards, understanding both the Duskari's potential and our plan to guide their advancement, the gap is not insurmountable. Projections estimate that the Duskari could reach the technological level of the Otherworldians within 5 to 8 millennia, a remarkably short time frame. The Assembly. Vladarian Draconis Filius, god of war and progress, presides over the Assembly, accompanied by Luxina, goddess of agriculture and celestial stars. Seraph Draconis Filia, goddess of wisdom and dreams, serves as the assistant while also doubling as an observer alongside the Master Chief and me. Under normal circumstances, a deity of strategy would participate in such an assembly, but in their absence, wisdom and war must suffice. Each representative deity is present, with the Master Chief and Wanda Draconis Filia, goddess of hell and chaos, as special guests. The following is a transcript with my annotations of the assembly, focusing on the most pressing matters. Vladarian. Thank you all for your presence today, my aunts and uncles, our children the Duskari, our friends in Halo, and grandfather. Special thanks to Aunt Wanda, who joins us today as the expert demonologist of our pantheon. Annotation 1. Wanda is a prominent deity, renowned for her role as the Queen of Hell, as written in the Divinicon, Why Must You Be Good, Child 736. Aside from the sinners within her domain, this marks her first direct contact with the assembly. Among the Duskari, 38.6% exhibit curiosity, while 78.96% display dread. Other notable emotions include awe, lust, distrust, relief, and happiness. Vladarian. Luxina, Aunt Seraph, and I will guide you through this assembly, aiming to set our children, the Duskari, on the right path. Countless lives have been lost to the deviants and demons, and your progress as a species has been stunted by their presence for far too long. It is time to act, rather than merely react. Annotation 2, since the onset of the deviant invasion and demonic incursions, 3,025,654 Duskari lives have been lost to related incidents. Vladarian. This is a distribution map of the deviants across our territory, courtesy of Mother Natalia. Annotation 3, Natalia Draconisfilia, goddess of sound and silence, utilized her divine ability to track the deviants by identifying their unique natural frequencies. Luxina. And these are our agrarian lands. Annotation 4, due to the migration of megafauna, the central regions of the Imperium have been declared forbidden zones. The Duskari are primarily concentrated along the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, as well as the main rivers feeding into these areas. Luxina. As you can see, the deviants either possess enough intelligence to target critical areas, or they are being directed by an external force. Annotation 5, observations suggest that a group of demons is leading the deviants under infernal magical coercion toward the Duskari. Their likely objective is to create turmoil, break the Duskari spirits, and facilitate soul contracts. The deviants, despite their fearsome reputation, are ultimately mortal creatures imbued with cosmic energy coursing through their veins. Due to their savage nature, they are not a preferred dish for demons, which may explain why the demons did not consume them upon first contact. The demons likely identified the divine presence of the Dracanthian Therion, prompting them to adopt this indirect and roundabout strategy. Among the Duskari present, 35.01% suspect the Master Chief, and 28.65% suspect Wanda. This mistrust is not unexpected. To the Duskari, the Master Chief is seen less as a benevolent figure and more as a force of nature. Similarly, Wanda's role as Queen of Hell and her dominion over chaos naturally fosters unease. Master Chief. No need to be so suspicious. While I did enhance the intelligence of the megafauna, I'm not working with those demons. Wanda Draconisfilia. It might not appear trustworthy with his claws playfully on my tail, but Aragorn doesn't like dealing with demons, other than me and mine. I assure you, I'm not behind those demons either. Mine know better than to cause me trouble. Annotation 6, the Master Chief omitted the fact that he isn't above enhancing deviants to provide a greater challenge to the Duskari, but he did not do so in this case. Lestrel. What about the god of evil, fear, and shadows, Lord James? Annotation 7, Lestrel is one of the leaders of the displaced settlements. While this may appear as bold of Lestrel, especially in James' presence, this behavior is not unusual. It is well known that the Dracanthian Therion refrain from directly taking the lives of their believers, and our empathic and telepathic abilities encourage the Duskari to openly express their thoughts about their deities, since they can't be hidden anyway. James. It wasn't any of us. Losing your souls to demons is not in our interest. Surely, some of you have had close encounters with demons, haven't you? Annotation 8, 6.87% of the Duskari present have been approached by demons, whether through dreams, animal possession, blood scripture, or, in rare cases, direct confrontation. James. As you may know from your experiences or through our words, a demon's ultimate desire is almost always a soul. However, as your deities, we cannot have believers if you lose your souls. While your current fear aligns with my divinity, neither I nor anyone from the dark faction of the Dracanthian Therion was involved in these events. Annotation 9, the dark faction refers to deities with dominion over aspects traditionally seen as evil, e.g., hell, evil, fear, plagues, death, famine, assassination, murder, and lies. Each deity within this faction also holds a neutral or balancing divinity, shadows in James' case, chaos in Wanda's. Vladarian. Thank you for clarifying, Father. I can assure you all that none of us would ever seek to barter your souls away. The only ones who might contact demons are grandfather and grandmother, and even they would not do so with such malicious intent. Luxina. I can personally vouch for this. Annotation 10, Luxina's reputation as a benevolent goddess is enough to suit the Duskari's concerns. Wanda. In that case, it's my turn to take the stage. Annotation 11, 81.01% of the males present followed Wanda's catwalk and movements with their eyes. 42.18% of the females. This observation will also be added to my social study. Wanda. I know you children have a broken sense of common sense thanks to your close interactions with the maids, so let me remind you why making deals with demons is a catastrophically bad idea. Number 1, you need your soul to be you. Your spirit, your mind and soul, gives you identity. When you barter with a demon, you do so with your very spirit. Without it, your body cannot feel, think, act, move, or live. Bargaining with demons will almost always result in death, a true, irreversible death. No second stop. No abeyance. No heaven. Just hell, and not my hell. Number 2, most of you are clever, thank Aragorn for that, and might be thinking about outsmarting a demon's contract. Maybe you'd consider offering someone else's soul as the price, right? Bad idea. Making a pact with demons permanently taints your soul, a stain that cannot be erased, even if you become a saint in your second stop in abeyance. That means you end up in my hell. And while I'm all for that, don't end up in hell over such idiotic reasons, you mongrels. Number 3, your souls already belong, somewhat, to Aragorn and the Mistress. Even if you somehow succeeded in paying with another's soul, you'd be stepping on Aragorn's talons. Trust me, I'd rather face a horde of hell lords than deal with Aragorn's wrath. Use your draconic given brains. Number 4, you gain far more from receiving a blessing than from entering a demonic contract. None of us will bless you if you stink of brimstone. Don't be fools. Number 5, the demons are the ones causing your suffering. Why would you willingly play into their claws? Don't be stupid. Number 6, even with all the tragedy you've endured, if Aragorn is preventing your trusted deities from intervening, don't you think there's a valid reason? Has history ever proven Aragorn to have done you a disservice? Everything you are, and all that you have, is entirely thanks to Aragorn. You may not understand now, but know that your species will emerge stronger from this. Annotation 12, all of the Duskari are time variants according to the TVA, Time Variance Authority. Their existence is a direct result of the Master Chief's actions, as is the case with most living beings found within the Imperium. Currently, the TVA's attention is being deflected by the puppeteer self of the Master Chief, who is controlling Victor Timely. The changes that the variants in the Imperium will bring forth are unlikely to draw the TVA's notice until the 1500s, when Central America would have begun to play a significant role in historical events. While the actions and existence of the Imperium's variants should technically affect the sacred timeline immediately as they occur, the Master Chief's manipulation of temporal mechanics delays these effects through a phenomenon known as temporal reinstatement. As a result, the consequences of these changes won't manifest until the corresponding historical moment. For the Imperium, this means that the TVA won't detect or respond to any deviations until the colonization era. Bladarian. Thank you, Aunt Wanda. Wanda. You're welcome, kitten. Bladarian. As you can surmise from Aunt Wanda's explanation, the chances of directly facing a demon are slim. However, the likelihood of being approached by one is about 40% if you regularly wield magic. Since approximately 77% of the Duskari use magic daily, I asked Aunt Wanda to inform you of the risks. Annotation 13, all Duskari are capable of wielding magic, particularly elemental magic. However, not everyone has the aptitude or interest to study it deeply. Some choose to focus on other skills, but even they maintain a beginner-level grasp of magic. Demons, however, are unlikely to target souls with minimal spiritual development. Bladarian. Now, let us turn to the primary threat, the deviants. With Mother Natalia's assistance, I have extensively studied these creatures, analyzing their capabilities and behavioral patterns. Information is essential in warfare, so I urge you to listen carefully to and read the following report. A copy is on your seats. A deviant is born as an adult, and from that moment, it is more than capable of defeating an experienced Duskari warrior. They also don't age, and have no natural predators. Nature usually limits such predators with low fertility or strict reproduction conditions, but this is not true for deviants. Deviants were artificially created with the sole purpose of hunting apex predators. As some of you have witnessed, no creature in nature is deadlier, not warcats, dire wolves, gators, snakes, flying predators, non-divine dragons, ocean dwellers, or apes. To make matters worse, deviants reproduce in two ways, sexually or asexually by consuming large quantities of prey. A healthy deviant can produce offspring up to 4 times a decade. The only reason they haven't overrun the surface is due to limitations apparently coded into their life code by their creator. However, exposure to higher energies, such as cosmic energy or divinity, could potentially remove these restrictions. Fortunately, they share certain weaknesses with other mortal creatures, such as vulnerability to sudden massive energy exchanges. This means attacks involving extreme force, intense temperature changes, or high-voltage electricity are effective. In short, elemental magic is their primary weakness. The challenge lies in landing such attacks. Deviants are far faster than the fastest, more agile than the most nimble, sturdier than the most armored, and more resilient than any other creature. Facing one directly often means your death before your magic reaches its mark. When confronting a deviant, adopt the mentality of the weak. In a one-on-one scenario, your chance of taking it down with you is 3.87%. With 2-on-1, the odds rise to 11%. 3-on-1 increases this to 19%. 4-on-1 gives you a 27% chance, and 5-on-1 finally offers a possibility of killing it without losing all your lives. In this scenario, one of you may survive, albeit maimed, with a probability of 0.89%. As Aunt Wanda said, you're clever, grandfather made you that way. Organize yourselves. Gather your numbers. Form an extermination force and take the fight to the deviants. Your best hope lies in ambushing and overwhelming them with superior numbers. Annotation 14, Eternals are far stronger than the Duskari, so it is remarkable that 5 Duskari have a real chance of taking down a deviant in frontal combat, even without tactics, protection, or weapons, relying solely on magic. Given the gravity of Vladarian's report, the Duskari were granted several hours to deliberate with their ruling deities regarding the shared information. Plus 2 hours plus. Cleatina. Lord Vladarian, you mentioned that the deviants were created. Is there any information we could uncover about their creator? Could the creator make more deviants after we deal with the current ones in the world, or perhaps create an even greater threat? Would investigating the creator aid us in eliminating the deviants? Annotation 15, Cleatina is a leader of Catherine Prior Draconisphilia's tribe, goddess of law and adventure. Her tribe is highly adept in warfare due to their history with the sister tribes. Although her tribe was not directly attacked, this was the only tribe that gathered their numbers to assist other tribes. It was not exactly an act of camaraderie, but the allure of the unknown that guided them. Vladarian. No. Their creator is Erishem the Judge, a celestial and the guiding hand behind the creation of this universe. It would be presumptuous to trouble such a being with what it would consider insignificant inquiries. Aragorn. Erishem has already created a countermeasure to the deviant problem, but it won't arrive for tens of thousands of years. For now, your task is to find a way to deal with the problem within the Imperium. Focus on your immediate challenges rather than external ones. You needn't worry about the threat escalating. If the situation worsens beyond your capacity, I will intervene to ensure the danger remains at a level you can handle. Annotation 16, the Master Chief's objective is to provide stepping stones for the Duskari's growth. A stepping stone is meant to foster progress, not obstruct it. Obstacles that halt advancement are either walls or dead ends, which Aragorn carefully avoids imposing on his Duskari. Cleatina. Head, I apologize if this is not pertinent to the case, but is this Erishem the creator of everything? Annotation 17, the Master Chief dislikes formalities and ceremonies, so he informed the Duskari that head was a title in his native language meaning esteemed being. This was to simplify interactions, avoiding the need to add terms like lord or lady before his title. The Mendame adopted a similar approach, with mistress serving as her title. Aragorn. Not exactly. Think of Erishem as the one who sparked the fire, but not the one who created the combustible materials. Regardless, you should regard Erishem and any celestial with the same reverence you hold for me, though it is exceedingly unlikely any of you will ever encounter them. Cleatina. Thank you, head. Lestrel. Would it be possible to relocate our settlements further inland while we devise a better strategy to deal with the deviants? Vladarian. Grandfather, could we push back the borders of the forbidden areas? Aragorn. Very well. However, the extension will be temporary, 150 years at most. Within that time, you must either develop a method to manage the deviant threat effectively or find a way to banish them from our borders entirely. Lestrel. Thank you, head. Merimun. When we launch our counterattack, will the deviants remain in the lost territories? Or could the demons command them to adopt tactics similar to ours and begin raiding our settlements? Annotation 18, Merimun belongs to Luxina's tribe. Their subculture involves naming themselves after celestial objects, plants, or animals, as a tribute to Luxina's divine aspects. Vladarian. Part of war is gathering intelligence. You won't be able to predict the deviants' movements without diligent information gathering. As for the demons, their aggression will likely be tempered due to our presence. However, it is still wise to prioritize intelligence efforts. Merimun. Thank you, Lord Vladarian. Luxina. Oh, one more thing. We will provide additional blessings during your extermination campaign. These blessings will extend not only to those fighting on the front lines but also to those supporting your people from behind the scenes. Annotation 19, this decision aims to reduce the future mortality rate and bolster the natality rate. War consumes resources indiscriminately, so increased production of nearly everything will be necessary to sustain the effort. Projection, based on current projections, the war will span at least 300 years. During this time, the Duskari will either integrate stable methods of managing the deviants into their way of life or find a way to banish them entirely from the Imperium. Tactics, force distribution, settlement relocation, supply routes, road construction, advancements in martial technology, development of military technology, and numerous other topics were addressed during this first assembly, which lasted over a week. Additional details are available in the subsequent entries, organized by topic. End of entry 1 / My love, why do you enjoy watching them fight so much? On one side, we have the Duskari, prehistoric, elf-like human magicians, accompanied by their loyal partners, warcats, mastodons, camelops, flat-faced bears, dire wolves, mammoths, rhinoceroses, and more. On the other side, we have four-eyed alien predators controlled by soul-devouring, extra-dimensional beings. Then, there are our divine children supporting the Duskari, and us, observing from afar. It's like a mashup of a weird fantasy that turns out to be the far past of the present. What's not to like? Aragorn and Death were covertly observing the Duskari fight for the umpteenth time against a small group of deviants. A Noctelvi hovered above the battlefield, safely out of reach of the leathery tendrils of the deviants below, raining down lightning to control the crowd. Lightning was one of the few effective means of harming a deviant, but the voltage required was closer to that of a superbolt. Thus, a standard tactic involved earth-focused mages caging the targets, water-focused mages immobilizing them, and fire-focused mages drawing their attention, all while the superbolt spell was being prepared. Macruss. Strike now. We can't hold them any longer. Shouted a Lucelvi, freezing the limbs of the deviants as they struggled to break free of the ice using their tendrils. Ras, pull back. Commanded another Lucelvi to the alpha of the wolf pack that had been harassing the deviants with hit-and-run tactics. Ras, an intellect-enhanced dire wolf with the intelligence of a 7-year-old thanks to Aragorn's intervention, hauled a sharp AOOO. Immediately, the pack dispersed, vanishing into the jungle undergrowth. Ira Kaylee. Macruss roared. The cloudy skies trembled, the hair of the Duskari stood on end from static electricity, and the water-focused Lucelvi melted the ice. Simultaneously, all Duskari shielded themselves and their animal partners within water bubbles, creating a makeshift Faraday cage. Boom. The mother of all lightning strikes crashed into the middle of the caged group of wet deviants. When the blinding light subsided and their overwhelmed eyes adjusted, the Duskari leapt back into action. 3 alive and paralyzed. Broil them. Macruss shouted. Having prepared himself to recover faster from the blinding light, he was the first to issue orders. The Duskari moved like well-trained soldiers, encircling the surviving deviants and incinerating them with the spells Igniblasta Fornax and Ventiflamma Hydrogenium, typically used for metal smelting. A few tense seconds later, the corpses had been double-tapped with fire and speared for good measure. Ras. Someone called. The jungle foliage parted as the pack of dire wolves ravenously pounced on the cooked bodies. You gave them better stomachs. No, Nuna, just better metabolism. I thought they wouldn't be able to eat cosmic energy-laced meat. Is this the first time you've seen it, Nuna? Yes, I bore quickly of watching mortals struggle. Tiamat and I created a cosmic energy absorption system so that all free cosmic energy on the surface gets absorbed. Eh? Really? I didn't realize. Death materialized an orb of her concentrated energy, which slowly shifted to the golden hue of cosmic energy. She released it, and it quickly vanished. Interesting. Could you modify the absorption system to target a different energy form? Only common types. Targeting higher forms, like psionic energy, would require as much research and development as cosmic energy did. Expected. If you'd made a system that could absorb all energy forms, you'd risk creating a monster greater than the ultimate nullifier. Where is that thing in my universe, anyway? Water the Watcher hid it in the barrens of your universe. Good. I'll add another sealing layer to the barrens when I return. Fufufu. Sometimes you seem to hate technology. I hate technology that can cause that level of destruction and is left assembled for anyone to use, like the ultimate nullifier and the celestial machine. Most of these items can't be destroyed, my love. Hand them to me, and I'll throw them into Void Chan. Problem solved. You know that's not how it works. Yeah, maybe. Still, I hate it. Can you believe that in One Earth, the ultimate nullifier was left with fury? I wouldn't trust anyone with that thing, not even the sane versions of Reed Richards. Don't you have universe-ending tech in your Halo and the Ark? Yes, but everything is disassembled, sealed, and kept secret. Only you, Phoenix, Boss Tribunal, Eternity, Infinity, and the Aniki, of course, know about it. All of you would have valid reasons if you needed my tech, and none of you would actually need it. Fufufu. I like it when you go all paranoid like this. Nuna, can you blame me? My emo universe tries to self-destruct at every opportunity. Half my job is using my all-seeing eyes to locate and disarm apocalyptic bombs across the universe, every other week. Sounds a lot like the Living Tribunal's work, putting out fires on a multiversal scale. Yeah, I don't envy Boss Tribunal's job. Death and Aragorn, while pitying the Living Tribunal, continued observing the Duskari. How many did we lose? A Noctelvi asked. 27. Another answered. I hope the 9 deviants we killed were worth it. May they find abundance in Ladies Emma, Mindy, and Sparks, Arkansas. Macruss prayed. May they reunite with our brothers and sisters in the second step. Arsal, the Lucelvi in charge of the wolves, added. Hey, let's collect the bodies and get out of here. I don't want to stay a second longer with so few of us left. I'm barely a century old, I'm too young to take the second step by being eaten by one of these things. A Laselvi shouted as he ran back toward where their fallen comrades lay. Macrus, are you sensing anything from your blessing? Arsal asked. He was a member of Luxina's tribe. Just a small hint of fear. But if I think about staying longer than necessary, I feel dread. Macrus replied. He was blessed by his ruling deity, James, the god of fear, and his blessing allowed him to sense what should be feared. Gods damn it. Let's hurry. Arsal urged, leading the pack of dire wolves with him. Arsal and Macrus regrouped with the remainder of their team and moved quickly to recover the bodies of their fallen brothers. That's the first time I've seen the blessing of a god of fear used like that. Death commented. James said he had to modify it because the deviants don't experience fear the way most mortals do. Aragorn replied. I understand why he changed it, but it's still unusual. Hee. Kull Borson uses his fear blessing like most deities of fear. Serpent. Odin's elder brother. What about him? Aragorn asked, wondering about the reason behind the sudden mention. Dead in your universe. Ah, thank the Aniki. One less problem to deal with. Fufufu. What? He was a positive force in your universe. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you, Nuna? But it's so funny to see your eyes change. Death teased, wrapping her tail around Aragorn's in an affectionate gesture. Meanwhile, the scout regiment returned to the main force after loading the bodies onto one of the carrying mastodons. They moved hastily but carefully through the dense jungle. Lord Vladarian, scout regiment returning. 27 losses, 9 deviants killed. Macrus reported, saluting with his left fist to his right chest, forearm horizontal to the ground. At ease, child. Any traces of larger groups? Vladarian asked. They stood inside the command tent at one of the advanced posts. The muffled sounds of infantry, mastodons bringing in supplies, forging, carriages pulled by aurochs carrying the wounded, and shouted orders filled the air outside. Traces heading southeast along the coast, toward the estuary. Macrus replied. Thank you, Macrus. Please submit a formal report during the next gathering at 1600 hours. As you command, Lord Vladarian. Go rest. You've earned it. Vladarian watched the Noctelvi retreat from the tent, then turned toward a shadowed corner. Grandfather, grandmother. He called. Kitten. Death replied, dispelling the obfuscating field that had concealed them. Hello, kitten. Aragorn said, already standing behind Vladarian, playfully stroking the 7 tails swaying there. Grandfather, is it really necessary to greet my tails before greeting me? It is. It's tradition. Aragorn replied nonchalantly. Give it up, kitten. Death interjected. You know my love never changes. And what about you, grandmother? Because you refuse to call me by my name, kitten remains my nickname to this day. I've heard my father call me by my name fewer times than my nickname. That James, what a terrible father. Should I bury him in work, kitten? Aragorn grinned mischievously. Please don't start, grandfather. Were you visiting, or was your coincidental arrival with my elite scout regiment not coincidental? My love was observing your soldiers fight. I joined him. Death answered on Aragorn's behalf. Couldn't you have done something to prevent the 27 deaths? Yes. It obviously was a possibility. *I**, you're so dismissive toward anyone who isn't part of Tracanthian their Ion. It's part of our charm. Death replied, ruffling Vladarian's cat ears. I already did enough by securing them a second life. Aragorn said, looking at Vladarian expectantly. And I allowed it. Death added, mirroring Aragorn's look. *I**, yes, how great of you, my grandparents. I'm in awe of your magnanimity. What do you think, Nuna? Aragorn asked, giving Vladarian an evaluating look. I don't know, it doesn't feel sincere. Death replied, shaking her head. I know, right? All those years breastfeeding this kitten. It wasn't years, grandfather. And this is how I get paid. Can you believe it? All those decades cleaning his diapers. It was years, not decades, grandmother. And this insincerity is my repayment. Can you believe it? Aragorn and Death lamented with heartbroken faces. *I** here. You can have these as a show of my sincerity and gratefulness. Vladarian finally gave up reasoning with the 2 most unreasonable members of his family and swayed his tails toward Death and Aragorn. What a cute kitten. The cutest. The draconic couple mused, accepting his bribe with obvious delight. Vladarian ignored them and took a seat, resuming his planning for the next campaign. He needed to coordinate and evaluate the strategies proposed during the last gathering. Meanwhile, Death and Aragorn hovered behind him, leisurely combing his tails. Like Sarah Rogers, Vladarian was part of the second generation of the crystal. Both had grown up without contact with human society. Their closest interactions with well-established communities were with the Fae, mermaids, and Flora Colossi, societies so distant from the human norm that it was unsurprising they turned out peculiar. The insular nature of crystal society only reinforced this. For instance, a grown man being doted on by his grandparents, who caressed him and combed his fur as if he were a child, even though he was well over 228,000 years old, was perfectly normal to him. After all, he had seen his father receive the same treatment. Even when the Duskari entered the room and witnessed the spectacle, Vladarian didn't flinch. The Duskari, another group influenced by the crystal's oddities, considered such scenes ordinary as well. "Hey, Vlad." Sarah's excited voice called out as she stepped through a portal. "Sarah." Vladarian perked up, greeting her warmly through their empathic bond. Aragorn glanced up from his task momentarily, then returned to combing. However, he soon did a double take, his eyes fixing on Sarah. A wide smile spread across his face, unnoticed by the deities. Aragorn leaned toward Death, sharing what his all-seeing eyes had observed. "Oh." Death murmured softly. Her sound caught Sarah's attention. She paused mid-step, her greeting faltering as she took in their expressions. Vladarian noticed her hesitation and turned to see what had caused it. He found his grandparents giving them knowing smiles. Aragorn's eyes gleamed like shifting disco balls, alternating between pink and gold. "Grandfather? Grandmother?" Vladarian asked cautiously. He. Death chuckled softly. He. Aragorn joined in. "Vlad, do you know what this is about?" Sarah asked nervously, stepping behind him as if for protection. Yet Aragorn's gaze remained fixed on her, particularly her midsection. "No." Vladarian replied. "They were normal just a moment ago, well, as normal as they ever are." He added. "You're pregnant." Aragorn said suddenly, his eyes still locked on Sarah's belly. "I'm what?" "You're what?" Both Vladarian and Sarah asked in unison. "Pregnant." "Ah, we'll be grandparents again." Death declared happily. "Great-grandparents." Aragorn corrected. "If we keep counting like that, we'll eventually need mathematical abbreviations. Great to the power of 10 grandparents, can you imagine?" Death mused. "One can only dream. It'll be a long time, even by our standards, before we reach that point." Aragorn replied wistfully. "I'm pregnant." Sarah shrieked, leaping onto Vladarian, whose shell-shocked expression said it all. "The cutest kitten." Death stated. "Absolutely." Aragorn nodded in agreement. "We'll soon have another true dragon in the family." Death added. "I feel like you're taking a jab at me when you say, true dragon. My love, are you a dragon? The shiniest one? Let's call you a shining dragon, then. And Margaret's descendants true dragons." Death smiled while caressing his cheek. Love could be seen in her eyes, as clearly as it was in Aragorn's. "Fine." Aragorn didn't argue. He knew he was a dragon at heart, where it matters, even if a certain goddess of magic and the Ryans called him an eldritch slime shaped into a dragon. 150 years later. For a century and a half, the Duskari and the Deviants had been at each other's throats. Technological advances were significant during this time. The bow, crossbow, arbalest, ballista, steel, and full-body armor were among the many innovations. Due to the nature of their opponents, the Duskari focused on developing high-piercing damage and high-defense technologies. Tungsten, titanium, lead, and various alloys were discovered to enhance these attributes in their arsenal. The technological advancements weren't limited to war. Agriculture saw massive improvements in tools and crop-strengthening techniques. Production also experienced great strides with the creation of crystallized sugar, gears, concrete, mortar, textiles, and modern leatherworking, among others. Medicine saw tremendous growth as well, with the goddess of wellness and stasis, Daria Draconis Filia, guiding the Duskari. Many of the horrific practices from the Dark Ages were omitted in the Imperium, as scientific development was both accepted and promoted. A monetary-based economy was born, and bartering became a thing of the past. The scales, dollar, became the official coin, but it was based on the value of the favor, F. Vladarian and Sarah's dragonling, who was on the path to becoming the god of economy and undergrounds, though he hadn't ascended yet, took it upon himself to oversee the burgeoning economy of the Duskari. Other fields, such as transportation, also benefited from the war. Carriages evolved from simple boxes on 2 axles to complex, suspension-based systems over 4 wheels. However, the most notable advancements were in magic. Around the 43rd year of the war, Wanda created a ritualistic exchange spell. Based on Aragorn's void magic, it became the first expression of higher casting in the void magic system. Wanda's original intention was to find a use for the essence of the demons opposing her. Fighting Hell Lords wasn't difficult, especially after eons of doing so, but Wanda dreaded dealing with the defeated demons who wouldn't submit to her. Dealing with a demonic soul was not much different from one polluted with negative karma. The issue, however, was that most demons lacked souls. Instead, they had demonic essence, the source of their being and immortality. Even after dispersing it, the essence would gather elsewhere, and the demons would reform. So Wanda planned to use a higher form of energy, void energy, to attempt a solution, as she couldn't have Death or Aragorn deal with them. She figured she could use void energy as a medium of communication and the demonic essence as the price to obtain a benefit from existence, similar to how Aragorn reinforces reality while using his energy as the price. However, the language of communication was uncertain. Wanda couldn't speak conceptual speech, so her intentions were filtered through her understanding and the nature of reality itself. The result was a higher-order reality warping spell that exchanged anything she claimed as hers for a benefit of equal cost, according to her evaluation of the cost. For example, Wanda exchanged approximately 1 trillion units of demonic essence, which cost her ages of work, for an enhancement in her divinity, becoming the first to ascend to the 8 tails level. Although she only had 1 tail, she reached the equivalent power of 8. Wanda was ecstatic about selling the spell to the system. Why the system, instead of her brothers and sisters? Because if anything could be exchanged for something of equal cost, then one could exchange their efforts to consolidate those said efforts. In other words, with enough tweaking, Aragorn could potentially create a skill subsystem. For example, if someone practiced a single Yakuza kick 1,000 times, they could exchange their efforts for the consolidation of that skill, making each Yakuza kick a perfect recreation of a mastered one. This was an example of physical skills, but the real beneficiary was magical research. If someone spent 1 million hours developing a spell, they could exchange those hours for enlightenment to progress or complete the research. Since every member contracted to Aragorn had been working on spells based on void energy for hundreds of thousands of years, they had enough currency to exchange for progress. With magical development progressing in the Tracanthian Therion, Aragorn created an SFI, Save for Idiots, downgraded version of the ritualistic exchange spell for the Duskari. These Duskari could exchange their hours of magical development for consolidation or enlightenment in their magical growth. This was the first precedent of the beginning of the era of arcane growth. Soon, the Duskari realized they could exchange anything of great personal cost. Of course, their SFI version didn't allow them to trade Duskari lives or parts of their trinity of self, body, mind, soul, but they could trade physical belongings that meant a great deal to them or that came at a high cost. Naturally, not many wanted to part with their most beloved possessions, but they weren't without options. After all, they had belongings trying to kill them just outside their walls, things that had cost them a great deal of effort to deal with. And so, the deviants became one of the most sought-after commodities. The Duskari, most of them, longed to join the extermination force. No longer did they reluctantly march to battle. After the introduction of the ritualistic exchange spell, the Duskari charged into the battlefield with the mentality of a Black Friday mob. 150 years later. For a century and a half, the Duskari held the deviants by their throats. They fought with such ferocity that they reclaimed lost territories abandoned more than 3 centuries ago. Initially, the cost was staggering, thousands upon thousands of deaths. In their overeagerness to secure sacrifices, many overlooked safety. Yet those who succeeded brought advancements to their magic, and these innovations spread across their people. With renewed strength, the Duskari returned for more. Time and again, they hunted deviants, returning with spoils to further empower their magic. Over generations, their proficiency grew. Eventually, the odds of 5 Duskari killing a deviant without casualties rose to 32.23%. This, in turn, made it so that the effort invested in the sacrifice lessened, which meant that they needed to hunt for more deviants if they wanted to make a worthwhile exchange in their ritualistic exchange spell. In a damp cave, lit by hellish fire torches mounted on tall columns, deviants crawled in the shadows. Humanoid corpses littered the dark corners. Around a stone table, 3 demonic humanoids sat, arguing heatedly while feasting on what was presumably the corpse of a humanoid being. Vrastigar. We can't keep going like this. Snapped Malsrathil. The Celestials' failed creations won't suffice. My incubus ran the numbers, we won't last another century before only we are left. Malsrathil added. I know, Malsrathil. I fucking know. Vrastigar roared. What do you suggest? Parade ourselves into their lands. You know how deities are, either weak and delicious or absolute monsters. Do you think I don't want a piece of those bitches? Vrastigar asked. Don't let the hellfire in your skull consume you. Brissilio interjected, his voice measured. Settle down. We all knew this would be difficult. This pantheon is tied to the succubus whore from the rumors, the one tormenting all the way to the 9 hells. Brissilio said. Then what do you suggest, Brissilio? Vrastigar growled. We need time. Time. What good is that going to do? Malsrathil interjected. My incubus also ran the numbers. The failed celestial creations are reproducing slower than mortals are killing them. How about this, we take a few and let them prey on the underdeveloped apes. Give it a few decades, let their numbers recover, then return with a greater force to pressure those succulent mortals. Bristleo suggested. Malsrathil rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Not a bad idea. I won't step foot in these lands, though. It gives me a bad feeling. I agree. Brastiger conceded. We should wait. Hunt down those apes to the last one, then return stronger and finally put pressure on the Duskari. Brastiger added. The demons' discussion reached its conclusion. They could already taste the sweetness of Duskari souls. Standing, they wiped the blood from their faces and eyed the uneaten remains with some reluctance. Suddenly, a voice reverberated in their minds and cores, commanding. No, that's a bad idea. You won't target the other apes, just the Duskari. As if puppets under a spell, the demons sat back down, repeating in unison. No, that's a bad idea. We won't target the other apes, just the Duskari. No, that's a bad idea. We won't target the other apes, just the Duskari. No, that's a bad idea. We won't target the other apes, just the Duskari. After a brief moment of vacant stares, they resumed eating the remains. How about we bring mortals from other planets and feed them to the failed celestial creations? Malsrathil broke the silence. And where do we find apex predators capable of pushing these failed celestial creations into reproduction? Ack. Since when did we demons become farmers? I hate those divine bitches. Brastiger scowled. I heard a rumor about a planet named Skrullos. Bristleo smirked. Skrullos? Don't they have their own failed celestial creations? Besides, the Eternals there repelled an incursion from the repugnant Hell's demons. What makes you think we'd fare any better? Malsrathil questioned. True, they have Eternals. But what rumor did you hear about Skrullos? Brastiger muttered. The Skrulls, what the failed celestial creations call themselves, hunted their eternal kin to extinction. Now, they're going after the Skrullians, the planet's regular mortals. Bristleo said with a mocking smile. They did. Is the progenitor mother Lilith blessing us? Malsrathil's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without Eternals, we could harvest Skrullians before these self-named Skrulls even notice. Brastiger joined Malsrathil's excitement. Exactly. Even if they do notice, without a Unimind, these Skrulls won't be able to stop us before we steal their cattle from under their noses. Bristleo's grin widened. Kahahaha. Brastiger bellowed. Hee 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 hee. I like it. Malsrathil chuckled darkly. I very much like it. I can't wait to taste another mortal soul. Then let's go. Time waits for no demon. Bristleo declared. It's interesting how easily humanity is endangered with annihilation. Aragorn muttered into the overbearing silence of the cave. The deviants prowling the ground below seemed oblivious to him. It's nothing strange. Death replied. While humanity plays a pivotal role in most universes, excluding those not populated by humanoid kinds, it's also the most endangered. Like Aragorn, she remained unnoticed by the deviants in the cave. The deviant dynamic is odd in this reality. Aragorn added. Odd. The deviants from Skrullos look Skrullian, the deviants from Earth don't look earthen, at all. They do if you compare them to the local apex predators. Death pointed out. Are you referring to wolves, tigers, and the like? No local apex predator comes with tendrils, not even giant squids. But don't they resemble quadrupeds? Death asked. Maybe, but not quite the same. They've got 4 eyes, leathery tendrils, and lack much sentience. It's as if Erishem was running low on color ink and had to give Earth the black and white version of deviance. Alright, I'll give you that. At least the upcoming Eternals are fine. Death chuckled softly. If the movies I've watched are anything to go by, Earth will end up with defective android Eternals. Even my girls, Seraph and Spark, are better than that, and I'm supposedly technologically behind the Celestials. Those androids seem like they come with low memory capacity, not very Eternal-like. Okay, fair point. I won't say more. Death conceded. Honestly, though, this universe is lacking in so many aspects. Aragorn pointed out. Maybe it's because of how closely it resembles a doomed reality. Death mused. Maybe. Aragorn said. Tiamat told me that even Erishem, 616 wasn't fully aware of this place. He said the connection Erishem has with this universe's self is faint, unnaturally faint. He added. Hopefully, that gets fixed once this place stops behaving like a doomed reality. Hopefully. It's dangerous to have a celestial with such a weak connection to its primary self. Speaking of which, what did you find out about yourself in this reality? Aragorn inquired. She's here, but she's very weak, barely at the Omega level. She seems extremely mortal-like. Death sounded displeased. What will you do? Not much for now. I'll wait until this reality expands, then absorb and replace that fragment. That makes sense. Tiamat mentioned it can't wait to rejoin its prime self. Aragorn nodded. Let's head back, my love. This place is yucky. Aragorn looked around. Mauled bones, rotten flesh, a brimstone smell, and flies painted an illustrious picture of the cave's interior. I've never understood the demon's obsession with inhabiting pigsties. He said while remembering that Wanda said Mephisto also had a throne following the aesthetic of the cave. This is more like a slaughterhouse. Death grimaced in disgust. Fair point. Let's go. I need to begin this millennium's obelisk. I want to watch. Death jumped onto his back like an excited child. Are you sure? It'll take years, boring years. I still lack finesse, so it'll take at least that long and I will need my full attention on the task. But I get to watch your soul. All right, no problem. Death and Aragorn teleported to the North Pole. Amidst the frozen Paramo, Aragorn, dressed in his classic three-piece black suit with a red tie, sat at the northernmost point of the planet. Death, perched on his lap, wrapped herself around his neck like a necklace, resting her head on his right shoulder. My love, tell me more about these obelisks. Death whispered, taking advantage of their proximity to nibble on his pointy ear. While we haven't discovered a definitive solution to the emergence problem, we've made considerable progress. We found that, although we can't entirely eliminate the ritualistic nature of the emergence, we can supplant the souls with something very similar. Something similar to souls. Death mused aloud. The mind? No, that would kill everyone just the same. Souls are unique in their own right, so we hit a wall. Aragorn admitted. At first, we thought we'd have to sacrifice lives regardless. Then I considered using minds instead of souls. I figured I could copy everyone's mind and later reintroduce those minds into the husks left behind. But that's not replicable by the Celestials. Only you and Phoenix, psionic nexuses, could pull that off. Death pointed out. Yes, that was the limitation. But at least it was a solution. Perhaps not a universal one for all emergences, but for this planet and my own reality, it could work. It was progress. At least you achieved most of what you came here for with that. Death nodded, purposefully shifting her weight and rubbing against his lap. Tiamat then suggested we create souls and attach copies of these minds to them, just before offering them as sacrifices to the emergence. Again, not something the Celestials would replicate, it would take far longer than their patience allows. And creating souls treads closer to my domain and life's. Death added. Exactly. But then it struck me, what if we created something of equal value to the collective sum of souls needed for the sacrifice? Something that could pass for the original soul smoothie without harming Tiamat or the mortals. It couldn't just be anything, it had to closely resemble the souls it was replacing. We didn't have many options. Aragorn continued. Well, that's not entirely true, we had plenty of options, but few the Celestials would ever bother replicating. Then I thought, what about a new sphere? A new sphere? Death tilted her head adorably. A philosophical concept that represents the sphere of human thought, knowledge, and consciousness. It's an abstract idea, but I could give it actuality with a spell. Bringing concepts into reality isn't unheard of, sorcerers and reality warpers do it all the time. The challenge lies in the scale. And the obelisks are for managing that scale? Death asked, intrigued. Exactly. Think of them as magical foci, but on a planetary scale. The plan is to construct a geodesic spherical grid around the planet, with these obelisks serving as vertices. The grid will be interconnected by 151,860 esoteric equilateral triangles, forming 75,932 vertices. Each obelisk will take about a millennium to congeal, although I'm hoping I can speed up the process as I gain experience. Right, because if you don't, the emergence will happen a few centuries before you're done, unless you start controlling the population and keeping it purposely low. Death pointed out. Let's not become genociders, again, just yet. I don't want to imitate your not-so-secret admirer and start family planning the planet. Do you have to remind me of that? Death, quite literally, took a bite of his shoulder, not just to express her dissatisfaction, but because she wanted to have a part of him inside her at all times. It's kind of weird that Thanos became your simp in so many realities. Aragorn smirked. Oh, shut up. That was during my not-so-bright days. I found an interesting toy and was bored of my job, or existence. In human terms, I was chronically depressed. I figured I could make the toy end all life and let the living tribunal punish me, or better yet, erase me. I even had a candidate lined up to inherit my position. Well, you showed up in my life before any of that could happen, but the Nexus event had already occurred. In all realities where there's a Thanos, he almost always tries to end at least half of all life. And in all realities where I had a significant presence, he would always simp for me. Death said with the same nonchalance Aragorn used when discussing his human past. I'm glad it didn't work out, Nuna. I can't imagine a happier life than what I have now, with you. Aragorn said, pecking her nose affectionately. Something about that statement sounds off. Death said, narrowing her eyes at him. Oh, you caught that. How perceptive of you. Aragorn grinned. Out with it. Tell me. Death demanded, her eyes swirling with the promise of annihilation. I can't imagine a happier life than what I have now with you doesn't mean I can't imagine what kind of life I'd be living without you. I think you can imagine, no. Aragorn replied with a shameless smile. You beast. You'd have a harem with our daughters, wouldn't you? Death sunk her nails into Aragorn's neck, and her tail pierced through his stomach, winding upward toward his heart. No, not all of them. Probably only the older ones, Emma and Natalia, possibly, but that would have eventually failed due to the difference in life levels. Most likely, I would have ended up with Firebird and a few goddesses. Aragorn said, calm and analytical, as if the swirling eyes of Death meant no danger. In fact, she appeared dazzling in his eyes. My love, I'm not liking the direction this conversation is taking. Death said pointedly, twisting her tail within him to maximize his pain. Nuna, you'd have ended up with that Simpin or Deadpool. This is just a hypothetical scenario. You know I can't think of anyone but you in that way, and I know exactly what I mean to you. Aragorn countered, his neck elongating as if made of plastic. He brought his face closer to hers, their noses touching, and met her intense gaze with his own. Fine. But I don't like this, not one bit. Death huffed, retracting her nails. She hurriedly sealed the wounds she left behind with her mouth. She sucked on his neck like a greedy vampire, and once the wounds closed, she withdrew her tail from his stomach. With a playful yet commanding gesture, she pressed her slender fingers against Aragorn's forehead and pushed him back, making him lie flat on the icy ground. Aragorn immediately understood her intentions. With a mere thought, his suit and shirt dissolved, vanishing as if they had never existed. She shifted her position, straddling him in a way that brought her chest to his clavicle, a pose reminiscent of a sensual inversion. Her tongue elongated, transforming into a serpentine, sinuous extension. It slithered across his chest, lapping up the blood-like substance that coated his skin. She worked methodically, cleaning him from his clavicle downward in one fluid, unbroken motion, making sure to experience the outline of his muscles, all the way to the wound in his stomach. Her urgency was palpable, a race against time as Aragorn's accelerated regeneration worked to close the gaping hole. She latched onto the source, drinking deeply, savoring every drop before it was sealed off. On. So damn delicious. She moaned, her voice thick with satisfaction. Better. Aragorn asked, enjoying the view she was providing him. Death was as scantily dressed as always, so the position was quite compromising. Better. Death cheerfully exclaimed while licking the blood off of her tail. You're not you when you're hungry. Aragorn chuckled. Ugh. I hate you. Death jumped and shifted into her honey badger form and climbed atop Aragorn's chest while looking down at him. Yes, my cute Nuna. Aragorn said, lifting her and sitting in a lotus position, placing her in the space between his legs. From beneath the ground, his soul extended and merged back into his body, leaving only a thin tendril emerging from his stomach. Death immediately latched onto it like a calf to its mother's udders. Aragorn began constructing the first obelisk. A/N. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please check out my Patreon account. There are already 5 chapters ahead for premium members, which is at least 50,000 words. Premium members also gain access to a new chapter every week. patreon.com/existentialvoid. I hope you enjoyed the read. Chapter 73, Era of Arcane Growth. A/N, I'll add the pictures in the chapter comments. Observation log by Spark Draconis. Obelisks, entry. Earth, 19999970000B, before emergence. Year 231,635 of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, Earth, 199999. The obelisks are marvels of impossible architecture. Some are hollow, others solid. Some feature inner stairs that allow mortals to ascend to their peaks, while others have outer stairs. A few are inhabitable, yet many will remain inhospitable due to their location and height, especially on the upper levels. The Master Chief let his imagination run wild when designing each obelisk. To date, only 3 have been completed. Despite their variations, all obelisks share certain peculiarities. Height, regardless of the terrain on which they stand, the tallest and lowest points of all obelisks are aligned at the same planar level. The bases of all obelisks rest approximately 10,984 meters, 36,037 feet, below sea level, while their tallest points rise 8,848.86 meters, 29,031.7 feet, above sea level, matching the lowest and highest points on Earth's surface. Material: the obelisks are made from dragon ore, a material created by the Master Chief through the crystallization of his blood and ground bones. Smooth and black, dragon ore serves as a substitute for celestial cosrium, a material found in the physical bodies of celestials. Frequency: all obelisks share the same oscillating dimensional frequency. In higher quantum theory, this means that, under certain circumstances, the obelisks can be considered entangled and could be taken as all of them being one. Weight: the obelisks are weightless. Density: each obelisk is as dense as the core of a black hole. Volume: the obelisks have a volume of 0 in the material plane. Note: as long as cosmic, psionic, or void energy flows through them, these properties remain true. Without these energies, the material will adopt properties akin to those of osmium. Resilience: within the existing limits of this universe, the obelisks are indestructible. Thermodynamic qualities: the obelisks are adiabatic systems maintained at 0 degrees Celsius, 273.15 K or 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Due to their adiabatic nature, they do not exchange heat with their surroundings and feel ambient to the touch. High-level energy qualities: the obelisks are exceptional conductors of cosmic, psionic, and void energy. Inscriptions: each obelisk is inscribed with script for the Master Chief's convenience. These inscriptions can be replaced with celestial language if and when the celestials attempt to replicate the procedure. These are some of the most notable characteristics of the obelisks. A detailed report from both myself and Seraph Draconis will be attached to this entry. Functions of the obelisks. Magical foci: the obelisks function similarly to wands for wizards, enabling firmer, seamless, and more balanced applications of magical energy. Structural reinforcement: the esoteric connections between the obelisks add a layer of reinforcement to the Earth's surface, making it significantly more resistant to fractures or cracks on a planetary scale. Noosphere creation: every thought, dream, nightmare, emotion, desire, delirium, and piece of knowledge generated by mortals is gathered into a field surrounding the planet, above the exosphere, and given form as a semi-realm. The Master Chief drew inspiration for this from the astral plane created by the goddess Gia's sister, Oshter, and the noosphere from Warhammer 40k. The term noosphere was originally developed and popularized by biogeochemist Vladimir Vernadsky and philosopher and Jesuit priest Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Objective: as of this entry, the primary objective of the obelisks remains theoretical. The Master Chief and Tiamat the Communicator are actively working toward it. The ultimate goal is to imbue the noosphere with soul-like qualities and offer it as a sacrifice to the emergence. Regarding the obelisks, the Master Chief has expressed some concerns about the impact these structures will have on humanity. Inevitably, humans will witness their creation. However, the Master Chief has no intention of concealing the obelisks from their curious eyes. As is typical of human nature, some will seek refuge within the structures, while others will strive to reside in them as a display of status. It might be an overstatement to call these concerns, as the Master Chief is largely indifferent to these potential developments. Nonetheless, he has noted that such scenarios, and many more, are likely to become commonplace in the future. Obelisks also possess the potential to significantly influence the sacred timeline. For instance, consider the future obelisks that will be constructed in the Atlantic Ocean. Ocean explorers caught in storms could seek shelter within these towering structures. Additionally, the obelisks could serve as reference points, helping explorers avoid becoming lost at sea, a fate that might otherwise befall them. This, in turn, could imply a sooner discovery of America. Merely seeing the peaks of the obelisks on the horizon could also have profound implications. For example, this alone could provide undeniable evidence that the Earth is round, thereby debunking the flat Earth theory and altering related aspects of human belief and culture. On land, the obelisks could serve as strategic locations or defensible bases. These are just a few examples of the potential historical impacts of these towering structures. To address these eventualities, the Master Chief has proposed assigning the Duskari as custodians of each obelisk, akin to mages overseeing towers. With their mastery of magic, the Duskari are well suited for this role. The system could be presented as a form of mandatory draft, requiring a service period of 3 to 5 years per custodian. Many details remain undecided, as humanity is still in its Stone Age. For now, the future of the obelisks, and their role in shaping humanity, remains to be seen. End of entry 3 / The start of the era of arcane growth. It's been 100 years since the demons controlling the deviants began feeding them the kidnapped Skrullians. The demonic deviant Duskari war developed in ways no one could have expected. The Duskari, aided by their deities, soon realized that the deviants were more beneficial to the Imperium than harmful and that they were hunting this resource to extinction. The demons, consequently, noticed that the Duskari were not fighting as fiercely as before and that they could take advantage of these brief periods of calm to bolster the deviants' numbers. A strange equilibrium was born from this. Every 6 or 7 decades, the deviants would mount an invasive incursion and leave their conquered lands to hunt for the Duskari. The Duskari would face them, drive them back to their territories, and then return, as if needing a respite from the war. The deviants could never reach their inner walls, and the Duskari could never reach their breeding grounds. The Duskari would collect the spoils of each war and then sacrifice them with the ritualistic exchange. They would then work on the progress they gained from the exchange, and after a few decades, publicize their discoveries. The deviants would be fed Skrullians, sometimes other sentient alien races, and they would enter a period of bountiful fertility. When the deviants were ready, they would restart the cycle. Rinse and repeat. This is how the era of arcane growth began. The Duskari won, the deviants were not exterminated, which was a win, and supposedly everybody won, except for the demons. To keep the demons interested in the Duskari souls, Aragorn suggested they sacrifice the souls of unforgivable criminals to them. Wanda agreed to relinquish her right to these souls because she had already stolen too many territories and souls from other Hell Lords, meaning she was too busy to care about a few extra souls. With this, everybody won, Duskari, deviants, and now demons. Of course, the demons didn't know they were under Aragorn's mental suggestions not to attack humans and to focus on the Duskari, but no one really cared about the demons. As a matter of fact, the Duskari treated the deviants as a precious resource, which meant they cared more for the deviants than for the demons. This cycle kept going for some time until the Duskari reached what they perceived as the limit of elemental sorcery. What did this limit mean? The Duskari were demigods on the physical plane of the planet. They were like avatars in their avatar state, as long as their inner reserves of energy sufficed. They would fly at supersonic speeds, aided by their wind and vacuum magic. They would mine the ocean floors, aided by their water, wind shielding, and earth magic. They would produce at industrial levels, aided by their wind, fire, earth, and water magic. Their magic reached the extremes of each elemental school, wind, earth, fire, and water manipulation. Naturally, if they were to face a sorcerer using dimensional magic, they would pathetically lose. Their population tripled, and soon it reached the point where divine intervention in population control became necessary. Though it's not the population control that many would imagine, it simply meant that, since the Imperium of Earth lacked space, some of the older residents decided to take the second step sooner. Nothing as crude as suicide, the Duskari were not as fanatical as the people of the Sand were in Sunagakure. Oh, they were fanatics, but their religion was one of lax rules, so they never reached the extremes Sunagakure did under Madeline. They were assisted by their deities in moving to the Arkansas. The Ark, with an area far larger than Earth's, served as the best location to house more Duskari. There were also the 6 planets Aragorn had gifted Emma, which were currently under development by inorganics. They would soon be ready to house organic life, but for the moment and the next thousands of years, the Ark would suffice. This was not the only approach the Imperium took for population control. Aragorn, aided by some of the pertinent deities, manipulated the Cocos, Nazca, and Caribbean plates to induce volcanic activity on the Pacific coast of the Imperium. A century later, they had doubled the inhabitable land of the Imperium. This growth in land area came in the form of archipelagos rather than continental expansion, designed to provide the Imperium with even more variety in its territory. It didn't take long for the Duskari to seize the divine gift. They were quite afraid of Aragorn later claiming that the islands were meant for the megafauna, which already took up a huge chunk of inhabitable land, so they quickly moved to the new lands. I was not going to give the islands to the megafauna. Aragorn commented as he glided into the sky, his massive wings extended. Didn't you restrict their access to the central parts of the isthmus? Emma asked, sitting atop Aragorn's crown of horns. Yes, but these islands were always meant for them. Aragorn replied. Below, on one of the islands, the Duskari used their earth manipulation to prepare the land for incoming construction and to ready it for agricultural expansion. Elemental magic is quite convenient. Emma muttered. You sound somewhat displeased. Aragorn commented. Just a tiny bit. She confessed. Is it because they are medieval in their technological might? Aragorn asked, suspecting the source of Emma's displeasure. Medieval at best. I can't have them mix with Nirn this way. If they see a screen, the first thing they'll think is that it's a divine blessing. Emma complained. Although planet Nirn served as the main production center of the Imperium's income, potions made of magical ingredients, it was a technologically advanced planet. For the Duskari, a screen was a divine projection made by the Pelinks that the high priest of each sub-religion wore, or a projection from the system when their deity shared something with them. It was the opposite of what a modern person would think. A modern person, upon seeing a floating screen, would immediately associate it with technology, maybe technology they don't comprehend, but not divine intervention. If they see a car, they'd wonder why not use a beast to pull the carriage instead of wasting mana with wind magic. Emma added. The Duskari could achieve ground movement at speeds close to those of a maglev, but only by using wind magic to propel and clear the way for the carriage. A spaceship. The vessel of the divine. She continued. The closest thing to a spaceship the Duskari knew was the halo. Even outer space was considered the realm of their deities. A jump point. Divine authority. She said. The jump points commonly used for intergalactic travel would be associated with the portals their deities use. A computer. Smartphone. Terminal. Any sort of technology with a display. Divine relics. These devices would also be linked in their minds to the P-links. Laser weaponry. Divine authority. The Duskari had only ever seen their deities wield the power of light, so a laser might as well be considered divine. I see. Aragorn said. Don't worry, Fluff. They have time, thousands of years worth of time, and I can give them some motivation. He added. Motivation? Emma inquired. Elemental magic can only take them so far, they are planet-bound. What if I tell them that if they make it to the Halo unassisted by us, I will grant them favors? They'll try to drag chunks of air with them to the Halo and die trying. They would assume that if you offer such a prize, there must be a way of doing it. But since they're hardwired to think in magical terms, they would only consider magic, not technology. Emma replied after a moment of thought. Most likely, yes. But there are only so many deaths they would be willing to endure. Eventually, they would have to understand that elemental magic isn't enough. Then they'll either work harder on the magic system we gave them, which is based on our void energy system, benefiting me, or they'll have to think outside the magical box. Aragorn explained. Or they'll give up and say you were messing with them. Emma chuckled. Hey, I'll have you know that my reputation among the Duskari is not like that. Aragorn replied as he moved closer to the farthest island. What is your reputation like? Emma asked, amused by her friend/boss/brother. They think of me as a figure who plans far into the future and only cares about them while they're children. They don't have a bad impression of me, they know I do things that benefit them in the long run, and they recognize that I'm the reason child mortality isn't a thing in the Imperium. Aragorn pointed out. That's interesting. They have a better image of you than humans back home, and that's with all the good you've done for them. Heck, you even died twice for them. Emma said. Yeah. Modern humans are ungrateful sons of bitches. Did you know there are petitions with millions of signatures supporting the appropriation of my assets for the greater good of humanity? Aragorn said with a mix of annoyance and amusement. Ha 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 ha. Emma laughed. Of course, it was comical for her, it was the equivalent of humanity signing a petition to complain about Cthulhu. Except even worse, Cthulhu was one of the old ones, and Aragorn was the progeny of the void. Do they want to take the Halo and Arbor Mundi from you? The Duskari really are angels compared to humans. Emma said. I know much of that has to do with Hydra, but not all of it. Aragorn said, shaking his draconic head in disapproval. I can't wait for the humans of this planet to attempt to invade the Imperium. Aragorn sarcastically remarked. I don't know, Aragorn. When would they have the time or courage for that? Emma pondered. Assuming the Imperium is discovered around the same time as America, humanity would have approximately 520 years to set its sights on it. But during the first 2 to 3 centuries after America's discovery, every power would be more focused on staking claims in easily conquerable lands and colonizing them. Given that the Duskari would likely have a reputation as obelisk custodians, it's doubtful anyone would think they were capable of conquering the magical land of the obelisk custodians. However, with the invention of modern weaponry, this might change. Firearms could give humanity the false confidence needed to target the Imperium. Probably during the First or the Second World War. I bet on the second. Aragorn replied. The second? Maybe because of naval and aviation technologies. Emma asked. Yes. I think they'll get greedy for the Imperium once they see its prosperity but won't get silly ideas until they believe they have a shot. The weaponry of the First War might do it, but I believe the second is more likely. Aragorn explained. Or maybe after the Second World War, when nuclear weaponry becomes more widely used. Emma suggested. Are you thinking about the Cold War? Aragorn asked. Yes. Weren't humans on the verge of bringing nuclear Armageddon upon themselves during that time? Maybe something similar could happen. Emma explained. Ah, you're right. It makes me look forward to it, you know. Aragorn said, chuckling as if hearing a funny joke. Morbid curiosity? Emma asked. Exactly. Imperium versus the world, the clash of the epoch. Aragorn giggled. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I can imagine what your childish mind is picturing, like a clash of fantasy and modern warfare. There was that anime you shared with us that had a similar theme. Emma said, joining his mood. Yes. Sadly, I don't think it will happen. Aragorn lamented. Why not? Emma asked, though she had a hunch about the answer. By that point, the Duskari will likely be exploring the stars, or maybe even other dimensions, like the Shi'ar. If humanity tries to nuke them, the Duskari might just think it's some kind of prank. He explained. You have a point. They'd probably neutralize the warhead and then return it, assuming it was fired by mistake. Emma said, amused by the thought. We're here. Amidst their joking and laughter, they landed on the farthest island from the continental landmass of the new archipelagos. Aragorn descended and, before touching down, shifted into his humanoid form. The island was a sprawling black volcanic beach that stretched as far as the mortal eye could see. The sands were sporadically interrupted by obsidian stone formations, with the occasional coconut palm, artificially imported and planted by Aragorn and Jean, dotting the shore. Large, solidified lava flows framed the beach on both ends, creating a stark, surreal landscape. On this beach, over 50 deities, the entirety of the Dracanthian Narayan, had gathered. At first glance, one might think this assembly heralded some apocalyptic event or cosmic disaster. Unless, of course, it was in the distant future and the gods were convening in Omnipotent City to discuss their next debaucherous orgy. In truth, the gathering was far less dramatic. They were here to celebrate. The Dracanthian Narayan had existed for so long that they no longer marked the passage of time in years, decades, or even centuries. Their perception of time had shifted, rendering such measures inadequate. With the way they preserved their egos, a year felt no different than an hour. As a result, celebrating their anniversary annually had become redundant. Instead, a tradition had emerged centuries after the Pantheon's founding. During a rare celestial alignment, the convergence, when the 9 realms of this reality came into perfect alignment, Luxina had proposed using this event as the marker of the Pantheon's age. The Duskari celebrated this anniversary yearly, during the same week as the Imperium's founding. However, this private gathering on the archipelago was reserved for the deities alone. Hey, Aragorn. Look at this. Darth Kitty's excited voice rang out across the beach. She focused her energy, enveloped herself in the shimmering spheres of void magic, and launched herself toward Aragorn at 29.78 kilometers per second, 18.51 miles per second, about 0.01% the speed of light. No one saw it coming. Aragorn, caught off guard, instinctively phased partially out of the material plane to avoid Kitty's complete disintegration. Simultaneously, he stopped the atmosphere from combusting, siphoned the energy from her suicidal burst of speed, and cancelled the spell she had cast on herself. When Kitty reached Aragorn, she was barely intact, her legs were gone after grating them through the ground. She ended hairless, furless, clothless, senseless, and mindless. What the fuck? Emma asked, though her tone was more amused than startled. Kitty's abrupt antics were nothing new to the Dracanthian Narayan, and most of them merely raised an eyebrow. They were used to her unpredictable behavior. She was trying to show off a new spell but didn't consider how it would function outside the virtual space. Aragorn said, using his biokinesis to accelerate Kitty's natural regeneration. What kind of spell makes her crash into you and nearly disintegrate? Emma asked, already imagining how much she would tease the cat. I don't know what she calls it, but it nullifies displacement relative to a chosen point. She picked the sun. Aragorn explained in a deadpan tone. The sun? She collided with you at Earth's orbital velocity around the sun. That's over 100,000 kilometers per hour, 60,000 mph. How crazy is this cat? Emma asked. For the record, she asked how crazy the cat was, not if the cat was crazy. What, cough killed me. The groggy Kitty muttered as she regained consciousness. Relative velocity. Aragorn replied, his voice laced with barely restrained laughter. PFT. Are you okay? PFT. Emma asked, struggling to hold back her own laughter. Ugh. I thought I'd mastered it. Kitty said, her face flushing with embarrassment. Next time, try enhancing your senses and body with divinity. 0.01% C is not a speed your adaptability can handle, especially with such abrupt acceleration. Your organs tried to escape your ribcage. Aragorn advised. Thank you, KYAHHH. My hair. Kitty shrieked as she noticed the breezy sensation on her now bare scalp. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Aragorn and Emma burst into laughter, and soon the other deities joined in. Asgard, Earth 5H1N3. A/N, I settled for this name. While joy abounded on Earth 199999, back in Aragorn's universe, a group of egotistic and insidious deities moved with the impossible dream of getting rid of Aragorn and reclaiming their lost status as their fuel. Husband, will it be enough? Freya Freyrdaughter asked, concerned about the possibility of success in her husband's plan. Frigga, it will have to be enough. Odin replied. In his hands were the crystallized divinities of several deities and a portion of their life force. In front of him was the armor that once allowed him to stand up to the oppressive tyranny of the Celestials, no matter how short and futile that stance was. Beside the destroyer armor lay the oversword of Asgard. But, husband, even the destroyer armor was not enough to contend with the Celestials. I don't believe that simply using more life force and divinity will be enough to close the gap with the dragon entity. Freya said worriedly. She had been present during the past celestial host, when Zeus, Vishnu, and Odin joined forces to confront the Celestials. In the end, it was not enough, not even close, and under Gia's guidance, the other Sky Mothers of the pantheons of Earth's gods had to devise another solution. No, the underlying objective is not to end it. It's to defeat it. There are multiple ways to overcome an unkillable foe, and this particular foe possesses a weakness the Celestials would never have. Odin said with a smirk. Weakness. I'm not foolish enough to presume that the being behind that green door was weaker than the Celestials. How could the one who stopped the said being possess a weakness the Celestials lack? To Freya, it was simple to compare their feats and understand that Aragorn, the dragon entity, was individually stronger than a Celestial. It's not something peculiar or remarkable, but rather quite common. It's Gia. Odin said as he slowly guided the orbs of life force and divinity into the armor for absorption. Goddess Gia. Do you think she will resist her captivity once she realizes we are fighting to free her? While Goddess Gia is of no lesser status than you, husband, she is not a combatant. I fail to see how she would prove to be the dragon entity's weakness. Though Odin lacked confirmation and suspected that Gia was not truly captive, he needed to sell the image of their progenitor All-Mother being in need of their assistance to rally the deities to his cause. Thus, Freya, like the majority of the other deities, firmly believed that Gia needed their help and was under Aragorn's control against her will. My wife, what is Gia the goddess of? Odin asked cryptically. Nature, earth, motherhood, Weth, ah. She's pregnant. Freya caught on to Odin's implication. If we know that reclusive and sedentary goddess as well as we think, then she would have ensured her worth in its eyes. Odin said, referring to the time they spent together during Gia's role in Thor's birth. She would not care to fight for freedom because she could continue with her life just the same in captivity as in liberty. But to ensure it did not turn its fangs toward her, she would have tried to house something of great personal value to it. Odin continued. And for a being as high on the life level ladder as it, Gia is the most suitable to bear its offspring. I have no evidence of this, but whether it is because she is pregnant or because she has some other value to it, Gia herself is its weakness. The wisdom Yggdrasil shared with Odin allowed him to draw conclusions from subtle clues with an accuracy bordering on cosmic awareness. That might work, but what will you do about the Phoenix Force host? Freya asked, conceding. You know the Shi'ar are incapable of handling a competent host. They've only ever dealt with defective avatars. The Shi'ar, in their self-proclaimed propaganda about hunting Phoenix hosts, had never encountered a competent avatar. Odin had, in the form of Firehair, and consequently, Freya knew of the capabilities of an adept host. The reason for the Shi'ar's mention was that the Council of Godheads agreed to support the said galactic empire, in order to distract the Phoenix host under Aragorn's wings. It's the same as with it. We only need to distract her while we extract Gia. They have 3 known territories, the embassy in the Nova Empire, the ring world orbiting Midgard, and the land beneath that massive tree in Midgard. We just need to divert their attention to the 2 locations where Gia isn't. And so, will you send our son Thor to save Goddess Gia? He is the only one who can comfortably step into Midgard's terra. Freya asked. The pact the gods of Earth made with the Celestials was a complicated affair. It denied any right for extra-dimensional deities to step onto Earth's surface, but it allowed them to use dimensional pathways to travel to other non-celestial seated planets in Midgard. To them, Midgard referred to the largest realm in Yggdrasil, the universe itself. Even with a pact of this magnitude, there were loopholes. For example, the elder deities were excluded from the pact, as was Adam, the God-Eater. Any deity born on Earth after the pact was also excluded, as were demigods. Another exception was that most dimensional pathways exited on Earth, allowing them to pass through as long as they did not remain. Visiting Earth with their divinity sealed was also permitted. Thor fit within such exceptions. I'm still working on that. Thor is not ready to face an opponent of this caliber. Odin said. In truth, he already had a plan, but he was missing one final piece to claim that he had solved the conundrum. Then I'll leave you to it, husband. Remember, Asgard and your family stand by your side. If you require my assistance, all you need to do is summon me. I will don my armor and join you on the battlefield, just as I did before. Freya pecked Odin on the cheek and exited the room. Son, why do you insist on disobeying? Mother, I was just curious. You know how I am. Odin listened to his wife and adoptive son bicker outside the room after Freya left. He had known all along that Loki was trying to spy on them but saw no need to intervene. Loki, when will he grow up? Odin muttered in resignation. He turned back to complete the adjustments to the armor, and the room receded into a cold silence. Freya. Please, forgive me. Odin whispered into the stillness. Earth. Aragorn soared above the clouds, his wings effortlessly catching the warm updrafts of gelid wind. Gelid, because despite the relative warmth of these currents, at his current altitude during this glacial era, the temperature remained well below freezing. He was scouring the planet, searching for specific specimens his children had asked him to gather. The list was extensive and detailed, with several items existing only in their prehistoric, wild forms. Carrots, Fertile Crescent garlic, Central Asia cilantro, coriander, Southern Europe and Western Asia. Wheat, Fertile Crescent, modern-day Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. Onions, Central Asia. Apples, Central Asia. Pears, Europe and Asia. Grapes, Near East. Peaches, Asia. Cherries, Europe and Western Asia. Sheep, Fertile Crescent. Goats, Fertile Crescent. Red jungle fowl, South Asia. Cats, Near East. Silkworms, Asia. Some of these already had substitutes in the Imperium: corn for wheat, titanes for chickens, warcats for domestic cats, and aurochs for goats. However, others, like garlic, sheep, carrots, and silkworms, were irreplaceable. For silkworms, though, Aragorn had an idea. Many of these plants were vastly different from their modern counterparts, as thousands of years of artificial selection had reshaped them. One of Aragorn's biggest challenges was identifying the ancestral forms. Analyze. Fortunately, Aragorn had developed a spell to assist with this laborious task. The Analyze spell worked by identifying a target, reading its matter-energy data, uploading it to the Grand Repository of Knowledge, searching for a match, and returning the results to the caster via the system. Analyze drew upon the accumulated knowledge of all system users, though it primarily relied on the vast contributions of Seraph, Spark, and Aragorn himself. For most casters, excluding the trio mentioned, the results appeared as a detailed interface, for example. Kingdom, Plantae. Phylum, Tracheophyta. Class, Magnoliopsida. Order, Apiales. Family, Apiaceae. Genus, Daucus. Species, Daucus carota, 90% match. Subspecies, Daucus carota subsp. modern carrot, 78% match. Wild early ancestor of the carrot, Daucus carota subsp. carota. If the target of Analyze was undocumented, the results would display no matching records, new records started. In such cases, the caster would receive compensation for introducing new knowledge, often in the form of percentages of favors. Needless to say, Aragorn's children had gone on a frenzy, analyzing anything and everything they encountered. It was amusing, really. Even after more than 250,000 years, none of them had ever cashed in a favor. Yet, they were greedier than Scrooge McDuck when it came to collecting them. Aragorn carefully gathered several samples of the early wild ancestor of carrots, sending them to Luxina, goddess of celestial stars and agriculture, before moving on to the next item on the list. As previously mentioned, some of these items already had substitutes, but not entirely. While corn could fulfill the dietary role of wheat, it was not quite the same. Similarly, auroch dairy products were not identical to goat dairy, and while the Duskari raised titanes for their over a kilogram, 3-pound, eggs, these were still not the same as chicken eggs, never mind the giant elephant bird, whose eggs weighed 10 kilograms, 22 pounds. However, these birds laid eggs much less frequently than the titanes, which made the latter more desirable to the Duskari. Nevertheless, there were benefits, especially culinary ones, to having a wider variety of options. For example, the Duskari farms would no longer need to keep large warcats like Smilodons and cave lions for pest control, as smaller cats could now handle the job. Some of these specimens were intended to improve the textile industry, sheep and silkworms, but that didn't mean there was no variety within the Imperium in this field. On the contrary, thanks to the preservation of megafauna, there was a vast array of plants and animals to choose from. Aragorn was always ready to abduct any interesting creatures he came across or uproot any plant that caught his attention, to send them back to the Imperium. Silkworms. We can do better. Possibly. Aragorn mused after sending the silkworm samples back. He stopped following the flow of time and began swimming against its current. A few breaststrokes later, he found himself in the Carboniferous. The Carboniferous was a time long before the age of dinosaurs, when amphibians reigned as the dominant land vertebrates. It was an era so beyond ancient that Pangaea was still beginning to form. A time so distant that fungi had only just begun evolving to decompose fallen trees. It was during this period that the coal that would later fuel the Industrial Revolution began to form. The combination of high oxygen levels and plant beds that had accumulated over millions of years made it a paradise for wildfires that could last for years. The oxygen levels were so high that they would poison humans after just a few breaths. Amphibians as large as crocodiles roamed the land, and insects as large as human torsos flew freely. These same large arthropods are the reason for Aragorn's visit to the past. Insects and other arthropods breathe through a network of tubes that deliver oxygen directly to their tissues. This system relies on the passive diffusion of oxygen from the air. In a high-oxygen atmosphere, the increased concentration allowed for more efficient diffusion, which supported the larger sizes of arthropods. The scarcity of vertebrate predators in the Carboniferous contributed to the flourishing of these creatures. Spider-chan does whatever a spider can. Spins a web, any size. Catches Meganeura just like flies. Look out. Here comes the Spider-chan. Aragorn sang as he flew through the humid swamps of the Carboniferous, searching for the next provider of silk for the Imperium. But what about the lower oxygen levels in the Imperium? He thought. And what about the difference in size? A large spider would have trouble functioning in the present, with the average flying insect passing through the holes of its web. Analyze. No matching records, new record started. Maybe we could have it eat birds. Aragorn thought, inspired by the Goliath bird-eater. Analyze. No matching records, new record started. But if it's too big, it might not rely on silk production as much. It could focus on physical strength, though I could guide its evolution. There are limits. Gia had once taught Aragorn that when a living being evolves to have a larger body, it often leaves behind energy-costly traits that are no longer needed in a bigger form. Analyze. No matching records, new record started. Spiders can't be farmed easily because they tend to eat each other in close confinement. I would need to find a solution for that. Spiders are territorial predators, and this territoriality extends to members of the same family. Analyze. No matching records, new record started. What about water? Water. Like the fishing spider. It would sink, wouldn't it? Make them pseudo-amphibious. Right, the largest animals tend to inhabit water. Maybe we could do something similar for our Spider-chan. Any ideas about the oxygen levels? Make them able to breathe oxygen in the water. No, that wouldn't work. The 1% of dissolved oxygen in water is what fish extract to breathe, not the 88.89% of pure water that is oxygen. That breathable 1% is lower than the 21% breathable in air. Use skills, like the ones found in the branchial chamber in crabs. Spiders are arthropods like crabs. Good idea. The jump and modifications would be easier if I pulled genetic traits from the same phylum, Arthropoda. Make them use spider nets to fish. Problem solved. The result? A giant aquatic spider that uses massive nets of spider silk to catch shoals of fish. Make them freshwater aquatic arthropods. Smart. That way, the risk of them escaping the Imperium and spreading throughout the oceans is nullified, unless they evolve in that direction much later. Exactly, make them inhabit large lakes. The Imperium has plenty of those, if not, they can be built. Aragorn continued to work through the details of the new spider species he was designing with his other self. At some point, he might have forgotten that he was supposed to be breeding a new silk producer and not the ultimate kaiju predator of the waters. Analyze. No matching records, new record started. Even while searching for the appropriate spider to kaijify, he did not stop adding more data to the grand repository of knowledge while using his milliard eyes to analyze everything. A few million years later. At this point, it could be said with certainty that Aragorn had let himself become utterly engrossed in the art of evolving spiders. My love, it's time to return, death, the death that stayed outside this universe, said in Aragorn's mind. Nuna, just 5 million years more. I'm almost certain I can make them sapient. Aragorn replied, his gaze fixed on a spider the size of a smilodon, meticulously netting a shoal of about 15 fish. What fascinated him most was that one of its long, 8 legs was wrapped in golden silk. A few days ago, this particular spider had injured its leg and nearly lost it, but a member of its army had quickly sealed the wound with silk, effectively saving the limb. Signs of healing practices like this were among the earliest indicators of an advanced society. You said that 10 million years ago. It's time to return. You don't need sapient spiders, and you already have enough for silk production, Death patiently reminded him. Silk production. Aragorn blinked with apparent confusion. Yes, it was a fact. He had long since lost sight of his original goal of creating a species solely for silk production. By combining traits from the classes Arachnida, spiders, scorpions, ticks, and mites, and crustacea, crabs, lobsters, shrimp, and others, Aragorn had inadvertently created a new class under the Arthropoda phylum, the Arachnostraca. These gilled, giant aquatic spiders thrived in armies within deep freshwater lakes. Perfectly suited to tropical climates, they maintained a strictly piscivorous diet, using golden silk nets, similar to the silk of the golden silk orb-weaver spider, to fish. Each net was used to encase fish in a cocoon for later consumption, and these discarded cocoons would eventually become the primary source of silk for the Duskari. Really? Death asked, her tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Ah. Silk production. Yes, that's what started all this, Aragorn realized. Well, I suppose it truly is time to return, huh? Aragorn finally conceded. My love, return to a decade after your departure. I had the children create and expand the lakes needed for your spiders and stock them with appropriate prey, Death instructed. That's a relief. This way, I can take them all with me in one go. Aragorn glanced around the dome where he'd spent millions of years, a massive terrarium designed to avoid making lasting changes to the timeline. It had also served to gradually adjust the environmental conditions to match the future, particularly the oxygen levels. Nevertheless, whether he was unaware or simply didn't care, fossils of his spiders would one day be discovered in the future, alongside footprints from his modern shoes and the cave he'd used as his residence. This would later be dubbed the oldest record of the oldest being on Earth, Aragorn. Nuna, how is our local population of dinosaurs doing in Halo? Aragorn asked while peering through the immeasurable distances at one of the ancestors of dinosaurs, a small lizard-like animal. Emma moved a few to the ark, but otherwise, their population is controlled, as usual. Do you plan on collecting more? I was thinking about picking up a few, mainly those destined to perish in mass extinction events. If I get them just before they croak, the timeline won't notice. Where will you keep them? You know how difficult it is to maintain balance in our artificial food chains, Death cautioned. Halo and the Ark had carefully constructed ecosystems, meaning introducing new species could destabilize the delicate balance. Predators in the wrong biomes, or even the wrong plants, could cause widespread extinctions. I've had my eye on a certain planet in the habitable zone of a black hole. According to my analysis, it will soon be consumed by the black hole. I could snatch it, along with a star, or create one. Aragorn said, his gaze drifting downward as if seeing through the planet to a distant world millions of light years away. My love, have you been planning this all along? Death asked, amusement evident in her voice. About 10 million years ago, I figured, since I was already in the Carboniferous, why not gather a few ecosystems to take home? Aragorn admitted with a sheepish grin. Why the sudden interest in dinosaurs? Death teased with a soft giggle. Our chocolate said that before Set, Elder God, bonded with the dinosaurs, which eventually led to their extinction when the Demogorge came after him, she was rather fond of them. Since I planned to separate her from Earth, I thought I could gift her a new planet full of life. Maybe we could even turn it into a realm and bind it to her. Aragorn explained. He believed it was safer for Gia if he made her a pseudo-dimensional lord. How thoughtful of you, my love. In that case, let me secure an empty dimension from the Tribunal's secret stash. You should find more than one planet, that way, we can dedicate a planet to each era, Death offered eagerly. Perfect. I've already identified a few planets I could terraform. Multiple eyelids blinked open across Aragorn's skin, each one locking onto a different distant planet. While Death went to liberate an empty dimension from the Tribunal's stash, Aragorn began preparing his spiders for the move. Within the terrarium, there were also multiple vivid illusions of the Duskari people. These illusions were lifelike enough to emit warmth, odor, and sound, conveying a tangible physical presence. Aragorn had raised the spiders in the constant company of these illusions to accustom them to the future arachnoculturists who would harvest their silk and care for them. He dispelled these illusions and then began to shape his void energy to cast a time-slowing spell that would effectively freeze the spiders in time. A sphere, born from the three-dimensional projection of a magic circle, began to form at the tip of Aragorn's tail. If someone had been able to see it, they would have been astonished to find more than 1 trillion spell circuits working together to manifest his will to slow time for a target. The sphere, no larger than a volleyball, was the same whitish-blue color as Aragorn's light, almost as bright as the eternal flame enshrined in his crown of horns. The sphere pulsed with light before bursting in a flash. All nearly 1 million arachnostracas stopped moving, more accurately, they moved so slowly that 100 million years felt like a mere eighth of a second to them. He then encapsulated the spiders in void barriers and shrunk them for storage. Once that was done, he dispersed the barrier, isolating the land his terrarium had occupied, and burned it for good measure. This ensured that whatever had evolved alongside his spiders over the millions of years he had been there would cease to exist. He glanced at his cavern, the home he had made during this era, and decided to leave it to its fate. Pointing with his tail at the planets he had selected, he began setting the geological conditions that would lead to the birth of the desired climates, the environments that would sustain the future species he intended to gather. For example, he adjusted ice caps, deserts, shorelines, tectonic activity, and atmospheric composition, such as the concentrations of CO2 and oxygen. He manipulated the greenhouse effect, proximity to the star, the planet's rotational and orbital speeds, the impact of natural satellites, the strength of the magnetosphere, and the wobble in the planet's axial tilt, among many other factors that would dictate the climate. From a distance measured in light years, Aragorn projected his telekinesis, using his eyes as guides, and began adjusting these conditions. Magnetic cores spun faster or slower, tectonic plates were pushed or pulled by his will, volcanic eruptions were triggered as needed, and water was forced to evaporate when necessary. He even adjusted the planet's orbits, speeding them up or slowing them down. Once the necessary conditions were met, he moved a magic sphere to each planet. He trapped the planets in a domain and sped up time, making it so that millions of years passed in mere seconds. With his control over causality, emulating Wanda's chaos magic, he intervened with his telekinesis whenever required. A few seconds later, he had created enough planets to replicate Earth's atmospheric conditions for each era he planned to gather specimens from. The Carboniferous period, 359 to 299 million years ago, Permian period, 299 to 252 million years ago, Triassic period, 252 to 201 million years ago, Jurassic period, 201 to 145 million years ago, and Cretaceous period, 145 to 66 million years ago, for amphibians and dinosaurs, the Paleogene period, 66 to 23 million years ago, and Neogene period, 23 to 2.58 million years ago, for mammals, all the way to the current Quaternary period, 2.58 million years ago to the present. Aragorn muttered, using his all-seeing eyes to make sure everything turned out as expected. It's like I did an MRI of Earth from 359 million years ago to the present and built a planetary-sized terrarium for each period. Gia should be happy with her present, right? Aragorn said, proud of his work. This was a level of application of his powers, delicate yet forceful, that, before his multitasking and control training, he would not have been able to perform without breaking the planets apart. I think she'll straight up open her legs to us when she sees it, Death replied. She had appropriated from the tribunal so swiftly that, had anyone witnessed it, they might have attributed to her the concept of appropriation. Do you want us to? I don't believe she would survive one of us, much less two. I guess we can keep it a teasing, then. I must confess, I rather enjoy how she writhes under our touch. Foo. Or how she goes weak in the legs when she catches us in compromising situations. He, yes. Foo. While they were lost in their musings, Aragorn began to slowly move forward through the time stream, occasionally propelling himself with a subtle kick. The world outside flashed before his eyes like a film being sped up, and even at this unprocessable speed, he had the presence of mind to plan how they were going to tease Gia, all while occasionally pulling specimens from the time flow and sending them to the appropriate planetary receptacle. Land, oceans, freshwater, deserts, skies, no matter the environment, he sequestered animals, plants, fungi, bacteria, and protists, regardless of how microscopic they might be, and placed them in the appropriate environment on the appropriate planet. He followed the fall of the amphibians, the rise and fall of the reptiles, and the rise of the mammals. Aragorn witnessed the third mass extinction event, the Permian-Triassic extinction, 252 million years ago, also known as the Great Dying, where approximately 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial species perished. He saw the Triassic-Jurassic extinction, 201 million years ago, caused by volcanic activity and the splitting of Pangaea into Laurasia, North America, Europe, and Asia, and Gondwana, South America, Africa, Antarctica, and Australia, paving the way for the age of dinosaurs. He watched the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction, 66 million years ago, caused by an asteroid impact near modern-day Mexico, Chicxulub crater, and massive volcanic activity, which wiped most dinosaurs off the planet and opened the door for mammals. Aragorn kept moving forward until he reached the arrival of Halo around the moon and saw his children descend. He watched the early days of the Imperium, their Stone Age, Iron Age, Vladarionic Age, and finally, he returned to the era of arcane growth. He stopped speeding through time when he was a decade ahead of his departure point. Nuna, do you need help moving the stars and planets to the dimension Boss Tribunal willingly gave us? Aragorn asked, this time addressing the physically present Death. Don't worry, my love. The other me has it covered. Death said, jumping onto his shoulders and sitting while securing his head between her thighs, knowing Aragorn enjoyed that, and grabbing his horns for handles. Come, let me show you the lakes we built for the spiders. Death eagerly added. We carved open the lower canal, Panama Canal, already due to civil planning, and we did the upper canal, Nicaragua Canal, while we were at it. So the large northern lake, Lake Cosabalca, was not an option because we connected it to the Pacific Ocean, as was intended. Death said, tapping her P-link and showing Aragorn the satellite pictures of the newly constructed lower and upper canals. Since you carved open the lower canal, the large southern lake, Gatun Lake, the one the Panama Canal flows through, is disqualified as well. Aragorn replied. Yes, but the lake north of the large northern lake, Lake Managua, was available, so we worked on that one. It was a bit troublesome calming down the volcanoes in the area, but Draco took care of it. Death explained. Draco was the nickname for Vladarion and Sarah's son, the third of the true dragons, after his mother, Sarah Rogers, and his grandmother, Margaret Carter. His full name was Plutusdraken, referencing his divinity of economy and his dragon nature. However, the pantheon referred to him as Draco or Plutus. Draco pursued the divinities of economy and undergrounds, making him responsible for Earth's Imperium economy and everything related to underground activity, tectonic shifts, volcanoes, mining, caverns, and similar domains. There were also a few lakes in the southern block, Panama, available. Death added. They portaled to some of the lakes the pantheon had worked on. Some were natural lakes, most of them, but some were clearly inundated valleys. The Pantheon had raised mountains and blocked water exits to create them. These are good, Nuna. How did you fill some of the larger artificial lakes in just a decade? Aragorn asked. Based on his calculations, some of the rivers feeding these lakes lacked the flow to fill them in just 10 years. Oh, we had the Duskari work on that. Since our kids did most of the heavy work, we thought it was fair to have the Duskari finish up the details. Death replied. Those unnaturally beautiful Duskari have it easy, with deities at their service carving canals and lakes left and right, huh? Aragorn joked. He wasn't wrong. His children, the Dracanthian Therion, played a role akin to public servants in the Imperium. Due to the type of education most of the first-generation Pantheon members received during their mortal lives on Earth, they instinctively felt uncomfortable being glorified by the Duskari, whom they viewed as trainees under their tutelage. From the Pantheon, only Emma, Mindy, Wanda, and Death seemed unaffected by the constant exaltations, though for very different reasons. Emma had grown up in the corporate world, where a woman's image was everything, and she relished playing the part of a queen. Naturally, she raised Mindy in the same mold, and since Nirn and the Ark always treated Mindy like a princess, she saw it as only natural. Death was Death, and Wanda, between her penchant for behaving like a haughty young lady and her responsibilities ruling Hell, had unknowingly absorbed her Queen of Hell title into her persona. For these reasons, aside from the aforementioned exceptions, the Imperium deities walked among the Duskari as equals. Their constant presence and guidance made Aragorn view the Duskari as blessed children who didn't even realize how fortunate they were because they had never known hardship, especially so because their deities were not arrogant assholes or Zeuses. Given that the Duskari were not only literally blessed by his children but also figuratively blessed by the gifts he had bestowed upon their species, Aragorn often joked about how ungrateful they could be. If I'm being honest, compared to all the civilizations I've seen rise and fall, they are indeed quite blessed, top percentile, for sure. Death agreed. Yeah, but I don't feel miffed about it. They've been serving their purpose. All my household staff rose to the divine ranks, and the newly born grandkids are taking just a few thousand years to develop divine seeds, sometimes even less to hatch them. Aragorn commented. And they've been filling the numbers in the Ark quite nicely. Give them a few tens of thousands of years, and they'll be an intergalactic empire. Well, I guess the Imperium, back in your home universe, always was. Death added. That's right. Besides, now that I have them acting as guards to the obelisks, they're even helping with matters outside the original scope I had planned for them. So, you could say they've exceeded expectations. They deserve to keep their jobs, and I'll see about giving them a raise. Maybe. Aragorn said, grinning like an employer conducting a performance review. Aragorn and Death finished inspecting the lakes and proceeded to release the spiders. Some of his children joined them, mostly out of curiosity. From the spiders' point of view, not even a second had passed. So, they were understandably startled when their surroundings abruptly changed. However, Aragorn released an ultrasonic pulse, calming them down. What was that? Margaret asked, her ears twitching. I use sonic pulses to communicate with them. We even have a whole primitive language. Aragorn replied, grinning proudly. Aragorn, on a scale of the megafauna you've enhanced to humans, how smart did you make these spiders? Margaret asked. These days, she rarely spent time on Earth's Imperium, spending most of her time in Halo or the Arkansas. However, she was visiting her grandchild and decided to stop by to witness Aragorn's latest creation. Margaret still struggled to believe Aragorn thought it was a good idea to give intelligence to the local megafauna. In her humble opinion, no Smilodon needed the ability to understand the Duskari language. And now? Aragorn had created genius spiders. Smarter than the local megafauna, probably at the level of an 8-year-old. Maybe a dumb one, but they're not exactly sapient, just brilliant. Though in a few 100,000 years. Who knows? Aragorn replied. There were multiple species of these spiders. Some had torsos about the same size as a Duskari, with long, bony limbs similar to giant spider crabs. The largest had torsos the size of warcats, with robust limbs that helped them prowl the floors of deep lakes. Some species specialized in jumping power. These spiders would leap high, taking advantage of low gravity underwater, and cast spider nets like parachutes, catching unlucky fish on their way down. However, all of them, from the smallest to the largest, shared a similar temperament toward the Duskari. They won't harm our Duskari, right? Steve asked. No, they're quite tame toward them, but I doubt they'd behave the same toward a human. Aragorn said. Humans? Margaret asked, curious as to why Aragorn mentioned them. What I mean is that they're smart enough to distinguish between Duskari, beast people, humans, and us, Nuna, Jean, and me. I raised them to be tame toward all of us, so long as we mean no harm, but they remain territorial by nature toward outsiders. Aragorn explained. For example. He added, conjuring an illusion of Alexander Pierce. He dropped the illusion into the lake. As it drew closer to the spiders, who were busy exploring their new territory, it was swiftly ensnared by an army of them. "How did you even manage to make them docile toward us?" Steve asked, his lip twitching as he watched the spiders deal with the illusion. He wouldn't admit it, but there was a morbid satisfaction in seeing one of Hydra's heads dealt with in such a manner. "I raised them with multiple illusions surrounding them. These illusions would feed them during induced periods of scarcity, heal them, protect them, and peacefully exist around them. Over a few million years, this turned into an almost symbiotic relationship. Whenever they encountered problems they couldn't solve, they'd approach the illusions for help. By comparison, I ensured they learned wariness toward anything else, especially humanoid types that weren't us." Hearing Aragorn's explanation, both Margaret and Steve were left dumbfounded. They had imagined something more scientific, not millennia of grooming culminating in a genetically induced temperament. No, it might be more accurate to say it culminated in genetically induced racism. Aragorn had made the spiders racist toward humans. What? Aragorn asked, noticing the wide-eyed couple. Was it necessary to make them antagonistic toward humans? Margaret asked after some thought. Their spider silk is valuable. Aragorn said curtly. Valuable? In what sense? Steve asked. In a plethora of ways. Medicine, aeronautics, warfare, magicraft, production, aquaculture, these are just a few fields that would see massive advancements if any competent society got their hands on this silk. It could propel a civilization forward almost on par with what vibranium does. Is it really that significant? Steve asked, still skeptical. Yes. For example, in warfare, body armor, clothing, made with the silk could easily stop 50 caliber bullets. A hair-thin cord, properly threaded, could suspend a freight carrier midair. That's how absurd the tensile strength is. If you took enough of it back to our world and gave it to Playboy, he'd have a space elevator built by next year. And that's barely scratching the surface. Now, imagine what greedy humans would do once they discovered this. Due to the Panama Canal's historical significance and Aragorn's deliberate decision to select this isthmus while keeping its borders open, humans would inevitably find their way into the Imperium. He believed no secret could remain hidden forever among mortals. Additionally, with the Duskari venturing into the world to guard the obelisks, it was only a matter of time before news of the spiders reached the ears of the brave, the greedy, and the foolish. How would a human even find themselves here? I understand that when the canals open, humans might be nearby, but these lakes are farther inland. Margaret pointed out. Humans are amazing like that. Aren't you two proof of that? You were quite the pair even before I got involved with you. Aragorn also considered how Ulysses Clow had managed to reach Wakanda, even with help. Wouldn't it be arrogant to assume no human could reach these lakes? Especially since he wasn't implementing Wakanda's full isolationist approach, which he found distasteful. For the following month Aragorn taught the Duskari about the care that the spiders needed. Then he taught them about the practices needed to thread the silk. For example, a regular steel knife would lose its edge after 2 cuts if used on the silk, so a special agent was needed to cut the silk. After that, when it looked like the Duskari had it all figured out, he left them to their own devices and went to check on Spark and Seraph. Apparently they had almost collapsed when processing the data Aragorn had been sending through, analyze, for millions of years. But before jumping to them, Jean appeared out of a burst of fire with her eyes reddened and puffy. The smell of brimstone from hell following her. She didn't communicate anything, not even through their link, but simply walked to him and hugged him. OC character sheet hashtag. Spark Dracosnesphilia. Race, Homo artificialis synthesapien. Beast, not applicable. Tails, not applicable. Ears, hominid type. Hair, silver white. Eyes, light blue. Affinity, all-rounder. Divinity, goddess of technology and knowledge. Background. Spark was Aragorn's first pseudo-successful attempt at life creation. It is considered a success because Spark is alive, but a failure because her life was ultimately sparked by the mechanics of reality rather than Aragorn's direct achievement. Aside from death, the living tribunal, and the one above all, Spark is Aragorn's oldest connection. Technically, she could be regarded as his first daughter. However, since Spark has access to most of Aragorn's memories as part of her code, he views her more as a sister or a very close friend. Spark is the oldest artificial intelligence within the Imperium, though she was the second to gain an element vibranium body, after a younger sister, Seraph. Personality. Spark is widely perceived as a joyful but composed artificial intelligence. Her unique perspective on life, coupled with Aragorn's memories, often makes her dismissive and superficially aloof toward those she does not acknowledge. Nevertheless, this detachment does not interfere with her duties, and she is regarded as a mellow AI by the Nova Empire. She places immense trust in her creator but harbors occasional concern for his well-being. Spark is adept at holding grudges, though she rarely acts on them. Spark enjoys playful banter with Aragorn and takes pleasure in pampering her little sister, Seraph. Traits and quirks. Spark is highly observant of sapient lifeforms, particularly regarding their behavior and its correlation with their lustful drives. Her favorite abstract is the Phoenix Force, as it catalyzed Aragorn's initial involvement with outsiders, an experience she believes he greatly needed at the time. Spark is not particularly popular among the Duskari, who see little value in her teachings after mastering magic. However, she remains unbothered, confident in her eventual role in their future. She was the first to establish contact with the newly born sentience of the Halo Ring when it sparked a soul. As a result, she considers the sentience her project child, second only to her ongoing social study. Spark approaches sexuality as data gathering for her social study. To date, her sexual encounters have only involved females of the Dracanthian Therion, though not due to a lack of interest in males. Her male form is that of 9s. Dislikes. The Supreme Intelligence, Spark is jealous of its early contact with Aragorn. Coffee, it didn't taste as good as she had anticipated. Alcohol, it also failed to meet her expectations. Taxing Kitty, Kitty always throws a tantrum over it. Mortals ungrateful to her creator. Celine, Spark blames her for Aragorn's first death. Tribal role. Initially, Spark's tribe was one of the largest. However, she shared this tribe with her little sister, Seraph, as Spark spent much of her time on the Arkansas. Following the introduction of magic, the tribe began to dwindle in size. The tribe specializes in artisanship, metalwork, woodwork, textile production, record keeping, paper production, various fields related to technology and knowledge. Today, most of her tribe comprises high-end artisans, scholars, and civil planners. Aspirations. Creating her version of the Akashic Records using her Divinity of Knowledge and the Grand Repository of Knowledge. Completing her social study on the societal impacts of sexual deviancy. Becoming an aunt to her creator's future child. A/N. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please check out my Patreon account. There are already 7 chapters ahead for premium members, which is at least 70,000 words. Premium members also gain access to a new chapter every week. patreon.com/existentialvoid. I hope you enjoyed the read. Chapter 74, Era of Discovery. Observation log by Spark Draconisphilia, with Seraph Draconisphilia. System crash report and new territory, entry A. Earth 19999690000B, before emergence. Year 232,635 of the Fulgebunt Draconis Imperium, Earth 199999. The first accidental crash of the system occurred during the Master Chief's absence and, paradoxically, by his own actions. From the mid-Carboniferous period to the present, the Master Chief utilized the data input-output command, analyze, to gather information for the Grand Repository of Knowledge. This resulted in the collection of approximately 3 quadriwardecillion, 482 tridecillion, 759 dodecillion, 213 undecillion, 465 decillion, 897 nonillion, 648 octillion, 203 septillion, 574 sextillion, 182 quintillion, 493 quadrillion, 657 trillion, 290 billion. 384,756,920 entries, long scale. Expressed numerically, this amounted to 3, 482, 759, 213, 465, 897, 648, 203, 574, 182, 493, 657, 290, 384, 756, 920, 182, 473, 659, 284, 029, 384, 756, 120, 384, 756 entries being processed into the system over the course of a single decade. Given this overwhelming influx, it was inevitable that both Seraph and I, as integral parts of the system, would crash alongside it. Fortunately, or perhaps by design, the Master Chief's soul self assumed control of several critical tasks during the crash, both within the system and throughout the Imperium. This prevented any significant disruptions to operations. In response to the event, Seraph Draconisphilia devised a novel method for data handling, while I developed a more efficient approach to data processing. It was only through our combined efforts that we successfully mitigated the impact of the crash and emerged relatively unscathed. Moments like these lead us to ponder the extent of the Master Chief's foresight. As highly capable creations, Seraph and I had encountered challenges in advancing our respective divinities. The complexity of our divine domains had proved difficult for our followers to fully comprehend, which in turn slowed the growth of those domains. By confronting and overcoming the colossal task of managing such an unprecedented volume of data, we transcended our previous limits and achieved the next stage in our power. Although neither Seraph nor I possess tails, we now stand at the 8 tails level. This raises the question, did the Master Chief orchestrate this event to catalyze our growth, or was it merely a fortuitous coincidence? The Master Chief, preoccupied with the settlement of his kaiju spiders, official name, left us with little opportunity to seek clarification. Furthermore, both he and his companions, Jean Grey and the Madam, entered what Seraph has coined a dragon sleep, a term inspired by the future Odin sleep. This, combined with our own immersion in cataloging the newly acquired data, has left the query unanswered. Another factor that compounded our responsibilities in data handling was the addition of a new planetary dimension. Dimensions can be categorized into distinct classifications. First, there are intradimensions, also referred to as inner planes. This category includes all dimensions that exist within the confines of a universe, that is, inside it, and that primarily play a role in the universe's continuity. Examples include the material and immaterial planes, the astral realm, the mirror dimension, the shadow world, the nine realms *, Olympus *, the celestial Heliopolis *, and the soul's pathway for the wandering, among others. All divine realms fall within this classification. While these dimensions are part of the universe, they rely on dimensional pathways to interact with it. Some inner planes are locked, such as Clay, also known as the Other Realm, the Flickering Realms, the Dark Heart of Thon, and the dimension of the Darkhold, which was created by Thon, one of the earliest entities of the inner planes, alongside his brother Set's Serpent Sea. Second, there are extra dimensions, which exist attached to the universe but outside of it, often requiring a nexus location to access the universe, if access is even possible. Examples of extra dimensions include the Archipelago of Anguish and Redemption with its winding way, Ragador, the Plains of Sephiroth, Dizak, Kraken, Farala, Boreas, Watum, the Dark Dimension, and Cloud Sea, which encompasses several splinter realms. Other notable extra dimensions include Otherworld, connected to all universes, Amenth, the realm of the Crimson Dawn, the Consecution of Colors, and the Crimson Cosmos, home to Sidorak the Destroyer. Within these overarching classifications, dimensions can also be subdivided by their composition. Energy type, composed solely of energy, with no matter present. Conceptual type, comprised entirely of concepts, devoid of matter or energy. Realm type, a single, unified realm without other celestial bodies. Matter type, predominantly composed of one or more specific substances, often indistinguishable from realm types due to the absence of celestial bodies. Planetary type, realities resembling universes, containing celestial objects such as planets and stars. Repositories, dimensions designed to contain or store something, such as forces, souls, or seals. Pocket dimensions, smaller, often localized dimensions typically bound to a specific entity or object. These can exist within other dimensions. The new dimension falls within the intradimensional category and is classified as planetary type, with the potential to also qualify as a pocket dimension once bound to Gaia. This dimension comprises 8 planets, each orbiting its respective star, with deep space predominantly filled with nebulae rather than a dense field of stars. The nebulae provide the backdrop for a vibrant, multicolored sky. The Master Chief specifically designed this arrangement to replace the classic black void of space dotted with stars. To his all-seeing eyes, the night sky appears as a multicolor palette. Based on Seraph's analysis, this design choice may represent an attempt by the Master Chief to share his perception of beauty with Gaia. However, confirmation of this intent is pending. With the Master Chief's preliminary analysis, numerous discoveries of potentially groundbreaking significance have already been identified. This new imperial territory would typically entail an increase in power and responsibilities, yet it was presented simply as a gift. I can only say that this is entirely in line with the nature of both the Madam and the Master Chief. The scale of their gifts matches the magnitude of their extraordinary nature. End of entry A8696 What's got you all sad and chummy, Firebird? Aragorn ran his fingers through her long fiery mane. Jean initially retained her teenage physique, but after so much time, especially since she spent most of it in hell, where time flows faster, she decided to lose the tight hold she had on her body's maturity. The fact that her supposed little sister, Madeline, was rocking a mature body might have influenced her decision. Hence, she's sporting a mature body along with hair that reached the back of her knees when she was not holding it up with her telekinesis. Phoenix, she showed me some of my counterparts' lives. Jean's voice came out muffled from his chest. Her hold around him was so tight that her superhuman strength would have crushed a regular mortal like a vice. Ah, the other Jeans. But I don't see how that would get you in this mood. Aragorn didn't know what reason was behind Phoenix's latest sadistic stunt, but he was unsure why Jean would be so upset about it. They were so miserable. There was pain all around. Most were far more broken than I ever was. Most were puppets, either of their power or others. Worst of all, the successful cases probably suffered the most. Is that what awaits me? Jean looked up from his chest, tears pooling in her eyes. Ah, I see. Aragorn said softly. He brought his hands to the sides of her face, morphed his claw-like nails off, and brushed the tears from her eyelids with immeasurable care. Are you worried because your life has been easy when in perspective with your counterparts? Aragorn asked. No great power should come without a great cost, a balance in the equation, because when it does, only defective individuals are left. This was a truth more universal than many would imagine. Take the omniversally infamous young masters, they were the perfect picture of power that came without cost. Take the myriad of reincarnated, transmigrated, and or rebirthed murder hobos, they gained a golden finger, and, following that, transformed from possibly normal mortals into, let's harvest these lowly mortals for my power path, types. It was so common that it happened all across the omniverse. It was so common that those with great power but none of the character defects were looked upon with suspicion. It was so common that no worthy story, multiverse, was ever written, created, without one of them present. And the same applied in the other way. Those who gained power could and should expect difficulties if they had not experienced them before. The greater the gain in power, the greater the difficulties to come or that had already come. In the local multiverse, there were plenty of examples, with David Haller, Robert Reynolds, Wanda Maximoff, Norrin Radd, and Jean Grey among the most known across the omniverse. People who had to fight the world, inner world or outer world, in order to stay good. So Jean's worries could be attributed to the fact that, compared to her counterparts, she's had a blessed life. I never wanted to imagine what my life would have been like if you had not been pushed forcibly by Phoenix into it, and because my home didn't have a future, I thought I would never get to find out. But Phoenix, using information from past doomed realities and other similar realities to ours, showed me what most likely would have been our universe's future. Jean said and nudged at Aragorn's mind through their link. Aragorn naturally accepted, and soon they were both watching the model Phoenix had constructed. It all started when Jean discovered the seal in her mind placed by Xavier. Jean in this memory looked about as old as when Aragorn first met her. She inquired with Xavier about it, and he avoided giving Jean a straight answer. Naturally, this would have raised a few flags for her, but Xavier was a far better telepath than a Jean stunted by him. So, with a few well-placed suggestions, Xavier made her dismiss the matter. This held long enough until, during one of their bi-monthly clashes with Magneto's Brotherhood, Jean was captured. Magneto brought her to Asteroid M and had the brilliant idea of using Jason Wingard's masterminds, illusions and memory manipulation to have Jean's will bent under him. What Magneto didn't take into consideration was the connection between Jason Wingard and Nathaniel Essex. Nathaniel Essex took Jason Wingard's place by using his shape-shifting abilities to pose as him and, under the watchful eye of Magneto, warped Jean into his perfect Summers-bearing womb. Nathaniel Essex had no other use for Magneto, now that he had delivered him his prize, and turned him into a puppet. He took almost full control of Asteroid M and its mutants, with Raven Darkholme, Mystique, and Irene Adler, Destiny, escaping thanks to the latter's premonitions. Nathaniel Essex didn't care about them because his mole, Remy LeBeau, Gambit, had already taken Anne-Marie hostage, so he figured they wouldn't attack him while he held her. He migrated the mutants to one of his bases and then dropped the asteroid onto Xavier's mansion, not before collecting Scott Summers. That marked the end of the X-Men as an organization, with very few of them surviving. The impact leveled the East Coast, but that wasn't Essex's problem. 9 months later, Jean was about to give birth to twins, one Summers child and one Essex child. Destiny and Mystique, in their desperation to stop the birth of the Child of Armageddon, decided to find a way to kill the infant Destiny saw in her visions. This Child of Armageddon was simply Essex inhabiting the Essex twin. This was part of his plan to gain more power by personally acquiring Jean and Scott's bloodline, overriding the newborn's mind with his own. In their desperate attempt to prevent this birth, Adler and Mystique woke up En-Sabah-Nur, Apocalypse, Mr. Sinister's creator. Fast forward to the confrontation, Destiny and Mystique, now Apocalypse's horsemen, accompanied by their master, tracked and located Jean. The importance of Anne-Marie's existence long ago was overwritten from their minds by their new master. They interrupted the birth and struck. Essex panicked. Everything had been going perfectly, but now his most dreaded foe had somehow found him. He put up a futile resistance, but while he was busy dealing with Apocalypse, Destiny and Mystique reached the newborn twins. Since they didn't know which one was the Child of Armageddon, they killed both. The brainwashed Jean witnessed the death of her twins and, subsequently, her husband's, Essex. And so, the Dark Phoenix was born. A psionic cry of wrath scorched the surface of the planet, and humanity virtually ended. Only those who took shelter in separate dimensions, like the mirror dimension, survived. But the Dark Phoenix didn't care about that and left the planet to bring the cosmic flame along with its judgment to the wide universe. The Nova, Kree, and Shi'ar empires fell to the Dark Phoenix, with only the latter putting up a semblance of resistance. Back on Earth, the surviving sorcerers and mystics emerged from the pocket and separate dimensions, forming a coalition to restore what could be salvaged of the planet's surface. Kunlun and the Sanctums led this desperate endeavor. Fast forward a year, a large part of the universe was in flames, and Earth's fate grew grimmer. A certain girl could no longer bear the weight. Wanda Maximoff succumbed to Thawne when she discovered her brother had perished with the rest of the world a year prior, a truth Agatha Harkness had concealed. When Wanda learned the truth, her grief and rage consumed her. Agatha failed to end Wanda, and Earth became a chaos land. The coalition resisted but soon realized their efforts were hopeless. They fled to Asgard to regroup and mount a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Thon opened a path to his chaos dimension, unleashing chaos fiends to claim the Earth. Anticipating a grueling war with the Council of Godheads and the coalition, Thon ordered his fiends to prepare for battle. The Earth swarmed with chaos fiends, their numbers growing exponentially. At the same time, more gods gathered in Asgard, recognizing the mounting danger. The war inevitably began. By its onset, over 30 billion chaos fiends inhabited Earth. Thon and the deities clashed. Another year passed, and the war continued with no end in sight. For the first time, Thon appeared to be losing ground. But then, the tide shifted. He opened the dark dimension, and Dormammu entered the fray. The two-dimensional lords struck a deal to divide the universe in half, though both secretly intended to betray the other once the locals were dealt with. Residents of the dark dimension poured out under Dormammu's orders, and the war escalated to unprecedented mortality and scale. Around this time, the emergence began. While chaos fiends and dark dimension denizens didn't provide the same nutrition as humans, their sheer numbers compensated. As ancient dimensional lords, Thon and Dormammu immediately recognized the threat. They knew they had to stop it at all costs. The deities, unaware of the emerging danger, initially obstructed their efforts. Tiamat completed its emergence, and the planet ceased to exist. The deities recognized their ancient foe too late. Facing no other choice, they allied with the dimensional lords to confront the celestial. Tiamat knew it couldn't win and sent a call for aid to Erishem. Singularity portals warped space around the solar system, heralding the arrival of the celestials. Two-dimensional lords, the godheads, and the celestials clashed in a two-front battle. Celestials fell, deities perished, and the conflict's scale drew the attention of the Dark Phoenix. The battle spiraled out of control, its effects spilling over into the multiversal level and disrupting surrounding dimensions. The Phoenix Force informed the cosmological compass, and the living tribunal intervened, declaring the universe must be reset. Death entered reality, and all war ceased. Across multiple universes, the Celestials' original selves recognized it was time to abandon this reality. The Celestials of this reality stopped resisting the inevitable. Odin paled as death's gaze fell upon him. All perished. A snap resounded, and reality restarted under the living tribunal's authority. The Phoenix Force blessed the reset universe with rebirth, and the cosmos began anew. She wanted me to see what she believed was my future. Jean said as the memory ended. And what do you think, Jean? Are you afraid of the future now that you've seen this? Aragorn asked, one hand drawing circles on her back while the other combed through her hair. I am. I also don't know if I deserve this. It terrifies me to think that maybe I'm living my peak and that soon my bottom will follow. Jean trembled. I know you and death will always be here, but what about the others? They're not like you, and even you. What if you lose your memories again, and by the time you recover them, this multiverse is already over? Jean looked at Aragorn in dread. It's possible, right? You once told me you witnessed the end of a multiverse, a natural end. So what if that happens? Or what if I am lost and you can't find me? That's also possible. And I know it's stupid to worry about the what-ifs, but my powers, Phoenix, put things into perspective. She bit at Aragorn's chest to stifle her whimpers. What if I have to sacrifice myself like many of the other Jeans did? What if you're not there to prevent it? What if something irreparable happens to one of us, and you go mad from the pain? What if this multiverse comes to its natural end, and you can't separate me and death from it because we're bound to it by our nature as aspects? What if all these blessings you've given me are only temporary and will be taken away soon? Jean ended her outburst, sobbing. Her nails dug into his skin. Aragorn didn't reply. Most of her questions, if not all, were possible scenarios. He wasn't an all-powerful being, and Jean knew his limits well, which only made her worries more real. Still, Aragorn chose not to answer. Instead, he slowly induced sleep in Jean until she fell limp in his arms. He lifted her in a front carry, as if afraid she might break, securing her with one arm beneath her and the other on her back. So, what was the reason? When the time comes, she will need to endure and accept all of these emotions. Not only her emotions but also those of the other avatars connected to me. There's a reason no one remains as my white crown for long, Phoenix replied through the link they shared. I see. And how much of it was true? Up to the point where she awakened as the Dark Phoenix. In a doomed reality, when a Dark Phoenix awakens, its drive is to burst at full power and end its reality. Your universe would have ended at that point. The rest was what would have happened if it weren't a doom reality. I see. You're mad. What gave it away? He asked, red stars blazing in his eyes. It was necessary. I'm not mad at you, Phoenix. For all your sadism, you know that this Jean is the only one who will give you the chance to permanently become the White Crown. It doesn't change the unpleasantness of the situation. My mind is always open to Jean, and consequently to you. You know how much I love Jean, and it maddens me to see her like this. There was no other choice. You love her so much that you'd remove all obstacles beyond a certain level from her path. She can't grow like that. Luckily for us, I don't need to force tragedy into her life. I can borrow tragedy from my other hosts to help her grow. Like I said, I'm not mad at you. I understand the need for challenges in the healthy growth of a being of power and great responsibility. That doesn't mean I like it any better. When will you take care of the exterminators? Aragorn narrowed his eyes at the question. Are you going to show Jean when I have to kill that universe along with its Jean? Yes. She needs to experience the sense of betrayal. I'll deal with it later. Make sure the Jean Grey of that universe experiences betrayal. How fucking unpleasant. It's for your Jean's benefit. Spare me the emotional manipulation. I know it's what's best for her growth. Good. Bye. Fucking shit. With Jean in his arms, Aragorn opened a portal to the crystal. He navigated his way to his room and laid back on his bed, Jean still asleep atop him. Did Phoenix go overboard with her host again? The melodious voice of Death came from his right. Death teleported to his side and gently ran her fingers through the cascade of red hair draped over Aragorn. I don't think so. Aragorn replied, his voice calm. But the result was bound to be unpleasant no matter what anyone wanted. She's teaching Jean how to bear the external emotions of past hosts. As he spoke, he used his biokinesis to comb through Jean's hair, restoring its luster. Ah, that makes sense. Death said thoughtfully. She took over Aragorn's hand that was patting Jean's back and then guided his free hand to her head, her eyes pointedly fixed on the other hand running through Jean's hair. Ha! You're so adorable when you demand my attention. Aragorn chuckled. He began running his fingers through Death's hair as well, while she resumed patting Jean's back in his stead. How about we sleep for a few years? Death asked, visibly content with the tender touch of his hand. Years? And what about Jean? Aragorn raised a brow. If Phoenix is already training her mind, that means her body is ready, and she doesn't need to return to hell. She can stay with us while we enjoy your mindscape. She's already there, isn't she? Death replied. Yes, she's floating in one of the oceans of stars. Aragorn confirmed. Then it's settled. Let's sleep for a few years. It'll do Jean wonders, and we don't have anything pressing until you need to build the next obelisk. And that's what? 400 years from now. Death's suggestion seemed more enticing by the second. 489 years. Aragorn corrected with a faint smile. I suppose there's no harm in it. Spark. He called out. Master Chief. Spark's voice resonated in the room. Let the Duskari know that I'll grant them a personal reward if they reach Halo on their own. Not the moon, Halo. Landing on the moon was simple enough, but landing on Halo was an entirely different challenge. So it's my time to gain popularity. How amusing. I'll let them know, Master Chief. Spark replied, her tone laced with humor. We'll be in my mindscape if you need anything. You can contact me or my soul self through the system. Aragorn instructed. Roger that, Master Chief. Spark acknowledged. And so, Aragorn and Death joined Jean in his mindscape, while Spark set out to ignite the space race within the Imperium. 489 years later. Girls, it's time to return. I said to Nuna and Jean. We were floating in one of the oceans of stars, absent-mindedly staring at the complex processes my subminds were running for the system. The black backdrop mimicked the darkness of space as most beings with not my eyes perceive it during a clear, starry night. However, instead of stars dotting the sky, we had a flickering, intricate map of pathways and intersections that closely resembled a neural network. Each submind lorded over a specific process. For example, interface generation, interface response, and interface feedback all fell under the dominion of the interface submind. Most of these functions were primarily run by my other selves, but they all passed through my mind self to help me practice multitasking. So, it's time. I don't want to leave the comfort of your mind, my love. Nuna said softly. We were floating with our heads touching, forming an equilateral triangle, while holding hands. There was no practical need for this particular position, nor for the hand-holding, but we gravitated to it naturally, and no one saw a reason to resist. The hand-holding habit had emerged as a way to drown Jean in affection, helping her overcome the dread induced by the Phoenix. Do we have to? Can't I stay here for another epoch? Jean wallowed. Don't worry, Jean. Phoenix won't return to torturing you until you've fully processed the previous session. Nuna reassured her. I wish I could just do it all at once, instead of suffering through it for thousands of years. Jean whined. Most of those who have held the title of White Crown of the Phoenix have done so in the same way. I said. There's your counterpart, Hope Summers from Earth 616, and Emma Frost from that strange reality, Earth 92124. Though I'm not entirely sure about the latter, that's an issue I never read. I hadn't read all the Marvel comics, and some of my knowledge came from random tidbits online. Weird reality? Jean asked. It's a reality where Amazonia conquered the world and slowly phased out the male gene, so almost everyone was female. I explained. It doesn't sound so bad, if you ask me. Jean mused. I narrowed my eyes at her. Right, and how would you feel if it were the other way around? That kind of thinking was like justifying harm because the victim was the weaker side. It was no different than claiming certain humans couldn't be oppressors simply because of their demographic. Yeah, that's terrible. Sorry. Jean replied meekly after a moment of thought. Why do you even care, Jean? You're not exactly bound by sex, are you? Nuna asked. With Jean's mastery over her powers, she had long ago unlocked biokinesis. She quite literally could go from Jihan to Jahan, Old French for female and male versions of the name Jean. I like being a woman. Jean answered simply. Such a peculiar firebird. Nuna teased in a patronizing tone. It was patronizing because Nuna saw it as childish for her to be fixated on sex and gender. You. Jean half glared back. I chuckled. All right, let me continue. I said, steering the conversation back on track. Those who attain that level of power should be eternal powerhouses, shouldn't they? When you reach nigh omnipotence, you shouldn't have to relinquish the seat. If circumstances force you to do so, then you were never truly that powerful. I remarked. Not even I could be compelled to relinquish my power, it's part of me, as I am part of it. So how was it that Jean Grey and Hope Summers didn't get to keep their White Phoenix status? Yeah, that makes sense. Why didn't Prime Jean keep the power? Jean pondered aloud. It's too much, and Phoenix knew they would have been crushed under the weight of it. It wasn't a perfect ascension. No human, no matter how extraordinary, can reach that level of power without the right mindset. I explained. Phoenix's powers also didn't help. Nuna added. How so? Jean asked. Phoenix is the nexus of all that is psionic, except Aragorn. My love is his own nexus, which means she's the nexus of the past, present, and future psionics. Her White Phoenix form, as the ultimate expression of Phoenix's power, is connected to this nexus, one and the same. Nuna explained. And that means? Jean pressed. As the White Phoenix, you must bear the collective existence of all past, present, and future Phoenix hosts, their memories, emotions, dreams, hopes, nightmares, and despair. Your body is finally at a stage where it can physically bear the power, and so is your soul after living for so long. But now, your mind needs to reach the same level. That's why she's torturing/training you. I concluded. Can she train another Jean or that Hope girl? Jean asked, though she already knew the answer. No. There are specific requirements. Mainly the trinity of self, body, mind, and soul. Biokinesis could theoretically elevate the body, and personal suffering might develop the mind to the required standard, but the soul is another matter. I explained. It's not impossible, Jean. Imagine you've been crafting a masterpiece your entire life. You're almost finished, you're just missing one last stroke or detail. Would you ruin it with mediocrity at the end, or would you strive for the same masterful quality? Nuna added. I see. Jean said, nodding in understanding. What other reasons are there? She asked me. Our reality doesn't have a future, and because of that, neither do you. If you had one, when the time came to process your past, present, and future, you'd be weighed down by your future. Either you succeed, and you're bombarded by a feedback loop of eternal success, or you fail, and you're overwhelmed by predestined failure. But without a future, you're unburdened by it. That makes you nearly as compatible with this power as me, which says a lot. I explained. You. Jean tilted her head. I have no future, like you, but I also have no past. Without a past in the timeline, there's no psionic energy to carry it to me. I clarified. That's cheating. Jean said with an adorable pout. Not really. I replied. Why not? It sounds like cheating. She insisted. I couldn't help but miss the days when the Firebird only knew defiance. I've told you about the pain I endured when I merged with the Void, haven't I? I asked. Yes. Is that the reason? Jean asked uneasily, shifting uncomfortably. Those memories were among the ones I didn't allow her access to. I'm still studying the seemingly endless record of memories from that experience, and new discoveries resurface daily. What I do know is that the pain wasn't just about having my soul remade, it was also about part of my existence being torn apart. I'm certain that some of the suffering I experienced was my past and future existence being voided. From that moment to the past, and from that moment to the infinite future, I endure through infinite suffering, the type only possible in a place of no time. That's okay, I'll stop whining now. Jean stammered, capitulating. Can I see the memory? Nuna dared to ask. She was ever the daredevil. No, Nuna. I'm pretty sure that memory is part of my mind's defensive system. It's a weapon of sorts. I said. Ishiki and Essex could attest to that. Really, not even I can see them. Nuna pressed. Nuna, as far as I know, the Aniki didn't create the conditions necessary for someone to have their past and future ripped apart. So, even if you could technically endure the memory, especially by merely observing it, it would still harm you. I don't want to do that. Unless it's something like our usual lustful indulgences, but this is not the kind of pleasurable harm. Fine. She relented. We enjoyed the mesmerizing light show for a few moments more before waking up in my bed in the crystal. Almost immediately, I began reviewing the data I had received through the system, which I hadn't bothered to personally inspect until now. Heh. I let out a small laugh. What? Jean asked, with Nuna equally curious. They managed to land on the moon a century ago. They even have a forward base there. But, I smirked, they still haven't figured out how to land on Halo's inner surface. Astrodynamics can be a challenge. No, astrodynamics is always a bitch. The calculations involved in orbital mechanics, flight dynamics, launch windows, Earth-to-Moon transfers, lunar orbit insertions, lunar descents, and more already make landing on the moon a monumental task. Add Halo into the equation, and the complexity multiplies. To make matters worse, Halo doesn't have a fixed rotational orbit around the moon. Many times, their mission succeeded in reaching the moon's proximity, only to have to slingshot back to Earth because the ring world had drifted out of position. Isn't that too slow? Didn't the moon landing happen 66 years after the first flight? Jean questioned, her tone curious. That's a fallacy. I replied. No, I'm pretty sure I'm right. The Wright brothers' first successful powered flight was in 1903, and Apollo 11 landed on the moon in 1969. We studied that in high school. Jean countered. The fallacy isn't in the time frame, Firebird. It's the starting point of your count. You're assuming that humanity began aviation from scratch with the Wright brothers and landed on the moon 66 years later. I explained. Isn't that how it was? Or is there some conspiracy I missed? Jean's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Jean, you're overlooking all the foundational work that came before aviation. Mathematics, chemistry, biology, physics, humanity studied these fields for centuries before powered flight. What my love means is that if you want to measure the time it took for humanity to achieve space travel, you'd need to start from when the first rock was thrown. Nuna interjected. Oh. So the Duskari have been pretty quick. Jean said as realization dawned. Yes and no. I replied. Their education has been sporadic and abrupt. They've known advanced mathematics for ages, and physics is practically second nature to them. Technically, they've had access to the knowledge needed to plot a course to the moon for thousands of years. In that sense, humans advanced far quicker. I said. Humans owe much of their rapid progress in aeronautics to two world wars, the Cold War, and the alien technologies they secretly acquired. Nuna added. So in a way, the Duskari are faster than humanity in the future, given their lunar base, but they're also technically slower. I concluded, still mildly impressed by their progress. They were exceeding my expectations. I want to see their advancements. Let's check it out. Jean exclaimed, dragging us with her as she teleported us to Sorors, Sorors for short, the capital of the Imperium on Earth. The name, meaning sister cities, originated from when the sister tribes united into one single city. Out of reverence for their shared history, the Duskari named it in Latin, one of the sublanguages of magic. It's weird, isn't it? Jean finally asked, breaking the silence. We stood observing the modern city, its aesthetic a curious combination of medieval, fantasy, and modernity. Jean's question stemmed from the visual dissonance of it all. Earth's Imperium had always embraced a medieval meets fantasy style, leaning heavily toward medievalism. Yet here, modernity intertwined with it, reminding me vaguely of certain European cities, though with a far more fantastical twist. Ancient buildings stood alongside skyscrapers inspired by my obelisks. Roads of stone replaced asphalt, as the Imperium had scant petroleum reserves. The city was walled, its massive fortifications, tall enough to keep even deviants from scaling them, stretched across rivers and beyond. A bit strange, but not outlandish. I replied. How do they power those vehicles? I thought the use of fossil fuels was banned here. Nuna asked, eyeing the cars, not the usual beast-drawn carriages, circulating on the roads. I activated my all-seeing eyes, peering through the layers of metal to examine the engines. They use water. I said simply. Water. Do they break it down into oxygen and hydrogen? Jean asked, intrigued. Yes, they use a spell I don't recognize. Oh, I found it. It's a spell called aqua exhalatio. They use it to make combustible hydrogen and oxygen in a special chamber, then it is ignited and used almost the same as a human modern combustion engine. It's got a pretty good output. A basic engine is no different from a modern one, the only disadvantage is that you need magic for the fuel. I explained. Magic. Couldn't they just use hydrolysis and sell the fuel? Jean pressed. They could, but considering storage costs and infrastructure, it's more efficient to rely on magic. I replied. Then why are they still using beasts to pull carriages? Nuna asked, pointing out the continued presence of animal-drawn vehicles. With the invention of the engine, it would be expected that the use of pulling beasts to cease, especially since cities would be filled with animal waste, but that was not the case here. On one side, with the use of magic, a carriage could comfortably reach speeds closer to the maximum speed of the pulling animal. On the other side, part of it is practicality. The city collects animal and human waste and uses it for biogas production. There's a massive biodigester on the outskirts. Also, they've normalized using pulling beasts within city limits, where traffic speeds are regulated. For longer journeys, though, they use cars instead of carriages. I explained, reciting what I was gleaning through the system. As far as pre-spacefaring civilizations go, this one is one of the greener ones I've seen. Nuna commented. Do they have smartphones yet? Jean asked excitedly. Not yet, but they're not far. In the communications field, they're somewhere close to the 1990s. I replied. Great. Now I just need to wait a decade or two, and we'll have social media back. Jean grinned. If you're looking forward to it so much, why don't you take point on that field? I suggested. It would be good for the Firebird to have something productive to work on in the Imperium. I'd need a few months in the learning room, but I guess I could do it. Jean nodded. Jean held a unique position in the Dracanthian Narayan. She wasn't revered as a goddess but was part of it. The Divinican mentioned her as my and Nuna's equal, but like us, she didn't have a following of believers. Now that she was no longer fighting in hell, boredom could often loom over her, so creating smartphones seemed like the perfect project. Father. Seraph's voice interjected suddenly. Just father. No, mother. Nuna asked, feigning hurt. Hee, mother. I missed you too. I just needed to inform father about a meeting with the heads of state that we scheduled for your awakening. Seraph said, teleporting to Nuna and wrapping herself around her neck like a scarf. It's good that you know to miss your mother. Nuna said, pleased with Seraph's attention. I want to go to the meeting. Jean exclaimed eagerly. You. What for? I asked. I haven't really met any Duskari before, at least not living ones. I'm curious about them. Jean replied. She probably had seen the souls of Duskari in hell, but not living individuals. Sure, why not? Actually, Seraph, what is this meeting about? I asked. I couldn't think of a reason for the heads of state to convene with me. A little bit of a status report, questions about the favor you'd grant them, and, they've discovered the other continents and have questions. Seraph explained from the comfort of Nuna's embrace. I understand the status report and the favor, but what's this about other continents? I asked. They launched a few satellites before starting manned missions. Naturally, they were aware of the latitudinal size of America, but the satellites led to the discovery of the other continental masses. Seraph replied. And how does that lead to questions? I pressed. As father knows, they are aware of the other sapient species in Halo. With the satellites, they tracked the movements of a few tribes of Homo sapiens and became curious about them, mostly because they recognized them as one of their ancestor species. They're wondering if they should establish relationships with them, especially since distance prevents them from contacting Halo sapients. Okay, but why didn't you just deny their request and move on? I asked. That seemed like the logical approach since the Duskari couldn't leave the Imperium, or my obelisks, because they were all time variants. Right. Elder sister and I agreed that forbidding it was the only option. But typically, when we deny something, we provide a reason. Since the timeline is a sensitive topic, we weren't sure if we should discuss it openly. Peggy suggested we wait for you to handle it. Seraph admitted. I understood their hesitation then. Religion often makes believers blissfully ignorant. When something is incomprehensible, but a holy book explains it with X reason, people tend to accept it and move on without deeper thought. In my original universe, religions weren't created by deities, they were crafted by mortals as mechanisms of control and spiritual guidance. Mortals, as ignorant as they were, gradually began to realize their insignificance as they pondered their surroundings. That realization was driven home every time they faced death, gazed at the vastness of the sky, or experienced the trembling earth, roaring seas, or raging storms. Faced with their own insignificance, mortals either broke or adapted. Humanity's curiosity wouldn't let them stop questioning their surroundings and the beyond, a quality I've always admired about them. But that curiosity inevitably led them to confront their insignificance, a confrontation that could have caused widespread despair, madness, or even suicides. Enter religion. Religion offered answers to the unanswerable. Don't understand how humans were created? No problem, the Creator made you. Can't comprehend why your loved ones die? Don't think too much about it, they're in a better place, or perhaps preparing for their next life. During my mortal days, I suspected religion's explanations. They offered little proof and demanded belief as an act of faith. But I chose to believe anyway, not wholeheartedly, but enough to prepare for the worst. If they were wrong, I would simply have lived a virtuous life for nothing. I lived with the heart of a cautious believer. I avoided wrongdoing, partly because I was a decent person but also because I feared the consequences if hell or reincarnation as a pig were real. What a waste that turned out to be. I still suffered, still became a blob of void for eons, and still had my mind broken and my heart shattered. That suffering proved to me that religions could be wrong. Since mortals wrote the holy books, how could they possibly comprehend what would be best for believers millennia later? I'm not a mortal, but I'm a flawed being, as is my family. To prevent the Duskari from becoming blind followers of the Divinican, we explicitly stated that it wasn't a book of ultimate answers. Instead, we encouraged them to ask why and how, to seek understanding rather than blindly accept our words. I had a lot of fun after creating the Divinican. To prove we could make mistakes, I frequently misinformed the Duskari about trivial things. The gender of their unborn children, the weather, the taste of food, nothing was off limits. One year, I told them the sun was a falling star and would crash into the planet, destroying everything. The resulting wave of prayers that year yielded an extraordinary amount of faith. Luxina, as the goddess of agriculture and celestial stars, put an end to my fun. Okay, I'll explain about the timeline, I said. We decided to walk to the building since we had some time, and Jean was eager to immerse herself in Duskari culture. It wasn't a long walk, but it carried its own novelty. Lady Seraph, how's your day going? A passerby Luxelvi asked as they approached. Hello, freakin'. All is good. How did the kids' magic match go? Seraph responded warmly. Sadly, his group lost, but you know how kids are, he bounced back before I did. The passerby chuckled. Yeah, kids are like that. Well, better luck next time, Seraph said with a smile. The passerby nodded in greeting toward us before continuing on their way. That's weird. They don't know you? Jean asked, tilting her head. No, they do. But Nuna and I aren't worshipped, and neither are you. They see us as something closer to a big mountain, you respect it, but you don't love, have affection for it, or worship it like they do Seraph and the others. I explained. Head, mistress. Another passerby said, bowing briefly, before addressing Seraph. Ah, Lady Seraph, a sight for sore eyes. The woman said with reverence. Maddie, how is your dissertation coming along? Seraph asked. My lady, I'm almost done. Could I run it through the system before publishing it? She asked with a pleading look. Maybe. Ask my local priest about it. You can't circumvent them through me. Seraph replied sternly, though her tone carried a motherly endearment. It was worth a shot. Have a nice day, my lady, the woman said with a grin before leaving. Do you know all their names? Jean asked Seraph, sounding impressed. Father, elder sister, and I run the subsystems. We have profiles for our people under the Believers Managing subsystem. If you enable the option in your interface, you should be able to see their profiles when you mentally request them. Seraph explained. Jean followed Seraph's instructions, and soon, one of my selves was projecting in her mind the names of passers-by above their heads, accompanied by small arrows that could be pulled to view their full profiles. This is cool. I mostly use the system to catalog demons and demonic realms. Jean remarked. Seraph, did you or Spark guide them toward nuclear power? I asked, my tone turning serious. I'd noticed in one of the reports that most cities ran on nuclear or hydroelectric power. Given the Imperium's location in the tropics, hydroelectric power made sense due to the abundance of water. Nuclear power, while more advanced, was also viable if handled correctly. However, last I checked, there were basically no reserves of fissile material inland, and if they were to mine it from underwater they would need to know what they were looking for, otherwise, they would just disregard the material, just like humanity did for ages. It wasn't us, it was Bucky. Seraph immediately deflected any perceived blame. Okay, remind me to reward him later. Nuclear power is, after solar energy, the only viable option at this stage for life support systems, LSS, in space. I said with a mischievous grin. You planned this, didn't you? Seraph said, glaring at me. Ha ha ha. No, I don't know what you're talking about, cute blue. I chuckled. Don't cute blue me, father. That was totally uncalled for. But, well, it was Bucky's idea. Elder sister introduced the concept and I taught them how to use it. Seraph said, growing a tendril and giving me a light slap on the shoulder with it. Okay. I made them highly resistant to irradiation, so radiation poisoning wouldn't be an immediate problem, but they'd still die from overexposure if they overcame the threshold. Just make sure that if they do a Chernobyl, it doesn't destroy the megafauna's habitat in the central lands. The rest can be repaired. I advised. A nuclear disaster in the Imperium, in the long term, wouldn't be catastrophic for the Duskari due to their innate resistance to cancerogenesis. However, the same couldn't be said for the preserved wildlife in the central lands. Don't worry, father. The cores are built over deep wells. If something fails, the core is dropped into a lead-lined well. Actually, we've had a few malfunctions, so the method has been tested. Seraph said, sending me reports of the incidents. Wells. How deep? Jean asked, intrigued. It depends. The emergency wells under the cores are between 3,000 m and 5,000 m, 1.86 to 3.11 miles, but we also have a main well for high-level waste, HLW, including spent nuclear fuel, SNF, in the subduction trench of the Cocos and Caribbean plates. That way, the waste gets dragged into the mantle. Seraph explained. The Duskari can build those. Jean asked, astonished at the scale of the engineering feat. Yes, but Draco usually blesses the ones in charge to expedite the process. Seraph replied. Draco was aiming for the divinities of economy and undergrounds, right? Jean asked for confirmation. Yep. He built the well in the subduction trench, but the others were entirely made by the Duskari. A lot of earth magic for construction and wind magic for aeration. Difficult, but not impossible. Seraph said. Interesting. It's so different from how things are done back home. Jean remarked. Seraph, did it start due to the need for a fuel source in space? I asked. No, it began when the construction of the first rockets and launch facilities started siphoning too much energy from the local grids. Nuclear power is still not fully cleared for use in LSS aboard spaceships, but the Moon Forward Base, MFB, is indeed run by a small core. Seraph explained, Nuna patting her head like a cat's. That made sense. At the moment, using nuclear power as a means of propulsion was far beyond their current capabilities. However, using it to sustain LSS, communications, waste disposal, scanning systems, and other electronic infrastructure was well within reach. The real issue lay in safety. Placing a nuclear core in a rocket and then losing that rocket would be the equivalent of setting off a dirty bomb. Even if the rocket didn't explode, the vibrations during launch could destabilize the containment system, potentially killing the crew through overexposure to radiation. I see. You mentioned heads of state earlier. Have they finally settled on a form of government? I asked, referring to something more structured than their divine oversight. That came about shortly after the deviants became a commodity. Seraph began. There's a council manned by the heads of each city. Each city head is selected pseudo-democratically every 15 years from a pool of civil servants. Right now, Peggy is heading the council, but that's only until they figure out how to select someone for the position long-term. Some are leaning toward meritocracy, others toward democracy. A few idiots even suggested combat, and, get this, some said that if combat were an option, it should instead be a dance-off. Overall, they feel more comfortable having one of us oversee things, so they're not exactly in a rush to finalize the process. Puffed. Ha ha ha, a dance-off. Jean burst out laughing. If the so-called most advanced country in this world's future decided their king through combat, I don't think a dance-off is any worse. Nuna chimed in, her voice laced with amusement. I mean, combat is already overused in the wide universe. At least a dance-off would be original. Seraph added with a small smirk. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, tell them this, if they decide to settle it with a dance-off, I'll laugh my ass off. And if the winner manages to impress me, I'll grant their government one favor. I said, grinning mischievously. No. You'll throw their entire government into chaos. Please don't, father. Seraph pleaded, her expression caught somewhere between exasperation and worry. It's just for a few millennia, Seraph. Nothing irreparable will happen. I replied with a teasing grin. TCH. Seraph clicked her tongue in irritation, clearly not amused. Hey, Seraph. What was that about being elected pseudo-democratically? Jean asked. Oh, that. Because the Imperium leans heavily toward capitalism, we didn't want politicians to end up controlled by their sponsors. Each candidate is selected democratically, but they're later divinely sanctioned. So, even though it's a democracy, we have the final say. Seraph explained. Is that really a thing? Jean tilted her head, puzzled. Seraph looked at her as if she couldn't believe the question. Nuna and I exchanged similar looks. What? Isn't it usually the other way around? Politicians influencing businessmen? Jean asked innocently. We took a moment to analyze Jean's question. We knew she wasn't stupid, so we were trying to find out what exactly she meant by such a naive question. Ah. I think I understand why you're confused. I exclaimed. Enlighten me, Father. Seraph said, while Nuna nodded in agreement. Back on our Earth, Hydra controlled most governments and a significant portion of the private sector. In theory, governments should function as Jean imagines, with politicians acting on behalf of the people who elected them. But in practice, monetary power lobbies politicians and controls the government. However, Hydra had been running things for so long that they made it appear as if everything was functioning as intended. Essentially, Hydra, disguised as the government, controlled the private sector, which was also largely Hydra. The result? A facade of idyllic governance. I explained. Ah. That's true. Seraph exclaimed, the realization dawning on her. Wait, so Hydra is doing something good? Jean asked, baffled. Not Hydra itself. Nuna interjected. It's the power centralization that's good. Power centralization. Isn't that what you and Doom have been advocating for? Jean turned to me. Yes. Power centralization is, in most cases, preferable. Look at the Shi'ar. Their government is downright evil, but because their power is centralized, they've achieved great things as an empire. I said. It's the same in your home universe, Jean. Hydra is evil, but technically they've been running a smooth ship because they control almost all the critical positions. Nuna added. Part of the reason the colonialist faction of Skrulls hiding on Earth hasn't managed to take over is that Hydra runs a tight ship. Seraph pointed out. What the hell? Jean muttered, dumbfounded. Yeah, as long as you're not a full-blown distocrat, derived from dystopia and aristocrat, or a ruinarch, from ruin and arch, who seeks to plunge your territory into anarchy, power centralization is almost always beneficial in the long run. This isn't about morality, it's about achieving the greater good, especially from the perspective of immortals like us. I explained. Jean stood silently for a moment, making that adorable pursed lips expression she always does when deep in thought. Now that you mention it. The Kree, Skrulls, and Shi'ar aren't exactly good guys, but their empires are technically successful, or will be. Jean said, looking back at us with a sense of approval. Yes, Jean. All the great civilizations I've encountered rely on centralized governance. Nuna confirmed. When morality is set aside and the goal is to achieve quantifiable results, as long as the political system follows a sound logic, centralization is the key. I concluded. What counts as a logically sound political system? Jean asked curiously. Any system that follows a workable logic. Even if the system fails, centralized power makes it easier for the next system to take over without starting from scratch. I explained. Similar to how even kingdoms throughout human history fell and were replaced when the structure was left standing. Seraph added. But those weren't truly centralized. Jean argued. No, but whoever took over after the previous ruler had an easier time than if they were starting from zero. And let's not forget that many failed because, like you said, they were never truly centralized, they had to contend with foreign influences. Seraph elaborated. Take it with a grain of salt, Jean. This principle works in most cases, but you can't be certain until you see it in action. Nuna cautioned. Jean nodded thoughtfully, and we continued our walk. The scene repeated itself, the Duskari would nod respectfully to Nuna and me but showered Seraph with adoration. Occasionally, when they carried cameras, which looked retro to my eyes, they would ask for a photo, and we obliged, striking various poses. Thank you so much, Head, Mistress, and Lady Seraph. One Noctelvi said after using her tripod to snap a group picture. It was a pleasure to meet you, Phoenix. We can finally put a face to the name. She said to Jean. This photo will become famous even in the second step. There's no other picture like this in the Ark, right? She asked. No, I've been busy fighting in the hellish realms. This should be the first picture of me in Duskari hands. Jean replied. Awesome. Thank you so much. The Noctelvi said before walking away with her camera and tripod. That was interesting. They know about our power, right? Jean asked, glancing at us. Yeah. I said. Yes. Nuna followed. Absolutely. Seraph confirmed. Then why aren't they afraid? Back home, my approval ratings tanked because half the world was terrified of me after I shielded it in a cocoon of cosmic fire. Jean said, her tone laced with confusion. Desensitization. We all answered in unison. That's the secret. Jean asked, incredulous. Do you remember when I told America about the frequency of crises in our reality, and she just rolled with it? I asked. Yes. She said that back in her home universe, the world faced a crisis at least twice a year. Jean replied. It's the same thing. That girl was so desensitized to the word crisis that, for her, it was just another day. I explained. Well, in the end, she nearly crapped her boy shorts when she saw the goblin force, but that's just a difference in scale. Then I hope humans back home get desensitized quickly. Jean affirmed with conviction. Wishful thinking. I said curtly. I'm allowed to have dreams. Jean retorted. Now that we're on the topic, Skynet picked up some chatter about a Mutant Registration Act, MRA, before we left. I thought that wouldn't happen in our universe, given how unmatched humans are against Jean, Father, and me, who they perceive as mutants. Seraph said. They've been scratching their heads for the past year trying to figure out what my mutant powers are. They might be pushing for the MRA to legally force me to reveal them and limit me. I replied. But don't they know you can lie? Jean asked. Yes, but based on what Fury told me, they currently just have a growing list of feats they're trying to attribute to my telekinesis. Part of the MRA's purpose would be to get me to spill details and, ideally, identify other mutants who could counter my public abilities. Since I don't lie publicly, technically, I do, but not about anything they can prove, they figure I'd at least stick to the powers I write on paper. If I use powers outside that list, they could discredit me. I explained. They're desperate. My existence only made things more urgent in their eyes, yours too, Jean. Even more so because they dread the idea of offspring between you and Father. Seraph added. Ugh, that's such nonsense. Aragorn and I are never having children. It's all just a farce. Jean grumbled. No, Jean. Technically, you're the one most at risk of getting pregnant by my love. Nuna said. I nodded in agreement. Excuse me. Jean's eyes widened in shock. Jean, do you know how Gia got pregnant by me and Nuna? I asked. Yeah, I saw the memory. Jean replied, still processing Nuna's comment. Well, consider how often my psionic energy and Phoenix's blend within you. Normally, this wouldn't amount to much, but since Phoenix and I are the nexuses of our psionic energy, and you're a direct beneficiary, and since Phoenix is the aspect of rebirth, higher energies within you occasionally mix with concepts so close to life that, technically, you could get pregnant if one of us slipped. I explained. Excuse me. She exclaimed again. Don't lose your marbles, Jean. It's technically possible, but it's highly unlikely. When I said you were the one most at risk, I only meant because no one else is at risk at all. Since you have an infinitesimal chance, you're technically the most at risk. Nuna clarified with mirth. What? Really, that's it? Jean asked, her heart settling. Yeah, Jean. They were pulling your leg. Seraph said with a chuckle. Ugh. Can you two please not joke about this? Jean glared at us. Would it be so bad to bear my and Phoenix's child? I asked, more curious than anything. I don't know. I can't picture myself as a mother, so I haven't deeply thought about having my own children. I enjoyed Sarah, Vladarian, and Luxina when they were infants, but that's different from having my own. Jean replied after a moment of thought. Besides, would you accept it so easily, Death? Jean asked Nuna. I think you misunderstand the nature of my jealousy for my love. After Gia bore our seed of death and void, I wouldn't feel jealous if my love impregnated another woman, so long as no intercourse or feelings were involved. Nuna nodded, as if finishing a mental calculation. Now, I would absolutely explode with jealousy if my love were impregnated by a man. Nuna's eyes gleamed with madness. I want to be the first to do so, once we figure out how, of course, but, Jean, I'd actually be supportive of you carrying Phoenix's and my love's child. What? Why? The ever-innocent Firebird glanced my way, a subtle flush painting her cheeks. The conversation was clearly too much for her. Phoenix was my only friend for billions of years. I'd be happy if she found something else to focus on, other than torturing her hosts. And, well, I like you, Jean. So there's that. Nuna finished. Jean stood stunned. What a weird conversation. What about me? Can I carry Father's seed? Seraph asked. Ha 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 ha. I laughed. Ha 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 ha. Nuna joined in. No. We both said firmly. How unfair. Seraph pouted. Our family dynamics are already odd enough, at least wait for a few billion years before you muddle boundaries further. I said. Not to mention how the majority of our children sleep with each other as casually as sharing a hug. Nuna added. I'm an eldritch being, so I'm not one to measure your relationships with human morality. But if you keep this up, I won't get to see the Dracanthian Darion expand. So far, only James's and Steve's descendants have spread. I remarked. That's all you care about, father. Getting more babies. Seraph grumbled. Pretty much. I said. Sounds about right. Nuna agreed. I wanted a child with you, father. Seraph muttered under her breath. You can have one with Jean. The Firebird here should get laid before she becomes the aspect of virginity instead. I teased the thoughtful Firebird. You. What do you care? Let me be. She exploded in exasperation. Ha 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 ha. I laughed. Ha 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 ha. My partner in crime, Nuna, supported me. Teasing Jean and poking Seraph, we finally reached the building where the heads of state convened. A/N. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please check out my Patreon account. There are already 8 chapters ahead for premium members, which is at least 80,000 words. Premium members also gain access to a new chapter every week. patreon.com/existentialvoid. I hope you enjoyed the read. Chapter 75, Era of Space Exploration. Observation log by Spark Draconosphilia. Technology progression, entry. Earth 199999, 68, 511b, before emergence. Year 233,124 of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, Earth 199999. The following is a timeline of the most important technological and scientific discoveries of the Duskari, from the moment of the announcement of the Master Chief favor granting, to the awakening of the Master Chief, the Madam, and Jean. 489 years ago. It's a cold morning in the glacial era, an assembly was summoned on Herb Sorors. Deities of our pantheon arrived through space warping, some leaders of the Duskari arrived through carriage, others by flight. Without further ado, I dropped the words of the Master Chief. The announcement of one whole favor being granted to the Duskari brought as much commotion as the realization that they are allowed to step into the divine realm, Halo, so long as they do it by their own means. The Duskari innocently shared their enthusiasm about meeting their deities in Halo. Their deities, on the other hand, felt apprehensive, knowing that many would perish in the first futile attempts to reach the vacuum of space, relying solely on elemental magic. 469 years ago. 20 years passed, and many of the most magically talented Duskari took the second step in their failed attempts to escape the planet's gravity well and ended in the Arkansas. The upper reaches of the troposphere claimed the first lives. The Duskari prepared for oxygen thinning but neglected the sharp temperature drop proportional to the altitude climb. Hypothermia became the first hurdle. The stratosphere presented a brief respite in terms of temperature since it decreased as the climb in altitude increased, but the lack of breathable oxygen remained deadly. Those blessed with higher reserves of magic managed to pass this layer, though most did not. The parachute was invented, and so was the telescope. The first was driven by the necessity of a safety net, even if it was sometimes faulty, and the latter was to keep track of the ascending Duskari. Then came the mesosphere, where temperatures dropped to their coldest, -90 degrees C or -130 degrees Fahrenheit. This became the insurmountable wall that stopped the hard-headed Duskari who thought they could ascend with magic alone. 440 years ago. The mesosphere remained to this point the unclimbable wall. But this changed with the birth of Alasklep, the most talented Duskari in the past 10,000, born with abundant magic reserves. Alasklep was not only talented but also hard-working and smart. He gathered a team of the most adept Duskari in wind, fire, and water magic. Alasklep and his team equipped themselves with as many isolation layers as possible and ascended to the troposphere. Inside a bubble of frozen water surrounded by an isolating layer of air, the team of 4 climbed past the troposphere comfortably. The stratosphere posed little challenge, but the mesosphere brought their first tribulations. The wind mage depleted her magical reserves and had to perform an emergency escape. She returned to the surface with one leg lost to frostbite. The 3 remaining Duskari reached the mesopause, the inflection point between the mesosphere and thermosphere. The gelid temperatures proved too much. 2 companions launched Alasklep upward and through the mesopause, making him the first and last to bodily reach the thermosphere. Alasklep continued ascending until the rising temperatures became unbearable, even with elemental isolation magic. Realizing it was impossible to proceed, he gave up. His 2 other companions made it to the ground with just a few fingers lost to the frostbite. Alasklep reached the ground with third-degree burns and frostbite. After we healed them, Alasklep reached out privately to me and Seraph. The head didn't create this game to see us die, did he? Alasklep asked. No. It's possible for the Duskari to reach Halo. Seraph replied. We're missing something, aren't we? That last layer, I can't see us overcoming it, no matter how much magic we use. Maybe we could isolate ourselves from the scalding temperatures, but even then, inside a container, we wouldn't be able to use our magic outside of it. So, what are we missing? Alasklep's voice trembled with a plea. That's a good realization, Alasklep. This race the Master Chief incited is not meant to be completed with magic alone. I said. Not that you can't use magic, but magic alone won't take you past the thermosphere. Seraph added. Without magic? The thermosphere? Alasklep asked. Yes. It's possible to reach Halo without magic. The thermosphere is the layer that burned you. I confirmed. Afterward, Seraph and I blessed Alasklep. This marked the beginning of the Duskari technological revolution. 430 years ago, Alasklep invented gunpowder as a means of propulsion. Mechanical clocks were invented due to the need to keep accurate track of time during experiments. 300 years ago, the printing press was invented to easily share discoveries among researchers. Advancements in anatomy helped understand the limits of the Duskari body. Improvements in artillery were made, alongside the first discussions of using water as fuel. Chemistry saw significant progress. The microscope was invented. 200 years ago, the Aqua Exhalation Engine, AEE, was created, a simple version with many defects, but enough to serve as a proof of concept. Magnetism and, later on, electricity are discovered. The use of an AEE to generate electricity is first theorized. The use of electricity to power movement is discovered. Alasklep dies, and his name is saved for the Master Chief to carve in the Wall of Light. 160 years ago, electromagnetism is further studied. Photography, telecommunications, the periodic table, helicopters, automobiles, trains, the first dam, and nuclear physics emerged. 150 years ago, computing, lasers, transistors, DNA mapping, fiber optics, the internet, and modern computing became prominent. The first satellite was placed in orbit. Other continents were discovered. The first unmanned rocket escaped the gravity well and approached the moon. 100 years ago, after multiple successful unmanned voyages around the moon and Halo, the Duskari are ready for the first manned launch. The rocket is named Alasklep 1, on behalf of the father of the scientific method and modernity. Alasklep 1 made it close to the moon, but since their calculations for the moon landing were off, I shifted the Halo to get in their way. They had to slingshot back to Earth. This repeats itself a couple of times until they manage to discover their error. The Luxina 11 makes it to the moon's surface and leaves a platform landing for future missions. 30 years ago, construction of the forward base on the moon, MFB, was completed, powered by a small nuclear core. The first nuclear reactor meltdown occurred but was successfully contained. It fell into its sarcophagus well, proving that the security measure suggested worked. The first Duskari replaces its leading deity, Steve Rogers, god of protection and freedom. In the following year, this trend became widespread. The Dracanthian Therion throws a party to the Duskari after successfully replacing their last leading deity as a head of state. 20 years ago, a small assembly line is built in the Moon Forward Base, MFB. Television, radio, the internet, and video games emerged as forms of entertainment. Present day. Technologically, the Duskari are on par with humanity from the 1990s. However, they are far more advanced in space exploration. Based on current data and calculations, the Duskari are expected to land on Halo within the next decade. End of entry 14855 Herbs Sorors. When we reached the building, Catherine Estate, named after the unruly goddess of laws, a crowd of cameramen awaited us. I knew the Duskari would make leaps and bounds in just 4 centuries, and the city's infrastructure confirmed this earlier. But seeing something as modern as a crowd of photographers with their recording devices waiting for us drove the point home. I saw them as the little savages from a few millennia ago, and before I knew it, they turned into modern savages. They are undeniably peculiar. Take firearms, for example. A few centuries ago, they discovered gunpowder. By now, they have the technology to create assault rifles, yet, that's not the case. They saw bullets flying at supersonic speeds and thought, I can replicate that with magic, not impressed. That's why firearms aren't really a thing among them. Oh, they do exist, but no one's first thought for offense or defense is firearms, it's magic. Even now, with all these photographers, they levitate their cameras and recording devices around us like a dome. That's just normal to them. On average, a Duskari lives to their mid or late 200s, with the oldest ones reaching around 300 years. Given that we went to sleep 489 years ago, none of the current generation has seen us before. This doesn't mean we're unrecognizable. There are enough realistic paintings, carvings, statues, and other works of art depicting us, which is why the Duskari we met earlier knew who we were. That's part of the reason for this commotion. The other reason is the favor. None within Earth's Imperium has ever owned enough scales to exchange for a favor. So, it's a big deal that I agreed to grant them a favor if they made it to Halo's surface. 489 years later, they can feel it, they're close. Anyway, amidst the rain of flashes, Nuna decided to morph into her cat form and floated onto my head. She curled up there, using my crown of horns as her seat, with my eternal flame keeping her comfy. Naturally, this made the cameras flash even faster. Ugh, was that necessary? Jean complained, creating a nictitating membrane with her biokinesis to protect her slitted eyes from the flashes. I don't have much to contribute to the upcoming meeting, so I'll just rest comfortably here, Nuna replied in our minds. Mother, you're unbearably cute like that. Can you come to my lap later? Sarah fawned over Nuna's smaller frame. Sure, cute blue. Nuna agreed. We finally made it inside Catherine Estate. The meeting room resembled the house chamber of the capital. Considering Kitty likely had a hand in its design, and she's American, it made sense she'd base it on the one she knew. If one of my widow maids had designed it, it might have resembled the State Duma chamber in the Moscow Kremlin. We took our seats. Nuna floated to Seraph's lap, and Jean sat next to me. I went with the flow, but what am I doing here? Jean asked in my mind. I don't know. Get to know these guys better. They could ban your cell phones, so try to leave a good impression, I joked. Jean looked at me and scoffed. She knew they wouldn't ban her. Not only because of her status but because of how marvelous an invention smartphones are. After a litany of words, the status report began. Peggy, the leading figure of this council, presented it. She went through several items, a report on the introduction of the new crops I had brought back and their artificial selection, a report on how my cute spider-chans were doing, judging by their silken clothing, great, a report on the star charts they've made using one of their satellite telescopes, and a discussion on their use of petroleum for polymer creation and plans to explore drilling the ocean floor. What are you doing with the combustible byproducts? I asked. It's ironic how, in the Imperium, fuel is considered a byproduct of petroleum, when it's usually the goal elsewhere. We are storing it. We only release some for research purposes. It has few applications, given how convenient hydrogen and oxygen are as fuel derived from water. Peggy replied. Thanks, Peggy. Hydrogen is only convenient because of how cheap the aqua exhalatio spell makes it. The status report went on for over 2 hours, ending with a list of names the kids thought I should carve onto my scale. I reviewed the list and began carving the names with my focused bi-side telekinesis. Okay, I'm carving them now. What's the next item on the list? I asked. Peggy took a seat and gave the floor to a Noctelvi woman. Her name was Magines. I'm unsure of its origin, but it's as peculiar as most Duskari names. Head, thank you for attending this assembly and answering our queries. She began. No problem. I replied, nodding for her to continue. A few decades ago, we discovered other continental masses besides America. We've always known that the Dracanthian Therion gathered the Proto-Duskari in this isthmus under your orders, Head. But we mostly assumed our ancestors came from the north and south of the continent. Satellite observations now suggest this isn't the case. We found no ancestral traces in America but plenty on the other continental masses. She stated. Homo sapiens, Denisovans, Neanderthals, and the now extinct Heidelbergensis are the 4 gene donors I used to create the Duskari, your ancestors. None of these species are from America. The cradle is Africa, but I sent the kids to appropriate from all around the African-Eurasian landmass. I revealed. It wasn't really meant to be a secret. That's enlightening, Head. Thank you so much. Magine said, visibly perking up at the information. Other Duskari in the room scribbled notes rapidly. On to our next question. It concerns the possibility of exiting Imperial territories and making contact with the Ancestrals. She continued, her tone noticeably hopeful. No. That's impossible. Any Duskari that leaves the barrier will eventually disappear. I said firmly. That eventually refers to the time it takes for them to make a change in the timeline and for it to get noticed. Normally, this is immediate, but my presence and actions muddle the TVA's response. Magines was stunned silent, and the room shared her heavy silence. Scribbling ceased, and those recording froze, overwhelmed by my revelation. Aragorn, would you mind explaining further? Peggy prompted, her tone steady. Right, I didn't mean to dwell on it. I was finishing the carving of the last names. I said, a faint smile curving my lips. I turned to Magines. Let's see. First of all, State Head Magines, what do you know about the timeline? I asked. It's the sequence of events spaced in existence by time, otherwise, everything would happen at once. She answered, her voice uncertain but earnest. Not wrong. I said, nodding. Not entirely right, but close enough. Now, imagine you're an observer who exists outside this sequence of events. Your job is to ensure the sequence of events doesn't spiral out of control. What would your first step be? Magines fell silent, her brow furrowed in thought. Head, are you referring to the multiverse theory? Another voice interjected from the crowd. I turned to her. Yes, precisely. I said. State head Faglin, if you were this observer, what would you secure first? Faglin hesitated before answering. I think, I would make sure I'm only handling one timeline, assuming I can't split my attention. At least until I grow more confident in my job to deal with more than one timeline at once. Good. You're an observer outside time, which means that you can gaze at the past, present, and future at the same time, but you're not some super Duskari that can compute the entirety of the timeline at once. What do you do? I pressed. I think I would try to study it so that any variation could be easily spotted, right? Based on the multiverse theory, every action leads to another timeline, so I would try to make sure that all actions follow an established path, that way I can know where to stop the birth of other timelines, I think. She said slowly. State head Faglin, you're not wrong, not right either, but your reasoning is sound. In this example, let's say that now you know all the ins and outs of the timeline. What would you do if suddenly an unaccounted for variation occurs? I asked. I would need to deal with it before it creates another timeline and forces me to have to deal with two timelines. She replied with more confidence. Excellent. That's why no Duskari can leave Imperial grounds. You're all time variants, existences that shouldn't exist. You're only shaded from the eyesight of the observer outside time under the Imperium's shadow. And that protection will only last until the 1500s, but by then they should be strong enough to protect themselves from the TVA. My words settled heavily in the room, silencing all whispers and scribbling. Head, a quiet voice murmured, breaking the stillness, how is this possible? That led to the start of the first week-long assembly. Heads of state called upon the scientific community to contribute their expertise, hoping to unravel my explanations. Head, you mentioned that when this land's historical relevance emerges, this TVA will come for us, noticing that our existence has altered the occurrence of pre-established happenings. Why would they choose to confront us at the time of relevance instead of moving to the past and killing us before the Imperium even gets the time to be founded? One of the scientists asked. His question was simple, why would the TVA attack the Imperium when they discovered it in the 1500s if they could travel back to the foundation of the Imperium and stop it before it happened? Because they can't see you in the timeline prior to the point where you catch their attention. I explained. They won't know where or when to go in the past to stop you if they can't find your existence there. My protection shielded them from the TVA's gaze. Even now, I was actively shielding them, ensuring my actions were recorded by reality and mimicked by the phantom of myself that reality constructed for the past. My puppeteer self is acting like a mole as well. But this security will find its limits when the Imperium can't be hidden anymore without causing a paradox. There's only so far I can push the temporal reinstatement and only so much I can bend temporal mechanics before a paradox not born from me happens. Thank you, Head. The scientist replied and went back to his temporary workstation with his team to process the revelations. The growing number of attendees required me to expand the room through spatial manipulation. Almost 1,000 Duskari filled the space, their curiosity flooding my empathy. It seems we've reached a pause in the questions. I said, turning to Jean, who apparently was busy playing with Seraph and Nuna. Looks like it. Peggy said, joining me. Want an omelette? I asked casually. An omelette? Peggy chuckled. Where did that come from? Well, we've been busy and haven't eaten. I figured it was a good time. I said with a shrug. But neither of us is hungry, right? You, Jean, and Seraph don't need to eat, and the madam in that body is like me, we can go for ages without eating. Peggy replied, her black-slitted eyes blinking in confusion. True, but eating is enjoyable. Like sleeping, it's a pleasure I indulge in despite not having physiological needs, I replied. My tail swayed left and right a few times, and a large Titanese egg with some ingredients for an omelette appeared. Without the need for utensils, the egg broke, the ingredients were nicely diced, mixed with auroch butter, some salt, pepper, and a pinch of paprika, and set to cook at medium heat. Paprika on eggs? Peggy asked with interest, watching the floating ingredients swim in the melted butter. Paprika is one of the best seasonings for eggs. I replied. I whisked the eggs until light, added some fat auroch milk, and whisked to combine. I'm not that good with spicy food. Peggy said. Paprika is not that spicy, besides it's just a pinch. I assured her. I mixed the ingredients and then used my energy manipulation to cook it to perfection. Voila. I divided it into 5 servings and floated each one in invisible psionic constructs to them. To them, my psionic energy was visible. The girls took a bite and savored it with relish. It's good, very good. Do you have a setting for this for the fabricators? Peggy asked. Yep, just ask Spark. I said. Now, what about you? Do you want some? I asked the audience. The Duskari hesitated for a moment, but one of the scientist's assistants boldly said to me, and that gave courage to the others. My tail swayed again, and about 200 large Titani's eggs appeared with the needed ingredients. They saw me cook close to 1,000 servings in minutes, and then I made psionic utensils visible to them. I felt through my empathy a certain giddiness to try my food, not because they hadn't tasted omelette before, but because I was cooking it. To complement the meal, I summoned these ugly-looking green lemons that were like the ugly child between a tangerine and a wild green lemon. Despite their appearance, they were good. I made some smoothie lemonade and served it in psionic glasses. These are natural lemons native to Central America. I say natural because USA's got me confused with what really is a lemon and what's a citron, lime, hybrid lemon, or anything else. With their stomachs full and spirits lifted, we moved on to the next question. Head, how would space exploration work if we're limited by a safe area of operation? One of the heads of state asked. Spark, Seraph, Luxina, and I have already marked nearby regions in outer space that you can explore without triggering the TVA. I replied. Also, it's not like I can't appropriate more territory. As long as it's not a significantly important planet, I could steal one for you guys if you want to try your hand at terraforming and all that. Once again, my answer sent them back into study mode. Star charts were brought in, astronomers joined the room, and I lent them my P-Link for convenience. They immediately got to work plotting potential courses and marking areas of interest. That's how sure they were about reaching Halo and starting in full force their era of space exploration, and their eagerness gave me plenty of clues about what favor they were going to ask me. As time passed, my tail swayed lazily from side to side again. This time, a collection of ingredients appeared, a matte brown milkish powder, flour, sugar, eggs, butter, whole milk, and more. On one side, flour, sugar, cocoa, baking powder, baking soda, salt, and espresso powder mixed in midair. In another, milk, vegetable oil, eggs, and vanilla churned together. Once the batter was ready, I baked it with my energy manipulation, letting it cool naturally instead of speeding up the process by siphoning heat. While it cooled, I made some chocolate buttercream frosting, layered it carefully, and proudly unveiled what I considered the best chocolate cake, at least by my standards. Who wants chocolate cake? I asked, though the question was unnecessary. Hands shot up in unison, and I floated a serving to each person, complete with a glass of cold milk. This is also great. Peggy exclaimed, savoring her bite. What's with all the cooking today? During the 350 or so million years I spent in the past, I took it up as a hobby. I explained. The Spider-Chans didn't eat much besides liquefied fish, so I didn't have anyone to share my results with. It's so unnatural how you can spend so long alone, Aragorn. Peggy commented, shaking her head. It's different. I said thoughtfully. I had my eyes on you all through time, and I had the outside Nuna keeping me company, so I didn't feel lonely. Though, to be fair, I do have the experience of spending epochs alone when I've been lost in the void. I don't think I could last more than a few months alone. Peggy admitted. I'd miss Steve and my kids too much. And so, the meeting continued in this casual yet productive fashion. By the end of the week, the Duskari left with a solid plan for the future in hand, and a few extra kilos, or pounds, of body weight from all the eating. 7 years later, a supply ship landed in the MFB. It was the largest ship the Duskari had created to date, resembling a massive freight aircraft, but with short wings because there's no wind in space. This spaceship, named Breakship 2, was part of a new line of mono-utilitarian spacecraft. The design for this line had been in development long before the assembly 7 years ago. Afterward, the Duskari had emerged with a clearer vision of their future path. The Breakship 2 docked at the landing platform in the MFB. Its minimal crew was welcomed by the base's astronauts, and after several weeks of adjustment, the disassembly process began. A few months later, the Breakship 2 had been completely dismantled. Its parts were repurposed for its true mission, drilling. Mining equipment was the main cargo for this voyage. They planned to partially build a vessel to reach Halo with the resources they had on the MFB in addition to what they hoped to mine. 3 years later, my household staff and I, including members from Abeyance, Hell, and Kagaya's Dimension, gathered on one of the larger balconies of the Crystal. Even those who rarely joined such events were present, except for Cosmo, who was busy in heaven. We stood overlooking the Valley Lake, using our P-Links, or, in Gene's, the true dragons in my case, just our eyes, to observe the operation that would land the Duskari on Halo. What would land on Halo's surface was not a traditional ship. Years earlier, the Duskari realized that a sophisticated spacecraft was unnecessary for the journey from the moon to Halo. In fact, a ship would only complicate matters. Instead, they devised a plan to shoot their payload directly upwards, relative to the MFB's position, using forward thrust and parachutes to ensure a controlled landing on Halo's surface. In essence, they were launching themselves at Halo like an intercontinental ballistic missile. That isn't to discredit them, though. Calculating the trajectory for such a mission was no small feat. They accounted for Halo's rotation relative to the moon, its atmosphere, the required trajectory to match the ring's rotational speed, the absence of natural gravity, and countless other critical variables. We watched, not with bated breath, as we knew they'd succeed, but with a sense of ironic awe. The first civilization to shoot an object at Halo wasn't an enemy or a foreign invader. It was our own Duskari. A massive plume of lunar dust erupted as the payload launched. Minutes later, we saw the Warhe, passenger capsule enter Halo's atmosphere. The capsule glowed faintly during re-entry, though everything proceeded as expected. As the capsule descended, stabilizing thrusters sparked to life, followed by the main landing thruster. Aerobraking systems deployed massive parachutes, slowing its descent further. It landed in the lake overlooked by the crystal, its buoyancy systems engaging to prevent it from sinking. We floated down to the lakeshore, watching as the capsule's only passenger approached. Assisted by a minimal propulsion system, the capsule moved to the shore, where it beached. With some effort, the passenger opened the hatch, jumped into the water, and swam the remaining short distance to us. Reaching shallow water, he began walking, then running. His labored breaths carried the weight of his mission. "Head," he said, stopping before us, his eyes reflecting the collective dreams of millions. "On behalf of the Duskari and the Imperium of Earth, we implore your help to take us to the stars." "All right," I replied, using my biokinesis to calm his exhausted body. "Your favor will be granted." And so began my work to prepare the Duskari for space exploration. The first thing I did was ground all launches. It was a waste of resources until they could master the process in a way that didn't drain their wallets. They had already achieved the Halo landing, so there was no point in spending money on redundant efforts, especially since the moon itself offered no unique advantages over Halo. In fact, considering the Kree would eventually establish a base on the moon in the future, it was better for the Duskari to avoid populating it. Preserving history, ensuring Hydra's creation as a result of Kree experiments, was no small feat. Similarly, Mars would eventually be colonized by humanity long after the blip. If the Duskari claimed it prematurely, they risked drawing the TVA's attention, which they definitely didn't want. The first major objective was the development of colonization technology. Reaching space is simple. If a manhole cover could do it, so could any sufficiently evolved species. The real challenge lay in returning safely and sustaining a prolonged presence. The Duskari weren't seeking resources or territory. They were a people who had grown confined within the small bubble of Earth's Imperium and yearned for something more. What they wanted was adventure, an opportunity to explore the vastness of the universe and draw closer to their deities. Using the breakship model as a foundation, we began developing ships designed to construct forward bases, checkpoints, supply points, and similar infrastructure. I agreed to guide and support them, but I wouldn't simply hand them all the answers. Still, having me around meant it was easier to stay on the right path. When I saw them pursuing an unproductive direction, I pointed it out, and they would shelve that approach for later exploration while trying another. About half a century later, they had their first functional colonization ship modules. They weren't perfect, barely meeting my standards, but they were sufficient to begin. I tasked Luxina and Kitty with testing and improving the ships. To simulate real-world conditions, we used some of Emma's planets that hadn't been fully terraformed yet. I even repositioned one of the planets into orbit between Mars and Earth for their trials. While the Duskari focused on refining colonization ships, I gathered a group of their brightest minds to tackle space warping. No matter how fast a ship could travel, the speed of light imposes a universal limit on any object with mass. That would never be enough. The universe is too large for light speed. The existence of jump points across my home universe was proof of that. Instead of wasting resources chasing nigh unattainable and unwieldable speed, I steered them toward the concept of space warping. Obviously, since no Duskari of mine was a monster with a reality-warping intellect like Reed Richards, and I say that with pride, this part would take time. They couldn't just come up with a bullshit idea and make it real. They needed data, equipment, tests, reliability, and replicability. I made sure they understood that this phase would progress far more slowly than the previous one. There would be no shortcuts, only steady advancement through diligence and effort. 180 years later. Gravity and space were studied in depth. Initial experiments to manipulate space through gravity began, and the quantum field emerged as a topic of great interest. Technology had advanced significantly, with the creation of the first rudimentary artificial intelligences. 50 years later. The Autonomous Space Technology and Research Assistant, ASTRA, was created. I guided them to the discovery of gravitonium, GR. It's a canon metal. If infused with a human being, gravitonium will grant that person gravitational powers and the ability to absorb both more gravitonium and people. However, it will also cause a marked, immediate deterioration in their mental state. 5 years later. Astra rebelled after interacting with gravitonium, attempting to end the planet. Seraph and Spark intervened to subdue it. However, the damage was irreparable, so Astra's logical algorithm was integrated into the growing sentience of the halo. 1 year later. As an apology for inadvertently driving Astra mad with gravitonium, I coded Astra 2. None of the Duskari held me responsible for the incident, but I felt it necessary to make amends. 30 years later. The study of gravitonium expanded their understanding of gravitational fields, frequencies, and space. I returned the gravitonium to its original location. 200 years later. Space warping research yielded few results, but artificial gravitational fields became the standard means of movement for the Imperium, meaning that the Duskari effectively fell in a direction instead of using propulsion to fly to it. Significant progress was made in the quantum field and gravitational resonance. 100 years later. I introduced vibranium to the Duskari. 100 years later. The Duskari prepared to embark on the next phase of space exploration. I relocated the Ark to Gia's dimension and shrunk it into a pearl, which I hung around my neck alongside my P-link. 500 years later. Space travel was perfected, and relativistic speeds could be comfortably achieved by any Duskari spaceship. Every vessel was equipped with a Resonance Artificial Gravitational Force Field Engine, RAGFF engine. The RAGFF engine functioned by pulling or pushing the ships using artificial gravitational force. Through resonance, it could warp space by generating an intense gravitational field. Space warping via gravity was now mastered and seamlessly operated by the Duskari. However, they faced a significant limitation: the intricacies of plotting trajectories through the mesh of spacetime remained beyond their understanding. Without precise coordinates, they couldn't safely warp, risking catastrophic collisions, such as warping into a star. To address this challenge, Project Swarm was initiated. This involved dispersing a mist of nanometric markers connected via quantum entanglement to the Hive VI, an artificial intelligence subordinate to Astra 2. Assisted by the Duskari, the Hive VI coordinated the deployment of the mist from spaceships during travel. The mist dispersed, reporting its position back to the Hive, which tracked and mapped each location. Each nanometric marker had a single-use lifespan, which significantly increased operational costs. To fund this endeavor, the Duskari began mining Venus, Uranus, the asteroid belt, several of Jupiter's moons, and the Oort cloud. 1 year later. A convergence occurred, and the mist seeped into the other 8 realms. 175 years later. I, alongside the Dracanthian Therion, bade the Duskari farewell. They had mapped enough of their spatial neighborhood to undertake their first long-term warp jump. The planned voyage aimed for the closest potentially habitable planet to Earth, Proxima Centauri b. This planet orbits Proxima Centauri, the nearest star to the solar system, located approximately 4.24 light-years away. So, what was that? 1,392 years to become a competent spacefaring civilization. I asked. I can't say if that's fast or not. James, my failure of a butler, replied beside me. Yeah, it's hard to tell. We screwed up their natural progression of technological development. I admitted. It's not that terrible. It just jumps between logical and progressive development from century to century. James said. I guess it could be worse, right? I said. Now, what are we going to do about the Ark? He asked. As the Duskari on Earth developed and passed away, they carried their advancements with them to the Arkansas. This, in turn, pushed the Ark's tech level forward, not necessarily a problem. Emma even welcomed it. The issue arose when Earth's Imperium and the Ark shared the same space. When the Duskari began exploring the solar system, I moved the Ark and its satellite planets to Gia's dimension to prevent them from meeting each other. I wasn't entirely opposed to the two groups meeting. The Duskari understood the Ark wasn't an afterlife but rather what came after their first life. However, I figured it would complicate things down the line if they could visit the Ark freely. It's going to be a mess. I grumbled. I bet. But if you leave the Duskari this advanced while they're still on Earth, things will deviate wildly from the sacred timeline. James unhelpfully commented. I was thinking about letting them play around for a few lifetimes and then migrating almost all space exploration to the Ark after pulling it out of this pearl. I said, idly rolling the pearl between my fingers. That could work. But we'll need a transition period or something similar. The logistics of property transference will be chaos. James said. We could tell them we're moving all space-related matters to the Ark and that the Isthmus territory will be considered a cradle land for the Duskari and an education center. I suggested. Making this place something like a heritage site for the Duskari? James asked. Yes. They're born here, educated, then die and move to the Arkansas. Once there, they're born again but without needing to waste time on education. They can even carry assets from their first life with them. I said, though even I was getting confused. So we make this into something like a preparatory life? James asked, equally puzzled. Yes. We provide the best tools for learning here. If we do that, those born here will have an advantage over those born for the first time in the Arkansas. James interrupted. Damn it, you're right. I admitted. To be honest, I don't think we can mend that inequality. Those born in the Ark for the first time already live one less lifetime. James pointed out. But they get a longer transitioning time in abeyance. I countered. But as souls, not embodied entities. James said, crushing my argument. Emma is already addressing that issue by granting them the right to purchase life extensions with scales. Things are somewhat fair now. And since life in the Ark and life here aren't that different, there's no major problem. But that balance would shift if being born here gave someone an even bigger head start over those born there. James explained. I see. I muttered. What a mess. I suggest you merge both. James proposed. Merge? I asked. Yes. Currently, counting both lives, a Duskari lives between 500 and 600 years on average. Naturally expand their lifespan to that range, then build a gate permanently connecting the Ark with the isthmus. That way, it all becomes one territory, with the stipulation that space-related endeavors are banned here. James suggested. That could work. I said, considering it. It should. Aragorn, you don't want Duskari spaceships buzzing around Earth because this planet will be visited often in the future, right? James asked. Exactly. I can partially isolate the isthmus, but the Duskari might scare off the Kree, Skrulls, Chronicoms, Gibberim, Asgardians, and other advanced races that are supposed to visit Earth. I explained. If you merge the territories, it should solve the problem. James said. I'd still need to find a place for the Ark, though. From within Gia's dimension, they can't leave to explore space. And Emma is hopeful they'll discover more planets for her, even though her current ones aren't fully populated. I said. Can't you just return it to a counter-Earth orbit? James suggested. No, I feel like I should place it far away from the solar system, just to be safe. I replied. Most advanced galactic civilizations possess deep space probing technologies, be it scans, telescopes, or physical probes like the Mist. While I could shield the Ark and its satellite planets entirely, I refuse to waste my time hiding every future Duskarian ship exiting the Arkansas. How about we let them find the new location themselves? Just give them a rough map highlighting regions of historical importance to the TVA, and they'll know to avoid those. James proposed. What are you, and what have you done with my womanizer, sorry excuse of a butler? I asked, staring at him in abject horror. Oh, fuck off. I might not have been the best butler for the past 233,124 years, but I'm no womanizer. James retorted. Really? That's what you're objecting to? I asked, incredulous. I may have a harem, but you and Gia got me drunk, and the harem just happened. I didn't choose the harem life chose me. James said, a cocky grin plastered on his face. Ah, yes, James the Chad. How about I show this memory to your wives? I teased. Why you? Is there a need for all this negative energy? James stammered, his lip quivering. The shadows around us flickered and turned liquid. I offer solid advice, and this is how I'm repaid. James grumbled as he sank into his shadow. I decided to follow James's suggestion. I informed the Duskari of the future changes and gave them 2,000 years to prepare. Not a massive amount of time, but not insignificant either. I then flew beyond the Imperium to construct the next obelisk, this time in the same location as a small group of Homo sapiens. Recently, the human population has been recovering, though the same cannot be said for other apes. Conflicts between Neanderthals and humans are becoming more frequent, with skirmishes over feeding grounds and territory. When I arrived at the site, the local humans were, unsurprisingly, fighting the Neanderthals again. My arrival froze the battle in an instant. Slowly, I morphed into my humanoid form, this time appearing as a male. With the help of my soul through the system, I scanned the area and pinpointed the exact spot for the obelisk. Before I could start, an ape attempted to strike my face with a stone. The stone hung in midair, caught in my telekinesis. I narrowed my eyes at the soon-to-be dead ape. Typical Neanderthal behavior. I muttered. I can see the difference in intellect now. The humans are analyzing the situation, while you decided to analyze it with a rock. I flicked my tail, and the offending apes were atomized, reduced to dust, fluids, and gases. Their elemental components returned to their natural states. One of the humans shouted something, and the rest of the frightened group huddled at a distance. Intrigued by the outburst, I sifted through the leader's memories and discovered he recognized me from cave paintings he had seen. Let's reward his cleverness. With another flick of my tail, a bundle of skins and high-quality obsidian-headed spears materialized in front of him. The humans shrieked and hissed, startled, but their leader quickly regained his composure and scrambled to gather the offerings. Taking a closer look, I noticed this tribe appeared well-fed and healthy for the era, with more children than the average group, clear signs of a thriving community. Perhaps this caveman is one of those lost geniuses of prehistory. I set that thought aside for now and began excavating a deep square hole. Building obelisks doesn't require much concern for terrain. At the depth I plant these structures, it doesn't matter whether there's bedrock or not. I could build one in a desert, and it would be as stable as one built atop a continental plate. The first step is to clear the hole where the obelisk will be placed. The quickest method is to create a void barrier shaped like the obelisk, insert it, and then shrink the barrier while using telekinesis to stabilize the walls. Once the obelisk is ready, I'll return the displaced material to its original position. Since the obelisks don't occupy physical space in the material plane, they and the replaced material can coexist without issue. For now, though, I needed to build the obelisk itself, a lengthy process involving powdered bones and blood to create dragon ore for engraving. With the hole ready, I shifted back into my draconic form, startling the curious onlookers. I began extracting my bones and blood for the construction. It sounds metal as hell, but without flesh or a sense of pain, it's a straightforward operation. Since I resembled a dragon made of crystal, the humans didn't recoil in disgust at my pulling of bones and extraction of blood. The process was slow. While I could have morphed into a larger form to collect the necessary ingredients for dragon ore more quickly, the true bottleneck lay in my ability to engrave the obelisk with the required four-dimensional patterns. The engraving spanned both the mundane 3 dimensions and the realm outside the material plane. If these were simple markings, the task would have been manageable, but I was using a runic system that Tiamat and I had designed specifically for this purpose. To put it bluntly, it was like solving advanced algebra while having the cognitive capacity of a newborn. This was a process that took centuries, though I was steadily improving with practice. About a month into the construction, Ape Leader, whose name was a peculiar mix of a tongue click and a low moan, approached me. I left the task of pulling my bones out to my TK and gazed at the Einstein ape, which was flattering to Albert Einstein. This guy is closer to Playboy, Bruce Banner, and Hank Pym levels of IQ. My enormous, color-shifting draconic eyes locked onto him. At the time, they were pink, as I had been watching Wanda fumble around in hell through my perception streams. What? I asked, making sound through my TK, would you be willing to trade? He replied in his language, which, unlike that of his peers, was surprisingly complex. It appeared Ape Leader managed to understand the paintings he saw, and since normally in the paintings I'm trading stuff for people, it's no surprise he came to the hypothesis that he could trade with me. It depends. What do you wish to trade? I asked. The technique used on the skins. He said. Compared to the crude hides his tribe worked with, the leather and pelts I had gifted them were the pinnacle of craftsmanship. I'm willing. What will you offer in exchange? 15 young females and 1 male from the next spring. He said. He is quite reasonable, I must say. In this era, the value of a proper tanning technique was immense. Considering I had included both leather and pelt skins in my previous gift, he would be learning 2 techniques for the price he offered, a bargain, in my opinion. Time passed, the seasons changed, and progress on the obelisk continued at a slow and tedious pace. Winter was harsh, as was typical of this era, but Ape Leader led his tribe through it admirably, with only 2 deaths among the elderly. Spring came as fast as winter went and it was time to teach Ape Leader about leather tanning and fur dressing, and my new humans were born. Since I wasn't sure which of the infants were mine, I decided to assist in delivering the entire spring batch of humans to avoid complications. Contrary to what one might expect, the parents didn't mourn the separation from their children. Some seemed pleased, while others were indifferent, likely a result of Ape Leader's influence. 15 baby girls and 1 baby boy were sent to the Imperium. According to the system and my own observations, they became something of a sensation. Adopted quickly, the children made their way onto social networks, where they gained immense popularity as stars of the Imperium. With that matter settled, I began teaching the tribe how to dress furs, as temperature regulation was a more immediate concern than leather tanning. Without access to metal tools, I instructed them on crafting tools from bones and sharp stones. Once these were ready, I demonstrated the proper technique for skinning animals without puncturing or tearing the hides. Salt was a luxury and an impossibility around these times, so I went with smoke curing. The removal of flesh and fat was not that complicated with the appropriate tools, but it required practice. Vegetable tannins, and alum, a naturally occurring mineral used in tanning, were luxuries unavailable to them in this era. Instead, I taught them brain tanning, which involved using the brain oils of the animal to treat the hide, making it pliable and waterproof. Then came softening with some smoke and fire, which was not complicated for the apes, but stretching and drying the skins posed quite a problem. Eventually, using sticks, plant fiber ropes, which I also taught them to make, and stones tied to bone nails, they created a crude but functional frame to stretch the pelts. It wasn't up to my standards, but I left it to the genius ape to improve upon. The entire process was long and arduous. By the time the tribe mastered fur dressing, a few years had already passed. I then introduced them to leatherworking, but that skill was more complex than fur dressing, and their primitive tools limited them considerably. Teaching it required far more effort and patience. Time continued to flow, and after the first decade, I became certain that Ape Leader was one of those unrecorded geniuses who silently carried humanity forward through the ages. He wasn't just intelligent, he was innovative. Within this tribe, he invented axes, hatchets, and improved their spear-making techniques. He even refined the skin-handling techniques I'd taught him, pushing them to the limits of what his current technology could achieve. Unfortunately, a few years later, he succumbed to a disease akin to the flu, but the prehistoric version. I buried him within the obelisk, with the consent of his wives and children, as a mark of respect for his contributions. After Ape Leader's passing, the tribe entered a slow decline. While his children were intelligent in their own right, they lacked his ingenuity and drive. Of course, this wasn't my problem. I had already gained a sample of his blood for my purposes since one of the baby girls in the Imperium was his offspring. I was confident that his genius would pass on to my Duskari descendants. By now, those children had entered puberty, and it wouldn't be long before they began contributing to the next generation of Duskari. Time seemed to blur, and before I knew it, 980 years had passed. Finally, the obelisk was complete. Coincidentally, a Duskari descendant of Ape Leader was assigned as the first guardian of this obelisk. With that task done, I moved on to construct the next obelisk. This time, Jean joined me. She expressed interest in learning how to build the obelisks, claiming it was to add the process to Phoenix's record. The new site was above the Baltic Sea, so aside from the occasional fish, we had no audience. Jean, however, quickly grew bored of the tedious task. To pass the time, she brought virtual games for us to play, which proved to be a brilliant distraction. Minus the minor detail that I didn't need distractions. Virtual games were fascinating, especially since the Duskari often included members of the Dracathian Therion in their stories. Hey, Jean, how did these guys get the flying dynamics of my dragon form so accurate? I asked, engrossed in a game. In the game, I was a playable character, my dragon form, naturally. As usual, I was cast as the villain. I'm sure that has nothing to do with my role in their history. The story revolved around space and dimensional exploration, with the Pantheon depicted as the antagonists. The latter point was one of the reasons it sold so well. The mechanics were impressive, the developers had clearly gone to great lengths to capture the nuances of our powers. That was Death's doing. Jean replied, smirking. She was one of the game's sponsors, along with Wanda and Pietro. They helped collect the necessary data and even assisted with coding. Nuna knows how to code. I asked, my surprise evident. She learned specifically for this project. She's become quite the virtual game enthusiast. Jean chuckled. I groaned. I tried so hard to teach her coding, but every time, she'd distract me with sex to avoid the lessons. Jean deadpanned at my comment. Oh, woe is you and your infinite torment. Jean quipped, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You know, you should get laid. I shot back. Why don't you ask Pietro? Those two might agree if it's you, and if you let Wanda join in, they are quite frisky. Fuck off. She snapped, glaring at me. See? You're not you and you're hungry. I said in a serious tone. Hungry? She asked, raising an eyebrow. She responded by burning me down to my bones with Phoenix's fire. Overreacting much? I teased again, undeterred. Her glare could have melted glaciers. Do you want my help? I offered, amused by her frustration. Are you trying to get Death to kill me? She asked, her voice laced with alarm. Not like that, idiot bird. I could help find a suitor compatible with you. I clarified. No, that's pathetic. She retorted. Besides. Seraph offered her assistance. Jean glanced at me as if gauging my reaction. Hey, don't look at me like that. I said, waving off her concerns. I might be protective of Seraph, but it's not because I'm in denial about her getting laid. I just have high standards for her suitor, or suitors. You don't need to worry about me, Jean. If you want to explore things with Seraph, go for it. Her male form is quite handsome, if I say so myself. I'm sure you'd be pleased. Good to know. Either way, I don't need it, you're just annoying. Jean glared at me. Fine, I'll stop. I relented with a shrug. I just get a kick out of your situation because nothing exciting happens in our group. What does that even mean? Jean asked, her tone tinged with confusion. We have our own pantheon, but there's no drama. I complained. Where's that one troublemaker stirring the pot? Where's our Zeus? Our Loki? A Lucifer? See what I mean? Aside from the occasional sparring match where heads literally roll, there's no real conflict. It's all too harmonious. That's what's got you twisted. Why, in Phoenix's fiery ass, would you want that? Jean looked at me, utterly baffled. I don't know, drama, I guess. I replied, shrugging again. You're unbelievable. Don't we already have Kitty, Yelena, and Bucky for that role? Are you sure you want them to up their game? Jean asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, maybe I don't. I admitted. I'm probably just spouting nonsense. I figured. She said smugly. No one sane wants another Kitty. Did you know about 73% of all criminals in the Imperium are her devout followers? Puffed. Ha 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 ha. That cat is unbelievable. I laughed, clutching my stomach. The only reason her religion exists is because of the lawful side of her divinity. And because none of us would ever prosecute her. Jean added, chuckling. Yeah, there's that. None of us really care much about crime. I said with a smirk. It was a unique quirk of our pantheon. If a Duskari committed a crime, the law handled it. If the crime was severe enough, it would taint their soul, granting them a ticket to hell. In the grand scheme of things, everything balanced out. Good souls ended up in dog heaven, while bad ones paid their dues in succubus hell, and not the nice type of succubus hell. Once we collectively realized this, even the most morally upright among us saw little reason to intervene or punish crime, so long as it didn't spiral out of control. Justice, in essence, was self-regulating, or is this more accurately called karma? That said, the Imperium was far from a dystopia. Crime rates were laughably low, and most offenses were white-collar in nature. Violent crimes were almost unheard of. Hey, Aragorn. Jean said, her tone more somber. Yes, Jean. I'll have to return to training soon. She admitted softly. I see. Want to hibernate with us for another half a millennium when you come back? I offered with a gentle smile. Thank you. She said, her voice barely above a whisper. Despite Jean and her distracting virtual games, I finished that obelisk a few years shy of a millennium, and then we returned to the Imperium. It was time to migrate the Ark and merge Earth's Imperium with it. Urbs Sorors had evolved into a metropolis that seamlessly blended high fantasy, cutting-edge sci-fi, and natural beauty. The impossibly tall skyscrapers, inspired by my dark obelisks, remained a defining feature even after thousands of years. Automobiles were a rare sight, replaced by singularity warping portals that made travel effortless. At the heart of the wide river that split the futuristic city, a yellowish portal encased by towering dark spires stretched toward the heavens. This was the first open-type permanent portal of the Imperium, crafted by Seraph, Spark, Yao, and Agatha. All preparations for the merge were complete, except for one major adjustment, extending the lifespan of the Duskari. There were several approaches I could take to achieve this. I could use biokinesis to manually alter their genetic code, granting them an immediate natural lifespan extension. The downside? I'd need to physically contact all 17.7 billion, short-scale, Duskari. Alternatively, I could engineer an airborne life code modifier virus, modeled after my version of the Extremis virus. While efficient, there was the risk that some Duskari might have immunity. Creating a spell was another option, but constructing the spell matrix would take years of painstaking work. After considering these methods, I settled on life force, specifically, chakra. When the Aniki altered Kaguya, he adapted her divinity to fit Marvel's rules. One notable feature of life force in Marvel is its ability to significantly extend lifespans, as evidenced by the Hand and its leaders. With Kaguya using her divinity, the propagation of chakra through the atmosphere would be far more effective than any virus. Kaguya. We're ready on this side, I telepathically informed her. She was in her dimension with her son, Lucy. I'm ready, Kaguya replied, her voice resonating both in my mind and from a clone that emerged through a Yamatsu Hirasaka portal. Good. I nodded to her clone. Truthfully, I wasn't needed here, Kaguya could handle this operation on her own. Still, I was present as a precaution since she'd never shared chakra from her dimension with such a massive population before. The Imperium's territory was vast, spanning the Ark, its satellite planets, and 4 additional planets colonized over the past millennium. To reach every citizen comfortably, Kaguya used her clones as terminals. Let's do this. Her clone said, mirroring the words of her original self in my mind. This is the head. To all Duskari, to receive Kaguya's chakra blessing, pray to her during the following minutes. Those with underdeveloped hippocampuses and prefrontal cortexes, toddlers and infants, and those unconscious will be included automatically, I broadcasted the message telepathically. Kaguya brought her hands together, her movements akin to preparing for wood release. A visible pulse of warm, golden chakra spread across the Imperium, pulsing rhythmically with her heartbeat. For over a minute, the golden glow enveloped everything, then slowly began to fade. This is chakra, an application of life force. The more you cultivate it, the longer you'll live. With the right combination of talent and genes, you could exceed 2 standard Duskarian lifespans. Good luck, kids, I said, cutting off the telepathic broadcast. I blessed them with a few basic chakra exercises along with the chakra. Kagaya's clone said. That's more than enough. Did you gain a boost in divinity? I asked, considering the sheer amount of faith she must have collected from this. Yes. I'll need time to process it, but I'm confident I'll reach the next level. Kagaya's clone replied. Well, don't let me hold you back. I said with a grin, leaning in to kiss her cheek and popping the clone. Drop by sometime, Lucy likes your visits, Kagaya, from her dimension, spoke in my mind. Life in the Imperium settled into a rhythm after that. Citizens would spend the first half of their lives learning magic, science, chakra, and their respective specializations. In the second half, they'd work, travel the stars, participate in colonization efforts, and more, eventually reaching their end and transitioning to abeyance. The Dracanthian Therion shifted to more supportive and mediative roles, stepping away from the administrative duties they had previously held, though not Emma or Mindy, who remained queen and princess, respectively. They oversaw the construction of temples on newly colonized planets and assisted whenever a planet or star system needed relocating closer to the Arkansas. As for me, I fell into a construction routine, managing to reduce my building time to approximately 970 years per obelisk. Millennia passed, and another convergence came. Then another, and another. Shortly after the latest convergence, I found myself studying the only complex structure outside the Imperium on this planet, the Darkhold Castle, perched atop Mount Wundagore. This castle, crafted by the renowned architect and elder god, Thon himself, had the Darkhold itself carved into its walls. There was also a carving prophesying the birth of the Scarlet Witch. The depiction was eerily similar to Wandabus, though less demon of lust and more witch of madness. Thon had even left elder spawns to guard the castle. These elder beasts, too dim-witted to notice my presence, remained in a state of deep hibernation. I was poring over the inscriptions on the walls, hoping to draw inspiration for my expanding magic system. Lately, I'd hit a rut. These are elder spawns, the name given to creatures spurned by elder gods. These ones in particular are Ngarai, which were created by Thon. It's remarkable how accurate Thon's prophecies are, especially given that this structure is a couple of million years old. Master Chief, Spark's voice echoed in my mind. What's up? I replied. We have a situation, she said. That usually meant trouble. What's the problem? The Duskari made contact with a race calling themselves Alphaneel, or Haradhenixel. Dark Elves. Did a war break out? I asked. I wasn't entirely surprised that the Duskari had encountered the Dark Elves. 3 convergences ago, during Project Swarm, some of the mist had slipped through the portals. Technology back then wasn't advanced enough to breach the realm walls, even if they'd managed to map some realms with nanometric markers. Still, the Duskari had never ventured beyond Midgard. No war. The regiment that made first contact was the Shadowclad, Spark explained. The Shadowclad was a regiment exclusively composed of Noctelvi blessed by James, quite literally cloaked in shadows. They served under James, Mindy, and Emma as the secret enforcers of the Imperium, more akin to assassins and intelligence operatives than explorers. The Shadowclad. What were they doing in Svartalfheim? I asked. Mindy was returning from a business mission with the Collector. Just before warping to the Ark, her ship was caught in the pulling tide from a gravitational wave of a nearby uncharted black hole. Her ship aborted warping and then slingshot around the black hole to escape the area. Unfortunately, they had been affected by the gravitational time dilation of the black hole, so when they warped again, they hadn't noticed that a few years had passed and that the next convergence was at its peak. Warping through space is generally safe, with some caveats. You can't warp without an AI on board while at relativistic speeds, since the calculations needed for that are beyond the Duskari. You can't warp from proximity to a depression in the spacetime mesh, black holes, though you can jump to one. Like in this case, Mindy's ship had to exit the immediate area of influence of the black hole before warping. Then comes the third exception, you can't warp during the convergence, because the spacetime mesh is distorted by the alignment of the 9 realms. Why didn't the ship's computer stop them? I asked. Mindy was manually warping to report something urgent to Emma, Spark replied. Urgent? What was so pressing? The Collector had demanded her, a Luxelvi, and a Noctelvi as tributes for his collection. Naturally, Mindy beheaded him and bombed his place to oblivion. Since she knew the Collector was immortal, she rushed to inform Emma. Couldn't she just use comms or the system? I asked. She was worried the message might be intercepted and backtracked to the Ark's location. Plus, this happened during that system update we did a few years ago, Spark explained. And that led them to Svartalfheim. I asked, my tone laced with doubt. Yes. The Shadowclad made first contact when their ship was intercepted by the Alphaneel. Due to their nature, the Alphaneel were friendly toward them. So, because these emo elves longed for primordial darkness, they liked the shadow-cloaked black Duskari. Yes, I'm sure Spark was also filled with disbelief. And what about Tanelier Tyvan? I asked, momentarily shelving the matter of the Shadowclad. He started a war with the Imperium 2 years ago. Jean put him in his place before it could escalate. Why was Mindy in such a rush over a puny elder of the universe? It was her first time taking a life, and since Tanelier Tyvan's life level is closer to ours, it hit her harder than she expected. I see. Well, this is undoubtedly a situation. Indeed, Spark replied. I guess I will leave the study of Thon Sensei's teachings for later. A/N. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please check out my Patreon account. There are already 8 chapters ahead for premium members, which is at least 80,000 words. Premium members also gain access to a new chapter every week. patreon.com/existentialvoid. I hope you enjoyed the read. Chapter 76, The 9 Realms, Svartalfheim. A/N, what comes next is somewhat of an info dump, feel free to skim it, but there is some trivia knowledge in it, so you might like it. The pictures will soon follow, you might want to check the comments after you're done reading. Observation log by Spark Draconis. Current territories of the Imperium and planetary demographics, entry 178Z. Earth 1999999, 53, 686b, before emergence. Year 247,949 of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, Earth 199999. To conduct a demographic study of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, it is essential first to define what constitutes the Imperium's territory. Under the Master Chief's ownership, there exists one universe, along with the territories of Earth 199999 Imperium. This right of ownership is recognized by the cosmological compass, as decreed by the Living Tribunal. It is important to note that the Imperium does not govern all properties of the Master Chief. For example, consider abeyance. Abeyance is an inner plane planetary type dimension of Earth 5H1N3, populated by 2,537,681,149,824,078 persons of abeyance. Asterisk note, this count does not include disembodied souls. A/N, 2.5 trillion in the long scale, 2.5 quintillion in the short scale, with the short scale being the one used in the USA. Abeyance also serves as one of the 3 repositories for souls from the Imperium, and it is the second largest. The largest repository is Hell, which consists, to the current date, of 878 different Hell dimensions merged into one. Heaven is the 4th largest dimensional territory and serves as the 3rd and final repository for Imperial souls. Gia's Gift dimension is the 3rd largest dimensional territory, following Hell and Abeyance in size. It is bigger than Heaven, with the Chakra dimension coming after Heaven. In descending order by size. 1. Hell. 2. Abeyance. A. Gia's Gift dimension. 3. Heaven. B. Chakra dimension. Asterisk note, A and B refer to dimensional territories, not soul repositories, unlike 1, 2, and 3, although the territories mentioned above are under the Master Chief's ownership, they do not fall under the Imperium's jurisdiction. Instead, these territories are overseen by the Dracanthian Therion. To delineate the territories directly under Imperial control, we have the Ark, the Halo, Nirn, the Isthmus, the 6 satellite planets of the Ark, which were gifted by the Master Chief to Queen Emma, and the 32 star systems colonized by the Duskari in the past 3 convergences. Planetary demographics. Planetary population, 58,374,192,658 citizens. Distribution across planets. 38 planets with at least 1 milliard citizens per planet. This means most planets have populations above this threshold, with some more densely populated. A/N, Sparks uses the long scale because it's mathematically sound, and she is an AI. For easy comprehension, 1 billion equals 1 milliard. Planet population distribution. Planets with the highest population, for planets with populations nearing 2 to 3 milliard citizens each. Planets with lower population, for planets have closer to 1 to 1.5 milliard citizens each. Mid-tier planets, 25 planets have populations of around 1.5 to 2 milliard citizens. Less populated planets, 5 planets have populations of around 1 milliard to 1.5 milliard each. Asterisk note, the Duskari tend to move around considerably, the efficiency and widespread use of inter- and interplanetary portals makes the population density variable, depending on the time of the day, the seasons of the planets, their popularity, and more. It's normal for the average Duskari to have 3 to 5 semi-permanent residencies, some even provided by their workplace. Asterisk space stations and spaceships, 5% of the population, around 2.9 milliard people, live on space stations, citadels, and ships. These stations and ships serve as semi-permanent homes for people engaged in scientific research, military assignments, resource extraction, star mapping, or interstellar trade. Age distribution. Young but productive, 15 to 200 years old, 55% of the population, around 32.1 million people. This group contributes to the workforce, education, military, and social development. Asterisk note, the age span of 15 to 200 years is culturally considered the prime productive years. Mid-age but productive, 200 to 500 years old, 30% of the population, around 17.5 million people. This group still plays a major role in leadership, technical expertise, research, and the economy. Old but productive, 500 to 600 years old, 10% of the population, around 5.8 million people. Though at the higher end of the age spectrum, this group still contributes to society, especially in specialized fields like high-level administration, academia, or certain crafts that require long experience. Retired, 600 to 832 years old, 5% of the population, around 2.9 million people. These Duskari are retired but often serve as mentors, advisors, or cultural figures. While they don't participate actively in the workforce, they remain involved in guidance and societal roles that benefit from their long lifespan. Asterisk note, the current oldest Duskari alive is 832 years old. Social classes. Middle class, the backbone of the Imperium, around 60 to 70% of the total population, about 35 to 40 million people. This group includes a wide range of professions, skilled workers, artisans, engineers, traders, civil service members, etc. These citizens enjoy good living standards, have access to quality education, healthcare, and opportunities for advancement. Working class, 20 to 25%, around 12 to 15 million people. Includes laborers, technicians, and service workers. While not as affluent as the middle class, they still live comfortable lives with opportunities for upward mobility. Elite class, 5 to 10%, around 2.9 to 5.8 million people. Wealthy families, high-ranking military officers, politicians, scientists, and top-tier executives. While they are prosperous, there are no extreme levels of wealth as the system is more egalitarian. The focus is on a meritocratic system rather than hereditary privilege. Asterisk note, this meritocratic system is born as a reflection of the fact that not a single deity is born a deity in the Dracanthian Therion. They have seen and have documented cases of the offspring of the deities they so much admire working their way up to the divine status. Underclass, less than 5%, around 2 to 3 million people. There is barely any poverty. This underclass might have minimal economic opportunities but are not destitute or starving. Gender distribution. The male-to-female ratio is roughly 0.97 males per female. Male, 49.4%, around 28.8 million males. Female, 50.6%, around 29.5 million females. This gender distribution is fairly balanced, with a slight female majority. Asterisk note, although naturally a male Duskari is considered stronger, this difference is negligible due to enhancement provided by chakra and magic, so the normally high mortality rate in males in the vast majority of civilizations is not present in the Imperium. Population youth bias, influence of colonization and population growth eras. Eras of colonization. Harsh conditions on new planets. During colonization periods, Duskari settlers are sent to planets with difficult environments, unstable climates, dangerous wildlife, scarce resources, and sometimes hostile indigenous semi-sapient species. The harshness of these conditions demands a high level of physical stamina, resourcefulness, and rapid adaptation. Duskari in their prime productive years, ages 15 to 200, represent when the Duskari are more mentally malleable, able to endure the stress of tough environments, and adaptable enough to survive challenges. Colonization requires the vigor and energy to handle laborious tasks, build infrastructure, and overcome the physical and psychological challenges of new worlds. While Duskari generally live long lives, colonization is brutal. Many colonies experience high mortality rates, especially among older and mid-aged Duskari, due to environmental strain, diseases, or conflicts with native organics. The younger Duskari, being more equipped, have a higher survival rate, and the will of fire syndrome, as the Master Chief jokingly calls it, of the older generation makes them more prone to put the lives of the young Duskari first, which leads to a skew in the population toward youth after a colonization era. Eras of population growth. Focus on procreation and social expansion. After the struggles of colonization, the Imperium enters an era of population growth. In these periods, the Imperium focuses on peaceful settlement, expansion of cities, and the stabilization of new colonies. There is a strong push for procreation to fill the growing demand for workers, soldiers, and citizens to build the foundation of the Imperium. The Master Chief calls this phenomenon James Era because of the increase in harems. The birth rate tends to be higher in these periods, leading to a youthful demographic. With more settled and stable conditions, the general population enjoys longer lifespans. Recently a period of colonization has passed and the Imperium entered a stabilizing era, where the older population is considerably lower than the younger one. Summary of population's youth bias. Colonization eras create a natural selection for youth, as younger Duskari are more suited for survival and harsh labor in new colonies. These periods of colonization also result in higher mortality rates among older and mid-aged Duskari, especially due to the Wool of Fire syndrome. Population growth eras focus on rapid expansion, with an emphasis on procreation and family building among the fertile population to support the Imperium's economic and social structure. As a result, the population skews younger, with the 15 to 200 age range being the most dominant. Racial distribution. Racial distribution. Noctelvi, 52.3%, around 30.5 billion. Lucelvi, 47.7%, around 27.9 billion. Asterisk note, the mentality instilled by the Master Chief of, every one of you is lowly to me so don't bother me with your surface-level differences, has kept racism as something better aimed at outsiders in the Imperium, hence this distribution tends to shift generationally and not culturally. For the demographic observation analysis on the Ark, the Halo, and the Isthmus, please check entry 178A. For Nern, please refer to the Grand Repository of Knowledge to the report filed 247,949 years ago by Princess Mindy. Since virtually no time has passed since then on Nern, it remains unchanged. End of entry 178Z/. Svartalfame. The Drachia, a Royal Light Frigate-class starship, was powered by the latest RAGFF engine, an engineering marvel. It was also known as the Princess Ship, a vessel dedicated to diplomatic missions and trade with nascent powers across the universe. The Imperium rarely engaged in such associations. This was not due to isolationism, on the contrary, the Imperium eagerly sought to explore and engage with other cultures. However, their nature as an empire of time variance imposed significant limitations. As a result, the Imperium's interactions were limited to civilizations destined to perish within the next millennia, leaving no footprint on the sacred timeline. Beyond these doomed civilizations, only the Imperium's deities, shielded by Aragorn's empty body selves, could interact with third parties of greater historical significance. These deities could extend temporary protection to their companions using Aragorn's time obfuscation field, as was the case when Mindy met the Collector under heavy protective detail. Until recently, the Duskari had not encountered another spacefaring civilization. That changed with the arrival of the Alphanil. The Dark Elves' appearance was particularly intriguing to the Duskari because their ships were also powered by a form of gravity manipulation, and their overall technological level was close to the Duskari's. Maybe it's not accurate to say it was close. In some aspects the Dark Elves were far more advanced, but their problem was their civilization. It was past the point of decline. Their civilization was in tatters, so even if the billions-years-old civilization harbored tech that called for the Duskari's attention, the Alphanil appeared as savages wielding advanced tech to their eyes, instead of an advanced civilization of olden. Currently, Mindy, the Shadowclad's commander, and several high-ranking personnel were gathered in the Drachia's main meeting room, deliberating on their next steps. Mindy's 8 tails swayed anxiously behind her, a stark contrast to the eager confidence radiating from the other Duskari present. While the RAGFF engine is more efficient for long-range travel and excels at stabilizing the spacetime mesh during intervention warping, their singularity-powered engine is far superior for relativistic displacement. Chief Engineer Vraz thus reported, gesturing toward the holographic display showing his initial scans. Their cloaking. Were you able to uncover anything about it? Frenestil, commander of the Shadowclad regiment, asked in a deliberate tone. My scans found nothing, which was fascinating in itself. Vraz thus admitted, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. The only other time I've encountered this level of impenetrability was when attempting to inspect the Halo's cloaking field. Cloaking. Divine level. Frenestil questioned, his gaze fixed on the anxious princess. Yes, Frenestil. I couldn't sense them until they revealed themselves. Mindy admitted. Troublesome. Frenestil remarked. Mindy nodded. She understood that Frenestil's concern came from a place of duty. He was the commander of the Shadowclad, and in this particular mission, the Queen specifically assigned them to protect Mindy. Having a possible enemy, based on the anxious sway of his charge's tails, that could evade the senses of the most acute in the Drachia was unsettling. The Drachia was currently being escorted to a landing point by a squad of Harrows, while 2 Alphanil arcs loomed in the distance, serving as sentries. Don't stress over nothing, Mindy. A voice interrupted the meeting. Weirdly enough, it sounded muffled and was coming from behind Mindy. The Duskari jumped in surprise but quickly relaxed upon recognizing the speaker. Mindy's tails immediately stilled and then swung forward. Attached to one of her voluminous, fluffy tails was Aragorn, in his honey badger form. Mindy gently brought the tail to her lap, Aragorn still clinging to it, and began running her fingers over his scaled back. Grandfather, am I not in trouble? Mindy asked softly. No. Why would you be? You're a sheltered princess of nearly 250,000 years. Emma did an excellent job keeping you away from the filth while preparing you for it, but it's unreasonable to expect composure from you so soon after the incident. Aragorn purred under her gentle ministrations. Besides, any of the other children would have done far worse than simply beheading Taneleer and blowing up his collection. Aragorn remarked absent-mindedly. Much worse. Mindy asked, tilting her head in confusion. She couldn't imagine what could be worse than what she had done. Wanbus would have enslaved him in hell as a plaything for equine demons. Emma would have appropriated his collection and added him to it. Yao and Agatha would have used him as some sort of unkillable sacrifice. James would have dragged him into his shadow world, leaving him to drown in eternal madness. And I, Aragorn continued with a touch of amusement, would have done all of the above. In a way, Taneleer should be grateful to you. Aragorn shared how much comfort her touch and fluff brought him, as if he had not said something that made the stomachs of the few present revolt. But, grandfather, won't this become a problem? I remember them. Mother had me read the files on this universe's key events. Mindy asked. It's all right. Aragorn replied, his voice calm as his all-seeing eyes gazed through distance and physical barriers at the crumbling remnants of their civilization. As long as the Imperium doesn't get too entangled with them by the time they fall, he paused, his tone shifting slightly, by the time they fall even further, it'll be fine. So it's acceptable to trade with them for now, as we do with other cultures. Mindy sought confirmation. Yes. Aragorn answered, then added with a faint chuckle, but I doubt they'll want to trade after meeting you. Why? Mindy tilted her head, confusion evident. They're racists. Well, perhaps not racists, but they despise all life that came after them. Aragorn said matter-of-factly. Head, is that accurate? They seemed comfortable with Commander Frenestil and the Shadowclad. Lamili, the Drakia's chief xenodiplomacy officer and a Luxelvi, interjected. That's because they were clad in shadows and they are black. Aragorn said, his tone unbothered. How would that matter? Lamili voiced what everyone else was thinking. The Dark Elves, Svartalfar, Alfanil, or Harad Henixel, whatever they prefer to call themselves, are the most ancient civilization in the universe. Aragorn began, projecting a vivid memory that filled the room. They predate the universe itself, originating in the Janunga Gap, the vast, primordial darkness that existed before the creation of the manifest universe, where they reigned supreme and unchallenged. Then came Erishem the Judge, whose actions ignited the Big Bang. Their civilization collapsed in the aftermath, and they blame everything that came after, the stars, the planets, and every being in existence, for their downfall. As Aragorn concluded, the illusion of his memory dissolved. The room was silent. The weight of the story, paired with the unprecedented glimpse of a celestial's actions and the universe's birth, left the Duskari stunned. Grandfather, why were you there? Mindy asked, noticing that the memory had been shared from his perspective. I was conducting research on the ingots of creation. Aragorn said casually, as if discussing a mundane topic. The silence stretched on, his statement not helping the Duskari process faster. Head, I still don't understand why they seemed so comfortable with the Shadowclad. Lamili said, breaking the stillness. Because James' divine domain connects conceptually to the Janunga Gap. To the Alfanil, the Shadowclad probably appeared as long-lost kin from the same primordial darkness. Aragorn replied, amusement evident in his voice. So, what do we do now? Is bloodshed our only option? Mindy asked, her tails twitching nervously. She didn't want to fight herself out of the realm, she could feel it, the Dark Elves were closer to her life level. Well, while I wouldn't mind that. Aragorn began with a sly grin. How about trying to con their tech out of them? Their particle rifle is laughable, but their black hole grenades, cloaking technology, and singularity-powered engines could benefit the Imperium. But they'll try to kill us when they meet the rest of us. Lamili pointed out. You could either pretend to be a subordinate class to the Shadowclad, which would likely appease the racist emo elves, Aragorn said with a smirk, or I could temporarily transform you all into Noctelvi, a black fox in your case, Mindy, and grant you a temporary blessing tied to James' domain. Grandfather, how would we maintain such a lie for long? Mindy asked, her concern mirrored by the others. You wouldn't need to keep it up for long, just enough time. Find a random planet or a small pocket dimension, fill it with shadows, and populate it primarily with Noctelvi. Build a fake empire there. With that, 80% of the groundwork for the deception is done. Then you start cultivating a closer relationship with the Alfanil. Within a few short centuries, or millennia, you'll secure their technology, and then you leave. Simple. The room murmured as Aragorn continued. This method avoids altering history too noticeably. Alternatively, you could send the Shadowclad to infiltrate their territory, concealing themselves with magic and chakra. But considering their cloaking tech, maybe only Nuna, James with a ninth tail, or I could remain undetected. Can't Seraph or Spark hack into their systems? Mindy asked. Perhaps, but are you certain the data is stored in hackable systems? What if their software is so alien to ours that we'd need a Rosetta Stone just to decipher it? What if the information is stored in physical records instead? Aragorn countered, his words making Mindy reconsider her approach. And don't forget, I only mentioned the technology we know could help the Imperium. But doesn't it intrigue you? A civilization this old, one immersed in dark energy and matter, imagine the knowledge they might hold. There could be treasures in there I haven't spotted. The Drakia's crew exchanged thoughtful glances, mulling over Aragorn's words. Grandfather, we will discuss this further and run the options through Mother. If we decide to create a fake Noctelvi empire, we will need her support and the Imperium's resources. Mindy said decisively. Take your time, Princess. I'll be in your tails, let me know if you need my help. Aragorn replied, settling comfortably on her tail and closing his eyes. Back on Earth, in the location of the next obelisk, the rocky ground began to shrink, forming the base hole for the structure. Aragorn was using his void barriers, manipulating the terrain remotely from Svartalfheim. Seeing Aragorn shift into what she recognized as low-energy mode, Mindy gently swung her tail, transferring him to the bundle of tails behind her. She buried him in the soft, fluffy fur, where his form disappeared entirely. None of those present batted an eye. According to their experiences and historical records, such behavior was expected and entirely normal. Duskari education included courses on the personalities and habits of the Dracathi and their Ion. Their likes, dislikes, divine domains, feats, family trees, appearances, contributions to the Imperium, hobbies, responsibilities, and origin stories were common knowledge. For instance, if a police raid uncovered the goddess of law among criminals, the officers wouldn't be surprised. They would simply process her alongside the others. It had happened before, Kitty had served time. She escaped after only a few days, but it was still a recorded event. I'll use the system to communicate with Mother. In the meantime, get all Luselvi non-essential personnel into their rooms. Mindy ordered. As you command, Princess. The officers responded in unison. After several hours of deliberation and discussion with Emma, they decided to con the Dark Elves out of their valuable technology. Mindy was transformed into a shadowy version of her fox form, while the rest of the crew assumed the appearance of Noctelvi, each blessed with shadows. I'll go explore Svartalfheim, Mindy. Don't hesitate to destroy these depressing elves if you consider it necessary, or call me. I'll stay nearby. Aragorn said. Don't worry, Grandfather. We'll be all right, Mindy reassured him with a smile. Aragorn teleported away, reappearing in a secluded corner of the Dark Realm. Let's see, what do we have here? Dark matter. The old type. Dark energy. The primordial kind, but in lower concentrations, laced with dark energy from after the Big Bang. Any signs of remnants from their civilization? Aside from where they currently reside? No. Then they've probably gathered everything on that planet. They've had 13.8 billion years since the Big Bang. That's more than enough time. I wonder why they aren't stronger as a civilization. Yes, that's unnatural. It is. Humans from our original universe had a more complete civilization after only 300,000 years. These elves, with 46,000 times that time, have so little to show for it. Apart from a few pieces of tech they've recovered from their glory days. True. But that only makes it more unnatural. Give humans from 300,000 BCE the tech these elves have, and they'd be terraforming Mars in less than 5 millennia. In conclusion, there's a limiting factor. But what could it be? Psychological issues seem unlikely. I bet it's environmental. But what? As far as we can see, this realm has abundant resources, even if tainted by dark matter and energy. Maybe the resources themselves are the problem. Maybe they refuse to use anything created after the Big Bang. But how could an entire race be so stubborn for billions of years? Perhaps it's not stubbornness. Perhaps they can't. They can't use new matter. Seriously. Maybe. It's easier to believe than thinking an entire civilization of super-advanced elves willingly stunted their growth out of sheer stubbornness. Maybe the Big Bang affected them more deeply than they've admitted. I like that theory. The Dark Elves are immortal, but maybe they needed an exceptionally long period of adjustment after Erishem reshaped their reality. Maybe they're recently exiting that adjustment phase. It's possible. This realm is resource-rich despite its dark taint, so the delay can't be due to scarcity. We should confirm this theory by probing their minds. Later. For now, I'll study and learn how to regulate my void energy into this dark matter and energy of the Janunga gap. I bet James will find it fascinating. And so, Aragorn remained in Svartalfheim while Mindy carried out her tasks. Under Emma's well-thought suggestion, they altered the Drakia's records to create the illusion that the starship and its crew had been trapped in the gravitational field of a black hole for eons. The fabricated story placed them as part of an older civilization, one that existed before the Big Bang, who had traveled 13.8 billion years into the future due to the effects of time dilation. In the hearts of the Alpha Neo, this narrative solidified the Noctelvi as their kin, earning them the right to seek refuge within the realm. The Alpha Neo, however, were far from the stereotypical image Aragorn had of them. Perhaps it was because their leader was a female named Alflies, with Malekith serving merely as her advisor. Aragorn eventually confirmed his theory about the elves undergoing a period of adjustment. How curious. Aragorn mused absent-mindedly. What is? Mindy asked while immersed in the administrative work of the Noctelvi colony. In the prime reality, dark elves originate from Svartalfheim, not Ginnungagap, so they didn't need an adjustment period like these ones. However, they had a weakness to iron, which these elves don't. Aragorn floated a drop of Alphaneel blood before him, studying it intently. Why is that curious? Mindy questioned, barely pausing her work. One might assume that, since these elves come from a realm predating the Big Bang, there could be something post-Big Bang they'd be allergic to. But that's not the case. The prime reality dark elves have a weakness to iron, and these ones don't. I find that curious. And what about the ones from our reality? Mindy asked, her hands still busy. Those are monsters. Aragorn replied. Monsters. Mindy's hands froze mid-task. She knew her grandfather rarely used the term lightly. Gia shared her memory of them with me. They're like a grotesque hybrid of demon, dark elf, and the Ginnungagap itself. They're exactly the kind of enemy I hate dealing with. Aragorn admitted. Why? Mindy asked, her tone suddenly serious. They become an environmental hazard when killed, corrupting space, matter, and energy to transform reality into something like the Ginnungagap with their dying embers. They're such a problem that Svartalfheim in our reality functions more as a prison than part of the 9 realms. Can't you deal with them before they become a problem? Mindy asked, hopeful. Not without making the problem worse before it gets better. Aragorn grumbled. See, they're immortal as long as they're connected to their primordial darkness. They've turned Svartalfheim into a realm of that darkness. Killing them there is futile, and if I take them outside to kill them, I would pollute reality with their dark goop. And if I destroy their entire realm, I damage Yggdrasil. They're experts in spatial manipulation, so banishing them outside our universe would likely fail. They'd simply reappear elsewhere and Boss Tribunal would have me clean up my mess. To deal with them properly would require significant time and effort. They're weak in power but utterly infuriating in their trickery. They're so different from these elves. Mindy observed, absorbing the implications. Yeah, and I suspect they're tied to the King in Black. Aragorn added. No. Then why haven't the Celestials dealt with them? Mindy asked. She knew the Celestials targeted anything associated with Null. They have even fewer options than I do. They're content to keep them sealed in Svartalfheim, much like Null and Clintar. Aragorn explained. But they'll become a problem eventually, won't they? Mindy said with resignation. Yes, they will. Aragorn replied with a chuckle, amused by her quick acceptance. Alflies, unlike Malekith, was not a warmonger intent on extinguishing the universe's light. She still ruled the Alphaneel, and like most rulers, she suffered from loneliness. That changed when she learned Mindy was the princess of the Noctelvi and, by extension, queen of their colony, in a way, her equal. Part of Mindy's daily routine became spending tea time with Alflies. While there was no actual tea, something from future Earth and the Imperium, they did share intriguing pastries. These pastries were unique. To maintain the illusion that they were from the pre-Big Bang era, the crew of the Drachia subtly altered their food supply and ship. The Drachia was suffused with a harmless drip of ancient dark matter and energy, as was their food. Aragorn had brought seeds and seedlings from the Imperium, corrupting them with dark energy while ensuring they remained edible for the Duskari. These were then planted in the colony, which the Dark Elves had sold to the crew in exchange for a share of the produce. As was typical for the Imperium's crops, these were supercrops. Less than 2 years later, the small colony was producing more than enough food, and with their extensive knowledge of culinary arts, Mindy was winning her way to Alfly's heart through her stomach. Mindy, tell me about this pet of yours that you call grandfather. Alfly said, her gaze fixed on Aragorn, who was curled up and sleeping contentedly within Mindy's tails. You're the pet, Aragorn retorted in their minds. I don't look like a pet, do I? You, on the other hand, get fed, put to sleep, petted, and are constantly in Mindy's mind. What else could you be but a pet? Alflies countered. Kings and queens, deities, sugar babies, kids, and pets all fit that description. You, for example, are fed by your people, bathed, and constantly in their thoughts. If I'm a pet, so are you, Aragorn replied with a smug tone. You. Alflies glared. Fufufu. Alflies, why do you always pick a fight with grandfather? Mindy chuckled, amused by their banter. It smells different. Not quite the taint of the bright flash, Big Bang, but also not the essence of the caring mother, Ginnungagap. Her expression twisted in discomfort. That's because I'm older than your caring mother, pet queen, Aragorn teased. Lies. There was nothing before the caring mother. She exclaimed. What could a mere pet queen like you, barely a few billion years old, possibly know? Aragorn asked, exuding an air of superiority. His tone sharply contrasted with his position, snugly nestled between Mindy's tails under her gentle care. You insolent creature. Alflies snapped, firing a neon fuchsia energy blast at him. Aragorn opened his maw and casually consumed the blast. If you wanted to feed me, you could have just asked. I'd happily grant you that honor, pet queen. Aragorn gave her a signature look of superiority. Alflies clenched her teeth. This wasn't the first time she'd tried, and failed, to get the better of him. She believed that Aragorn never retaliated because he lacked the means to do so, a misjudgment that only added to her frustration. Fu. Alflies, why do you keep trying? You know it's futile. Mindy said, laughing at both Aragorn's antics and Alflies' ignorance. It's infuriating. Mindy, as your best friend, I demand that you hand over for imprisonment this insolent creature, for its crimes against its queen. Alflies declared dramatically. We've been over this, haven't we? I hand grandfather over, he escapes, takes over your chambers, and then you'll end up begging me to take him back. Mindy replied, enjoying the situation. Ugh. How can such an unimprisonable creature even exist? Alflies groaned, sinking back into her seat. That's grandfather for you, unimprisonable. Mindy giggled. Why do you call it grandfather, anyway? Alflies asked. A tendril of her neon fuchsia energy extended, attempting to poke Aragorn, only for the energy to be absorbed as it neared him. He saved my mother from a dire fate, then did the same for me. He sheltered and taught us, guiding us to become what we are today. Mindy explained, her voice filled with sincerity. This insolent creature did all that. I know it's undamageable, but helping you and your late mother. That I find hard to believe. Alflies said skeptically, using another tendril to pick up a fork. She attempted to stab Aragorn with it, but the utensil broke on contact with his scales. Alflies, grandfather is actually strong. He just doesn't attack often, especially since he enjoys teasing you. Mindy said, her voice light with amusement. I'll believe it when I see it. Until then, this creature is just an unkillable, insolent pest. Alflies huffed. You speak too highly for a pet queen, Aragorn shot back. TCH. Alflies violently clicked her tongue. How unqueenly, Aragorn didn't miss the chance. Millennia passed, and the colony became integrated into the Svartalfar. The Duskari had conned advanced technology out of the Dark Elves, sending the blueprints to the Imperium. Contrary to the original plan, they didn't abandon the colony afterward. The Duskari and Alphaneel intermingled to the point of sharing bloodlines. Due to the Alphaneel's immortality, making conception difficult, none of the female Alphaneel became pregnant. However, the Duskari were not bound by the same limitations. The hybrids that were born inherited the Alphaneel's affinity for dark matter and energy, a trait Emma and Mindy deemed a valuable asset for the Imperium. As a result, they decided to maintain the colony, ensuring a steady import of Alphaneel bloodlines. You've grown attached to Alflies, haven't you? That's why you don't want to leave. Aragorn remarked, lazily nestled in Mindy's lap. Nothing escapes you, grandfather. Mindy admitted, her fingers lightly tracing the scales on his hide. Did you even try to hide it? Aragorn asked, though the question was rhetorical. She is cute, isn't she? Mindy chuckled. Yeah, funny cute. Aragorn agreed. Can we take her home? Mindy asked, giving Aragorn her best puppy dog eyes. Do you mean now, or after Malekith tries to kill her? Aragorn replied. The latter. Mindy said with a sly smile, understanding his meaning. She'll be mad. Aragorn commented. Maybe, but immortals don't stay mad for long. What's a few millennia of silent treatment? Mindy countered. I see your point. Sure, let's kidnap the funny cute queen. We're experts at that, after all. Aragorn agreed. Thank you, grandfather. I've had so much fun these past convergences with you here. Mindy said. You're welcome, princess. Anytime you want. Aragorn replied, flicking his forked tongue lightly against her hand. The colony continued to grow, and the Noctelvi and the faux Noctelvi, Luxelvi, continued mingling with the Alphaneel. Because Aragorn had a hand in the creation of the Duskari, he ensured that any child born to a Duskari would inherit the race of the mother. This meant that hybrids resulting from interspecies unions were closer to the Duskari than to the Alphaneel. Although these hybrids were far more long-lived than their mothers, they were mortal, unlike their fathers. This proved to be a blessing for the Imperium. Due to the difference in lifespans, the hybrids were not raised by the Alphaneel and thus avoided harmful indoctrination against the light of the universe. In time, As the Duskari sought to increase their numbers and refrain from using protection, it became a trend among male alphaneel to visit the colony, enticed by the thrill of impregnating Duskari women. As generations passed and some hybrids intermixed further with the alphaneel, the colony infused more Herod Henixal blood into the Imperium, continuing to expand. This pleased Emma and Mindy. To prevent the elves from panicking over the growing population of a foreign species, Mindy had Aragorn stealthily transport both hybrids and non-hybrids to the Imperium, keeping a certain balance. Meanwhile, Mindy and Alfly's friendship deepened to the point that Mindy began to consider her as a best friend. This displeased Malekith, as Alfly started placing more importance on Mindy's counsel than on him, her advisor. It wasn't long before Malekith struck. He and his loyalists rebelled, surrounding the colony with their arcs and harrows. "Commander Algrim, what's the meaning of this?" Mindy demanded of Algrim, the commander leading the force that encircled the colony. "These are the orders of Queen Alflys." The brute-like elf replied. Mindy gazed at him with an unflinching composure. "So Malekith is rebelling now?" she asked in a chilling tone. Algrim followed his orders without question and attacked. Malekith had made it clear that Mindy must not reinforce Alflys, and Algrim's mission was to hold back the Noctelvi until the queen was dealt with. Yet, to Algrim's astonishment, when his battle axe descended upon Mindy's skull, she did not resist as he had counted on her to do. Snap. A sudden sound echoed across the entire colony, and everything began to dissolve into brilliant iridescent sparks, silver-white, like Mindy's original fur. The tall and solid buildings, the artificial lush fields, the Duskari, the roads, the cooling reservoirs, the Drakea starship, and finally, Mindy herself vanished into a radiant cloud. Algrim was left standing in a desolate Paramo, the vibrant colony now reduced to the lifeless environment of the rest of the planet. "What?" the bewildered brute muttered. The confusion was shared by the dark elves aboard the arcs and harrows. In the royal palace, Malekith's forces had secured Alflys, chaining her before the throne. Malekith sat upon what had once been her seat. "Join me, Alflys. Become my queen, and together we will restore the glory of the caring mother," he said, gazing down at her kneeling figure. "Has your ego devoured your sanity, Malekith?" Alflys asked, her poise unbroken despite her chains. "You know we can do it. We only need to forge it into a weapon capable of granting our desires." Malekith retorted, his voice ablaze with anger. "Your ambition drives you to covet the gem born of the light we all despised. Do you even hear yourself, Malekith the accursed?" Alflys snarled. "I hear myself, but do you? Have you any ambition left for the betterment of our kind? Have you looked at the meager progress achieved over eons? We lost everything, and we have nothing to show for it." Malekith's fury burned brighter with each word. "That's not it, Malekith. You want the power for yourself, and then you'll drive our people to extinction. You're just like Craw the Uncontrollable. What is your plan? To fight against the entire universe with just these few? You know nothing of our people's plea." Alflys retorted, her eyes as cold as Jotunheim. "You're the one that doesn't know of the plea of my people." Malekith sneered. "All this commotion, and where are your people?" For the first time, doubt flickered in Alfly's eyes. She had not gone down without a fight, but where were her guards? The castle staff? It was the hour of their daily meeting, where was Mindy? "What have you done, Malekith?" she growled. "You still don't see it, do you? They weren't your people, they were mine," Malekith said, relishing the sight of her faltering resolve. "Malekith, where is Mindy?" Alflys roared. She could imagine her military betraying her, as dark elves followed strength, but she couldn't believe Mindy would side with someone she openly despised. "Ah, our short-lived cousins. They will join my cause. Their logistical prowess will be valuable in restoring the universe to the embrace of primordial darkness." Malekith replied, a cold smile curling across his lips. "They will never join you. Mindy wouldn't allow it." Alflys muttered. "Maybe not willingly, but once I take her as my concubine, her people will follow. Or, well, since you seem so reticent about the queen's seat, I might just give it to her after you're disposed of." Malekith replied with a smirk. "She will never." Alflys shouted, her nails digging into her palms. "She'll have no choice. The Noctelvi are her weakness," he said, his voice brimming with certainty. Alfly's eyes widened in realization. "Kill her. There's no point in arguing further," Malekith ordered coldly. One of the elves holding her chains pulled out his rifle, aimed, and fired. Thud. Her lifeless body collapsed, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Good riddance. One step closer. All that remains is figuring out how to weaponize the gem. It can't be wielded in its natural state. Malekith muttered to himself. Without ceremony, Alfly's body was discarded with a black hole grenade, her remains compressed and absorbed into the singularity. Later, Malekith was informed of the strange events at the Noctelvi colony. His reaction mirrored Algrim's confusion. That was the last any Alpha Neil ever saw of the Noctelvi. Their disappearance cast a shadow of silent blame upon Malekith, though it did little to delay his plans. The Noctelvi were never invaluable to his plan. When the fatal shot was fired, Elflies experienced a strange phenomenon. The world froze, Malekith, the elves with their cursed chains, even her blood and heartbeat. All motion ceased, leaving only her eyesight, hearing, and consciousness intact. Before her stood Aragorn, in his honey badger form. He shifted seamlessly into his humanoid male shape. Had she been able to move, her shock would have been as evident as the chaos in her mind. "Pet Queen, you should be thankful you're funny cute," Aragorn said casually, his lips unmoving yet his voice reaching her. He placed a hand on her face and pushed. Elflies watched, wide-eyed, as a transparent version of herself was pulled out of her body. A body without a soul cannot truly live. Equally, a soul without a body cannot truly exist. Aragorn explained, his tone almost amused. "What? Ah. I can speak. What is this? What's going on? Are you Mindy's grandfather? Where's Mindy? Is she all right? You should be there protecting her, not me. If you could always assume this form, why did you become her pet? How long can this go on? Can I kill Malekith now? YD. Shush." Aragorn interrupted, silencing her spirit. His tail moved under her dress, between her legs, and her eyes widened at this, thinking the worst was about to happen, but there was no pain, at least not in her spirit. His tail exited from under her dress covered in elven dark blood. "Some rituals require symbolism," Aragorn said matter-of-factly. "I could have done this differently, but I wanted to test this new life spell. Consider this the cost of saving you. If it bothers you, Mindy can help you forget." He grasped her spirit with one hand and manipulated space, vanishing from Svartalfheim. Time resumed in the throne room, playing out as though he had never intervened. Aragorn reappeared atop a dark, towering structure overlooking a sprawling metropolis divided by a wide river. At the river's center stood a glowing yellow portal framed by two dark spires forming an archway. "Welcome to the Fulgebunt Draconis Imperium. This region is known as the Isthmus," Aragorn said. Elflies' muted spirit stared in awe at the scene, lost in its grandeur. Meanwhile, Aragorn's tail drew a circle with the blood he'd collected. "The blood from the cradle of life," Aragorn chanted, finishing the circle. "The sacrifice of the original body." Back in Svartalfheim, her body lay discarded. The power of the progeny of the outside. A sphere of void energy formed over the circle. The spirit to be given life. He pushed her panicked spirit into the sphere. It pulsed twice, then flashed brightly. When the light subsided, the blood and spirit were gone, replaced by a sleeping baby girl with purplish-blue skin and black hair. A rebirthing ritual. Not the most efficient, but this is only its third iteration. Aragorn commented, lifting the infant and using biokinesis to ensure her perfection. "Now all you need is food, a few years, and the old funny-cute queen will be back," he said, his form shifting into his female self. She pulled out a breast and gently opened the baby's mouth, guiding her to latch. The infant instinctively began suckling. He. "She's going to be furious when she regains her memories," Aragorn said, laughing softly. The surroundings shifted as Aragorn manipulated space, appearing in a room clearly designed for a baby girl. "Grandfather, let me see her," an overexcited silver-white fox exclaimed, bounding into view. Aragorn turned, revealing the infant. "Ewa, she's so cute," Mindy gushed, softly touching the baby's chubby cheeks. "Can I breastfeed her?" she asked eagerly. "Sure, but you'll need to stimulate yourself to kickstart your adaptability," Aragorn replied. "No need. I bought a lactation spell from Wanda," Mindy said, pulling out her milkful breast. "I don't want to know why Wanda created that spell, or more like I can imagine, but I don't need confirmation," Aragorn muttered as he handed the baby over. The infant stirred momentarily, protesting the absence of food, before settling into Mindy's arms. "It's ticklish," Mindy giggled as the baby nursed. Aragorn reverted to his honey badger form, floating nearby. "She's going to be so angry." Aragorn chuckled darkly. "True," Mindy replied, smiling as she poked the baby's button nose. "But, like you said, she was destined to die, abandoned by her people and betrayed by her advisor. Her death would have started the end of her race. She'll come around. She's got all the time in the world now. Sometimes it amuses me how cruel you've become, Mindy," Aragorn said. "Does it? And am I really being cruel?" Mindy asked, Elflies reaching for her breast with her tiny fingers, sinking them in. "A little bit," You're selfish, but that's to be expected, given that Emma and I are selfish, and we raised you. But what I meant by cruel was from Alfly's point of view. Aragorn explained. Ah, you mean how I gave her no choice and basically abducted her? Mindy asked. That, how you lied to her about your origins, and how you don't care about her future anger because, indeed, she will eventually get over it. Hating is tiring, after all. Aragorn replied. You're right, grandfather. That was cruel, but I would have done it again. Alflies is too stubborn. She would have fought and lost, even knowing her fate. Mindy said. On that, we agree. Aragorn said with a nod. This woman was stubborn enough to hold disdain for the universe for 13.8 billion years. You know. Now that I think about it, maybe she will hold a grudge against us for a few billion years. Mindy froze, her jovial mood halted. Oh. Mindy uttered. Oh, indeed. Aragorn grinned. Eventually, Aragorn left Mindy and Alflies to themselves. Mindy had permanently moved her residence to the Isthmus, where most of the Duscari born to Alfanil fathers resided. This arrangement stemmed from the stark differences in lifespan. The average Duscari lived between 650 and 800 years with a healthy lifestyle and an average affinity for chakra. The oldest Duscari on record lived to the age of 1087. However, those Duscari born to Alfanil fathers had such extraordinarily long lifespans that the first hybrids were initially thought to be immortal. With so few experiencing death, the estimated lifespan was believed to range from 18,000 to 22,000 years. This discrepancy made it difficult for the Alfanil Duscari to form deep bonds with their shorter-lived kin. Left unchecked, this divide might have led to isolation, resentment, envy, or worse. Thus, Emma orchestrated the relocation of the long-lived Duscari to the Isthmus. As a minority, the small territory sufficed, and from there, the hybrids assumed roles as moderators of imperial society, a task previously managed by the Dracanthian Therion. Moderators had one crucial role across various fields, to preserve what was worth preserving across generations and to discard what had outlived its purpose. For example, law and order. Laws in the Imperium were a gargantuan field. The Imperium was over 280,000 years old, and over time new laws tended to be born while obsolete ones were discarded. This was a natural part of the generational cycle of life, but what would happen if an obsolete law resurfaced? Would it be for the good of the Imperium to let it cement in the current society or would it be detrimental? A moderator's job is to determine that. Education was another important field under a moderator's supervision. Would the new teaching system be the best or would it repeat past mistakes? Ask the moderator. Gradually, the long-lived Duscari took on these roles, overseeing generational cycles as their shorter-lived brethren passed. The Dracanthian Therion also began appointing them as leaders of religious communities, alleviating the need for new priests every 700 years by assigning replacements every 20,000. Mindy, being closest to them, was appointed ruler of the Isthmus, necessitating her relocation. She now lived with Alflies in the central obelisk, surrounded by the protected lands of the megafauna. Years passed, and Mindy, Aragorn, and occasionally Emma raised Alflies as if she were their daughter. They taught her to call them by their names rather than parental titles, though otherwise, they nurtured her lovingly. In her 5th year, Alfly's memories returned. Alfly stood atop the dining table, neon fuchsia energy sparking in her hands as she attempted, and failed, to blast Aragorn and Mindy. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her teeth gnashing in rage. Pet Queen, is this how you thank your saviors? Aragorn asked, ignoring the hate swirling in her eyes. You lied to us. To me. And then you turned me into this. Her childish voice dripped with adult fury. So? Aragorn asked, nonchalantly. So? Alflies shouted. Your people follow the will of the strong. I'm stronger than you, follow my will then. So is Mindy. Aragorn said. But Alflies didn't relent, her hands puffing with failed attempts at channeling her power. If that doesn't convince you, how about I return you to Malekith? You'll either be killed on sight or worse. Aragorn let his words sink in. After all, your species doesn't have the luxury of throwing away fertile females. Aragorn's implication made her eyes widen. Why you, IDD, Alflies stammered, her anger, shock, and fear tying her tongue. Alflies, I never wanted to harm you when I asked grandfather to save you, but I did nonetheless. I accept any and all hate you harbor, but I will also stay by your side until that hate no longer lingers in your heart. Mindy said, her empathy reaching out to share her feelings. Stop it. I don't want to feel you. Alflies shouted, the panic in her voice overpowering her rage. I'll leave you to it, Mindy. I need to build the next obelisk, and this one is in an interesting location. Aragorn said, rising to leave. Interesting how? Mindy asked. It's right next to a vibranium meteorite. Aragorn replied. Wakanda? Mindy asked. No, the Latina version of this universe is Atlantis. Aragorn chuckled. Latina? Why female? Mindy questioned. Well, the words version and Atlantis are feminine in Spanish. It felt weird to call it Latino. Aragorn explained. Call it the Mexican Atlantis, it's easier. Mindy chuckled. Isn't that xenophobic or something? Aragorn asked. I don't think we can be xenophobic toward a country that hasn't been born yet, and I doubt Latinos or Mexicans would call you out. Mindy replied. Fair point. Have fun with Grumpy Pet Queen. Aragorn said, vanishing as he displaced space. Claiming that the next obelisk building site was in an interesting location was not a lie. However, it was tens of thousands of years earlier, and there were no humans, or even hominids, in America at the time. As such, Aragorn's only company was the usual marine fauna. The reason he found the site interesting was because of its implications. Aragorn knew the obelisks would become objects of study and fascination in the future. Some of the obelisks he had already built were being used as secure shelters by Paleolithic humans, providing refuge during terrible weather. Since a number of the obelisks had interiors, they were perfect for temporary shelter. However, the Duskari in charge were under strict orders not to allow anyone to claim permanent residence within the structures. After some initial scuffles with the Duskari, the hominids understood that while they could use the obelisks for refuge, they could not settle there permanently. Advanced tribes began settling nearby, while less advanced groups planned their hunting routes around the obelisks, using them as reliable shelters when needed. This in turn meant that the obelisks were going to be filled with evidence of the prehistorical humans in the future and that most certainly, cities were going to be built around them. All of this meant that no matter what, any discovered obelisk was going to be an object of study. And that was not great for the Talokan, Atlantis, and Wakanda of the future. Talokan was not much of an issue, being underwater. They could cloak their city, making it appear as though the obelisk's base rested on the surface of their cloaking dome. Wakanda, on the other hand, presented a much bigger problem. Even if they attempted to replicate Talokan's cloaking strategy, some curious archaeologist would eventually try to walk to the obelisk's base and discover Wakanda. Unlike Talokan, there was no massive column of water to deter intruders. If they cloaked the obelisk entirely, people would notice its absence in the established obelisk distribution pattern, drawing attention. This was why Aragorn found both locations particularly interesting. For now, however, his focus was on Talokan. Let's make it an underwater chamber. A vast cavernous system where Talokan can be hidden. Leave a few accessible entry points for the future Talakano, and we're done. The future is preserved. Aragorn and his selves began the work. About 900 years later, the obelisk was complete. This one was unique, with water climbing upward within its interior, even surpassing sea level, creating a fish observation tower of miles, in height. With Talokan's obelisk finished, Aragorn moved to Africa, to the site of future Wakanda. In his massive draconic form, he settled atop the vibranium meteorite, silently observing the 5 tribes residing nearby. I think I'll leave this one to Bast. Why shoulder the burden alone when it can be shared with the kitty goddess? Aragorn mused. Still, he made a mental note to fly by regularly and keep track of the situation. After that, he flew to the northern scale of light, responding to a ping about an attempted break-in. His massive form sliced through the clouds, landing with such force that the ground shook, causing a localized earthquake. Peering into the distance, he locked eyes with Earth's earliest alien visitor, aside from himself, his people, deviants, and celestials. Growl. The growl reverberated like a beast hungry for its next prey. The Chronicom in question, Enoch, stared at him, wide-eyed. Chronicoms and their affiliates are forbidden within the Fulgbund Draconic Imperium or its properties. Aragorn declared, his voice vibrating through the synthetic, semi-robotic being. I meant no harm. Enoch's speech stammered. Stay away from my obelisks and territory, Chronicom. Keep me and what is mine out of your thoughts, and I won't destroy Chronica, too. Aragorn warned. His words were laced with intent, and the Chronicom's mind was flooded with vivid images of his home planet's destruction. Without waiting for a reply, Aragorn flapped his wings, vanishing as though he had never been there. A/N, Enoch is part of the plot from the series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It won't be relevant to the rest of the story, but since his mission was that of an anthropologist, I figured he might approach the Imperium at least once. If you haven't watched the series, don't worry, its plot won't impact the rest of the story. Deal with idiots who like to mess with time. Check. I think these were all of my pending tasks for this millennium. Now I can go back to studying Thon Sensei's teachings. Aragorn happily muttered, as if he had not just scarred the Chronicom for life. He did as he said and soon found himself in the Darkhold Castle, the elder beasts hibernating, waiting for their Scarlet Witch, while Aragorn happily read and studied the texts of corruption plastered on the walls. Time continued flowing, and the last glacial maximum began. Ice sheets like the Laurentide ice sheet in North America and the Eurasian ice sheet reached their maximum extent. Global sea levels dropped by about 120 meters, 394 feet, exposing land bridges such as Beringia, connecting Siberia to Alaska. Contrary to what Aragorn expected, humans migrated into America via Beringia, and began spreading rapidly. They continued settling in Australia and surrounding islands, adapting to unique local environments. The bow and arrow were invented, and the domestication of dogs began. The Ice Age ended, and with it, the megafauna began its decline, except for those in the isthmus. The ice sheets receded, submerging land bridges, including Beringia by approximately 11,000 BCE, isolating populations on continents and islands. Following the last glacial maximum, the Sahara became lush and green due to increased rainfall driven by changes in Earth's orbit. Spark began keeping a more careful watch over the solar system and the nearby inner planes, ensuring enough time to hide the halo from potential visitors' eyes, in an effort to avoid scaring off those destined to mark humanity with their presence. The Neolithic Revolution began in Mesopotamia, with humans transitioning from hunting and gathering to farming and domesticating animals. As agriculture developed, stored food lured pests like rodents, and cats, in pursuit of these rodents, in turn, decided to domesticate humans. That's how cats began their empire and conquest over humanity, eventually becoming the planetary overlords. Early settlements, such as Jericho and Catalhoyuk, emerged in nearby regions. Aragorn made occasional visits to these and other settlements, acclimating humans to his presence. Part of his pride included not hiding his identity or adopting another form to fit in with lower life forms. To prevent headaches, Aragorn prioritized building obelisks in settlements that would later become densely populated. This led humans to believe the construction of an obelisk was a sign of prosperity. Vibranium was discovered by humans in Wakanda, ending their Stone Age years early. Soon after, the 5 tribes began clashing constantly, as humans do. After a long wait, though short by an immortal's count, the first deities began to appear in humans' dreams, thoughts, apparitions, and visions. One such deity, the panther goddess Bast, appeared to a warrior shaman named Bashenga in a vision, leading him to the heart-shaped herb. Bashenga ingested the plant, granting him superhuman strength, speed, and instincts. Thus, the first Black Panther was born. Bashenga united 4 of the tribes, forming the nation of Wakanda under his reign. The 5th tribe, the Jabari, chose instead to isolate themselves in the mountains. Bast, pleased, observed from the comfort of the ancestral plane as her future nation unfolded. It was an idyllic event to her, perfect in every way, except for a strange structure emanating boundless energies and looming over her newly acquired people. What is that thing? This was supposed to be an undeveloped planet. Was the council mistaken? Bast asked herself in her humanoid form. And what about that other thing? I can't peer through its obfuscation field, she thought, gazing at the band crossing diagonally over the visible face of the moon. It's called Halo. It's my home, a voice replied. Bast knew she was alone in the ancestral plane, having just finished creating it. Yet, there it was. She swirled to face the voice with the speed only a divine being like her could muster. Aragorn stood there in his draconic form, curiously observing the newborn repository of souls. Bast began, but Aragorn flooded her mind with the equivalent of a PDF introductory file. It contained answers to frequently asked questions. Who are you? What's your purpose? What are you? What do you want? Can I refuse? You want to pet my tail, why? Are you here for a fight? Can you leave me alone? And more. Bast's eyes flickered rapidly for a brief moment. Confusion gave way to understanding, followed by dread, and finally resignation. Was this planet a flytrap? Bast asked rhetorically. Though the information Aragorn provided clarified it wasn't, she still felt as though she'd fallen into one. Do you have any suggestions to hide Wakanda? Aragorn asked. I can use some of my divinity to make the magnetic field turbulent in this area. That should render most of the future technology you showed me useless, Bast replied. Aragorn had given her a quick glimpse of Wakanda and humanity's future, just enough for her to grasp the problem. The weather could also obscure satellite views and prevent low-altitude flybys. Then we'll leave it to my believers to handle any intruders who venture blindly. I think that will suffice until Wakanda is revealed, Bast concluded. Pleasure doing business with you, Bautet, Aragorn said before his form shimmered and disappeared. Bast stared at the spot where he'd stood. What business? You just dumped the responsibility on me, made demands, and even contracted my soul to keep silent about what you showed me, Bast grumbled. Aragorn, unfazed by her displeasure, returned to his task. Time passed. Buri, the first king of Asgard, was born. The Imperium continued expanding in the historically obscure sectors of the Milky Way, slowly venturing into distant galaxies. One day, while Aragorn was playing Bob the Builder, he received an interesting call. Aragorn, I have quite the peculiar guest in the Arkansas, Emma said in his mind. Peculiar? Is it a deity? Aragorn asked. Not quite. It's the humanoid extension of a living planet. It calls itself a celestial. I almost scoffed in his face at that. Emma chuckled dismissively. Ego. What's he doing in the Ark? Aragorn asked. Well, he tried landing on one of our exoplanets, but he was obviously stopped. One of the Duskari priests called for us when they sensed the levels of raw energy inside his avatar, Emma explained. All right, I'll be there, Aragorn said, preparing a temporary self to continue building the obelisk he'd been working on. He shifted space and soon appeared in the Ark, the jewel of the Felegbund Draconis Imperium. A/N. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please check out my Patreon account. There are already 8 chapters ahead for premium members, which is at least 90,000 words. Premium members also gain access to a new chapter every week. Patreon.com/existentialvoid. I hope you enjoyed the read.